In this ancient Taoist temple, time seems to stand still. The Master's kindness intertwines with the fear residing in my heart, creating an indescribable sense of oppression. At the moment I am about to strike the celestial bell, my inner doubts clash with my desires. Just as I am on the verge of surrender, a miraculous mechanism for ringing the bell appears, illuminating the prospect of life amidst despair. I am no longer the timid disciple, but a warrior daring to challenge fate. The old Taoist, Zhang possesses a slender frame, clad in a loosely draped deep gray robe, with flowing silver hair cascading over his shoulders. He gently twirls his 3-foot-long white beard, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he addresses the handsome youth beside him. Disciple, behold this bell. It is one of the 3 great treasures of the Yangtze Immortal sect from 3,000 years ago, the Qian Bell. Within it lies the supreme essence of immortality. Your senior brother struck the bell for 5 days, attaining enlightenment, and has since entered seclusion for cultivation. Your second senior brother struck it for 3 days, also gaining insights, and has joined your senior brother. Before he finishes speaking, his gaze returns to the youth, his smile growing even more benevolent. Now that you have successfully refined your spiritual roots and embarked upon the path of cultivation, I have always remained impartial. This evening, you shall attempt to strike the celestial bell. The extent of the immortality you can attain depends solely on your own fortune. Upon hearing this, a chill envelopes my heart, as if I have fallen into an icy abyss. Is this a trial or a death sentence? My senior brother has been in seclusion for nearly 2 months, and my second senior brother for almost a month, both abstaining from food and drink, their figures unseen, all in the name of attempting to strike this celestial bell. Can one truly attain immortality simply by striking the bell? Master, could you perhaps remove that desiccated, grotesque head from your shoulder before you utter such words? Its dark, hollow eye sockets gaze at me, instilling fear within the disciple. I lowered my head, attempting to conceal the faint golden vertical patterns lingering between my brows. Yet the fear residing deep within my eyes remained inescapable. This morning, I had just refined my spiritual root and awakened the innate divine ability, breaking illusions. Out of curiosity, I stealthily glanced at my master, only to discover that this ethereal figure, embodying the essence of immortality, bore a terrifying, withered visage akin to that of a decaying corpse. Rationality informed me of the absurdity of harboring any delusions in such circumstances. After refining my spiritual root, I became acutely aware that a practitioner in the Qi nourishing stage could survive for a maximum of 3 to 5 days without sustenance, while those who did not practice Qi nourishing could not possibly endure without succumbing to death. I understand that the seclusion of my senior brothers is fundamentally unfounded. The existence of spiritual roots is a miraculous phenomenon nurtured by the heavens and the earth. Mortals must refine these roots within themselves to perceive the spiritual energy that permeates the universe and embark upon the path of cultivation. Once the spiritual root is refined, one awakens a unique innate ability, marking the official entry into the stage of Qi consumption. Such treasures are exceedingly precious. Yet, astonishingly, within merely 3 months of my apprenticeship, Master Zhang effortlessly procured a spiritual root for each of the 3 of us. Just how formidable is his prowess? I ponder to myself, if my conjecture holds true. I recall that the spiritual root I refined for my second senior brother was likely taken from my eldest brother. To my surprise, this very root was subsequently extracted from my second senior brother and bestowed upon me 3 days ago. This spiritual root is indeed capable of being passed down through generations. Echoing the saying, one root bequeaths 3 generations. Though the person departs, the root remains. Deep down, I realized that my 2 senior brothers did not enter seclusion due to some celestial fortune, but rather encountered the so-called celestial bell, leading to unforeseen misfortune. I had once believed that after refining my spiritual root, I would find the opportunity to escape this enigmatic place. However, to my astonishment, the old ghost Zhang was so impatient that he insisted I begin to comprehend my celestial destiny tonight. I pondered silently, wondering how long I could endure this ordeal. Master, I slowly raised my head, a faint expression of reverence mixed with hesitation gracing my features as I sought a plausible excuse to delay. As a disciple who had just refined my spiritual root, my foundation remained unstable. Might it not be prudent to do not overthink it? Master Zhang interjected, waving his hand dismissively, his tone leaving no room for dissent. It is precisely because you have just refined your spiritual root that you are most susceptible to resonating with the celestial fortune within the bell. What you gain will undoubtedly surpass that of your two senior brothers. His gaze lingered upon me, a gentle smile adorning his face. Yet a sense of dread settled within my heart. A guardian? I mused, thinking it merely required striking a bell. What need was there for a guardian? Surely, this old fellow did not fear that I might flee midway or resort to some trickery. Come now, my obedient disciple, the time is nigh, he urged, and then began to weave incantations towards the celestial bell. As the incantations took effect, the surface of the bell erupted with crimson fissures, spreading like a spider's web. As if countless distorted veins pulsed softly in rhythm with the incantations, emanating an unsettling, sinister red glow. The candlelight within the hall seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, converging into a spectral red dragon of fire, which, with a flourish of Master Zhang's sleeve, surged toward the celestial bell before me. Clang! A melodious toll reverberated, echoing throughout the temple, lingering endlessly. This sound possessed an extraordinary enchantment, penetrating deep into the soul. Although I, Lu Chongqing, had prepared myself, I remained oblivious to the fact that this bell's chime marked the inception of everything. As I listened to the chimes, a flurry of inexplicable thoughts surged through my mind uncontrollably. I cannot resign myself to fate. I have only just awakened my memories, only just realized that this is a vast world where one can cultivate into immortality. My rebirth has only just begun. I must not, like my two unworthy senior brothers, retreat into seclusion without understanding. Is it too late to flee now? A direct confrontation would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. The subtle yet formidable pressure emanating from the old ghost Zhang is far beyond what a mere novice, having just entered the chi absorption stage, can contend with. What should I do? What can I do? A sense of helplessness surged over me like a frigid tide, almost drowning me. The suffocating despair nearly rendered me breathless, and I felt on the verge of collapse. At that moment, an absurd yet strangely reasonable thought suddenly emerged in my mind. What if I could summon a system, just like in the novels I read in my past life, in this dire situation? A sign-in system, a combat system, a summoning system. As long as it could shatter the deadlock before me, any system would suffice. Yes, the notion of a system, once conceived, surged uncontrollably, consuming my consciousness. Just then, Zhang's voice echoed from behind me, tinged with urgency. Disciple, the auspicious moment has arrived. Strike the bell. The sound intertwined with the resonating chime, as if it possessed a life of its own, weaving into my ears, eyes, nose, and mouth like invisible tendrils. I felt my breath grow heavy and coarse, and my consciousness began to blur. My eyes, bloodshot and wild, were fixed on the crimson bell before me, while a whispering voice seemed to tempt me. Strike the bell. Strike the bell. Striking the bell will grant you your destined connection to the immortal realm, the system you desire. A system? My eyes were now a fiery red. I abruptly lifted my head and murmured, yes. The system, striking the bell, will grant me the system. The fervor in my heart intensified, and with a resounding thud, I used my head as a hammer to strike the great bell, its deafening clang reverberating throughout the entire Taoist temple. Strangely, I felt no pain. Instead, under the red radiance emanating from the bell, an exhilarating sensation surged wildly throughout my being. Ding! A crisp and melodious sound resonated in my mind. Congratulations, host, for activating the bell-striking system. This voice continued to echo in my head. Strike the bell, strike the bell. The more you strike, the more ferocious it becomes. Use your head as a hammer. By striking the bell, you can swiftly enhance your cultivation. Subsequently, my cultivation level soared instantaneously to the pinnacle of chi absorption. Congratulations, host. for achieving a tenfold strike of the bell, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, raising your cultivation to. The ceaseless notifications from the system made me feel as if an immense power had surged within me, causing my expression to shift to one of ecstatic joy. I was completely oblivious to the fact that my forehead was already a bloody mess, blood cascading down my cheeks. Instead, I struck the bell with even more fervor, excitedly murmuring to myself, "It's real. It's real." Striking the bell grants a system. I thought to myself, "Old ghost Ziyang, you did not anticipate this, though late. The system has arrived. Tonight, it shall be either your demise or mine." Chapter 2. The Resurgence of the Chaotic Treasure, the Eastern Emperor Bell. At the pinnacle of the celestial path, who shall reign supreme? Behold, my eternal path is but an illusion. Boom, boom, boom. The dull sound of impact reverberated through the grand hall, intertwined with Lu Chongqing's increasingly frenzied soliloquy, echoing incessantly. Standing at the entrance of the hall, behind Lu Chongqing, was the venerable Ziyang. His gentle and benevolent smile remained unchanged, yet his eyes betrayed a chilling indifference. With each strike of Lu Chongqing's head against the celestial bell, his essence, spirit, and vitality seemed to peel away, piece by piece, surrendering to the crimson cloud bell. Ziyang felt a deep satisfaction within. A celestial artifact is indeed a celestial artifact. Even in its severely damaged state, it could effortlessly stir the innermost obsessions of the heart, leading these individuals to madness within the illusion he had woven, willingly sacrificing everything: longevity, power, ascension to immortality. These were the most primal desires of cultivators. Much like the select disciples he had previously chosen, some fancied themselves as reincarnated immortals, arriving with wisdom from past lives. Others believed themselves to be the fated emperors, endowed with great fortune. There was even a fool who claimed to possess the strength of 9 bulls, destined to unify the heavens. How utterly laughable! Yet, Lu Chongqing intrigued him. His yearning was for a system. What sort of heart demon or illusion could this system embody? Ziyang furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing it. No matter. The specifics had become inconsequential. As long as this young man completely sacrificed himself, the bell could once again coalesce its spirit and regain much of its former power. It would not be in vain. After all those years spent searching for naturally abundant sacrifices, soon it would come to fruition. A flicker of uncontainable eagerness and greed sparkled in Ziyang's eyes. He instinctively turned his head, his gaze landing on his left shoulder, where lay a withered, desiccated head. The cracked scalp bore a few sparse, tangled strands of dark red hair. Its eye sockets were 2 unfathomable black voids. The exposed, yellowed teeth trembled in sync with the echoing chimes of the bell, the lips twitching slightly, as if yearning to break free from some unseen restraint. This was the impending resurrection of a vengeful spirit. Moreover, it was the spiritual root nurtured by this realm. Had it not been for a sudden ambush during his breakthrough, resulting in the spiritual root transforming into a vengeful spirit that turned against him, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. Yet, he took solace in the fact that once the celestial bell gathered its spirit, it would aid him in suppressing the vengeful spirit within and restore it to his spiritual root. At that moment, restored to his former cultivation, he might once again attempt to break through, no longer needing to hide from those enemies pursuing the whereabouts of the bell. As he contemplated those adversaries, Ziyang's gaze grew increasingly frigid. He then raised his hand, his fingertips weaving an intricate and obscure incantation. The eerie crimson glow on the surface of the crimson cloud bell surged dramatically, intensifying several-fold. The vascular-like cracks adorning the bell pulsated with even greater urgency and vigor. Within the chamber, the crimson candle's flame surged upward, causing the blood-like wax to melt at an accelerated pace. The air was infused with a sweet, sandalwood fragrance that was increasingly intoxicating. Lu Chongqing, already in a state of frenzy, trembled uncontrollably. It was as if he had been infused with a surge of vitality, the frequency of his impacts growing faster and faster, akin to a final sprint for survival. At that critical juncture, deep within the recesses of his consciousness, something that had long lain dormant seemed to stir, awakened by the overwhelming threat of life and death. A faint yet profound resonance, reminiscent of an ancient bell tolling, reverberated through the depths of his soul. In an instant, a vague, golden shadow of an exalted, majestic bell, suffused with an air of dominion over the epochs, coalesced within his mind. The moment this ethereal form appeared, both time and space appeared to lose their significance. The bell's shadow quivered slightly, and a radiant source of golden light, imbued with boundless mysteries, scattered and merged into the crimson cloud bell within the hall. The surface of the crimson bell, previously marred by a web of cracks, suddenly erupted with glimmers of gold, as if on the verge of shattering. The golden light surged like a tide, dissolving the sinister crimson glow in its wake. The crimson bell was being forcefully occupied and transformed by this external source of golden light. Simultaneously, Lu Changqing, who had been fervently battering his head against the bell, lost in the mirage of the system, was abruptly jolted back to reality. The illusory system prompts in his mind ceased abruptly, and an excruciating headache surged over him like a tidal wave, rendering him momentarily blind. It was all a deception, a mere illusion. Damn it, he'd been so close. He clutched his bloodied forehead, gasping for breath, his expression tinged with terror. The incessant whispers that had enticed him to strike the bell were nothing but a figment of his imagination. Had it not been for this true golden opportunity, the Eastern Emperor Bell, awakening forcefully at the brink of his peril, he might have ended up like those two unfortunate senior brothers, trapped in meditation. It was revealed that the Eastern Emperor Bell within his consciousness was none other than the very artifact that had inadvertently struck him in a museum during his past life, leading to his transmigration. It was said to be a ceremonial vessel used in the worship of the Eastern Emperor Tai during the spring and autumn period of the Chu state. Who could have anticipated that it harbored the legendary primordial treasure, the source of the Eastern Emperor Bell? Having traversed to this unfamiliar world with the already fragmented source of the Eastern Emperor Bell, it had lapsed into a profound silence until this moment, when the thrill of life and death provoked its awakening, with the ethereal image of the Eastern Emperor Bell stabilizing in his consciousness. An indescribable, gentle power coursed through his body, dispelling the weakness brought on by the sacrificial ordeal. The injuries sustained from his earlier impacts began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. At the entrance of the Grand Hall, the smile on Zhang Zhenren's face abruptly froze. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen. The crimson bell, which he had painstakingly refined for years and controlled at will, was now beyond his grasp. At this very moment, an incomprehensible and overwhelming force abruptly severed the connection between them. How could this be? A flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the cracked red copper celestial bell at the center of the hall. The crimson hue adorning the surface of the bell swiftly faded, as if overshadowed by the blazing sun. Within the web-like fissures, hints of sacred and majestic golden light emerged, reminiscent of an ancient deity stirring from slumber. "No, my celestial bell!" The Master Zhang roared in furious anguish. The change occurred too swiftly, too unexpectedly. Deprived of the bell's power to suppress, the grotesque visage resembling a tumor on his left shoulder trembled violently. The gaping void of its eye flared with a sinister crimson glow, emanating a chilling aura of wrath and malice. Waves of scorching black-red malevolence uncontrollably seeped from the 7 orifices of the ghastly head. The vengeful spirit was on the verge of breaking free. The Master Zhang's countenance transformed dramatically, his fury morphing into sheer terror. He leaped forward, his form darting like lightning towards the crimson cloud celestial bell. The bell could not afford to be lost. It was his sole hope to suppress the malevolent spirit and restore his cultivation. The Master Zhang's gaze fell upon Lu Changqing, and a fleeting coldness flickered in his eyes. An impediment. With his right hand enveloped in a searing gust, he ruthlessly struck towards Lu Changqing. This blow was capable of gravely injuring a practitioner at the initial stage of qi feeding. Faced with the power of the late-stage qi-feeding Master Zhang's strike, Lu Changqing could not withstand it. Yet within his sight, an ethereal panel radiating a gentle golden glow materialized. Host, Lu Changqing, Destiny. Eastern Sovereign Bell, Spiritual Treasure, Source. Fragment, 210000. Cultivation, Qi Feeding, Level 1. Spiritual Resonance, 1 point. Spiritual root. Tai Sui, Eye of Deception. Spell. Dispel illusions, beginner. Daily bell striking refines, spiritual resonance 1. Source 1. Consuming spiritual resonance grants a protective golden bell, exorcising evil and warding off malevolence, impervious to all methods, with a flicker of thought. Lu Changqing instantaneously expended his solitary point of spiritual resonance. Chapter 3. The Arrival of the Malevolent Spirit. Donghuang Town's curse, a resounding hum, filled the air as a golden bell's ethereal silhouette materialized, enveloping Lu Changqing. This was the protective golden bell summoned by Lu Changqing through the resonance of his spirit. Boom! A deep, thunderous echo reverberated throughout the grand hall as Ziyang Zhenren's palm struck fiercely against the shimmering surface of the golden bell's apparition. The bell rippled with energy, absorbing the ferocity of the blow. Could it be that he actually blocked it? Ziyang Zhenren's pupils constricted in disbelief. When did this young man awaken? And how did he acquire such an extraordinary protective spell? Could it be that the anomaly of the celestial bell is intertwined with him? A tumult of emotions surged within Ziyang Zhenren, surprise and fury mingling in his gaze, now ablaze with malevolence. You wretched creature, are you the one behind this? His pallid visage, already drained from suppressing the malevolent spirit, contorted further in rage. His aura surged violently, and crimson flames ignited upon his palm. With fingers curved like claws, he lunged menacingly toward Lu Changqing. Boom! Boom! 2 more resounding strikes followed. Lu Changqing, agile as a shadow, utilized the bell's protection to evade within the hall. Yet, with each attack, the bell's brilliance dimmed a fraction more. This defense cannot hold much longer. Panic surged within Lu Changqing. A thought struck him. Perhaps he could employ a divine technique. Resolving to act, he channeled his energy, and a faint golden vertical pupil pattern manifested upon his brow. The divine technique, breaking delusion, activated. Through this power, he turned his gaze upon Ziyang Zhenren, and there he beheld the struggling head of the malevolent spirit perched upon the latter's shoulder. The ghastly, emaciated visage radiated an increasingly repulsive aura of dark red malevolence. He discerned that with every ounce of energy Ziyang Zhenren expended, the spirit's thrashing intensified, and its crimson gaze flared more vividly. Yet, with each exertion, the blood drained further from Ziyang's face, and his suppressive force waned. So that is how it is. Lu Changqing's heart stirred. The more power Ziyang Zhenren exerted, the less control he had over the malevolent spirit's head. Perhaps he could endure until a turning point. Meanwhile, Ziyang Zhenren, having lost all patience after his repeated strikes were thwarted by the bizarre golden bell apparition, resolved to act. No longer could he afford to wait. A glint of madness and determination flashed in his eyes. He must subdue this young man and reclaim the celestial bell before the spirit fully broke free. With a steely resolve, he disregarded the anguished shrieks of the spirit's head and the searing pain in his consciousness. He forcefully drew upon the majority of his spiritual power, constrained by the malevolent spirit. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying pressure emanating from the Yuan-Tai realm erupted like a slumbering volcano. The chaotic energy surged and coalesced before him, compressing into a colossal sword of flame, radiating with frightening heat and grandeur. Ziyang Zhenren's visage twisted in fury as he seized the mighty sword and swung it violently. The fiery blade emitted a piercing shriek, infused with the power to incinerate all. As it cleaved toward the already dimmed golden bell apparition surrounding Lu Changqing. With this strike, he aimed to shatter the wretched shield and obliterate the young man. But just as the sword's edge was about to descend, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A low, sinister laughter echoed, reminiscent of the depths of the underworld, brimming with boundless malevolence. It abruptly cut through the air as the withered, ghostly head perched on Ziyang's shoulder twisted into a grotesque grin, saturated with scorn, malice, and a perverse sense of triumph. Ziyang's movements froze in an instant, his visage contorted with rage and madness, suddenly supplanted by an indescribable agony and terror, as though the most dreadful calamity had descended upon him. No! A piercing, despairing scream reverberated throughout the grand hall. In the next moment, a chilling sound sliced through the atmosphere. The desiccated, ghostly head violently broke free from its constraints, severing Xiang's neck in one ruthless bite. Blood did not have the time to spray forth before the ghostly head anchored itself atop Xiang's neck, usurping its place. Simultaneously, Xiang's body ignited in crimson-black flames. Amidst the crackling of the inferno, his flesh and bones contorted and reformed in a grotesquely surreal manner. In mere moments, a terrifying humanoid creature, towering 8 feet tall, emerged at the center of the hall, its body charred black, muscles grotesquely protruding, exuding an overwhelming stench of charred flesh. The malevolent spirit had fully awakened. The air surrounding it seemed to ignite, the scorching waves rendering breath nearly impossible. The oppressive aura heightened, the flickering shadow of Zhong Ying on Lu Changqing's surface, teetering on the brink of shattering. The malevolent spirit slowly lifted its head, its features obscured by the flickering black-red flames, save for its long hair, reminiscent of blood. Swirling ominously, it appeared to smile at Lu Changqing, a grin laced with chilling malice and cruelty. This time, Lu Changqing no longer needed to enlist the powers of breaking illusion to perceive this horrific figure. The spiritual energy within him felt as though it would ignite spontaneously in the face of the malevolent spirit. Run! The thought had just emerged when it was snuffed out. In despair, he realized he was utterly ensnared by an icy chill that locked onto him. There was no escape. A shiver coursed through Lu Changqing. The specter of death never felt so palpable. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of the Immortal Bell standing silently nearby. The sole glimmer of hope. It was his only chance. The Eastern Emperor Bell, inherently imbued with the power to exorcise evil and dispel malign spirits. If only he could harness the precious source power to activate it, its might would be immeasurable. Though the Eastern Emperor Bell lay shattered, each activation consumed a fragment of its essence. He found himself bereft of alternatives. He had to gamble everything. A resolute glint flashed in Lu Changqing's eyes. With clenched jaws, he disregarded the terrifying figure advancing towards him and surged towards the crimson cloud Immortal Bell, now transformed into a vessel of the Eastern Emperor Bell's essence. A mere 3 steps lay before him. It felt like a chasm separating life from death. With the first step taken, crack! The layer of pale, golden clock shadow upon his surface finally succumbed to the overwhelming burden, shattering completely. With the second step, he advanced. A searing wave of heat surged from behind, instantly reducing his robe to ashes, while a fierce burning pain radiated from his back. The third step descended. It felt as though he were engulfed in a furnace, the terrifying temperature threatening to ignite and tear him apart, the scent of charred flesh wafting around him. Lu Changqing gritted his teeth against the excruciating agony of flames igniting all over his body. Immediately, he gathered the scant remnants of his spiritual energy into his right fist, striking forcefully at the immense copper-red celestial bell. Simultaneously, he fervently shouted in his heart, reaching out to the profound and majestic phantom of the Eastern Emperor Bell within the depths of his consciousness. Channel the primordial power. Boom! A sound reverberated as if it had emerged from the primordial chaos, traversing endless time and space, vast, imposing, and sacred, resonating with its sudden clang. A visible, resplendent golden sound wave rippled outward from the bell, akin to water ripples, resonating in all directions. This sound wave, brilliant as the sun, was unstoppable. Wherever it traveled, malevolent spirits retreated, and myriad laws were dispelled. Crack! Crack! Accompanied by this resounding bell toll, the surface of the bell, marred with cracks, began to peel away inch by inch, revealing its true visage hidden beneath. It was an ancient bell seemingly cast from divine metal. Upon its body were engraved the sun, moon, stars, the forces of nature, mountains, rivers, flora and fauna, and the grand scene of all beings paying homage. Ancient, vast, noble, and sacred. This was the Eastern Emperor Bell. Roar! The charred specter behind, Lu Changqing, emitted a piercing wail before the overwhelming, purging force of the sun. Its indistinct features froze in a moment, leaving only a profound fear and disbelief. It seemed to behold the most inconceivable and terrifying existence in the world. Subsequently, its body shattered and melted like ice under the scorching sun, ultimately transforming into a cloud of black ashes that drifted down. The golden sound wave continued to ripple outward from the temple. Faintly, from afar beyond the mountains, a roar filled with rage and trepidation echoed. Within the hall, tranquility was finally restored. Only the golden bell stood silently, radiating a gentle afterglow. Host, Lu Changqing, Destiny. Eastern Emperor Bell, Spiritual Treasure, Primordial. Remnant, 110000. Cultivation, Qi Consumption Realm. First Layer, Spiritual Resonance. 0 points, Spiritual Root. Tai Sui, Eye of Deception. Spell, Dispelling Illusions, Beginner. Ha! Ha! Lu Changqing exhaled deeply, the tension in his nerves abruptly relaxing. A burning pain coursed through his entire being, nearly rendering him numb. The hall lay in disarray, candlesticks overturned, the floor riddled with cracks. Amidst the pile of black ashes that had once been the specter, a thumb-sized, juju pit-shaped object, emanating a pure flame aura, lay quietly. The moment Lu Changqing beheld it, he instinctively understood. It was the spiritual root of Ziyang Zhenren. Beside him lay an ancient, dark golden ring of exquisite design. Lu Changqing, struggling to maintain his balance, slowly approached the pile of black ash. Ignoring the spiritual roots scattered on the ground, he tremblingly picked up the ring first. It felt cold to the touch, its surface adorned with archaic and enigmatic runes. A faint smile crept across Lu Changqing's face. This was a storage ring, one he had witnessed the esteemed Ziyang Zhenren use with his own eyes. Chapter 4. The Origin, the Spirit Root, and the enigmatic Tai Sui. The resonant chime of the ancient bell echoed once more, its sound reverberating through the depths of the Taoist temple and rolling across the mountains. Lu Changqing stood before the venerable Eastern Emperor Bell, having just completed today's ritual of striking the bell. Spirit Resonance 1, Essence 1. The faintly golden panel before him displayed numbers that flickered slightly. After a lengthy period of recuperation, his injuries had mostly healed. Yet, the burn on his back, inflicted by a malevolent spirit, remained charred and painful. Having narrowly escaped death the previous night, one would think it unwise to linger in such a place. However, gazing upon the towering, majestic Eastern Emperor Bell, which could not diminish in size due to its damaged essence, Lu Changqing found himself unable to dismiss the thought of departing. To parade through the streets with such a treasure was tantamount to courting death, given his meager cultivation. The Jing dynasty, with its millennium-long legacy, now teetered on the brink of chaos. The old emperor had passed, and the ensuing struggle among his 5 sons had thrown the court into disarray. Disasters plagued the land. Demons proliferated, and strange occurrences ran rampant. Lu Changqing recalled the tales he had heard in his small town from wandering storytellers. The world had long descended into turmoil, and even his once peaceful village was no longer safe. It was there that his master, the Taoist Thing, had effortlessly resolved a peculiar incident involving deaths and midnight tolling. This encounter ultimately unveiled the profound destiny of an ordinary boy like him, who had been orphaned. Amidst a sea of envious and jealous gazes, he had followed the immortal teacher. Who could have foreseen that he would come so close to losing everything? In this chaotic era dominated by malevolent spirits, the Eastern Emperor Bell represented his sole hope and pillar of strength. He must cultivate his abilities swiftly here within this temple. Taking a deep breath, Lu Changqing suppressed his restless heart and redirected his focus to the spoils he had acquired the previous night, the storage ring of the old ghost, Ziyang. His spiritual energy probed within, revealing a spacious interior, approximately 10 zhong in diameter, albeit with few possessions. Contrary to his expectations, there were no formidable tomes of martial arts or powerful artifacts. Instead, the majority consisted of various dried meats and pills for fasting. The sheer quantity was enough to sustain him for several years. Lu Changqing could not help but twitch his lips. Was the old ghost so fearful of starvation? Or was he preparing to hide away and outlast his enemies? Aside from these provisions, there were numerous vials labeled with names such as Purple Origin Pill and Qi Condensing Pill. However, considering Ziyang's character, Lu Chongqing hesitated to use them. One could never tell if they were miraculous elixirs or deadly poisons. Lastly, he discovered a collection of colorful spirit stones, a battered ancient text without a cover, and some miscellaneous items. The spirit stones felt warm to the touch, imbued with a diverse array of pure spiritual energy. He tentatively lifted a particularly fine spirit stone and brought it close to the Eastern Emperor Bell. Buzz! In an instant, the spirit stone transformed into a stream of light, merging into the bell, causing the numbers on the panel to pulse. Spirit resonance, 1 point, transformed into spirit resonance, 2 points. Indeed, it was possible. Lu Chongqing's eyes sparkled as he took out all the spirit stones. Among the nearly 1,000 stones, only the finest few dozen were accepted and absorbed by the Eastern Emperor Bell. Once the absorption was complete, Lu Chongqing felt a surge of inspiration. He immediately summoned the interface. Host, Lu Chongqing, Destiny, Eastern Emperor Bell, Spiritual Treasure, Essence, Remnant, 210000, Cultivation, Chi Feeding Realm. First layer can be perfected. Spirit Resonance, 67 points. Spiritual Root, Tai Sui, Eye of Deception, can be traced. Spell, Breaking Illusions, Beginner, can be enhanced. Enhanced Cultivation. Without hesitation, Lu Chongqing focused his thoughts on the cultivation section. Instantly, 22 points of spirit resonance vanished. Boom! A torrent of warm energy erupted from his dantian, surging through the 12 meridians. The Chi-feeding realm, initially only having opened a single meridian, now ascended rapidly, unstoppable. Chi-feeding realm, 2nd layer. Chi-feeding realm, 3rd layer. Chi-feeding realm, 12th layer. Great perfection. A realm that would typically require years of arduous training to attain was achieved in the blink of an eye. The surging, vast spiritual energy flowed like a river, filling the fully opened 12 meridians, ceaseless and vigorous. Is this the power of investing in spiritual resonance? Lu Chongqing slowly clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within him, his heart filled with exhilaration. Continue. Enhance the spell further. He briefly glanced at the interface, investing another 30 points of spirit resonance into Breaking Illusions. Spell, Breaking Illusions, Beginner Minor Success, Major Success. As the spirit resonance was consumed, a warm sensation emanated from the ancestral aperture in his forehead. It felt as if an invisible hand gently brushed past him. The entire world seemed to sharpen, clarity multiplying manifold. He could even see the mayflies fluttering 100 meters away. Gazing at the remaining 15 points of spirit resonance, Lu Chongqing's attention shifted to the spiritual root section. Spiritual root, Tai Sui, Eye of Deception, can be traced. Tai Sui, Eye. Deception? He murmured softly, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the cold patterns on his ring. A chilling dread surged within him, almost freezing him in place. Shouldn't a spiritual root be a wondrous entity of heaven and earth, the foundation of the immortal path? Why would the Eastern Emperor Bell carry the word deception? This was starkly different from what the old ghost Xiang had taught him, even diverging from all his prior understanding. Lu Chongqing vaguely recalled that in the legends of his past life, Tai Sui was a celestial deity governing fortune and misfortune. Though sometimes perceived as a malevolent spirit, it was also a righteous god. But in this world, how could it be associated with deception? A potent sense of unease intertwined with intense curiosity surged within him. No, he must test the utility of tracing to see what changes this spiritual root may undergo. Otherwise, he would find no peace. Lu Chongqing's gaze sharpened, a flicker of resoluteness flashing through his eyes. Now that he had the Eastern Emperor Bell to protect him, despite the risks, it was certainly worth a try. He steadied his mind and summoned the interface once more. Host, Lu Chongqing, Destiny, Eastern Emperor Bell, Lingbao, Origin, Remnant, 210000, Cultivation, Chi Feeding Realm. 12th layer, Unbroken. Spirit Resonance, 15 points. Spiritual Root, Tai Sui, Eye, Mysterious, Traceable. Spell, Breaking Illusion, Great Accomplishment. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly calmed the tumultuous emotions within him. He focused his thoughts on the panel, concentrating on the words traceable. Traceable. Buzz. The ancient and rustic surface of the Eastern Emperor Bell suddenly illuminated with intricate and profound innate inscriptions. An indescribable, vast, and mysterious power instantly enveloped Lu Chongqing. Time appeared to freeze, and space seemed to solidify. Only the panel shone brightly, the text refreshing like a cascading waterfall. Traceable, Taishui I, mysterious, end of the Shang dynasty. Year 7 of King Yi, demonic calamities disrupted the court. The king heeded slanderous words, abandoned the rightful heir, and sought to kill his son to eliminate his lineage. Task: assist Prince Yin Jiao in escaping pursuing soldiers at the ancient temple outside the city. Identity: human Qi refiner, Qi feeding realm. 12th layer. Note: 10 points of origin can be consumed to choose true form descent. All consequences are at your own risk. Shang dynasty? Prince Yin Jiao? Escape from pursuing soldiers? Related to the mysterious? Lu Chongqing's heart skipped a beat. A sense of familiarity washed over him, though he could not quite grasp it. Before he could ponder further, a final confirmation prompt appeared on the panel. Would you like to consume 10 points of spirit resonance to initiate this trace? Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Chongqing resolved to uncover the true origin of the spiritual root within him. As for the option of true form descent, he disregarded it entirely. Not only would it consume his origin, but the ominous warning of bearing the consequences alone was deeply unsettling, potentially threatening his very life. In the instant he confirmed his intent, an irresistible wave of dizziness surged upon him. The heavens spun, the earth turned upside down. It was as if his soul had been forcibly extracted from his corporeal form and thrust into an unknown vortex. When Lu Chongqing's consciousness reassembled, a biting chill greeted him first. He discovered himself lying within a dilapidated ancient temple. Clad in a simple blue Taoist robe, his form remained unchanged. Beneath him lay a cold, hard ground, thickly coated in dust. Not far away stood a shattered ancient idol. The visage of the statue had long since become indistinct, leaving only a vague outline. Cobwebs draped like curtains, thickly woven in every corner of the temple. The air was saturated with a heavy mix of dust, rotting wood, and the distinct chill that accompanied the cessation of incense offerings. Rustle, rustle, a series of delicate and hurried footsteps, accompanied by the sound of fabric brushing against itself, suddenly pierced the silence outside the ancient temple and were rapidly approaching the temple door. It seemed someone was coming. Chapter 5. The shadowy soldiers of the ancient temple. As soon as Lu Chongqing heard the strange sound, he sprang to his feet. Without hesitation, he darted behind the dilapidated statue, concealing himself. Whose footsteps could these be? He held his breath, suppressing his presence, revealing only his vigilant eyes that fixated on the temple door. With a creaking sound, the door was forcefully pushed open, and a pale moonlight, mingled with dust, flooded in. A colossal shadow squeezed through first, towering nearly 10 feet high, its muscles bulging like a moving mountain. It was a rugged giant. Lu Chongqing's pupils constricted. The exaggerated physique reminded him of the mythological race of Quafu from his past life. Behind the giant stood a youthful boy, tender-faced and adorned in opulent attire, appearing around 14 or 15 years of age. A lingering air of nobility surrounded him, yet he was shrouded in palpable fear and fatigue. My lord, the night has deepened, and those things outside are growing increasingly rampant. Let us rest here for the night. The giant spoke, his voice resonating like thunder. The boy nodded, his gaze sweeping the ground until it landed on a fallen fragment of a plaque. He discerned the faint characters of Xianyuan, realizing he stood in the temple of the Emperor Xianyuan. Alas, it had fallen into such desolation. The boy sighed softly and approached the indistinct stone statue, respectfully bowing in homage. Great Xianyuan, I, your disciple Yin Jiao, implore your protection to escape this peril. In the future, I shall restore your honor and revive your worship. At that moment, neither Yin Jiao nor Lu Chongqing noticed that the once ambiguous statue appeared to bear a hint of a smile. Yin Jiao. Lu Chongqing's heart stirred. This boy, with his rosy lips, white teeth, and clear gaze, was indeed the target he was meant to assist. Yin Jiao? How could he be entangled in such a bizarre situation? Lu Chongqing's thoughts raced. After completing his reverence, Yin Jiao sought a clean corner, leaning against a pillar to prepare for rest. The giant remained alert, meticulously examining the temple's interior. Lu Chongqing pondered how to reveal himself and initiate conversation with the two. Unexpectedly, the giant's sharp gaze fixed upon the area behind the statue. "Who goes there?" The giant's voice thundered, his massive hand already gripping a bone club at his waist. "Come out, you sneaky thing." The atmosphere instantly turned tense. Lu Chongqing ceased his concealment, stepping forward with a feigned air of disarray, and clasped his hands in greeting. "I am merely a wandering practitioner, passing through this place when I was beset by malevolent spirits. By sheer fortune, I escaped and sought refuge here to recuperate. I hid behind the statue, fearing a pursuit by those specters." Upon hearing the giant's booming shout, Yin Jiao was startled and quickly dashed to the giant's side. He scrutinized the older youth who claimed to be a wandering practitioner, noting the steadiness of his demeanor and the clarity in his eyes, which suggested he was not of nefarious intent. "Are you a chi refiner?" Yin Jiao inquired with curiosity. In this chaotic world overrun by demons and spirits, exceptional individuals always garnered attention. Lu Chongqing nodded in acknowledgement, his demeanor neither servile nor overbearing. "Indeed, I am Lu Chongqing. May I inquire about the two of you?" Yin Jiao sighed, a youthful countenance marred by an incongruous sorrow. "I am Yin Jiao, the current crown prince, and this is General Fong Xiang. To be frank, I am on my way to the Peach Blossom Cave at Jiuxian Mountain to seek a master." "Your Highness." Lu Chongqing feigned surprise, then respectfully clasped his hands again. Bowing solemnly, "I have the honor to meet your Highness and the General. I beg your pardon. There's no need for excessive formality, Taoist. If it is not too much trouble, you may rest and recuperate here," Yin Jiao said earnestly as he turned to Lu Chongqing. It would be advantageous to have company on the journey ahead. Lu Chongqing felt a quiet relief in his heart. Things were progressing much more smoothly than he had anticipated. Just as Fong Xiang was about to respond to Yin Jiao's words, a cacophony of chaotic footsteps and the dull clinking of armor echoed from outside. Suddenly a cold, harsh voice pierced the night. "Your Highness, I am Lei Kai, and by the command of the king, I request your return to the palace." Before the last word had faded, the pale moonlight outside illuminated several figures clad in armor, surrounded by a thick, ghostly aura. Their movements were exceedingly stiff, resembling walking corpses, with eerie green flames flickering in their eye sockets, exuding an unsettling chill. They were unmistakably a troop of spectral soldiers. At the forefront stood a figure with a sinister expression and fierce eyes, none other than the great general of the Shang dynasty, Lei Kai. "Lei Kai, how dare you employ such vile sorcery to harm the soldiers of our great Shang?" Fong Xiang roared in indignation, his tiger-like eyes wide in fury as he recognized the technique of transforming soldiers into spectral beings. It was an exceptionally malevolent arcane art that required the vitality and souls of the living for its dark rituals. Lei Kai let out a derisive laugh, the scent of blood almost palpable in the air. "Huh, Fong Xiang, if it weren't for that old fool Huang Feihu sending only the feeble and the sickly to me, you would not have been able to protect the crown prince to this point. However, the king has issued a strict command to bring his highness back, and I am left with no choice but to resort to this desperate measure." His tone was icy. It took 1,000 soldiers to barely transform this mere 50 into spectral beings. What a waste. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Kai abruptly waved his hand, barking a command. "Surround the temple. Do not let them escape." Fong Xiang realized they had been encircled. Grabbing a massive bone club from an unknown beast, he charged out of the temple like an avalanche, confronting Lei Kai directly. "Your Highness, flee." In an instant, the sounds of clashing weapons and furious roars erupted outside the temple, the clanging of metal reverberating as sparks flew. Lei Kai led more than 20 spectral soldiers, firmly entangling the valiant Fong Xiang. With a malevolent grin, Lei Kai's gaze shifted over Fong Xiang, coldly sweeping toward the interior of the temple. He waved his hand sharply toward the remaining spectral soldiers. "You lot, go inside and capture the crown prince." The 10 spectral soldiers, their eyes ablaze with ghostly green fire, moved with stiff and heavy steps toward the crumbling temple door. A powerful wave of sinister cold surged forth. Yin Jiao, being young and accustomed to the palace, had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. Startled and pale, he retreated repeatedly, his teeth chattering, and his sword clattered to the ground. Lu Chongqing had long been on high alert, and upon seeing the situation, he hesitated no longer. In a swift motion, he glided through the air like a wisp of smoke, instantly retrieving his fallen sword. With a flick of his wrist, the blade sang softly, shielding the ashen-faced youth behind him. The spectral soldiers, devoid of intelligence, approached with a chilling and mechanical demeanor, emanating a menacing aura. Lu Chongqing's expression grew grave as he unleashed the full extent of his energy at the 12th level of the Spirit Qi realm. Channeling it into his sword, he advanced to confront them. With a hiss, the blade flashed like lightning, aiming precisely at one of the specter's chests. Yet, the sword tip met with an unyielding resistance, as if it had struck a pile of cotton, leaving the specter unfazed. Startled, Lu Chongqing swiftly struck again, this time targeting its neck. The specter, seemingly oblivious, continued to raise its spear, piercing the air towards Lu Chongqing's face with a mournful whistle. Alarmed, Lu Chongqing sidestepped the attack, the spear's tip grazing past his robe. Clearly, these were no ordinary soldiers. Physical attacks were ineffectual against them. Recognizing the futility of conventional methods, Lu Chongqing resolutely activated his divine ability, Illusion Break. In an instant, a faint golden vertical pupil appeared on his forehead. Through the vision granted by this power, the specter's armor and flesh dissolved before his eyes, revealing a chilling skeleton clad in icy armor. Within the hollow skull, a pulsating green flame danced violently. Was that the fire of the soul? In an instant, Lu Chongqing understood. Extinguishing that flame was the only way to vanquish the spectral soldier entirely. Without a moment's hesitation, he became a blur of motion, darting between the specters with agility. His sword, no longer wielded haphazardly, traced a cunning arc of cold light, accurately aiming for the head of another specter that had just crossed the temple threshold. With a crisp crack, the specter's skull shattered, and the green flame within extinguished immediately. The towering skeleton crumbled to the ground, reduced to a pile of useless bones and shattered armor. Spirit Resonance 1. Upon seeing the notification, Lu Chongqing's spirit soared. Vanquishing the specters yielded spirit resonance. Identifying their weakness, he accelerated, becoming a phantom weaving through the remaining specters. With each swing of his sword, the sharp sound of splintering bones echoed around him. In a matter of moments, the 10 specters that had rushed into the temple were obliterated. Having dispatched the specters within the temple, Lu Chongqing cast a quick glance outside at the fierce battle between Feng Xiang and Lei Kai, as well as the encroaching specters. Recognizing the urgency of their situation, he knew they could not linger. His mission was to assist the Crown Prince Yin Jiao in evading pursuit. Acting decisively, he grasped the still-shaken Yin Jiao by the arm. "Your Highness, we cannot remain here. We must leave at once." Chapter 6. The Emergence of the Jade Pipa Spirit. This is indeed the world of the primordial gods. A fierce battle rages outside the temple. Lei Kai, having persistently attacked Feng Xiang without success, begins to grow anxious and enraged. He lets out a low roar, and peculiar, dark green patterns emerge on his skin, his aura turning sinister and frenzied. Then, he inhales deeply, drawing forth the soul flames from the cranial cavities of over 10 ghostly soldiers, consuming them within himself. Following this, his bones crack audibly, and he suddenly grows several inches taller, his muscles bulging. The long blade in his hand ignites with a ghostly fire, and he strikes fiercely at Feng Xiang. With a resounding crack, Feng Xiang's bone staff shatters under the weight of this malevolent force, and in a moment of surprise, a deep wound is sliced across his chest, exposing bone. His massive form is sent flying, crashing violently into the temple wall. With a thunderous boom, the earthen wall near the temple entrance collapses. Amidst the swirling dust, Feng Xiang crashes into the temple, his chest heaving violently, breath faint. Lei Kai, accompanied by the remaining ghostly soldiers, steps over the rubble with a sinister grin, his eyes locking onto Lu Chongqing, who is dragging Yin Jiao towards the temple door. The sight of the scattered remnants of his ghostly soldiers ignites his fury. Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of my great Shang and destroy my ghostly soldiers? Lei Kai's voice drips with cold malice, akin to that of a venomous serpent. Before Lu Changqing can respond, Lei Kai swings his long knife, now ablaze with ghostly fire, and strikes fiercely at him. The blade tears through the air, carrying a chilling aura and a pungent scent of blood. Lu Changqing's pupils constrict. Channeling the 12th layer of spirit power, he swiftly raises his sword to block the attack. Simultaneously, without hesitation, he expends a bit of spiritual resonance to summon the protective image of the Golden Bell. The phantom of the Eastern Emperor Bell materializes. Ding! The clash of metal sounds, sparks flying. Lu Changqing feels an immense force surging towards him, nearly dislodging the sword from his grasp. His entire being is shaken, and he stumbles back several steps. Although the Golden Bell absorbs this strike, it dims and vanishes. Such meager strength dares to meddle in affairs beyond its reach. Lei Kai scoffs, having absorbed the ghostly flames of his soldiers, temporarily amplifying his power. Lu Changqing's gaze sharpens. He realizes that engaging in a direct confrontation is unwise. He promptly expends another point of spiritual resonance to summon the phantom of the Eastern Emperor Bell once more. Meanwhile, he deftly alters his footwork, evading and maneuvering to find an opportunity. As Lei Kai's blade strikes against the Golden Bell's image, a dull thud resonates, and the bell shatters instantly. Lu Changqing remains unfazed. Summoning again, he keenly observes that with each swing of Lei Kai's blade, the ferocity of his aura diminishes significantly. This dark sorcery has a time limit. As Lei Kai's relentless assaults yield no success, his fury escalates, and his attacks grow increasingly frenzied. Ding! 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 The bell's image shatters repeatedly, and Lu Changqing summons anew each time. In the blink of an eye, he has expended 7 or 8 points of spiritual resonance. Meanwhile, Lei Kai's aura has noticeably declined, his attacks losing their former potency. Damn it! Lei Kai curses inwardly, realizing that he cannot afford to delay any longer. He prepares to devour the remaining ghostly flames of his soldiers, intending to eradicate this slippery young man once and for all. However, just at that moment, originally lying on the ground, gasping for breath, Feng Xiang suddenly emitted a thunderous roar. From an unknown source, he unleashed a surge of strength, rising up as if illuminated by a fleeting moment of clarity. With his last ounce of energy, he seized the arms of Lei Kai, who was about to cast a spell. Hurry! Feng Xiang's eyes blazed with a crimson hue, and he shouted, "This is our chance." The opportunity he had created was fleeting, and without hesitation, Lu Changqing sprang into action. No longer evading, he darted towards the restrained Lei Kai with the swiftness of lightning. Lei Kai, firmly held by Feng Xiang, felt his strength waning, unable to break free. In desperation, he could only struggle as the chilling light in front of him loomed larger. No! Thud! The sharp blade pierced his heart, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, severing all remnants of Lei Kai's vitality and defiance. In disbelief, he lowered his head, gazing at the sword that had penetrated his chest. His mouth opened in a silent gasp as his towering form collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. The remaining spectral soldiers lost their support and disintegrated into ashes. Spirit Resonance 20, a prompt flashed before them. Lu Changqing and the weary Feng Xiang both exhaled in relief almost simultaneously. However, before they could utter a word, a chilling, viscous, and bone-chilling demonic wind swept through the air without warning. This sinister wind instantly filled the dilapidated temple, causing the shattered window frames to wail mournfully. Crack! Crack! A series of jarring breaking sounds suddenly erupted. The source of the noise was none other than the Xianyuan statue, which Yin Jiao had once fervently worshipped. The once weathered and ancient surface of the statue now bore a web of intricate cracks. An eerie luminescence seeped from the depths of the fissures, growing ever brighter. Dust cascaded down as the stone shell peeled away like an eggshell. Revealed within was an exquisite woman, radiant as jade, with a figure of unparalleled elegance. She was draped only in a gossamer veil, cradling a pipa carved from precious jade. Giggle. The woman wore a languid and haughty expression, emitting a light laugh that carried an indescribable allure and chill. Fortunately, Sister Daji had foreseen everything, sending me here to monitor in secret. Otherwise, the prince might have truly escaped. Prince, the Xinyuan sage is currently preoccupied and cannot protect you. Her mesmerizing eyes glanced disdainfully at Lei Kai's lifeless body on the ground, her lips curling into an unmistakable sneer of contempt and revulsion. Useless. You couldn't even handle this trivial matter, truly a disgrace to the king. As her words lingered, the malevolent and terrifying aura intensified. The air seemed to thicken, rendering their breaths increasingly labored. Upon hearing Daji, king, and recalling the jade pipa, Lu Changqing's mind erupted with thunderous clarity. Countless fragments of mythological tales surged forth, intertwining to form a spine-chilling and terrifying vision, a depiction of the investiture of the gods. Could it be that this is the primordial world of the legendary sage, where the heavens and the earth are manipulated and deities and demons abound? With mortals and immortals alike mere pawns in the grand game, is the Tao Tai I connected to the divine ceiling? And the demon before me is none other than one of the three demons of Xuanyuan's tomb, the Jade Pipa spirit. Faced with such a legendary monstrosity, my meager cultivation feels inferior, akin to that of a mere ant. Lu Changqing felt a chilling aura surge from his feet straight to the crown of his head. The Jade Pipa spirit, emerging from the stone statue, regarded the others with utter disdain. Her soul-stealing gaze fell upon Yin Jiao, her lips curling into a cruel smile. Yin Jiao, do you see who this is? As her voice echoed, a wretched spectral figure of a woman materialized in the temple. The specter's eyes were hollow, with gaping, bloody sockets. Her limbs resembled charred remnants, as if scorched by fierce flames, exuding endless resentment and agony. Mother! Yin Jiao merely glanced at the apparition, and his youthful eyes, which once held innocence, instantly transformed into a blood-red hue, like a wounded beast. He roared, seizing the long sword from Lu Changqing's grasp, and charged furiously towards the Jade Pipa spirit. That was his mother, the Empress of the Great Shang, Empress Jiang, the woman who once embodied grace and virtue, revered by all. Through the malicious slanders of the demoness Daji, the unjust accusation of attempting to assassinate King Zhou was thrust upon her. Ultimately, she suffered the horrific fate of having her eyes gouged out and her hands branded, dying in anguish and injustice. A deep-seated vendetta, a blood feud that demands vengeance without rest. Chapter 7. Bold Demon, Reveal Yourself. By Yin Jiao side, Lu Changqing felt an alarm ringing in his heart. Just moments ago, he intended to pull Yin Jiao away from the temple to escape, but he was a step too late. Amidst the turmoil, Yin Jiao had even snatched away his long sword. Your Highness, as Feng Xiang witnessed, Yin Jiao burst forth. His eyes were filled with fury. Despite his severe injuries, he summoned his last breath, roaring as he followed suit. His massive form charged forward with resolute determination, swinging his colossal fist toward the seemingly fragile jade spirit. A sense of dread enveloped Lu Changqing. This formidable demon was beyond their capacity to confront. Yet both men, like moths drawn to flame, surged toward the enchanting woman. The Jade Pipa spirit remained unfazed by their onslaught, her lips curling into a deeper, mocking smile, a cruel expression akin to a cat toying with its prey. She gently adjusted the Jade Pipa in her arms, her slender fingers carelessly strumming the strings. A clear yet eerie sound erupted, resonating like ripples of water spreading outward. Surprisingly, Yin Jiao seemed unaffected by this melody, his eyes still blazing red as he wielded his sword and recklessly charged at the Jade Pipa spirit, roaring, "Demon, return my mother's life." However, as the sound waves swept over Feng Xiang, he let out a primal howl of anguish. His massive body trembled violently, his gaze replaced by a frenzied bloodlust. The demonic melody seized his very soul. Feng Xiang abruptly turned, seemingly igniting his own life force. His movements were incredibly swift, his gigantic fist crashing down toward Lu Chongqing with the force of a landslide. Lu Chongqing had sensed the impending danger the moment the Peepa's spirit revealed herself. He had already exhausted his spiritual resonance to summon the ethereal form of the Eastern Emperor's bell for protection. Yet, Feng Xiang's life-threatening punch was terrifyingly potent. Boom! The golden bell's illusion quaked violently, shattering within a breath. The residual force struck Lu Chongqing's body, causing his blood to surge violently. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, disregarding the crimson stains. Without hesitation, he again expended his spiritual resonance to summon the golden bell for defense while hastily retreating. The demonic melody was insidiously weaving into his mind. Were it not for the shelter of the Eastern Emperor's bell, he too might succumb like Feng Xiang. Feng Xiang was ensnared by the demonic sound. Lu Chongqing's heart raced with urgency as he unleashed his full power to break the illusion. Under the influence of the spell, Feng Xiang's body became entwined with invisible threads, resembling a marionette under control. The source of these threads unmistakably pointed toward the smiling, piano-playing figure. Before Lu Chongqing could contemplate how to sever these strands, a chilling scene caught his peripheral vision. Yin Jiao, who had been charging at the Peepa's spirit, now knelt despondently upon the ground. His face contorted with profound agony, yet strangely intermingled with a hint of release. His arm, clutching the long sword, trembled. In the next instant, he abruptly reversed the sword's tip, his eyes vacant as he unhesitatingly plunged it into his own heart. Crimson blood stained the collar of his garment. The enchanting melody of the Peepa's spirit did not fail to influence Yin Jiao. Rather, it magnified the anguish and despair he felt over his mother's tragic demise, ultimately luring him towards self-destruction. Damn it! Lu Chongqing's expression darkened, as if it could rain. He sought to intervene, but was ensnared by the frenzied Feng Xiang. In the next moment, time seemed to freeze, the surroundings solidifying into an eerie stillness. A chilling notification appeared before him. Mission failed. Yin Jiao is dead. As consciousness slipped away, Lu Chongqing's gaze, filled with desperation, was fixated on the Peepa's spirit before Yin Jiao, whose radiant smile belied a deeper malice. To his astonishment, he discerned that the spirit was enveloped in an overwhelming aura, which seemed not to stem from her own cultivation. She was not the true embodiment, but merely a wisp of demon soul, bound to the divine statue, drawing upon its power to manifest such might. So, it was thus relying on external forces the scene shattered, and his awareness returned to his body. Lu Chongqing jolted awake, still maintaining his position against the Eastern Sovereign Bell. Yet his heart raced uncontrollably, cold sweat soaking through his robe. It felt as though only a heartbeat had passed. He fixed his gaze upon the faint golden panel before him. Host, Lu Chongqing, Destiny. Eastern Sovereign Bell, Spiritual Treasure, Source. Remnant, 210000. Cultivation, 12th layer of Qi consumption, unbroken. Spiritual Resonance, 25 points. Root, Tai Sui Eye Deception, traceable 1-3. Spell, Broken Illusion, major completion. I have failed, Lu Chongqing muttered softly, a flicker of reluctance crossing his eyes. There was, astonishingly, a Peepa's spirit concealed behind it all. This Tai Sui Eye Deception was indeed linked to the primordial sealing of divinities. Realizing that the world he inhabited might be connected to the ancient lore of primordial deities, Lu Chongqing's sense of urgency surged to its peak. This realm was fraught with peril. He glanced at the remaining 25 points of spiritual resonance on the panel, his gaze gradually steeling. Once more, he would not falter. The Peepa spirit was but a wisp of demon soul, clinging to the divine statue. If he could destroy the statue beforehand, severing her foundation, there was indeed a chance. This time he would not fail. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed, and reached out to communicate with the panel again. Trace. A familiar sensation enveloped him once more. The panel blazed with brilliance, the text cascading like a waterfall. Trace, Tai Sui, Eye Deception. Mission, assist the Crown Prince Yin Jiao in escaping the pursuers at the ancient temple outside the city. Would you like to spend 10 points of spiritual resonance to initiate this trace? Yes. Lu Chongqing hesitated not for a moment. He was transported back to that fateful night at the dilapidated temple. As Lu Changqing's consciousness coalesced, he did not pause for breath. Before the footsteps of Feng Xiang and Yin Jiao could draw near, he leaped from the ground. With an ethereal grace, he swiftly darted behind the statue, unleashing the power of the void-breaking divine art. The golden vertical pupils etched between his brows shimmered into existence. As anticipated, within the realm of his perception, a spectral, bewitching soul resembling a pipa, radiating an otherworldly jade light, clung tightly to the statue, drawing upon the remnants of incense and fervent wishes embedded within the stone. Its presence was significantly weaker than during its last manifestation. This spirit was indeed leveraging the statue's power, merely posturing. The sound of footsteps approached, growing louder. It was Yin Jiao and Feng Xiang entering. Lu Changqing held his breath, concealing himself behind the statue, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. He silently recited, "O Xianyuan sage, may your generosity be vast. I shall sculpt you in pure gold henceforth." After a brief interval, Yin Jiao stepped reverently before the indistinct statue, bowing deeply in devotion. "O Xianyuan sage, I, your disciple Yin Jiao, beseech you." Now was the moment. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Changqing's eyes as he channeled his spiritual energy with immense force, delivering a thunderous punch upon the statue. Boom! The deafening roar echoed as the statue before Yin Jiao suddenly shattered. Stone fragments erupted, and dust filled the air. Seizing the opportunity while Yin Jiao was in prayer and the spirit was momentarily distracted, Lu Changqing launched his attack. With no statue to possess, let us see how formidable this Pipa's spirit truly is. Amidst the flying debris, Lu Changqing swiftly appeared beside Yin Jiao. Simultaneously, he expended his spiritual resonance, manifesting the golden shadow of a bell. "I am the Taoist, Lu Changqing," he bellowed, shaking the temple to its core. "Audacious demon, why do you not reveal yourself at once?" This sudden turn of events left Yin Jiao, who was still bowed, in a state of shock. Feng Xiang, too, was filled with astonishment and fury, gripping his bone club and instinctively glancing toward the direction Lu Changqing pointed. Through the swirling clouds of dust, the fragmented statue bizarrely emanated a dense aura of demonic energy. This energy rapidly coalesced and transformed, taking the form of an enchanting figure, the very Pipa's spirit. At this moment, her countenance was stark and devoid of the previous languid arrogance. Instead, it was replaced by boundless fury and panic. Chapter 8. The encounter of Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi in a moment of negligence. The Jade Pipa spirit lost the revered statue of Xianyuan, which had been worshipped by countless people. Now, she was merely a fragile fragment of a great demon. "How could you possibly discover me?" The sharp voice of the Jade Pipa spirit, laced with unmistakable panic and false bravado, pierced the air. Lu Changqing's gaze was icy. Time was of the essence, and Lei Kai could arrive at any moment. He spoke in a deep voice. "General Feng Xiang, this is the Demoness Daji's minion, the Jade Pipa spirit. She intends to harm His Highness the Crown Prince. Will you not assist me in eliminating this demon?" As he spoke, he seized the long sword from Yin Jiao's hands, pointing it towards the Pipa spirit and charging forward. Feng Xiang was taken aback by these words, observing Lu Changqing enveloped in a golden aura that exuded sanctity and solemnity. Then he beheld the Pipa spirit, whose demonic aura swirled around her, revealing her alarm. Enraged, he shouted, "Demoness, how dare you threaten His Highness?" He then swung his bone staff and charged after Lu Changqing. Seeing this, the Jade Pipa spirit became increasingly frantic and disoriented. Without the protection of her sacred statue, her powers were significantly diminished. Even more perilous was the overwhelming masculine energy radiating from Feng Xiang the moment she drew near him. Her soul felt as if it were being scorched by fierce flames, unbearable to endure. Moreover, Lu Changqing proved to be a formidable adversary. Wielding his sword, his brow bore a vertical pupil that flickered with golden light, as if he could see through illusions. Each time the Pipa spirit attempted to evade or conceal herself, he detected her presence. With each stroke of his sword, he struck true against a protective demonic aura, weakening her further with every blow. She could no longer even summon the Jade Pipa. In mere moments, the two had reduced the Pipa's spirit to a state of utter disarray, her once formidable presence diminished. At that instant, the tides had turned. Even before Lei Kai could arrive at the temple, the weakened essence of the Jade Pipa spirit was vanquished by their combined efforts. Before her demise, only her shrill, resentful screams echoed through the dilapidated temple. Chanking Zi, very well, I shall remember you. And you, Lei Kai, you worthless fool. At that moment, Lei Kai's figure finally appeared outside the temple doors. He furrowed his brow, sensing that someone had been cursing him. Just then a cold, biting voice sliced through the night. Your Highness, I am Lei Kai, under the command of the great king, requesting your return to the palace. Lu Changqing's expression grew grave. He made a decisive call. General Feng Xiang, let us confront the enemy. You distract Lei Kai. I shall strike at his wings first. Before he finished speaking, Lu Changqing had already dashed out of the temple. Feng Xiang, having placed his trust in Lu Changqing, did not hesitate. With a roar of fury, he followed closely behind. As they burst through the doors, they were met by a horde of ominous, armored, ghostly soldiers. Feng Xiang's eyes widened in anger. Lei Kai, how dare you employ such dark sorcery against our loyal soldiers? With a fierce shout, he swung his bone staff down towards Lei Kai. Clang! Lei Kai hurriedly raised his blade to block, simultaneously bellowing. Surround them. At his command, over 50 ghostly soldiers sprang into action, their eyes ignited with eerie green flames. As Lu Changqing and Feng Xiang faced the encroaching shadows, Lu Changqing had already discerned the weaknesses of these spectral warriors. With an ethereal grace, he evaded their encirclement, his sword glinting with a chilling light as it targeted the vital points of the shadowy foes. With a swift thrust, the sword sliced through, shattering their skulls, extinguishing their soul flames, and scattering their skeletal remains across the ground. The notifications flickered incessantly. Meanwhile, Feng Xiang was locked in a fierce battle with Lei Kai. This time, Lei Kai found no opportunity to consume the soul fire. Confronted with Feng Xiang's fury, the conflict was exceptionally intense. In mere moments, Lu Changqing had dispatched the spectral warriors with the ease of chopping vegetables, leaving a ground strewn with shattered bones and armor. Seeing his spectral minions fully annihilated, Lei Kai's heart sank in terror. Realizing his plight, he feigned a strike and attempted to flee. Not so fast. Feng Xiang roared, relentlessly pursuing Lei Kai. Simultaneously, Lu Changqing closed in, his icy blade aimed at Lei Kai. Surrounded on both sides, there was no escape for Lei Kai. He struggled frantically, trying to fend off their joint assault, but all his efforts were in vain. In a desperate cry, Lu Changqing's sword found its mark, piercing through Lei Kai's heart. The violent surge of spiritual energy obliterated any flicker of life within him. With a thunderous crash, Lei Kai fell to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief and regret. The familiar notification reappeared. Exhaling deeply, Lu Changqing and Feng Xiang simultaneously felt a wave of relief wash over them. Standing in the clearing outside the dilapidated temple, both men bore the fatigue of their fierce battle. The night breeze swept through, carrying with it the scent of blood and chill. They inspected the temple, confirming its safety. Although Yin Jiao was shaken, he was unharmed. That night, the flickering campfire illuminated the broken temple as the two took turns keeping watch, unable to truly relax. As dawn broke, the rising sun dispelled the chill within the ruins. The three of them tidied themselves and stepped out of the crumbling Xianyuan temple. However, they had scarcely taken a few steps when a golden light appeared in the distance, swiftly approaching them. In the blink of an eye, it was upon them. As the radiance dimmed, an elderly figure clad in a light yellow Taoist robe, exuding an aura of celestial grace, descended from the clouds, landing gracefully before them. With a gentle smile, the elder's gaze settled on Yin Jiao, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. I am Guang Qingzi. Fortunately, I have not arrived too late. Guang Qingzi. Upon hearing this, Yin Jiao was filled with both astonishment and joy. Salvation had arrived. This was indeed the master that General Huang Feihu had directed him to seek. He hurried forward and respectfully bowed, exclaiming, "Disciple Yin Jiao pays homage to master." At that moment, a new notification popped up on Lu Changqing's faintly golden interface. Mission completed, Spiritual Harmony 100, options. 1. Attempt to become Guang Qingzi's disciple. 2. Depart now. Gazing at these two choices, Lu Changqing's breath caught his throat. A thought crossed his mind, and he made his decision. What a jest! This was the legendary world of the investiture of the gods, and the figure before him was one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. As a direct disciple of the esteemed Yu Su Palace's primordial supreme being, he is indeed a figure of great significance. When the opportunity to seek guidance arose, how could he possibly refrain from seizing it? He promptly arranged his Taoist robe and took a step forward, bowing deeply before Guang Qingzi. With utmost sincerity, he spoke, "I am Lu Changqing, and I have the honor of meeting you, Master Guang Qingzi. Last night, I fortuitously encountered His Highness Yin Jiao and provided him with protection along the way. I too aspire towards the immortal path and humbly beseech you, Master, to grant me the privilege of serving you closely, so that I may absorb your profound teachings of the Tao." Upon hearing these words, Guang Qingzi finally turned his gaze towards Lu Changqing, preparing to respond. Suddenly, a streak of radiant light surged from a distance, swiftly approaching and in the blink of an eye, landing nearby. As the brilliance faded, it revealed a Taoist clad in robes alongside a young man. "Senior brother, I have finally located you." The newcomer, upon seeing Guang Qingzi, displayed a joyful countenance and hurriedly approached to pay his respects. This individual was Qi Jingzi, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Beside him stood Yin Hong, the younger brother of Yin Jiao, also fleeing from pursuers. Qi Jingzi's gaze then fell upon Lu Changqing, scrutinizing him with a frown that betrayed his disdain. With a sneer, he remarked, "At your tender age, with such meager cultivation and a foundation so shallow, resorting to the methods of heterodox paths, you harbor unrealistic hopes of entering our Chan sect?" His words dripped with scorn for Lu Changqing's origins and qualifications. Upon hearing this, Lu Changqing felt a weight settle upon his heart, realizing, "I had forgotten that the Chan sect prides itself on being the true lineage of Pangu, promulgating the Tao on behalf of heaven, placing great emphasis on foundational practice, and maintaining an exceptionally high threshold for entry, unlike the Jie sect, which welcomes all without discrimination." Yet, Qi Jingzi is indeed a golden immortal, and his words are excessively harsh. Guang Qingzi maintained a serene expression, neither affirming nor denying Qi Jingzi's remarks. Instead, he turned once more to Lu Changqing, his tone neutral. "In light of your assistance in escorting my disciple, you have indeed demonstrated minor merit. Thus, I shall grant you a spell as a token of gratitude. Although this spell is not a grand Taoist principle, it is derived from one of the 36 celestial dipper techniques, the greater 5 elements escape." However, he refrained from mentioning anything regarding Lu Changqing's potential acceptance into his sect. With a flick of his finger, a golden stream of light instantly surged into Lu Changqing's brow. Lu Changqing felt a profound wave of information flooding into his mind. It was a spell known as Lesser 5 Elements Escape, seemingly quite practical, allowing one to traverse the world through elemental evasion. Before he could fully comprehend it, the scene before him began to blur, distort, and recede rapidly. Lu Changqing's consciousness returned to his original form. Chapter 9, Eastern Sovereign, Reveal Your Power. Upgrade, the 2 Divine Arts. Host, Lu Changqing, Destiny. Eastern Sovereign Bell, Spiritual Treasure, Origin. Remnant, 210000. Cultivation, 12th level of Qi Consumption Realm, Unbroken. Spiritual Essence, 171 points. Spiritual Root, Tai Sui Eye of Deception, traceable 2-3 times. Spells, Breaking Illusions, Great Accomplishment. Upgradable, Minor 5 Elements Escape, Uninitiated Upgradable. The task has been completed. Lu Changqing rubbed his temples. Gazing at the clear panel data, a sense of calmness settled in his heart. This time, the tracing confirmed the connection between this world and the mythos of the Great Desolation. He murmured softly, "An investiture of the gods, Yin Jiao was enshrined as the god of Tai Sui, master of fortune and misfortune, a deity of formidable repute and dread. He too possessed 3 eyes. The Tai Sui Eye of Deception. Such similar names, it is highly likely they are derived from the same source. Yet, what exactly transpired in this world after the investiture of the gods? How could a dignified deity be entangled with deception? One question after another weighed heavily upon his mind. With only one tracing opportunity remaining, Lu Chongqing lowered his gaze, concealing the worries in his eyes. He needed to find a way to supplement or seek another path. The inability to trace diminished a crucial avenue for swiftly acquiring substantial spiritual essence and enhancing his strength. The old ghost Ziyang had left behind a spiritual root. Lu Chongqing recalled his master's spiritual root. Perhaps it could yield some clues? He retrieved the spiritual root, resembling a juju pit and emanating a faint warmth. The moment he produced it, a pale golden panel promptly displayed a prompt. Spiritual root, world-burning fire of deception, mergeable, feasible. However, this fire deception, the juxtaposition of these 2 words instantly reminded Lu Chongqing of the terrifying charred specter from last night. A shiver ran down his spine. He wondered if that malevolent entity was connected to this spiritual root. He did not hesitate for long. Mirje. The Eastern sovereign bell gently vibrated. Countless ancient golden inscriptions instantly materialized upon the surface of the bell, embedding themselves into Lu Chongqing's palm as the fiery spiritual root. The root quivered violently, suddenly erupting in a blinding red light, as if a fierce flame were about to explode within. Yet, it ultimately proved futile. Lu Chongqing distinctly observed a thread of extremely faint, nearly imperceptible purple radiance being forcibly extracted from the fiery spiritual root. It then vanished into his dantian, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, the world-burning fire of deception, spiritual root, seemed to have been drained of all its power, instantly transforming into a wisp of ash, lingering between his fingers. The panel information subsequently updated. Spiritual root, Tai Sui Eye of Deception, traceable 26 times. The number of tracing opportunities had significantly increased by 3. Merging other deceptive spiritual roots can enhance tracing opportunities. This revelation alleviated some of the anxiety in his heart. If he could acquire more spiritual roots, his cultivation could rapidly ascend, potentially allowing him to restore the Eastern sovereign bell sooner. Otherwise, one must diligently strike the clock for over 200 years to restore the essence of the Eastern sovereign to its complete form. The mere thought of this number sent a shiver down Lu Chongqing's spine. Resolving not to dwell on it further, he decided to spend some spiritual essence to calm his nerves. With 171 points of spiritual essence, his cultivation was unfortunately stymied at the 12th layer of the food chi realm. No advancement was possible. What other conditions remained unfulfilled? Stroking his chin, Lu Chongqing momentarily set aside the notion of ascending on the spot. Since his cultivation could not be elevated, he would first fortify his spells. His focus turned to the Breaking Illusions spell on the panel. Enhancing Breaking Illusions required 50 points of spiritual essence. Lu Chongqing felt a twinge of surprise. This consumption was indeed greater than the total spent from entry to mastery. Yet he sensed that this could herald a significant transformation. Enhance. The words of Breaking Illusions began to blur, twist, and evolve. Following this, a resplendent golden light surged forth, transforming into several brand new characters. Breaking Illusions and Exorcising Evil, divine ability. Buzz. Almost simultaneously, Lu Chongqing felt a burning sensation at the center of his brow. A faint, vertical golden divine pattern, reminiscent of a streak of lightning, coalesced at his third eye. It was ethereal and extraordinary. Soon after, a profound understanding flooded into his mind. He instantly comprehended the myriad uses of this divine ability. Breaking illusions and exorcising evil. Under this divine ability, no illusion can escape detection. Not only can it effortlessly unveil the essence and discern weaknesses, but it can also conjure forth a radiant golden light, as brilliant as the sun, to vanquish evil. This expenditure of 50 points of spiritual essence was truly worthwhile. Lu Chongqing was exceedingly pleased with this return. This divine ability would serve as a crucial trump card for him in this bizarre world. Next, his gaze fell upon the spell bestowed by Guang Qingzi, minor 5 elements escape. With a thought, information regarding this spell emerged. Minor 5 elements escape. Derived from the 36 celestial divination techniques of 5 elements great escape, it requires gathering the spirits of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth and refining them into one's body before one can utilize the power of the 5 elements to escape. Refining the spirits of the 5 elements? Lu Chongqing's breath caught in his throat, incredulous at this entry requirement. The escape technique, rooted in the legendary celestial powers, had such bizarre and sinister prerequisites? Refining spirits? This was in stark contrast to the ethereal Taoist practices he had envisioned. Could it be that the spirits of this world were not the vengeful souls he had imagined? Yet, with the word sinister even present in the name of the spiritual root, he found it hard to remain optimistic. Numerous chilling thoughts flashed through his mind, ultimately suppressed. Fortunately, I possess the Eastern Sovereign Bell, which can directly enhance my abilities without the need to refine any spirits into my form. Lu Chongqing felt immensely relieved. From entry to divine ability, the spiritual essence should suffice. He could hardly imagine how swiftly he would be able to flee with this divine escape technique. Eastern Sovereign, augment my power. Oh no, enhance. Let me witness your might. Spiritual essence, -5. Spiritual essence, -50. The panel shimmered with golden light. Minor 5 elements escape transformed directly into 5 elements spirit escape, divine ability. Lu Chongqing was suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of affinity with the elements of heaven and earth. It felt as though they were beckoning him to come and play. The profound mysteries of supernatural powers surged into his mind. 5 elements spirit escape, supernatural power. One could traverse using the power of the 5 elements. Into water, one would escape by water. Into earth, one would escape by earth. Invisible and elusive, traveling thousands of miles in an instant. With this ability, what need had he for a steed of great renown? A sudden wave of freedom washed over Lu Chongqing, as if the vastness of the heavens and the earth were his playground. He noticed that only 36 points of spiritual resonance remained on the interface, leaving him with no immediate means of enhancement. Rising to his feet, he prepared to test this escape technique, intending to tidy up the small Taoist temple. After all, he was destined to become the master of the temple. As the saying goes, a monk must strike the bell daily. Not to mention, he was now a Taoist priest, striking the chaotic treasure, the Eastern Emperor bell. With a soft thud, a tattered ancient tome fell from Lu Chongqing's grasp onto the ground. He paused in surprise, recalling that this was the book he had previously discovered within the storage ring of the old ghost Xiang, suspected to be a manual of celestial techniques. He had taken out while allowing the Eastern Emperor Bell to absorb spiritual stones, but the subsequent surprises had caused him to forget about it. Lu Chongqing bent down to retrieve the ancient text, casually flipping through its worn pages. Chapter 10. The Eerie Cultivation Diary. This is indeed a fragmented diary. The pages are yellowed and brittle, with edges marred by burns and corrosion. Most of the content is obscured, with only a few passages remaining somewhat coherent. On the 3rd day of the 3rd month, clear skies, my master achieved perfect enlightenment and ascended to the celestial realm, receiving congratulations from various sections. Yet, there is an unsettling feeling that the master who transcended from his corporeal form has transformed into a different being. On the 15th day of the 10th month, reign, I perused the sect's collection of texts and stumbled upon relics left by predecessors, which spoke of spiritual roots. 30,000 years ago, there seemed to be no concept of refining spiritual roots. Spiritual roots, spiritual roots. Why must one possess such an entity in the present world to embark upon the path of immortality? How absurd. It is merely the essence of a powerful specter transformed from the lingering resentment of the deceased, refining spiritual roots to tread the path of immortality. Is simply planting the seed of a malevolent spirit within oneself. Pray that one never suffers grievous injuries, lest the backlash. The writing abruptly ceases here, as if corroded by some malevolent force. A chill surged through Lu Changqing, sending shivers down his spine. Spiritual roots are the essence of a specter transformed after death. Cultivating is akin to sowing the seeds of potentially resurrected malevolence within one's body. He instinctively glanced within his dantian. There lay a jade-like spiritual root, the size of a longan, resembling a vertical pupil. Taishui I Iri. Could it be a seed derived from the malevolent entity of the Taishui deity, transformed after its demise? What transpired in this world post-divine decree? Where are the exalted celestial beings? Where are the great powers of our Taoist sect? Have I been unwittingly drawing upon the strength of the Iri in my cultivation? An unprecedented chill gripped him, rendering his limbs icy and nearly suffocating. No. Lu Changqing abruptly shook his head, clenched his jaw, and forced himself to remain calm. His gaze fell upon the Donghuang Bell beside him. The Donghuang Bell. It is a treasure of chaos. It suppresses the primordial chaos and repels myriad evils. Now, as my life as treasure, it cannot possibly harbor such a fatal hidden danger. He recalled the previous fusion with Burning World Fire Iri. The Donghuang Bell seemed to be suppressing, purifying, and absorbing the power of the Iri spiritual root. Yes, it must have been purified by the Donghuang Bell. He extended his hand to rest upon the cold, hard surface of the Donghuang Bell. A vast, ancient, and sacred aura gradually enveloped him, soothing his agitated thoughts. I must remain calm. Lu Changqing took a deep breath and continued to sift through the pages, hoping to uncover more valuable information. The subsequent writings became increasingly hasty and chaotic, exuding a sense of madness. I am not wrong. I should not have attempted to communicate with it. It awakened, I saw it speak, it claimed to be a deity, to refine the Iri into divinity. I have become. I cannot contain it any longer. I must emerge. Deity liar. Further along, the script devolved into a grotesque scrawl, filled with madness and despair, stained with mottled blood. Am I Ling Yinzi? No. The lunatic who exterminated the Yunshu Immortal sect. It was not me. Who am I? The diary abruptly halts here, akin to a final stroke. Its author appears to have succumbed to madness due to the peculiar revival within, even slaughtering the disciples of the Yunshu Immortal sect. The sinister Qiyun Immortal Bell belonging to the old ghost Xiang, is it not derived from the Yunshu Immortal sect 3,000 years ago? To forge the uncanny into divinity. Lu Changqing mulled over these words, a chilling sensation rising from the depths of his heart. In this world, daylight lasts merely 4 hours, and unbeknownst to him, dusk was approaching. The setting sun bled crimson, drenching him in its hue, yet providing no warmth. Lu Changqing lifted his gaze towards the horizon, where the sun was slowly descending. Strangely compelled, a thought sparked in his mind, causing the golden divine pattern on his brow to suddenly illuminate. The divine ability to dispel illusions and exterminate evil was activated, and then he beheld it. The sun, which should bestow warmth upon all, now plummeting, was transformed into a colossal eye, riddled with blood vessels, exuding brutality, madness, and despair. His pupils turned crimson, akin to a blood pool in hell. With an eye so vast it defied imagination, this eye seemed to have been forcibly extracted from its socket by some terrifying entity, now suspended in the sky. Serving as the sun, the edges of the eye perpetually dripped of viscous, dark red blood. That blood resembled the coveted essence of the sun that cultivators yearned for. Hiss! He stumbled backward, his back colliding forcefully against the Donghuang Bell. The chilling sensation rekindled a sliver of reality within him. Is this what means to open one's eyes to the world? His voice was hoarse and parched. This is indeed a bizarre world ripe for cultivation. He then cast a glance around the small Taoist temple, surveying the cracked grand hall and the desolate side chambers. His gaze finally settled upon the main altar, which housed 2 rudimentary wooden plaques representing heaven and earth. Fortunately, even under the vision granted by dispel illusions and exterminate evil, there were no other anomalies within the temple. However, outside the temple, the once lush mountainous surroundings were now shrouded in a grayish mist. This mist was thick, as if corporeal, emanating a chilling, deathly, Heart-stopping aura. It writhed and rolled like a living entity, attempting to encroach upon the small hill where the temple resided. A layer of faint golden barrier, invisible to the naked eye, enveloped the hill like an overturned glass bowl, firmly safeguarding the temple. No matter how the gray mist spread, it could not advance even a single step. This barrier was the radiance emitted by the Donghuang Bell. Huh, what is this mist? Sensing the overwhelming power emanating from the Donghuang Bell behind him, Lu Changqing's racing heart began to steady. The sun was indeed a blood-dripping eye. He recalled in the tale of the investiture of the gods, the sun star lord governed the sun. Could it be his eye? The omnipresent gray mist beyond the mountains. Is it the energy of the dead? The aura of malice? Was it something even more terrifying? Lu Changqing, leaning against the Eastern Emperor Bell, endeavored to digest the astonishment of witnessing the world with awakened eyes. He recalled the fragmented entries in that tattered diary concerning the path of cultivation. In this realm, the system of immortality is divided into 6 major realms: Food Chi, Yellow Bud, Returning Dan, Original Embryo, Purple Palace, and Ascension. Each cultivator, prior to breaking through a major realm, must confront the so-called 3 barriers. However, beginning from the original embryo realm, if one fails to overcome these barriers, it could provoke a backlash from their spiritual roots, leading to a gruesome demise as the inner demons awaken. 3 barriers. Lu Changqing was reminded of a vague inscription he had glimpsed in the margins of the diary. To become an immortal, one must face tribulations. Only by surpassing the 18 barriers would the southern heaven gate reveal itself. A sense of foreboding crept upon him, particularly as it related to the concept of the eerie and the 18 layers. Could this portend anything good? Just as his mind was troubled and his thoughts were tumultuous, the final glimmer of the crimson sun sank completely beneath the horizon. Nightfall descended. Almost at the very moment darkness enveloped the earth, an inexplicable tremor surged within him, unbidden. It felt as though some invisible force, coinciding with the arrival of night, was subtly beckoning him. Lu Changqing's body momentarily froze, and then he comprehended. This was the obstacle preventing his cultivation from advancing. The 3 barriers. It turned out that the barriers only manifested at night, and now they had arrived. Chapter 11. Have you ever heard of the celestial realm? Lu Changqing felt no resistance against the invisible summons that beckoned him. The scenery before him shifted rapidly, as if his soul were being forcefully dragged into another dimension. When his vision regained clarity, he found himself in a strange land, where the winds howled ominously, and an eerie atmosphere enveloped him. The ground beneath his feet was cold and unyielding, resembling black soil, seemingly soaked and solidified by endless blood. A metallic scent of rust intermingled with the stench of decay assaulted his senses. Under the dim sky, his gaze fell upon countless frayed ropes cascading from above. Each rope's end bore a rusted, dark red hook, and without exception, these hooks pierced through the tongues of bodies, their mouths agape and tongues elongated, suspended high above. The faces of the corpses were indistinct, clad in various attire, gently swaying with the chilling winds. As he surveyed the scene, it appeared as though an endless forest of terrifying corpses stretched before him. Yet, this dreadful forest was not devoid of life. Lu Changqing observed several figures, imbued with vitality, making their way into the morbid thicket. Some opened their arms wide, allowing the descending hooks to pierce their tongues, only to be hoisted aloft by the ropes. Others exhibited fear, struggling in vain, yet ultimately succumbing to the hooks, yanked abruptly into the air. The entire spectacle was suffused with unspeakable cruelty and enigma. A chill more piercing than glimpsing the sun's orb surged from the soles of Lu Changqing's feet to the crown of his head. This was what the diary referred to as the breaking of the 3 trials. Hey, fellow Taoist, is this your first time? Startled, are we? A somewhat mischievous voice, tinged with familiarity, suddenly broke the silence. Lu Changqing's heart skipped a beat as he turned sharply. He found a plump youth clad in a white robe standing beside him, seemingly oblivious to the horror around them. The youth wore a broad grin, waving a curious fan with only 5 bristles. Observing Lu Changqing's wariness, he quickly gestured reassuringly. Do not fear, fellow Taoist. We are but consciousnesses descended here. It is all an illusion. Even if we were to fight, no harm would come to us. He nodded towards the terrifying forest of tongues. Do not be afraid. This tongue-pulling trial may appear fearsome, yet is merely a fade. Merely a fade? Lu Chongqing's gaze flickered. He had instinctively used his spiritual senses earlier and had clearly perceived that among the hanging, indistinct corpses were indeed several true, sinister, and cold cadavers. How could this youth be unaware of such a truth? Noticing Lu Chongqing's silence, the plump youth assumed disbelief and puffed out his slightly rotund chest, clearing his throat as he struck a pose of an elder. This is merely the first trial. There are also the finger-cutting trial and the thorny trial. Together, they comprise the breaking of the 3 trials. Did your master not elaborate on the intricacies of these tests? The youth blinked curiously, appraising Lu Chongqing. My master mentioned that these are manifestations of inner demons, a test of our determination on the path of cultivation. Once one pierces through the illusions and accepts them with equanimity, allowing oneself to be ensnared, the pain will pass swiftly. If it proves too challenging, the portly fellow edged closer, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Before entering, light and anxiety-relieving incense, and in a state of haziness, one will inevitably be caught. The passage of time will be marked by the burning of the incense. He gestured towards several figures still struggling after being ensnared, a hint of disdain evident in his voice. Look at those poor souls. Their resolve is weak, unable to see through such trifling illusions. Forced to confront the trials time and again, they cannot escape, nor do they learn to savor the experience. He then patted his chest, a proud expression crossing his face. Of course, if you possess sufficient strength, much like myself, as long as you can evade those hooks, you too can succeed. Savor the experience? The punishment of tongue extraction? What peculiar taste this fellow has. Are all practitioners in this world so optimistic? Lu Chongqing silently scoffed. Inner demons? Illusions? Coupled with the strange accounts in that bizarre diary regarding the backlash of spiritual roots. This so-called triad of trials seems rather dubious. Noticing Lu Chongqing's continued silence, the portly fellow suddenly recalled something, slapping his forehead. Look at my memory. I got so caught up in conversation that I forgot to introduce myself. I am Li Xiaochun, the personal disciple of the sect master of Lingxian sect. He raised his chin slightly, exuding a touch of pride. The Lingxian sect is renowned for having produced immortals. How should I address you, fellow cultivator? Given your reaction, could it be that you are a wandering cultivator? Upon speaking, he bore an expression that suggested he was quite knowledgeable and impressive, eagerly waiting for Lu Chongqing's response. This made Lu Chongqing's lips twitch slightly. This overly familiar, portly fellow seems rather straightforward in thought. However, this is fortuitous. I require a local who can provide information. Lu Chongqing composed himself, adjusting his expression. He then offered a wry smile and clasped his hands. Ah, so you are a distinguished disciple of the Lingxian sect. I am honored. I am Lu Chongqing, a mere wandering cultivator. My master, alas, departed early, leaving behind only a small temple and some rudimentary teachings. Many crucial aspects of cultivation were never imparted, unlike the wealth of knowledge possessed by Taoist friendly. As he spoke these half-truths, a look of understanding and sympathy appeared on Li Xiaochun's face. So, it is you, Taoist Lu. My apologies. He waved his fan, letting out a sigh. Ah, being a wandering cultivator without a lineage is indeed challenging. But fear not, Taoist Lu, for a great opportunity has recently arisen. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Oh, I would be grateful for your guidance, Taoist Li. Lu Chongqing feigned curiosity, just enough to pique interest. Li Xiaochun waved his peculiar fan. The 5 great immortal sects are abuzz. Each claims to have an immortal ancestor reincarnated among us, actively seeking allies and promising substantial rewards to gather a following. Oh, an immortal reincarnated? Lu Chongqing felt a stir within. That phrase carried an air of extraordinary significance. What is the purpose of gathering a following? What else could it be for? Li Xiaochun replied, a look of incredulity on his face. Nature compels everyone to follow the reincarnated immortals. tasked with purging the malevolent entities that haunt the mortal realm. They claim to, well, reshape the vast universe. Li Xiaochun fanatar self biguruzli. If you were to align yourself with them, you would undoubtedly reap some benefits. Lu Changqing inquired directly. If the immortals possess such formidable powers, why would they require our assistance in vanquishing demons and evildoers? Ah, you are unaware of this, aren't you? Li Xiaochun wore an expression of knowing superiority. The reincarnated immortals of the 5 great sects intend to cleanse the entirety of the great Jing dynasty of all its monsters and fiends. Moreover, she shifted her tone, revealing an excitement akin to that of a spectator eager for the unfolding drama. The great Jing dynasty itself is currently engulfed in chaos, bustling with activity. Oh, the great Jing dynasty? Lu Changqing feigned just the right amount of curiosity. Could it be that this mortal dynasty has encountered some significant upheaval? Indeed, Li Xiaochun, as if having found a worthy target for her grievances, instantly perked up. Following the death of the old emperor of Great Jing, his ambitious sons have nearly come to blows over the throne. The entire dynasty has been thrown into disarray by their fratricidal strife. Li Xiaochun scoffed, a hint of disdain in her expression. They have even flouted the ancestral edict forbidding the royal family from colluding with the sects, brazenly inviting the sects into the mortal realm for assistance. Li Xiaochun snurta. Even the celestial officials of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau are too busy aligning themselves to intervene in our affairs as cultivators. She added, currently, the 5 princes vying for the throne each have the backing of reincarnated immortals and a multitude of cultivators. Lu Changqing's mind raced as he endeavored to assimilate this fresh information. He seized the opportunity to ask, if I understand correctly, does this mortal dynasty historically possess the authority to regulate our kind of cultivators? Indeed it does. Li Xiaochun spoke with a note of wariness, tinged with a hint of envy. They wield considerable power, owing to the god-sealing platform bequeathed by the founding emperor of Great Jing. What is that? Lu Changqing suspected he might have misheard. Li Xiaochun took a deep breath, brimming with envy. The god-sealing platform. Every emperor of Great Jing has been able to gain the recognition of the god-sealing platform, thereby consolidating what is referred to as divine power and bestowing the title of star god upon mortals. Once a mortal is conferred the title of star god, they instantly acquire immense strength and unwavering loyalty to the emperor. Li Xiaochun's tone conveyed an unmistakable envy. The formidable star gods possess power comparable to that of ancient ancestors in the ascending realm. Furthermore, within the dynasty, the emperor who commands the god-sealing platform is deemed invincible. Therefore, all the great sects are compelled to begrudgingly establish non-aggression pacts with the Great Jing court. Li Xiaochun pursed her lips, seemingly critical of the sect's past concessions. The god-sealing platform. Those 2 words resonated like thunderclaps deep within Lu Changqing's consciousness. This name, could it be the very god-sealing platform used to confer divine titles that he remembers? According to the myths, as he knows them, shouldn't the god-sealing list and the god-sealing platform be suspended high above in the heavenly realm? How is it possible that this has fallen into the hands of the emperor of this mortal dynasty? What on earth has transpired in this world? Lu Changqing forcibly suppressed a myriad of thoughts, though his breath quickened imperceptibly. He tentatively inquired, this Fengshan platform possesses such extraordinary qualities. It is truly unprecedented. Friendly, hailing from a prestigious lineage and well-versed in the world, might you have heard? He paused, his gaze seemingly wandering through the eerie surroundings before finally resting upon Li Xiaochun's face. Might you be aware if there exists in the celestial realm a place known as Heavenly Court? Chapter 12. Breaking through the 3 barriers. The tongue extraction, finger severing. And thorny trials, celestial realm? Heavenly Court? The pride on Li Xiaochun's face instantly froze, his gaze flickering uncertainly. His limited knowledge was primarily derived from his master's ramblings. He was hardly privy to the esoteric secrets of the celestial world. Moreover, his sect had long since fallen into disrepair. To call it a sect was an exaggeration. It was merely a solitary hill with only 4 members, including his master. Stammering in response to Lu Changqing's inquiry, he faltered, well, the heavenly chord is too ethereal. Perhaps I can elaborate on it later. His words trailed off, and his eyes wandered, clearly revealing his ignorance. In a hurry to divert the subject, Li Xiaochun exclaimed, Lu Daoyu, time is of the essence. I must first tackle this tongue extraction barrier. You may observe and learn. It will undoubtedly benefit you. Without waiting for Lu Changqing's reply, he brandished his meager 5-cent feather fan with an air of confidence and hastily advanced towards the menacing grove of cadavers. Li Xiaochun, this time, he would not falter at this trivial first barrier. Lu Changqing's gaze remained serene as he watched Li Xiaochun plunge into the sea of dangling corpses. Almost instantaneously, as Li Xiaochun stepped into the eerie grove, a chilling wind howled, accompanied by the wails of spirits. A tattered hemp rope, stained with dark red rust, descended from the dim sky. A chilling iron hook, swift as lightning and angled cunningly, surged directly towards Li Xiaochun's mouth. Li Xiaochun was well prepared. He chanted incantations while vigorously waving his fan. Suddenly, 5 colored glimmers, crimson, yellow, azure, white, and black, radiated forth, rippling outward and forcefully repelling the deadly iron hook. Observing this, a hint of satisfaction crossed Li Xiaochun's face. He then swaggered deeper into the grove of corpses, pausing halfway to glance back and cheekily raise his chin at Lu Changqing. Flashing a grin, Lu Changqing could barely suppress a twitch at the corner of his eye. Was this what he deemed strength? Nonetheless, that peculiar fan was indeed a remarkable treasure. As Li Xiaochun's figure began to fade from sight, Lu Changqing took a deep breath. Whether illusion or reality, he scanned the grotesque, suspended corpses, the air thickening with a pungent, rust-like odor of blood. Fortune favors the bold. The path of cultivation is inherently one of defiance against the heavens. Lu Changqing assessed his status on the panel. Host, Lu Changqing, Destiny, Eastern Sovereign Bell, Spiritual Treasure Source. Fragment, 210000. Cultivation level, 12th layer of the Qi-feeding realm, barrier unbroken. Spiritual resonance, 36 points. Spiritual root, Tai Sui, Eye of Deception, traceable 6 times. Spell, breaking illusions and exorcising evil, divine ability. 5 elements, spirit escape, divine ability. With a firm resolve, he ceased his hesitation, approaching the terrifying tongue extraction barrier. Surrounded by countless suspended corpses and beset by a bone-chilling wind, Lu Changqing observed the figures of others attempting the trial. With a numb expression, he resignedly tilted his head back, opening his mouth wide in anticipation of the descending hooks. Silently, one by one, the hemp ropes and hooks fell, precision perfectly ensnaring the root of the tongue and gradually lifting the person as if casting a line to catch fish. Some individuals, like Li Xiaochun, opt to rely on agility or precious artifacts to evade danger. Lu Changqing gently shook his head, believing it wiser to avoid the iron hooks altogether. The authenticity of the situation remained uncertain. With a flicker of thought, Lu Changqing invoked the earth-based technique from the 5-element spirit escape, submerging his form into the peculiar black soil beneath his feet. The land, though strange in appearance, was fundamentally earth. In an instant, his figure became ethereal, merging seamlessly like ink dissolving in water, silently vanishing into the obsidian ground. The newly appeared rope hooks suddenly lost their target, as if momentarily paralyzed. In the next breath, on the opposite end of the endless forest of corpses, near the entrance to the second trial, Lu Changqing's figure emerged quietly, his garments flowing elegantly, untouched by dust. Moments later, Li Xiaochun, panting and wielding his treasured fan, emerged from the depths of the corpse forest. Upon spotting Lu Changqing, who appeared composed as if he had been waiting for quite some time, his eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. He pointed at Lu Changqing with his fan, stammering, You, how did you get here? So quickly. Instant téléportation? Your innate divine ability? No, wait. Li Xiaochun shook his head, struggling to comprehend this bewildering scene. This cursed place forbids all spells. Even innate abilities cannot be used. How can you still employ evasion techniques? Even my innate ability. What kind of miraculous treasure do you possess? He scrutinized Lu Changqing with a hint of curiosity. Noticing Li Xiaochun's astonished expression, Lu Changqing felt a mischievous urge to tease him and refrained from providing a direct answer. Li Xiaochun was momentarily stifled by Lu Changqing's enigmatic demeanor. A breath caught in his chest. Yet, the more cryptic Lu Changqing became, the more insatiable Li Xiaochun's thirst for knowledge grew. As Lu Changqing stepped into the second trial, the scenery transformed abruptly. No longer did they find themselves in the eerie forest of corpses, but rather in an expansive, desolate world of pure white. Under the gray, overcast sky, delicate snowflakes drifted down, exuding a strangely beautiful yet bone-chilling coldness. The ground was a labyrinth of pathways formed by the skeletal fingers of countless corpses. The pale fingers, distinct and stacked densely, stretched into the distance, emanating an unsettling sense of sanctity. Flanking each bony path, at intervals, stood statues of ghastly demons with green faces and sharp fangs, each displaying a menacing and ferocious demeanor. At that moment, numerous cultivators traversed the bony pathways. Some bore expressions of resolve, gritting their teeth as they severed a finger from their own hand. They then cast the severed digit to the awakened demon statue beside the path. The demon greedily gnawed on the offered finger, only to revert to its statue form once more. The cultivator, having sacrificed a finger, could advance a short distance until encountering the next awakening demon, at which point they would feed it another finger. This grim method of passage, sacrificing one's fingers to proceed safely, was what Li Xiaochun referred to as the standard means of crossing. Merely observing this, Lu Changqing furrowed his brow. The cultivator's approach to overcoming the trial was indeed brutal and imbued with an eerie quality. He did not rush into action. Instead, he once again invoked his mystical power, breaking illusions and vanquishing evil. A slight warmth enveloped his brow, and the world before him instantaneously shed its disguise. What gray, overcast skies! In their place loomed a ghastly, pallid skeleton that obscured the entire heavens. These humanoid remains exuded an icy aura capable of freezing souls. They attempted to invade Lu Changqing's mind, but were effortlessly repelled by the faint golden radiance emanating from his brow. What fell was not snow, but rather the ashes cascading down from the drifting white bones, whiter than snow and colder still, and the so-called phantoms and demonic sculptures flanking the bone path. Under, breaking illusions and vanquishing evil, their layers of disguise were stripped away, revealing their grotesque true forms. Each one radiated an evil aura far surpassing that of ordinary spirits. Lu Changqing calculated swiftly in his mind. To sever his own fingers to feed these wretched beings? Absolutely out of the question. He took a deep breath and stepped onto one of the bony paths. Creak! The phalanges beneath his feet emitted a jarring crunch. The first malevolent spirit suddenly opened its scarlet eyes. Roar! Its stony skin became vividly animated, charging at him with a foul wind. Lu Changqing's expression remained unchanged. He merely gazed quietly at the demon. Between his brows, a golden lightning bolt manifested, a beam of concentrated, resplendent golden light, as radiant as the sun, coalesced. In an instant, the golden light flashed and entered the demon's body. No screams, no struggles, not even a moment to react. The grotesque demon, mid-lunge, was instantly transformed into a handful of flying ashes, cascading down to mingle with the ashes upon the ground. This was the true manifestation of the power of breaking illusions and vanquishing evil. After its elevation to a divine ability, Lu Changqing did not pause his steps, continuing forward. Creak, creak! With each stride, another demon awakened, roaring forth with a potent malevolence. In response, a magnificent beam of golden light emerged to vanquish them. Thud, thud, thud! The golden light flickered like the scythe of death. Each demon, before Lu Changqing, was rendered incapable of impeding his progress, dissolving entirely into ash. He strolled leisurely, completing the path that others would need to sever their fingers to traverse. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the second trial, Li Xiaochun stood wide-eyed, staring at Lu Changqing's retreating figure, utterly dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, then pinched his thigh hard. Ouch, pain. This was no illusion. Those demonic apparitions had simply vanished. Li Xiaochun swallowed hard, his mind buzzing. The golden light shot forth from Lu Daoist's brow had dispelled them. His master had clearly stated that the entities within these trials were mere illusions. Any attempt to assault them with brute force would only provoke an even stronger backlash, summoning true demons comparable to cultivators of the Huanya realm. Yet this Lu Daoist before him, the golden light from his brow had directly obliterated the illusions. My heavens! This is not merely an illusion of attack. It is a complete uprooting. The master never mentioned such matters. What kind of divine power is this? Previously, Li Xiaochun was filled with curiosity, a hint of pride, and a touch of sympathy. Now, all that remains is profound shock and a hint of reverence. A prodigy. This must surely be an unparalleled genius emerging from some hidden celestial sect. Li Xiaochun's heart cried out. A lone cultivator? What a farce! Which solitary practitioner possesses such extraordinary abilities? Suddenly, he recalled the question that Lu Changqing had posed earlier about the heavenly court, and his heart sank. Could it be that this friend Lu possesses an origin more astonishing than he had imagined? Just as Li Xiaochun was lost in thought, Lu Changqing had already slowly approached the end of the second trial. Ahead lay the entrance to the final challenge, the Thorn Gate. He glanced back at the still-dazed Li Xiaochun, a barely perceptible smile playing upon his lips. Then, he lifted his foot and stepped into the third trial. He was eager to discover what mysteries this so-called third trial held. Chapter 13, This Taoist Lu, is even more pretentious than I am. At this moment, Li Xiaochun was besieged by a tumult of thoughts. His heart raced. This was undoubtedly the legendary Golden Thigh. He instantly realized the sheer fortune he had stumbled upon. To encounter such an unfathomable personage was nothing short of miraculous. It was imperative to forge a deep bond. The more golden thighs, the more lives saved. His expression shifted as he gazed at Lu Changqing with a mix of astonishment and reverence, his face alight with enthusiasm. Taoist Lu, wait for me, Li Xiaochun shouted excitedly, hurriedly trotting after him, stepping onto the bony path that Lu Changqing had just traversed. Indeed, the way was clear, devoid of any malevolent spirits that should have appeared. He passed through the finger-breaking pass with ease, almost jogging, with no specters to obstruct his passage. As Lu Changqing entered the third trial, an indescribable heat enveloped him. It felt as though he were plunged into the most sweltering afternoon of midsummer, the air distorted by the oppressive heat. Yet, the sky above was a dull gray, devoid of a blazing sun. As far as the eye could see, grotesque iron trees stood ominously. These trees were pitch black, their gnarled branches resembling writhing, tortured claws. They were densely covered with sharp thorns that glimmered coldly, evoking a sense of dread. Even more horrifying was the sight of numerous desiccated corpses hanging from the branches, swaying slightly in the soundless, heated breeze, their limbs dangling unnaturally. They exuded a stench of decay and despair, suspended there for an indeterminate span of years. Li Xiaochun caught up and hurriedly positioned himself beside Lu Changqing, eagerly explaining, Taoist Lu, this trial is the Thorny Pass. It may appear terrifying, but it primarily tests one's spiritual awareness. We must navigate through this thicket of thorny iron trees. As long as we can endure the piercing and slicing pain inflicted by the thorns on our spiritual consciousness, we will succeed. He paused, a tremor of fear in his voice as he added, however, if one cannot withstand it and succumbs, it is not merely a matter of spiritual pain. The individual will become ensnared within, tormented repeatedly by those illusionary thorns until they faint from the agony, resulting in failure. Nevertheless, my master said that those who have reached this point possess a sound heart of Tao, and failure is rare. Lu Changqing nodded calmly upon hearing this. His gaze swept across the menacing iron trees and the corpses hanging from them. Habitually, he activated his mystical ability, dispelling illusions and exorcising evil. The golden patterns on his forehead manifested, and the world before him shifted once more. In his vision, the dense thicket of thorny iron trees that obstructed his path diminished drastically. Most were mere illusions, with only a handful existing in reality. On the authentic iron trees, without exception, there hung tattered corpses resembling rags. Lu Chongqing observed that as challengers passed by the real iron trees adorned with corpses, a barely perceptible essence was drawn away by the remains. The figures of those siphoned would dim slightly, and the pain in their spiritual awareness intensified. Taoist Lu, Li Xiaozun Insha Kluze, Kautios Li Inkiring. Where is your Taoist temple located? On which celestial mountain or blessed land? Is it far from our Yongzhou Lingxian sect? In the future, I would like to pay a visit and seek your guidance. He has already concluded that Lu Chongqing is a disciple of a reclusive master, certainly not a mere wanderer. It is not uncommon in the realm of cultivation for one to feign being a solitary practitioner. He would not be foolish enough to expose this, but rather, he seeks to cultivate a closer relationship. Indeed, Lu Chongqing is unaware of the whereabouts of the Taoist temple left behind by his chief master. Hearing Li Xiaochun's enthusiastic inquiry, his heart stirred. However, he maintained an impassive demeanor and replied calmly, as fate would have it. These simple words only deepened Li Xiaochun's sense of awe. As fate would have it, truly embodies the demeanor of a master. Li Xiaochun silently praised, his respect for Lu Chongqing growing even stronger. Observing Li Xiaochun's evident reverence, Lu Chongqing found the situation somewhat amusing. Yongzhou, he noted in his mind. Without further ado, Lu Chongqing redirected his attention back to the thorny barrier before him, to resist the pain of divine consciousness, only to have their essence and spirit stealthily drained by those desiccated corpses. He was not fond of such an approach. With a flicker of thought, Lu Chongqing attempted to expend a bit of his spiritual resonance. A barely audible hum resonated. An ancient, vast, and primordial golden bell's phantom instantly enveloped him. It was the ethereal image of the Donghuang Bell summoned for protection. Although this golden bell's defense was severely compromised due to the Donghuang Bell's current state of disrepair, and had not yet reached the ultimate realm of being impervious to all methods, it was still capable of blocking even the captivating and disorienting melodies of the Jade Peepa spirit. Surely, it could also counter the illusions and stings aimed at divine consciousness. Lu Chongqing stepped forth, approaching the nearest thorn bush, and cautiously touched it with his fingertip. It was indeed effective, he mused. There was no pain at all. It was merely an illusion. The intangible, formless sting attempting to invade his sea of consciousness was completely obstructed by the phantom of the Donghuang Bell. However, unlike others who gritted their teeth and charged forward, he, under the vision of breaking delusions and exterminating evil, moved with seemingly leisurely steps, yet precisely avoided each iron tree adorned with genuine corpses. His figure weaved gracefully through the thickets, ambulating with an air of tranquility. Meanwhile, Li Xiaochun, closely following behind, hastily summoned his feather fan, enveloping himself in a swirling array of five-colored light that mitigated much of the sting. Although it was far from the protection of the Golden Bell's phantom, it was still considerably more manageable. Yet, when he observed Lu Chongqing's movements, Li Xiaochun could not help but widen his eyes, his mouth slightly agape. What on earth is Taoist Lu doing? This winding path, in stark contrast to the other cultivators nearby, who appeared pallid, veins bulging, enduring excruciating pain and wishing they could teleport past the ordeal. Lu Chongqing's relaxed demeanor presented a glaring disparity. Li Xiaochun's lips twitched as he could not suppress the urge to mentally lament. My heavens, how can he be so much more nonchalant than I am? With such a treasure for protection, why not just walk straight through? A prodigy indeed. This method of passing through is utterly unexpected. I must learn from this. He remained utterly unaware that Lu Chongqing's movements were, in fact, a means of evading true peril. Amidst Li Xiaochun's intricate gaze and silent maledictions, Lu Chongqing stepped lightly, his garments billowing as he emerged from the thorn's pass. The oppressive heat and suffocating atmosphere vanished without a trace. Before him, the scenery wavered, the very fabric of space seemingly stretched. In an instant, an intense wave of dizziness surged forth, only to dissipate abruptly. Lu Changqing found himself once again within the familiar confines of the Taoist temple. The night had deepened, and the cold moonlight cascaded upon the mountains. The mountaintop that housed the temple remained steadfastly protected by a faint golden barrier. With a sigh, Lu Changqing exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration, the discomfort from the spatial transition swiftly fading. He confirmed that the so-called realm of the three breaks was indeed synchronized with the flow of time in the present world. Tongue-pulling, finger-severing thorns, Lu Changqing stroked his chin, his gaze profound, murmuring to himself, "This is unmistakably the tongue-pulling hell, scissors hell, and iron tree hell spoken of in ancient legends." He recalled the 18 trials mentioned in the enigmatic diary. Is this so-called breaking of the three breaks in the realm of cultivation merely a gradual descent into the 18 layers of hell? The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. Or the ascension and sighting of the southern gate described in that diary? Is the culmination of this path of cultivation an ethereal celestial realm, or a bottomless abyss? Shaking his head, Lu Changqing suppressed the unsettling conjectures. Pondering further would yield no benefit. Regardless of whether the path ahead led to fortune or misfortune, only strength mattered. Be it the celestial realm or hell. Having embarked on this journey, retreat was not an option. Subsequently, Lu Changqing turned his gaze towards the faint golden panel before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Host, Lu Changqing, Destiny, Eastern Emperor Bell, Spiritual Treasure, Source. Fragment 210000. Cultivation level, 12th layer of the Qi-eating realm, upgradable. Spiritual essence, 35 points. Spiritual root, Tai Sui Eye of Deception, traceable 2-6 times. Spells, dispel illusions and exterminate evil, divine ability. 5 elements, spirit escape, divine ability. It is time to break through. Chapter 14, Zishui Town. The ghost coffin of the Su family, Lu Changqing, felt a subtle shift in his thoughts. Without hesitation, he ascended, consuming 20 points of spiritual essence. A faint yellow sprout emerged above his Dantian's spiritual root, breaking through the thin soil with a sudden burst, flourishing in the wind. The initial stage of the yellow sprout. The mid-stage, the late stage. In an instant, a vibrant, resplendent emerald celestial herb fully took shape within his Dantian. Boom! An unprecedented surge of power washed over his limbs and bones, resonating throughout his entire being. The spiritual radiance enveloping his body solidified, exuding a jade-like quality. The yellow sprout realm reached completion. Lu Changqing even felt an exuberant vitality akin to that of a roaring furnace, with a lifespan of 150 years. He murmured softly, a satisfied smile curving his lips. This sensation rendered him enchanted. At that moment, the call of the three barriers beckoned once more. Lu Changqing furrowed his brow. Having endured so much, he had no desire to venture into the enigmatic three barriers tonight. Perhaps another time. For now, he would rest and stabilize his realm. He resolutely ignored the summons. The following morning, a mellow chime resonated from the small Taoist temple. Spiritual Essence 1, Origin 1, standing before the Eastern Emperor Bell. Lu Changqing's gaze was tranquil as he activated the faint golden panel. He softly uttered, "Trace back." A familiar sensation enveloped him, as if time and space had momentarily suspended. Trace back, the mysterious eye of the Tai Sui in the late Shang dynasty. The heavens threatened to collapse, strange occurrences abound, and monsters ran rampant. A Taoist of the Yin clan was dispatched down the mountain. Task: assist the Yin Taoist in capturing demons. Identity: human Qi refining master. Note: 10 points of origin can be consumed to choose true form descent. All consequences borne by oneself. Lu Changqing raised an eyebrow, sensing a new development in the traceback. With a flicker of thought, information flooded his mind. Within the traceback world, spiritual essence can be consumed to enhance cultivation, but the cultivation cannot be brought back. Was this due to the fusion with the world-burning fire ghost, spiritual root? He pondered, stroking his chin. This was indeed good news. Although it cannot be brought back, the likelihood of completing the task was significantly higher. He consumed 10 points of spiritual essence to initiate this traceback. Confirmed. Spiritual essence -10. Suddenly, the world spun. The heavens and earth flipped. As his consciousness coalesced once more, Lu Changqing found himself in an unfamiliar town. A crimson wooden sign came into view, inscribed with the words Zishui Town. The dusk was blood red, staining every inch of the town's land. As Lu Changqing stepped into the town, a chilling aura of foreboding rushed towards him. Such potent energy. There was something amiss in this town. He frowned slightly, a sense of caution rising within him. The technique of dispelling illusions and vanquishing evil quietly activated, allowing him to perceive the surrounding environment clearly. The streets were eerily deserted, with every household's doors and windows tightly shut. Occasionally, hurried passers-by darted by, their expressions filled with dread. Outside a tea house, at the street corner, two constables sat on a long bench, gulping down inferior turbid wine while murmuring complaints. Lu Changqing slowed his pace, deliberately passing by them. The son of the Su family has been dead for a whole month without burial, and now so many lives have been lost. Who would dare to enter that haunted place? A tall, thin constable, his face haggard and his eyes filled with dread, spoke. Another short, stout constable took a deep swig of liquor and sighed. Who could disagree? If the Su family hadn't suffered so many deaths that it became uncontainable, they wouldn't have reported it to the authorities. I heard that the Su family is somewhat distantly related to the Marquis of Jizhou, Suhu, and the officials are at a loss with them and must assist in handling the matter. Lu Changqing paused in his steps. The Marquis of Jizhou, Suhu, the father of Su Daji? A spark of interest flashed in his eyes as he continued to listen to the idle chatter of the two constables, learning that several capable individuals had already ventured to the Su residence. Among them might be Taoist, hoping to test his luck. Feeling a surge of inspiration, Lu Changqing approached them and inquired, "Gentlemen, do you know where the Su residence is located? I possess some knowledge of the Tao and may be able to lend my assistance." The tall, thin constable scrutinized Lu Changqing from head to toe, his demeanor brightening upon recognizing his extraordinary presence. It is truly a stroke of fortune for the Su family in Sui Watertown to have a Taoist of your caliber. The two constables, as if discovering a treasure, eagerly offered to guide him. Along the way, the short, stout constable lowered his voice and said, "What the Taoist may not be aware of is that all the servants of the Su family have perished. The body of a young master has already begun to decompose and is currently suppressed. It is to be cremated tomorrow morning. Tonight, we are required to help suppress the coffin to prevent any incidents." Decomposition? Lu Changqing furrowed his brow, glancing around at the thick, ominous atmosphere. The situation was more complex than he had anticipated. Silently, he summoned a thread of spiritual energy to shield himself. As they traversed the winding alleys, a mansion adorned with white lanterns came into view. Upon stepping through the grand entrance, a frigid, malevolent chill cut through the air, causing the temperature to plummet. Such potent negative energy. Lu Changqing surveyed the courtyard, which was overgrown with weeds and where the flora lay withered and lifeless. The nauseating blend of blood and decay permeated the air, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a tomb, exuding an aura of death. Lu Changqing circulated his true essence, a faint glow enveloping his body and isolating the malevolent energy. The two constables, witnessing this, exchanged glances filled with reverence. This Taoist indeed possessed remarkable abilities. The tall constable led the way through the front courtyard to the main hall of the mansion. Inside, several skilled individuals had already gathered, each bearing a solemn expression, clearly sensing the eerie nature of their surroundings. A shabby shaman clad in tattered robes, gripping a bone artifact, stood in a corner with a grave countenance. A heavily armored officer, Chun, with a cold gleam in his waist-mounted blade, radiated a menacing aura, while Wang, a martial artist, stood bare-chested, fists clenched and muscles taut, ever vigilant. Upon Lu Changqing's entrance, they all turned to him, hopeful that he had come to offer assistance. "I am Taoist Changqing," he introduced succinctly. His gaze locked onto the center of the hall, a massive black coffin. Layers of yellow paper talismans were affixed to the coffin's surface, some already scorched and rotting. as if eroded by an invisible force. Surrounding the coffin, the aroma of sandalwood incense wafted, yet it could not mask the suffocating aura of death. Beside the coffin stood a familiar figure, sword in hand, observing the movements of the coffin. None other than Yin Jiao. Indeed, it was he. Lu Changqing felt a flicker of joy within, for the Taoist named Yin in the task was indeed Yin Jiao. However, the appearance of Yin Jiao had transformed significantly since their first encounter. Clad in a Taoist robe, he exuded a composed demeanor, and a faint aura of talismans circulated around him, indicating that he had mastered numerous Taoist spells. Yet, before the two could engage in conversation, a dull thud emanated from within the coffin. Thud, though not loud. It reverberated like thunder, shaking the hearts of all present. An immediate silence fell over the assembly, their hearts nearly ceasing to beat. From the coffin's seam, a wisp of black mist slithered forth, exuding a putrid stench. This is bad. It's about to break free. Yin Jiao's expression changed dramatically as his hand grasped the talisman sword. Lu Changqing reacted even more swiftly, invoking the method to dispel evil in an instant. Golden light flashed like lightning, piercing through the coffin to probe its interior. Inside lay a male corpse, its complexion a ghastly shade of blue-black with long, pointed fingernails. Strangely, the corpse showed no signs of decay. Instead, a sinister aura enveloped it, brimming with malevolence. Most chilling of all, the corpse's eyes were wide open, their inky depths devoid of any human emotion, filled only with boundless coldness and hatred. The stench of death was overpowering. Sensing the imminent danger, Lu Changqing expanded his perception, his heart sinking. The entire Su residence had transformed into a vast realm of spirits, with dark energy gathering and malevolent forces radiating outward. It was likely that even under the blazing sun, the yang energy would struggle to subdue the darkness. Chapter 15. The Fox Demon and the Corpse Ghost. He secretly attempted to invoke the 5 elements spiritual escape, yet felt as though he had collided with an invisible barrier. This haunted place could actually confine the escape technique. Trouble was brewing. Alarm bells rang loudly in Lu Changqing's heart. At that moment, the coffin trembled violently. With a resounding crash, the lid seemed unable to withstand the force from within, emitting a creaking sound of unbearable strain. Simultaneously, the ghostly energy within the haunted realm surged violently. A chilling, piercing wail echoed from all directions. From the shadows in the corner of the hall, a dozen ghostly minions materialized out of thin air. Their eye sockets were hollow, oozing black drool as they shrieked and lunged madly towards the living in hall. This is bad. Yin Jiao's expression shifted dramatically as he decisively commanded everyone. Combine your strength to contain the coffin. Leave these ghostly minions to me. Before his words had even faded, he had already begun weaving incantations, summoning talismans that ignited spontaneously, transforming into flames that shot towards the little ghosts. However, the little ghosts moved with swift and uncanny agility. Li Wushi brandished his bone staff, the ghastly green witch fire flickering, forcing one back. Lieutenant Chun drew his sword with a furious shout, the murderous aura of the military coalescing at the blade's edge, causing the ghostly minions to hesitate. Wang Wusher's fists were like the wind, his vitality surging like a dragon, dimming the forms of the ghostly minions. Most of the group's focus was occupied by the coffin, desperately suppressing the terrifying presence that was about to break free. They also had to fend off the relentless assault of the little ghosts, which proved quite taxing. Lu Changqing's gaze was sharp as a blade. He unleashed the divine power to exterminate the evil. With a whoosh, a concentrated beam of golden light shot forth like an arrow, instantly piercing a little ghost that lunged at the squat, portly official. The ghost did not even have a chance to scream before it was gradually dissolved by the golden light. Spirit resonance, a notification flashed on the panel. Lu Changqing's spirit surged, and without a moment's hesitation, he moved like a fish through the crowd, the golden light flickering. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With each golden ray that descended, a ghostly minion was reduced to ashes. Spirit resonance 1, spirit resonance 1. As the ghostly minions were eradicated one by one, the spirit resonance reached a sufficient level. This was the moment. Without hesitation, Lu Changqing directly consumed 10 points of spirit resonance. A surge of power far exceeding that of the Yellow Bud realm filled his entire being. He had reached the realm of returning elixir. This elevation in strength brought a sense of reassurance. With the ghostly minions cleared, the pressure on the group lessened slightly. They immediately poured all their focus, magical energy, and vital essence into the quaking coffin, forcibly suppressing its restless agitation for the time being. Yet, everyone understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. The entity within the coffin was far more terrifying than those little ghosts. The night was still long. Yin Jiao's expression grew grave, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The corpse ghost is ferocious, its resentment palpable. We must endure until dawn. Only when the yang energy rises can we harness the power of heaven and earth to resolve it. The hall descended into a stifling silence. Only the occasional, disquieting thuds emanating from within the coffin broke the oppressive stillness. Thud, thud. Time slipped away, second by second. The night deepened. As the hour of the rat, midnight, arrived, the ghostly energy in the world reached its zenith. The malevolent aura within the Su residence's haunted realm surged forth. Boom! The colossal black coffin suddenly trembled violently, its surface inscriptions igniting instantaneously, turning to ash. The lid was forcefully flung open by an unseen force. An indescribable aura of terrifying malevolence surged skyward. Almost simultaneously, a chilling wave of ominous energy, far surpassing any previous manifestations, swept into the hall like a black tide. This sinister energy was frigid, malevolent, and bore a nauseating stench. The temperature in the hall plummeted, as if plunging into an icy abyss. At the entrance appeared a woman clad in a pristine white gown. Her beauty was exquisite, her figure graceful. Yet, her eyes were a blood red, filled with madness and sorrow. The aura of malevolence surrounding her was almost tangible, with several ethereal, fluffy, white foxtails flickering behind her. She was unmistakably a fox spirit of extraordinary power. Fixating her gaze upon the open coffin, she let out a heart-wrenching wail akin to the cry of a cuckoo. "Who dares to harm my husband?" Everyone was taken aback. The turmoil within the Su residence had unexpectedly ensnared a great demon. Yin Jiao furrowed his brow, demanding sternly, "What manner of fiend are you? This coffin harbors a malevolent corpse. How can it be your husband?" The white-clad fox spirit trembled violently at his words, tears cascading from her crimson eyes. Her voice was a lament filled with boundless sorrow and resentment as she recounted the truth. It turned out that she and the deceased young master of the Su family had once been lovers. Alas, the paths of humans and demons diverge, making longevity elusive. After the untimely demise of the young master, she fell into despair, unable to let go of her beloved. Thus, she resorted to forbidden sorcery of her kind, seeking to resurrect him. However, the ritual went awry, compounded by the inherently chill nature of the Su residence's land, resulting in her beloved transforming into this fearsome, malevolent corpse. "It was I who caused his demise, but no one shall harm him again." A glimmer of resolute determination flashed in the fox spirit's eyes. To protect her husband, she was prepared to ally with the malevolent entity within the coffin. Roar! From within the coffin, the blue-black corpse abruptly sat up, unleashing a roar that was anything but human. His eyes were pitch black, devoid of life, filled only with boundless fury and malice. The corpse and the aura of the fox spirit resonated ominously, their combined power surging. With a graceful wave of her hand, the fox spirit unleashed several trails of ghastly green flames that howled toward the onlookers. The corpse lunged from the coffin, its sharp claws slicing through the air as it targeted the nearest martial artist, Wang Wushi, caught in a pincer attack. The demonic arts were bizarre, and the malevolence was ferocious. Li Wushi's spells were easily disrupted by the demonic energy, causing him to spew blood as he was hurled backward. Chen Xiaowei's steel blade struck the corpse but left only a faint white mark, while he himself was jolted back, his hands bruised. Wang Wushi found himself in dire peril. Had it not been for Yin Jiao's timely intervention, he would have been disemboweled. Even Lu Changqing, who had just broken through to the core formation stage, felt immense pressure. He summoned his magical energy, golden light radiating from his eyes as he sought to suppress both the corpse and the fox spirit. Yet, the golden beams only slightly hindered the corpse's movements, while those aimed at the fox spirit were effortlessly neutralized by her dense aura of malevolence. The disparity in power was glaring. The group was steadily forced to retreat, on the brink of collapse. In this dire moment, a voice rang out. "How dare you act with such impudence?" Yin Jiao let out a thunderous roar. With a forceful stamp of his foot, the azure bricks beneath him cracked and splintered. His body swelled under the oppressive winds and the stench of decay. The resounding crack of bones echoed as his stature surged to nearly 10 feet. Even more astonishingly, the flesh on either side of his neck writhed, grotesquely forcing out an additional head. His eyes tightly shut, his features obscured. Simultaneously, 2 brand new arms sprouted from beneath his ribs. 2 heads and 4 arms. Though not the flawless 3-headed, 6-armed form of legend, this fearsome transformation had already elevated his aura to a terrifying zenith. "Subdue them." Yin Jiao's 4 arms moved in unison, some forming incantations, others wielding talismans and swords. An aura of desolation, antiquity, and dominion permeated the air. His magical prowess was unmatched, forcefully repelling the onslaught of the fox demon and the corpse fiend. "Friends, assist me." The countenance of his newly formed heads appeared even more contorted, their tightly closed eyes quivering as if they bore immense suffering. Clearly, this 2-headed, 4-armed state was a tremendous burden for him and not a sustainable tactic. Lu Changqing felt a jolt of shock. "This is the future Neza." "No, it is Yin Jiao." "Is this a secret transmission from the Chan school?" It is said that Yin Jiao's true form is indeed 3-headed and 6-armed. He had no time for further contemplation. Despite Yin Jiao's formidable might, he was under immense pressure facing 2 formidable foes. Particularly, the fox demon's sorcery was treacherous, and the corpse fiend was fearlessly relentless in this ebb and flow of power. Yin Jiao might not endure for long. Seeing this, Li Wushi no longer hesitated. He was willing to sacrifice his lifespan to channel the power of the unseen spirits, igniting a ghastly green witch fire that surged once more. Lu Changqing forced himself to regain composure, activating the exorcism of illusions to its utmost capacity. A golden light swept across the battlefield. The corpse demon was enveloped in a thick, inky aura of malevolence, its weakness lying in its connection to this realm of ghosts. Lu Changqing's gaze pierced through layers of dark mist and demonic energy, landing on the depths of the desolate garden beyond the hall. There lay the source of the sinister energy. He sensed clearly that the core of the Su residence's ghostly realm was neither the coffin nor the corpse demon itself, but rather an object buried deep beneath the garden. This object was continuously attracting and gathering the dark energies of heaven and earth, resonating subtly with the powers of the corpse demon and the fox demon, sustaining the existence of this ghostly realm. In an instant, Lu Changqing made his decision. He called out to the struggling Chen Xiaowei and Wang Wushi, "You two, help Taoist and hold them off for a moment. I shall return shortly." No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly dodged a sweeping gust of demonic wind and raced towards the silent garden. Chapter 16. The Divine Art of the 6 Armor Gods, originating from the celestial path of the law of the heavenly talisman, transforming beings into soldiers, is in hand. The fox demon's piercing wail nearly shattered eardrums, intent on eliminating Lu Changqing at any cost. "Your opponent is me," Yin Jiao bellowed, his 4 arms dancing wildly, intertwining talismans, fists, and incantations to firmly restrain the fox demon and the corpse spirit in place. Chen Xiaowei and Wang Wushi exchanged glances, gritting their teeth, and launched their own assaults on the corpse spirit from the flanks. Lu Changqing dashed into the garden, the biting cold nearly freezing his blood. His gaze locked onto a massive, long-dead locust tree. "This is the spot." Without hesitation, Lu Changqing summoned his formidable power, slamming his palms against the ground with fervor. Boom! The earth erupted, mingling with decayed roots, revealing an ominous black pottery jar. The surface of the jar was inscribed with twisted and bizarre runes, from which wisps of black mist continuously seeped forth, connecting with the entire net of ghostly energy. This, indeed, was the heart of the ghostly formation. What sent a chill down Lu Changqing's spine was the sight within the jar. A heart, still slowly pulsating. The heart, a strange shade of purple-black, seemed to inhale and exhale malevolent energy like a mouth. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the divine light of exorcism. If it could pierce through the corpse spirit and the fox demon, surely it could penetrate a mere heart. Hiss! The radiant golden light instantly pierced the pottery jar, as well as the sinister heart. Sizzle! The heart quickly withered, shriveling into a pool of black pus, ultimately vanishing completely. Boom! Almost simultaneously with the destruction of the heart, the entire Su Mansion's ghostly realm trembled violently. The once dense, viscous malevolent energy appeared to burst like a balloon, rapidly dissipating into a thin and erratic mist. Within the hall, the ferocious corpse spirit, at the moment the heart was destroyed, suddenly froze in place. The savage light in its eyes extinguished, as if all its strength had been drained, and it collapsed to the ground, head drooping lifelessly. My husband. The white-clad fox demon sensed the severed fatal connection and let out a heart-rending wail that reverberated throughout the hall. She whipped around, her crimson eyes fixated on Lu Changqing, brimming with boundless resentment and madness. Yet the tide had turned. Without the support of the ghostly realm and the alliance of the corpse spirit, she, a solitary demon, could ultimately withstand no longer. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Yin Jiao executed a series of hand seals. A golden suppression talisman descended, striking the fox demon with force. The fox demon emitted a cry of unwilling despair, her form forcibly reverting to its original state. Together with the corpse spirit, she was drawn back into the black coffin by Yin Jiao's magical power. As he chanted a secret incantation, the coffin lid thunderously closed, countless runes swirling to seal it completely. Dawn had finally arrived. Yin Jiao dissipated his monstrous, two-headed, four-armed form, his face pale and defeated. It did not pause. Sitting cross-legged, hands forming seals, murmuring incantations. An arcane wave of power emanated from him, enveloping the entire coffin as the astonished gazes of the onlookers fell upon him. Before his eyes, the ebony coffin began to slowly dissolve, along with the demon fox and the corpse spirit inside, transforming into a pool of black liquid. Within this liquid, a bead, no larger than a mung bean, gradually coalesced, its surface shimmering with golden light. With an expression devoid of emotion, Yin Jiao beckoned, and the bead was consumed. Lu Changqing felt a sudden jolt in his eye and a tumult in his stomach, barely restraining himself from inquiring whether this peculiar object was edible. Seemingly aware of Lu Changqing's confusion, Yin Jiao took the initiative to clarify. This is the method of cultivating the 3 heads and 6 arms divine ability, imparted by my master. It requires the refinement of demon spirits and malevolent energy into immortal beings. My descent from the mountain for training is precisely for this purpose. A wave of shock coursed through Lu Changqing's heart. To cultivate the 3 heads and 6 arms necessitates the capture and refinement of demons. Does eating 1 being grant an additional head and pair of arms? Moreover, the evasion technique bestowed upon him by Guang Chengzi also pertained to spirits. Is this truly the legitimate path of cultivation? He recalled from his past life that Yin Jiao had indeed achieved the 3 heads and 6 arms, seemingly after consuming 7 immortal beings given by Guang Chengzi. Could this be the very immortal being? After consuming it, a third eye emerged between Yin Jiao's brows. Did his spiritual roots stem from that divine eye? A chill ran down Lu Changqing's spine, compelling him to halt his thoughts. Yin Jiao approached Lu Changqing, producing an odd bee-skin scroll from his robe and handing it over. His demeanor regained its tranquility, even tinged with a hint of detachment. This is every plant a soldier, evolved from the scatter beans to create soldier's technique within the 36 Heavenly Generals doctrine. Its intricacies surpass the 5 elements evasion method taught by your master. He paused, surveying Lu Changqing as if recalling something. Though you lack the fortune to elucidate the teachings, you possess a modicum of opportunity and capability. I can now illuminate a clear path for you. 1,000 miles south of Shui town, lies Fire Dragon Island, a territory of the sect. They do not prioritize innate talent, but rather the bonds of fate. You might consider trying your luck there. I must return to the mountain to report. This is our farewell. Before Lu Changqing could voice his gratitude or pose further questions, Yin Jiao clasped his hands in farewell, his figure flickering before vanishing into the dawn light, leaving behind an empty hall and the beast's skin scroll. Clutching the scroll, Lu Changqing's thoughts surged. Fire Dragon Island, 3 heads and 6 arms, immortal beings. The method of cultivation also bore a peculiar nature. He instinctively lowered his gaze to the scroll in his hands, which displayed task completed, spiritual resonance 120. The familiar panel notification appeared before his eyes. Lu Changqing felt his surroundings shift, the scenery rapidly receding. His consciousness returned to reality. With a sudden jolt, Lu Changqing opened his eyes and checked the panel. Host, Lu Changqing, Destiny, Eastern Emperor Bell, Spiritual Treasure, Source. Fragment, 31000000. Cultivation, Perfect Yellow Sprout Realm, Unbroken. Spiritual Resonance, 123 points. Spiritual Roots, Tai Sui, I Enigma, traceable 3-6 times. Spells, Breaking Illusions to Exterminate Evil, Divine Ability. 5 elements, Spiritual Escape, Divine Ability. Grass and trees as soldiers, not advanced. With 123 points of spiritual resonance, this time's tracing yielded bountiful rewards, particularly the unexpected acquisition of a new spell. Lu Changqing's gaze settled upon the newly manifested grass and trees as soldiers. With a mere thought, he realized that this spell would allow plants to take the form of soldiers to combat foes, perfectly suiting his current solitary predicament where assistance was scarce. Should it be elevated to a divine ability, it would undoubtedly become even more formidable, akin to 5-element spiritual escape. Without further hesitation, Lu Changqing gritted his teeth and expended 90 points of spiritual resonance. Grass and trees as soldiers transformed from an introductory spell to the divine ability 6 Armored Divine Technique. The essence of the 6 Armored Divine Technique lies in capturing various ghostly entities and spirits, employing secret methods to forge them into divine weapons. Subsequently, these 6 divine soldiers are commanded to engage in battle. The crafted divine weapons are classified into 3 tiers: black armor, silver armor, and golden armor. The more ferocious and extraordinary the captured spirits, the more powerful and unique the resulting divine weapons become. Lu Changqing's heart surged with fervor. If he could amass a sufficient number of divine weapons, it would essentially constitute a grand summoning technique, offering myriad applications. Observing the remaining 33 points of spiritual resonance on his panel, he took a deep breath. Having reached the pinnacle of the Yellow Sprout realm, he was merely a step away from achieving the elixir of life. Tonight, he intended to confront the 3 trials. It would be prudent to bolster his strength. Moreover, within the confines of the 3 trials, the dense atmosphere of Yin energy and the abundance of ghostly beings made it an ideal locale for honing the 6 Armored Divine Technique. With some time still before nightfall, Lu Changqing resolved to tidy up the Taoist temple. Chapter 17. Re-entering Hell, breaking through 3 barriers as time flowed and night descended. A luminous moon hung high in the sky. Lu Changqing sat cross-legged beside the Eastern Emperor Bell. An inexplicable tremor arose within him, summoning him without warning. He had anticipated this and felt no inclination to resist, allowing that force to draw his spirit toward the depths of hell. The scene before him twisted and blurred, then abruptly clarified. Lu Changqing found himself in a peculiar realm. Above, below, to the left and right. Everywhere he looked, vast walls smooth as mirrors coldly reflected light. Countless reflections of Lu Changqing emerged in the mirrored surfaces, densely packed, each identical to the other, even the slightest tremor of hair visible. A profound sense of being thoroughly scrutinized washed over him. Furrowing his brow, Lu Chongqing swiftly expended a fragment of his spiritual essence to summon the Eastern Emperor Bell. A faint golden light enveloped him in an instant. Simultaneously, a warmth pulsed at his brow, indicating the activation of his illusory, dispelling divine ability. Every detail within his field of vision became starkly clear. However, those immense mirror surfaces remained mere reflections, and the reflections stayed as mere echoes. No hidden specters lurkev. No distorted patterns appeared. Everything felt strikingly real. Memories of the eerie journal's scattered descriptions of these three barriers surfaced in Lu Chongqing's mind. What was reflected was both an illusion and the true self. This barrier tested the delusions and obsessions hidden deep within the hearts of cultivators. A barely perceptible smile curled at the corners of Lu Chongqing's mouth. This illusory, dispelling barrier? It reminded him of the time he was forcefully compelled to confront the deepest obsessions of his heart beneath the celestial bell of Master Zheng, a near-fatal experience. His greatest obsession had long since been clarified through that trial of life and death. Thus, this illusory, dispelling barrier posed little challenge for him. Without a shred of hesitation, he gathered his scattered thoughts, calming his heart like still water, and stepped forward with composure. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Suddenly, crack! As if unable to bear some invisible force, the surrounding massive and sturdy mirrors emitted a collective lament of overwhelming burden. Cracks spread like a spider's web. With a thunderous roar, all the mirrors shattered simultaneously, transforming into countless luminous points, scattering like fireflies, ultimately dissipating into the void. The entire process unfolded with an ease that was somewhat unexpected. The past perils and tribulations had, at this moment, become the very capital for breezing through this challenge. At the instant the mirrors shattered, the scene before him transformed once more. The cold, desolate, mirrored world vanished, replaced by a gentle realm shrouded in swirling mists, where ethereal melodies resonated and enchanting fragrances wafted through the air. Countless graceful figures, breathtakingly beautiful fairies flickered in and out of the clouds, some with flirtatious glances, shy yet alluring, others with captivating eyes that could ensnare souls, still others, pure and innocent, untouched by the mundane world. A myriad of gazes were cast upon him, filled with an ineffable depth of emotion and enticing allure. Lu Chongqing noticed that many figures around him had already succumbed to the enchantment of the mist. Some cultivators embraced the celestial beings, composing poetry in a state of apparent madness. Others wept bitterly, tears streaming down their faces. Even more alarming were those who had already shed their garments, engaging in wild abandon with the enchanting spirits, uttering garbled sounds. It was evident that they had succumbed completely. Lu Chongqing felt a chill run down his spine. This trial of emotions was indeed perilous. The 7 emotions and 6 desires posed a challenge that was most difficult to guard against. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the golden vertical pattern on his brow, activating the illusory, dispelling divine light. The scene before him transformed instantaneously. Where once there was a realm of celestial bliss, now lay a chilling, ghastly purgatory. The clouds morphed into a viscous black mist, celestial music turned into wailing specters, and the sweet fragrance became a nauseating stench of decay. The so-called celestial beings revealed their true, hideous forms. Some oozed black blood from their orifices, their faces pale as parchment, gazing vacantly at the cultivators in their arms with maddened smiles. Others bore ghastly features, drooling greedily as they siphoned the life essence from their targets. Some were mere skeletal remains, sockets hollow, yet still posed alluringly. Lu Chongqing even spotted several unusually tall figures, their prominent Adam's apples revealing them as malevolent spirits. Those entranced cultivators remained oblivious, their primal essence being voraciously consumed by the surrounding apparitions, leaving them utterly drained. Even if they were fortunate enough to break free, they would likely feel lethargic and diminished, mistaking their weakened state for the natural consequence of overcoming the trial. However, a smirk curled at the corners of Lu Chongqing's mouth. The trial of emotions? To him, This was simply an exquisite hunting ground for the sixth Jia divine art. His gaze sharpened like a blade, swiftly scanning the disguised apparitions. Ultimately, his focus settled on the three closest phantoms. The one with a pure and adorable facade was merely a skeleton cloaked in a painted guise. The lively and spirited one was a grotesque fiend with protruding teeth and drool. Lastly, the gentle, flowing figure was a tall male spirit. The three apparitions approached Lu Changqing with sultry glances. "Excellent. Let us begin with you." Lu Changqing had already devised a plan. He intentionally slowed his breathing, feigning a perfect semblance of confusion, and took a tentative step forward, seemingly drawn to the gentle spirit, the tall male ghost. A flicker of barely perceptible pride and greed flashed in the ghost's eyes, a grin stretching almost his ears, his gaze becoming entrancing. In that instant, Lu Changqing's expression turned icy and sharp, his steps shifting into an uncanny rhythm, his form darting forward like an arrow released from a bow, advancing instead of retreating. A burst of golden light erupted from his brow. The long-prepared, exorcising, evil golden light transformed into a radiant beam, shooting forth with sudden intensity. Swoosh! The golden light, precise beyond measure, pierced through the male ghost's painted disguise, directly penetrating his ghastly essence. "Ah!" The male ghost emitted a shrill, twisted wail, the ghostly aura around him bursting like a punctured balloon, dissipating in an instant. The disguise could no longer be sustained, revealing its coarse and unsightly true form. Now, Lu Changqing moved with unrelenting swiftness, his left hand deftly performing the soul-retrieving incantation recorded in the six Jia divine arts. A chain of runes, forged from concentrated magical energy, materialized out of thin air, coiling upwards like a spectral serpent. It forcibly bound the severely injured male ghost, compressing it until it was ultimately drawn into the depths of his sleeve. Lu Changqing's actions were as swift as lightning, executed in one seamless motion, leaving the male ghost no opportunity to struggle before being captured. The nearby white-boned fairy, disguised as a charming figure, and the lively buck-toothed fairy seemed to have just grasped the situation, watching in astonishment. Yet, Lu Changqing could scarcely spare them a glance. He activated the Tai Sui Eye's enigmatic powers, casting his gaze beyond the present specter, embarking on a broad scan of the entire seven emotions pass. He observed many other cultivators still ensnared in their respective illusions. Some wept and embraced their illusory loved ones, tears streaming down their faces. Others reveled in the company of alluring fairies, lost in ecstatic delight. A few basked in the glory of having achieved fame within the illusions, intoxicated by their own success. Such displays were grotesque. Only a select few remained unperturbed, seemingly having seen through the charade. To Lu Changqing, the fairies or relatives nestled beside them appeared as grotesque specters, each with varying forms and tainted auras. Ordinary ghosts held no intrigue for Lu Changqing. His aim was clear. He sought rare treasures. Utilizing the peculiar sensitivity of the Tai Sui Eye, he specifically searched for those spirits exuding unique ghostly energy, possessing unusual forms, or radiating distinct fluctuations. These superior specters held greater potential for forging divine weapons. Lu Changqing flickered like a wraith, traversing through the myriad realms of gentle illusions. Once a target was identified, he would strike first with a beam of purging golden light to injure and weaken its power, swiftly capturing it with the six Jia divine arts. He paid no heed to the anguished cries of the entranced cultivators, their shouts of despair echoing around him. "Let go of my mother! Return my daughter! You vile creature! Thwart my good fortune!" The cacophony of curses fell upon deaf ears as Lu Changqing continued his task. In a brief span, he successfully captured 7 seemingly extraordinary specters, culminating with the previously ensnared male ghost, totaling 8. Among them was a general ghost clad in tattered armor, exuding a fierce aura, a wailing ghost wielding a lamentation staff, shrouded in a chilling atmosphere, and a starving ghost, emaciated yet sporting a grotesquely large belly. Just as Lu Changqing contemplated capturing more spirits, an overwhelming force of repulsion. Several times, stronger than before, surged forth, unceremoniously ejecting him from the seven emotions pass. He realized he had surpassed this threshold and could linger no longer. Well, 8 will suffice, he mused inwardly. The scene before him shifted once again. The ground beneath his feet transformed from soft, cloud-like mist to scalding, massive copper pillars. These pillars spanned the boundless sea of molten lava, forming perilous bridges. The air was thick with the acrid stench of sulfur and charred remnants, inducing a wave of nausea. There exists an intangible force of fervor, pervading every nook and cranny, surging directly to the heart and lungs, effortlessly igniting the latent fury nestled deep within one's soul. This is the third threshold, the realm of fiery departure. Chapter 18. The forging of divine weapons. Lu Changqing observed that many cultivators, even before stepping onto the copper pillar, had already turned red-eyed and ferocious, resembling rabid dogs as they savagely tore at one another, their furious roars echoing. Among them, 2 individuals were engaged in a heated exchange. "What are you staring at? What about it?" Without hesitation, they began to grapple fiercely. The flames enveloping them intensified with their anger, ultimately reducing them to ashes, oblivious to their own demise. A few cultivators, protected by special treasures, cautiously advanced along the copper pillar. However, their faces were flushed, sweat poured down like rain, and they exhaled flames with every breath, clearly struggling to maintain their composure. A greater number, on the other hand, pressed directly onto the copper pillar, charging forward despite the hissing sound of their flesh being scorched, shouting in unison, "It's all fake. It's all a lie." Lu Changqing understood that in this trial of the Lihua Pass, the more the anger was provoked, the hotter the copper pillar became. This challenge tested the cultivator's ability to restrain their fury and maintain self-control. He realized that while the golden bell of protection could shield him from most of the heat waves, the force that stirred the anger was difficult to completely block. As one's appearance reflects the heart, so too does intention arise from thought. Lu Changqing began to feel an unnameable anger surging from within. Everything around him became irksome and displeasing. At that moment, a cultivator with bloodshot eyes charged at him, roaring with defiance. "Get out of the way, you pretty boy. I'll toss you into the magma and claim this copper passage for myself." A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Changqing's eyes. The anger stirred by the Lihua Pass had found its outlet. Since the opponent had come seeking his own demise, how could he not oblige? He stood firm, confronting the individual head-on. "Get lost." With his right foot infused with magical energy, he lifted it swiftly, landing a powerful kick squarely on the opponent's chest. Bang! The sound echoed. The cultivator was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, his form becoming ethereal mid-air, clearly expelled from the trial. Such a weak disposition. He should return another time to attempt this challenge. Lu Changqing snorted coldly, feeling no remorse whatsoever. One could only say that the individual had brought this upon himself. He then noticed that the malevolent spirits of this trial were concealed within the magma below. These spirits, crimson all over, exhaled flames that seemed to entice the emotions of the cultivators, seemingly feeding on their dissipating anger to fortify themselves. Some of these spirits were particularly massive, exuding an ominous aura far surpassing that of ordinary spirits, possessing exceptional quality, yet they were utterly elusive. Lu Changqing felt a twinge of regret, but did not linger. He surveyed the copper pillars spanning the sea of fire, a thought sparking in his mind. He immediately activated the golden escape technique from the 5 elements spirit escape. Whoosh! Harnessing the immense copper pillar beneath his feet, he transformed into a brilliant stream of golden light, swiftly dashing toward the opposite shore of the sea of flames. In comparison to those who were still cautiously inching along the copper pillar or being ignited by their own fury, he was far ahead. After 2 breaths, Lu Changqing effortlessly reached the opposite side of the magma fire sea. He turned back to glance, and only then did he realize that this seemingly boundless sea of magma was, in fact, a mere width of about 9 zhong. Immediately, the surrounding scenery became a blur, twisting and distorting. The sea of magma vanished, and the stifling scent of sulfur dissipated. The familiar view of the Taoist temple reemerged before his eyes. Above him hung the luminous moon, while the familiar sounds of birds and beasts filled the forest around him. Lu Changqing instinctively lifted his gaze towards that resplendent moon, momentarily tempted to peer through the veil of illusion to see if the celestial Chang'e truly resided within its embrace. Yet upon recalling the sun's true visage, its colossal, glaring eye, he dismissed the thought. Sometimes distance indeed begets beauty. He stifled his curiosity and turned his attention to the panel, preparing to break through his current realm. Host: Lu Changqing, Destiny, Eastern Emperor Bell. Spiritual Treasure, Essence. Fragment, 310000. Cultivation, Perfect Yellow Sprout Realm, can be enhanced. Spiritual Essence, 32 points, Spiritual Root, Tai Sui Ai, can be traced back 3-6 times. Spells, Break Illusions and Exterminate Evil, Divine Ability. 5 Elements, Spiritual Escape, Divine Ability. 6 Divine Technique, Divine Ability. He sensed that each minor breakthrough required 10 points of Spiritual Essence, consuming 30 points of Spiritual Essence. He initiated the breakthrough. A surge of energy, far more potent and pure than during his previous Yellow Sprout breakthrough, erupted from the void, flooding his limbs and bones. Within his Dantian's ocean of qi, the verdant immortal spirit mushroom, born from the Yellow Sprout, trembled violently. Drops of vibrant, jade-like liquid, brimming with vivacity, began to exude from its surface. Initial stage of returning to the elixir realm. Mid-stage of returning to the elixir realm. Late stage of returning to the elixir realm. As his realm soared, the jade liquid multiplied, showering the immortal spirit mushroom like a nourishing rain, gradually enveloping it. With the continuous accumulation, enveloping, and permeation of the jade liquid, the form of the immortal spirit mushroom underwent marvelous transformations. It was but a step away from completely transforming into a plump, verdant elixir, radiating boundless vitality. This was the jade liquid returning to the elixir. Lu Changqing abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance flashing within. He could distinctly feel the surging magical power within him, now more than tenfold stronger than during his Yellow Sprout realm. His senses sharpened immensely, allowing him to even perceive the faint sounds of insects crawling from afar. More importantly, his lifespan had inexplicably extended by 300 years. This was the returning to the elixir realm. Although he had only reached the late stage and had yet to attain perfection, this newfound strength instilled him with a nascent confidence to safeguard himself in this enigmatic world. After the joy of his breakthrough subsided, Lu Changqing glanced at the panel. Spiritual Essence, 2 points, only a meager 2 points of Spiritual Essence remained. In his excitement, he had forgotten to reserve some for tracing back. This paltry essence was insufficient even for a single tracing attempt. It seemed that, for the time being, he would have to rely on daily striking of the Eastern Emperor Bell to accumulate Spiritual Essence. Lu Changqing calmed his mind and focused on the 8 ghostly entities he had captured at the 7 Emotions Pass. It was time to refine them into divine weapons. He released the 8 suppressed ghostly entities and began the refining process according to the secret methods recorded in the 6 Divine Technique. A thread of mystical energy emanated, interweaving into enigmatic runes that were imprinted upon the 8 distinct apparitions. The specters emitted silent wails, their forms beginning to contort, compress, and dissolve under the influence of the runes. This process was neither swift nor straightforward. Rather, it was imbued with an eerie and sinister atmosphere. For 5 consecutive days, Lu Changqing remained within the temple, wholly absorbed in the alchemical transformation of these phantoms. On the 5th day, as the final vestige of magical energy was infused, the 8 writhing shadows finally relinquished their original forms. In their stead, 8 orbs materialized, suspended in the palm of his hand. 3 of these orbs shimmered with a silvery luminescence, embodying the silver-armored divine warriors, while the remaining 5 were of purest black, representing the black-armored divine warriors. Lu Changqing grasped one of the silver orbs and infused it with his essence. This particular orb was crafted by the imposing male specter masquerading as a gentle fairy. The silver-armored divine warrior, it produced flawlessly inherited the ability to transform its appearance, even mimicking its essence with remarkable precision. The silver warrior forged from a starving ghost possessed a peculiar ability to devour flesh, to augment its own strength, and heal its wounds. The third silver-armored divine warrior, created from a wailing specter, emitted a howl that struck directly at the soul, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. The remaining 5 black-armored divine warriors boasted combat prowess equivalent to the pinnacle of the Yellow Sprout realm. Most crucially, as long as the orbs remained intact, they could be reconstituted through the cultivation of magical energy, even if their forms were shattered. With Liu Changqing's current prowess in the returning Pill realm, the summoned silver-armored divine warriors possess strength on par with genuine practitioners of that realm, exhibiting a fierce disregard for death. This was truly a bespoke means of protection tailored to his needs. A satisfied smile graced Liu Changqing's lips as he prepared to familiarize himself with the newly acquired divine weapons. Just then, old ghost Ziyang, come forth. Chapter 19. The Taoist Temple Ambush. The divine weapon reveals its might. Old ghost Ziyang, after searching for you for over a decade, I have finally located you. Who would have thought you would hide in this quaint sanctuary? With a disdainful snort, 3 thunderous shouts, brimming with a chilling intent to kill, erupted outside the Taoist temple like thunderclaps. The voices contained powerful waves of magical energy, causing the dilapidated temple to hum with resonance. The intruders directly addressed old ghost Ziyang, their words unambiguously mentioning the celestial bell. Liu Changqing's pupils constricted abruptly. He sprang to his feet. His divine perception swept through the surroundings. Outside the temple, 3 figures hovered in midair. Leading them was an exceptionally burly man who wielded a giant blade resembling a door plank, exuding an aura of ferocity. Clearly at the pinnacle of the returning elixir realm, to his left stood a delicate man holding a white fan, his pallid face and sinister gaze betraying his late-stage returning elixir cultivation. To the right was a stern-faced middle-aged man, bearing an ancient long sword on his back. Also at the late stage of the returning elixir realm, the trio's eyes were fixed intently on the crumbling temple, their murderous intent palpable. The delicate man sneered coldly. Ziyang Zhenren, cease your resistance. You failed to ascend to the Yuantai realm and are now severely weakened, your power diminished to a mere fraction. The stern-faced man interjected. You cannot escape. Surrender the celestial bell, and we shall not force you to fight. The burly man continued to berate old ghost Ziyang. Had you not sought to monopolize the celestial bell back at the ruins of the Yunshu Immortal sect, you would not have fallen to such a plight. Exploring the ruins of the Yunshu Immortal sect, a grudge formed because old ghost Ziyang coveted the celestial bell. Liu Changqing's brow furrowed tightly. This was a grave predicament. It was evident that they were after the celestial bell of the Yunshu Immortal sect. Now, that bell had transformed into the Eastern Emperor Bell, his life's treasure. Should they catch sight of the Eastern Emperor Bell and be consumed by greed, it would surely lead to a deadly confrontation. Given his current strength, confronting these 3 directly was utterly hopeless. An ambush was imperative. A glint of resolve flashed in Liu Changqing's eyes as he made a swift decision. He immediately summoned a silver orb crafted by the towering male ghost. Infusing it with magical energy, a silver light flickered, and a robust form materialized before him. Transform. With a thought, Liu Changqing commanded the silver-armored divine soldier to twist and contort. In an instant, it took on the appearance of Ziyang Zhenren, ethereal and dignified. Excellent. This guise of Ziyang Zhenren would serve as bait to lure them into the temple. With a frigid gaze, Liu Changqing swiftly set up his defenses within the temple, preparing a grand welcome for these distant guests. He employed earth escape to vanish underground, his mind tightly linked to Ziyang Zhenren. With a slight motion of his magical energy, a tall, ethereal figure resembling Ziyang Zhenren suddenly appeared at the temple entrance. Old ghost Ziyang. Outside, the burly man wielding the giant blade, upon seeing Ziyang Zhenren materialize, was momentarily stunned, then broke into a sinister grin. You dare to show yourself? Still at the returning elixir realm? The effeminate man, holding a white fan, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes, which was swiftly supplanted by a more profound greed. It seems that the benefits you acquired within the ruins of the Yunshu Xian sect are far more substantial than merely the Immortal Bell. The fierce-faced man, bearing a long sword, also gazed intently. To maintain your cultivation at the alchemy stage, Ziyang, your fortune is indeed remarkable. The trio initially harbored a modicum of trepidation regarding the residual strength of the Ziyang true man, but upon sensing his authentic alchemical aura, their apprehensions dissipated entirely. In their view, a severely injured old man, who was merely forcing himself to uphold his realm, could hardly pose a significant threat. This merely corroborated the astonishing benefits of the Yunshu Xian sect's ruins. Greed completely overshadowed caution. The Ziyang true man's face displayed a calculated blend of astonishment, anger, and feebleness. He seemed taken aback that, after hiding for so long, they had still managed to track him down. "You are being excessively oppressive," he bellowed, raising his hand to unleash a feeble flicker of magical energy, symbolically directed at the three. "Ha ha! Your tricks are exhausted," the burly man bellowed with laughter, casually sweeping his ghostly blade to shatter that feeble attack. The color drained from the Ziyang true man's face as if he had expended all his strength. Without hesitation, he turned and transformed into a streak of light, fleeing deeper into the dilapidated Taoist temple. Try to escape. Leave the Immortal Bell behind. Pursue. With this, the three men harbored no further doubts. In their eyes, the Ziyang true man's display was entirely a fade, a show of false bravado masking his inner weakness. Eager to seize the treasure, the three immediately transformed into three streaks of light, rushing through the temple's entrance. Just as they crossed the threshold, an unexpected shift occurred. An intangible, chilling, and eerie wave surged forth, sweeping through the souls of the three like a tidal wave. It was the crying ghost divine soldier. It had, following Lu Chongqing's orders, been lying in ambush at the entrance, unleashing the most potent soul assault with a wail. What is that? Even though the three were highly skilled, they were caught unprepared, and their souls felt as if struck by a hammer. A violent daze engulfed them, and their vision darkened. In that fleeting moment of disorientation, a rancid, shadowy figure surged forth like lightning. Its target, the effeminate man with the white fan, designated by Lu Chongqing as the primary target for extermination. It was the silver-armored divine soldier, transformed from the hungry ghost. Its claws glimmered with a disquieting spectral light. Disregarding the protective magical energy hastily summoned by the effeminate man, and it ruthlessly tore through his defenses. With a sickening sound, blood sprayed forth as the effeminate man's right chest was pierced, a scream escaping his lips as his vitality waned, rendering him powerless. Kill! Simultaneously, the ambushing, crying ghost divine soldier and three other black-armored divine soldiers, undaunted by death, roared as they charged towards the burly man, whose cultivation was the highest and whose aura was the most ferocious, ensnaring him tightly. After injuring the effeminate man, the hungry ghost divine soldier turned to pounce upon the burly man, transformed from the towering male specter. The Ziyang true man joined forces with the remaining two black-armored divine soldiers, advancing left and right to engage the fierce swordsman. Within the confines of the narrow temple, chaos erupted into a frenzied battle. The brilliance of spells intertwined violently with the chilling aura of spirits, clashing amidst a cacophony of thunderous roars, anguished cries, and the clanging of weapons. The walls cracked, and the ground crumbled. Lu Chongqing remained concealed underground, akin to a patient hunter. His eyes shimmered with the light of the breaking illusion divine ability, meticulously observing the battlefield's intricacies, awaiting a moment of vulnerability from the two combatants. Although the divine soldiers exhibited remarkable ferocity, they were but constructs, devoid of true intelligence and adaptability. Confronted by a late-stage alchemist and a perfected alchemist, the battle remained stalemated, even with the assistance of the soul shock from the wailing ghost. Particularly, the robust man wielded his ghostly blade with a fierce momentum, the blade's aura sweeping across. inflicting continual wounds upon the wailing ghost and the starving ghost. As the three black-armored divine soldiers perished, the swordsman's technique proved viciously cunning. With each strike, he ruthlessly dismantled the form of one divine soldier, reducing it to a dim black being that fell to the ground. Witnessing the relentless onslaught, the rugged man and the swordsman exchanged glances, both recognizing a shared intent to retreat. Should they continue, victory would come at a dire cost. They needed to escape swiftly, just as the swordsman swung his blade once more, shattering another black-armored divine soldier. A moment of relaxation flickered in his mind. In that instant, Lu Changqing made his move. The earth escape technique activated, and he appeared like a specter behind the swordsman. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Changqing channeled his surging late-stage alchemist power into his right fist. With a full-force strike, bang! The resounding impact reverberated like a drum. The swordsman barely had time to react before he suffered a devastating blow to his back. His protective aura shattered like parchment, and he was struck as if by lightning, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, stumbling forward. Before he could mount any defense, the Ziyang true man, eyes gleaming with silver light, lunged and bit through the swordsman's throat. The swordsman's eyes widened in horror, vitality rapidly fleeing. Filled with boundless shock and resentment, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Damn that old ghost of Ziyang. The rugged man's eyes brimmed with fury. He knew that if he did not flee now, escape would no longer be an option. Chapter 20. The ambush. With a thunderous roar, the burly man unleashed his fury, cleaving through the relentless wails of the specter with his ghostly blade. In a desperate act, he bit his own tongue, allowing his lifeblood to surge forth, cascading over the blade. Instantly, the air resonated with a resonant hum, the bloodlight swelling like a tidal wave, its pungent aroma thickening into near tangibility. He was intent on employing a blood-based secret technique, one that demanded an immense toll to forcibly escape. But you wish to flee? Lu Changqing, concealed in the shadows, let out a cold snort, having anticipated this very move. At the center of his brow, the purging evil divine art ignited with immediacy. A beam of pure, resplendent golden light, as brilliant as the sun, struck precisely at the burly man who was on the verge of transforming into bloodlight. The clash of gold and blood erupted with a piercing sound, a searing cacophony. Though the blood escape technique was not entirely thwarted, the bloodlight dimmed, wavering in its vigor, causing his body to falter momentarily. In that crucial instant, the famished specter surged forth, opening its cavernous maw capable of devouring all. As the bloodlight attempted to flee, it clamped down on half of the burly man's form. No! The burly man let out a despairing howl. Yet it was too late. In the next heartbeat, half of him materialized a short distance away. The famished specter, with its swollen belly, emitted a satisfied grunt. In the blink of an eye, the temple was left with only the initially wounded effeminate man and the two divine soldiers, the famished specter and the puppet of Ziyang Zhenren. The other 6 divine soldiers had been reverted to their original, diminutive forms, scattered across the ground, their luster dulled. This sight caused Lu Changqing, hidden in the shadows, to furrow his brow slightly, feeling a pang of regret. Fortunately, he could nurture them back to their former glory with his magical prowess. Lu Changqing did not immediately reveal himself. Instead, he subtly manipulated Ziyang Zhenren, guiding him step by step towards the collapsed, breathless, effeminate man. As the effeminate man beheld Ziyang Zhenren's approach, a fleeting glimmer of fear crossed his eyes, swiftly morphing into a pallid expression. He struggled to force a smile even more grotesque than tears, his voice weak, cough. Ziyang Zhenren. What a remarkable technique, truly remarkable. I never anticipated. You had crafted such a formidable puppet. It is we who have fallen short. As he spoke, he labored to breathe, as if on the brink of expiration. If the Zhenren spares my life, I shall offer all my hidden treasures. Ziyang Zhenren, wearing a smile, inquired hoarsely, reveal your origins, and how you came to find this place. Upon hearing this, the effeminate man's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, You are not Ziyang Zhenren. His gaze searched for flaws in that countenance, Only to be overtaken by a rapturous expression, he exclaimed excitedly, "A misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. My friend, I came in pursuit of the ancient ghost, Ziyang, and bear no enmity towards you. If you spare me, I am willing to present all my treasures. Furthermore, I possess the whereabouts of a celestial artifact. That artifact is located at." His expression was imbued with profound sincerity, and his tone resonated with the relief of one who has narrowly escaped calamity. However, just as he was about to divulge the whereabouts of the so-called celestial artifact, capturing the full attention of the Ziyang real man, an unforeseen twist occurred. A slender beam of emerald light, swift as lightning, erupted from the lips of the effeminate man. Its speed and angle surpassed any preceding attack. The target was none other than the Ziyang real man's brow. With a resounding thud, the Ziyang real man, manipulated by Lu Chongqing, reacted sluggishly. The green light pierced through his brow, creating a small orifice, momentarily halting his movement. Upon witnessing this, the effeminate man's face contorted with a blend of malice and elation. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the air. His complexion flushed, and his aura surged dramatically, clearly indicating the use of a secret technique to extract hidden potential. The pretense of being gravely injured had merely been a ruse for this unexpected lethal strike. His intention was unmistakably to eliminate the Ziyang real man in a sudden, decisive move, securing his position as the ultimate victor. At that moment, propelled by the ferocious power conferred by the secret technique, he aimed a palm strike at the nearby, starving ghost puppet. This puppet was exceedingly peculiar. Even in the absence of its master, it continued to move. It needed to be subdued immediately. Lu Chongqing was momentarily taken aback by this sudden turn of events. What a treacherous scoundrel! He had been slightly delayed in controlling the Ziyang real man, and now, realizing the peril, he could not evade in time. With a flash, Lu Chongqing ceased to conceal himself. His figure flickered, and the five elements' spirit escape reached its zenith, allowing him to materialize behind the effeminate man like a wraith. Unbeknownst to him, he had grasped the ancient sword that belonged to the fierce-looking man. Unreservedly, the mana of the returning elixir realm surged into the blade. The sword hummed with an insatiable thirst for blood. In a swift motion, a chilling, rapid beam of sword light flashed. The effeminate man's actions froze abruptly as he attempted to strike the starving ghost puppet with all his might. In disbelief, he slowly lowered his gaze towards his chest. A bloodied sword tip protruded from his back, imbued with a frigid intent to kill and destructive mana, instantly shattering his vital essence. Life ebbed away like a receding tide. "You, from..." The effeminate man struggled to turn his head to discern who stood behind him. Yet, he could only utter two words before succumbing to silence. The resentment and unwillingness in his gaze forever solidified. He slumped forward. At that moment, the starving ghost puppet opened its gaping maw, engulfing him whole. Once inside, he would be safest. Lu Chongqing mused, relieved that he remained in the shadows. Otherwise, he might have met his own demise today. He instructed the starving ghost to tidy up the battlefield. Lu Chongqing bent down to collect the 7 beans scattered on the ground. Fortunately, the recent skirmish had merely reverted them to their bean form. The others had not thought to destroy the beans. Otherwise, he would have suffered significant losses. He murmured to himself while cautiously surveying his surroundings, ensuring no accomplices lay in wait. Yet, it seemed he had overthought the matter. There was not a whisper of movement, only the remnants of chaos strewn about. After the hungry ghost had finished cleaning up the chaotic battlefield, it returned to the side of Lu Chongqing, clutching 3 storage rings and 2 weapons. Lu Chongqing accepted the rings and infused his magical energy to probe their contents. His brows furrowed slightly. Within the first ring, aside from a few inferior spirit stones, 2 mediocre quality magical artifacts, and several healing elixirs, it was utterly devoid of anything else, more meager than what the Ziyang real person had left behind. Unwilling to accept this, he examined the other 2 rings, only to find similar results, with merely a few jade slips appearing somewhat distinct. Strange. How could these 3 individuals, who dared to conspire against the Ziyang real person and seemed to possess knowledge of the Yunshu immortal sect's ruins, be so impoverished? Could it be that their fortunes were stored elsewhere? Suddenly, a stirring came from the belly of the hungry ghost, which had been lingering nearby. As it seemed to encounter something indigestible, it opened its wide maw and expelled 3 peculiar items radiating spiritual light. Indeed, the spiritual roots left behind by the 3 deceased cultivators. Following this, it regurgitated a piece of palm-sized, strangely textured, and seemingly worn yellow bee skin. Almost forgot about the spiritual roots. Lu Changqing's gaze sharpened. Yet, what was this beast's skin that even the hungry ghost could not entirely consume along with the spiritual roots? He extended his hand to gather the 3 spiritual roots and the piece of beast skin into his possession. Chapter 21. I am divine. Mortal, do you wish to become an immortal? The moment Lu Changqing grasped the peculiar beast hide, his senses were captivated by its exquisite texture, distinctly unlike any mundane object. It bore the ancient, dilapidated hue of ochre, yet it remained completely devoid of any inscription. Could this be the clue to the celestial artifact spoken of by the enigmatic, androgynous figure? As this thought crossed his mind, the beast hide suddenly erupted with a blinding crimson radiance. The brilliance flowed like blood, writhing and coalescing into archaic, imposing scarlet characters. Mortal, do you yearn for the secrets of divine abilities? Mortal, do you crave eternal life? Mortal, do you aspire to transcend and become immortal? I can fulfill all your desires. At the instant the script materialized, a voice devoid of gender and steeped in indifference resonated directly in Lu Changqing's ears. A shiver ran down his spine, and before he could react, the blood characters on the hide transformed again. A sorte technique titled Slaughtering Spirit surgit forte, imbued with an overwhelming essence of lethal intent and a prescribed path for its execution. It manifested as a torrent of information, forcefully etching itself into his mind. Once the transmission of the sword technique was complete, the indifferent voice echoed once more, or rather, the blood characters continued to reveal, as a token of our initial encounter. I bestow upon you this sword technique. Thereafter, to seek for me, you must summon me with offerings as proof of your sincerity. Any sentient being may serve as a sacrifice. Ultimately, 2 blood characters, seemingly embodying the profound truths of the cosmos, sacred and majestic, dominated the entire beast hide, exuding a disquieting aura. I am divine. As the words faded, the crimson glow abruptly diminished. The beast hide reverted to its mundane state, as if all that had transpired was naught but an illusion. Lu Changqing clutched the enigmatic hide tightly. The events that had just unfolded were too sudden and laden with information for him to process fully. Yet, an instinctive unease gnawed at him. The entity that claimed to be divine was undeniably peculiar. Could the generous gifting of such a formidable sword technique truly be merely a gesture of goodwill? In this world, such fortuity is seldom encountered. Furrowing his brow, Lu Changqing activated his discerning abilities to scrutinize the beast hide once more. However, beneath the radiance of golden light, the hide appeared as nothing more than an ordinary piece of leather, devoid of any anomalies. It was as if the dialogue and the blood characters had merely been figments of his imagination. Nevertheless, he knew this was no mere illusion. With a steely gaze, Lu Changqing, without a hint of hesitation, cast the strange hide beneath the Eastern Emperor Bell. With the bell suppression, even if the hide harbored some peculiarities, it would not stir any turbulence. Furrowing his brow once more, Lu Changqing swiftly absorbed the formidable and fierce essence of the slaughtering spirit's sword technique. A mere cursory glance revealed the technique's immense power and terror. This was no ordinary sword art, rivaling even the minor 5 elements escape bestowed by Guang Chengzi. Yet, the entity that proclaimed itself divine had directly conferred such a technique. To acquire, one must first give. He immediately recalled the 3 destitute cultivators. Surely, their fortunes had long been sacrificed to this divinity. With the Eastern Emperor Bell suppressing the situation and no immediate threats at hand, Lu Changqing resolved to test this so-called deity. Thus, he decided to probe further. A glimmer of contemplation flashed in his eyes as he picked up a spiritual root and cast it onto the beast hide. With a dull thud, the spiritual root rolled twice, yet the hide remained unresponsive. Ineffective? Lu Changqing furrowed his brow slightly. He rummaged through his storage ring, searching for something he could repurpose. At that moment, blood characters reappeared on the beast hide, imbued with a hint of resignation. No more spiritual roots. Take it away. Lu Changqing observed the blood characters on the hide, stroking his chin. This was intriguing. It seemed to recognize the origins of the spiritual root. Subsequently, he tossed a robust man's large blade towards it. Although it was a spiritual weapon, it held little value for him, as he already possessed an ancient longsword that was clearly more suited to him. Clang! The ghostly blade landed upon the beast hide. Almost instantly upon contact, the hide erupted with a crimson glow. The ghostly blade emitted a mournful wail, shattering into fine powder within mere moments. The bloodlight flickered and consumed the remnants entirely. You have sacrificed a spiritual weapon. Will you continue? Lu Changqing raised an eyebrow, tossing a few uncertain pills from the rings of his companions onto the hide. The beast hide accepted them all without hesitation, the red light flashing as the pills vanished in an instant. You have sacrificed spiritual pills. Will you continue? This deity seemed insatiable in its demands. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Changqing took a low-grade spiritual stone and threw it forth. The deity remained indifferent. The spiritual stone landed on the beast hide, only to be devoured by the crimson light. You have sacrificed a spiritual stone. Will you continue? Lu Changqing was utterly speechless. His lips twitched. Even the Eastern Emperor Bell demanded only superior spiritual stones, yet this deity's requirements were excessively broad, almost reminiscent of a collector of cast-offs. This time, Lu Changqing refrained from offering more items and directly inquired, "Deity, what is the true origin of the spiritual root?" The blood characters on the beast hide hesitated momentarily, as if in deep thought. After a brief pause, another pause, the hide suddenly trembled and the blood characters re-emerged. This time, their emergence was slow and weighed with gravity, as though carefully considering each word. Must add offerings. Must add offerings. It seemed that even this statement felt overly simplistic. The characters faded and reappeared. This concerns a great secret of all beings, rivaling the methods of ascension. The offerings are far from sufficient. However, I have always believed in fair trade. This meager offering allows me to tell you. Gradually, a single character emerged upon the beast hide, deep crimson, as if imbued with endless secrets and dread. Deceptive. Lu Changqing's heart raced. Deceptive. This deity was aware of the existence of the deceptive. Moreover, it seemed to possess a far greater understanding of it than he did. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Changqing, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He hastily retrieved the peculiar diary obtained from the hands of the old ghost Zhang, flipping to a specific page. On that page, the words leaped forth. God, deceiver. In the diary, Ling Yinzi had frantically cursed that the divine was a charlatan. Could this so-called God be the same entity chronicled within the diary? Had he deceived Ling Yinzi, driving him to madness and leading to the massacre of the Xian sect of Myangsu? A tempest surged within Lu Changqing's heart, leaving him momentarily at a loss. This beast hide, this deity, seemed to be even more sinister and perilous than he had ever imagined. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain his composure. There was no use in panic at this juncture. With the Eastern Emperor Bell in his possession, he was at least assured of safety. He found an empty box, placed the beast hide within, and then cast it beneath the Eastern Emperor Bell, resolving to disregard it henceforth. Upon completing these actions, Lu Changqing felt a slight sense of relief. He picked up the 3 spirit roots emitting a faint ethereal glow: decapitation deception, earth deception, water deception, following the usual practice. With a mere thought, he chose to fuse them directly. The 3 spirit roots transformed into ash, a hint of purple radiance entering his dantian. This time, Lu Changqing observed clearly as the purple light integrated into the spirit root within his dantian. The spirit root trembled slightly, as if altered in some subtle way. Simultaneously, A line of information surfaced in his mind. Spirit root, Tai Sui deception, traceable 15 times. The traceable count continued to rise by 3 with each fusion, but the total traceable instances had now reached 15. 15 traces. Lu Changqing felt a sense of satisfaction. Subsequently, he rummaged through the 3 rings for quite some time, but found not a single high-grade spirit stone. It was disappointingly barren. Lu Changqing couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. Chapter 22. The Taoist temple's hidden blessing with a sigh of relief after counting his spoils. Lu Changqing cast his gaze upon the ancient Taoist temple that exuded an air of antiquity yet concealed enigmatic secrets within its walls. There was still one matter to address. He murmured softly to himself. He needed to further explore this temple. He recalled that several individuals had previously mentioned this location as a small blessed land, which certainly was no ordinary place. A paradise, as legend suggests, could only be claimed by the great sects of cultivation. Even if this was merely referred to as a small blessed land, it must be extraordinary in its own right. However, during his last thorough cleaning of the temple, he had discovered nothing of significance. If there were indeed mysteries to uncover, it was most likely within the main hall, instructing the hungry ghost spirits to guard the entrance. Lu Changqing took a deep breath and proceeded toward the main hall. Upon entering, he was enveloped by a dry scent of aged wood mingled with incense ash. Sunlight streamed through the broken window panes, casting mottled beams of light, while dust danced lazily within these shafts, lending a sense of desolation to the solemn space. This time, his attention was drawn directly to the simple altar at the center of the hall. There were no gilded statues or colorful deities, only 2 solitary wooden tablets standing resolutely. The wood was ancient, its grain deep and rich, emanating a profound sense of the passage of time. Inscribed upon them in an archaic, vigorous script were 2 grand characters, heaven and earth. Offering reverence to heaven and earth, Lu Changqing's gaze sharpened, recalling the Wuzhuang temple from the classic journey to the west. Yet, the temple before him was steeped in desolation and decay, starkly contrasting with the grandeur associated with celestial beings. It cannot possibly be the same, he muttered under his breath. Lu Changqing approached slowly, his eyes settling upon the equally archaic incense burner beneath the heaven and earth tablets. The burner was simple in design, palm-sized, its bronze surface marred by verdant rust, and adorned with indistinct cloud patterns. Inside, it was filled with a thick layer of incense ash, fine and uniform, clearly the result of long-term offerings. It must have been offerings from the cunning Zhang Laogui, but Lu Changqing's brow furrowed. How could a deceitful spirit like Zhang Laogui be paying homage to heaven and earth? He noticed a few ordinary sandalwood sticks placed beside the incense burner, devoid of any spiritual essence, merely the common incense found in the mortal realm. A flicker of curiosity sparked within him, prompting Lu Changqing to decide to personally light an incense stick as a form of worship. He picked up a stick from beside the burner, channeling a faint trace of spiritual energy into it to ignite the tip. Wisps of blue smoke rose, carrying a subtle sandalwood fragrance. He gently inserted the stick into the thick layer of ash within the burner. At that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The rising smoke did not disperse upwards as expected. Instead, it was drawn downward as if by an invisible force, plunging directly into the depths of the ash, vanishing from sight, seemingly devoured by the incense burner entirely. Buzz! Almost simultaneously, the ancient incense burner trembled slightly, without warning. The incense stick embedded in the ash burned at a visibly accelerated pace, instantaneously transforming into a fragment of ash. Subsequently, the incense burner emanated a halo of ethereal light, resembling ripples spreading across water, instantly filling the hall. The glow was warm and tranquil, reminiscent of the timeless mountains and earth, exuding a majestic and upright aura. In the next moment, a vast and clear stream of information flooded into Lu Changqing's mind, not in the form of words or sounds, but akin to an immediate cognition, akin to an enlightening revelation. He realized that this place was indeed a small paradise. Although limited in scope, confined to the temple itself, its capabilities were remarkably intriguing. It was not fixed in one location. Rather, every 3 months, It would autonomously undergo a spatial shift, randomly appearing atop a mountain in some region. The old ghost Zhang relied on this ability to evade his enemies time and again, much like a cunning rabbit with multiple burrows. More importantly, by offering incense and making wishes before this heaven and earth altar, one could roughly designate the target area for the next shift of this paradise. The condition was that the paradise had previously reached a nearby area, leaving behind a spatial mark. If no specific area was designated, the temple would arrive at a random location. Whatever dragon's lair or tiger's den it might land in, or perhaps a treasure trove of immortals, one would simply have to leave it to fate. A moving temple? A designated transmission area? Lu Changqing's eyes sparkled with delight, his heart racing involuntarily. This ability was akin to a timely blessing for him, its value immeasurable. With it, he would no longer be confined to a single corner. However, after the initial euphoria, Lu Changqing quickly regained his composure, his brow furrowing slightly. How had the old ghost Zhang discovered this small paradise? And why did it only pay homage to the two characters heaven and earth, rather than to a specific deity or ancestral figure? This world seemed to differ from the investiture of the gods in my memory. Did this heaven and earth altar carry a deeper significance? Subconsciously, he activated his ability to dispel illusions and eliminate evil, sweeping his gaze over the altar and the incense burner. What he beheld was still that ancient, upright, and peaceful aura. At that moment, the end of the information stream in his mind clearly manifested a hint. Only 7 days remained until the next autonomous shift of the paradise. 7 days. Lu Changqing's heartbeat quickened slightly, yet his eyes gleamed with determination. 7 days were sufficient for preparation. Coincidentally, Li Xiaochun had mentioned the flourishing cultivation scene in Yongzhou, perhaps. He could consider setting his sights in that vicinity. The 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, apart from practicing daily and utilizing his powers to nurture his divine weapons, Lu Changqing also began to grasp the newly acquired spirit-slaying sword technique. 2 black-armored divine soldiers had regained their combat readiness, standing by at all times. Today marked the day of the temple's anticipated shift. Lu Changqing had already designated the general area near Yongzhou through his offerings. Yet, he was aware that this designation still held considerable uncertainty regarding the final destination. Dusk quietly descended. The interplay of yin and yang energies began to alternate as twilight enveloped the surroundings. The scenery outside the temple gradually grew hazy and distorted, as if viewed through a layer of undulating water. Ultimately, the indistinct vision gradually sharpened and solidified. The Taoist temple appeared to have descended into a desolate mountain forest. Surrounding it, towering ancient trees rose from the ground, their gnarled branches twisting like contorted serpents, casting eerie shadows in the dim light. The air was thick with a damp, decaying odor that hung heavily, sending chills coursing through one's heart. What heightened Lu Changqing's vigilance was the sight of an abandoned ancient shrine standing approximately 100 paces ahead of the temple. Was this convergence of locations merely a stroke of fortune? Lu Changqing pondered, remaining on high alert. A dilapidated shrine, adjacent to an equally antiquated small Taoist temple. This peculiar pairing exuded an inexplicable oddity. Golden radiance flowed from the center of his brow as his gaze penetrated the obstructions, sweeping toward the ancient shrine. The shrine, though modest in scale, bore walls mottled with age. Its roof caved in, leaving only a shattered silhouette. Inside, cobwebs filled the air, rendering the space utterly forlorn. The idol once worshipped had long since been destroyed, leaving only a pair of clay feet standing upon a broken lotus pedestal. Emanating en cette ligne-aura, 2 ethereal wandering souls drifted within the shrine, and upon being met with Lu Changqing's gaze, they disintegrated into ashes. Lu Changqing's brow furrowed deeply. Chapter 23. The Sage's Attendant. The water and fire youth Lu Changqing gazed upon the hazy golden light of the Donghuang Bell, which enveloped the mountaintop, encompassing the dilapidated ancient temple. He relaxed slightly, yet his vigilance remained unyielding. With a wave of his hand, the black-armored and silver-armored warriors silently appeared behind him, awaiting his command. "You shall guard this place. I will advance and investigate." Having given his instructions, Lu Changqing employed the five elements escape technique, transforming his form into a streak of flowing light, stealthily gliding towards the ancient temple. The temple appeared even more decrepit up close. The weathered earthen walls were entwined with unknown vines, and the iron bell hanging from the eaves was encrusted with rust, emitting a dull, creaking sound as the wind blew. One odd temple, Lu Changqing mused, raising his gaze to the plaque above the entrance, which had long since faded, leaving only the faint traces of the characters for Cloud and Divine. Cautiously, he stepped inside the temple, activating the suppressing evil divine ability with all his might. The golden light illuminated every corner of the darkened space like a beacon. Cobwebs, dust, shattered tiles, and a few startled bats flitted about, chirping in panic. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Curious, Lu Changqing murmured, a slight frown creasing his brow as his gaze fell upon a statue that had been reduced to just its feet. Who was this deity that was once venerated? He crouched down to examine the remnants on the lotus pedestal. Tiny inscriptions adorned the edge of the pedestal, seemingly chronicling the statue's origins, though they had become indistinct with age. With a gentle flick of his finger, he infused a strand of spiritual energy into the inscriptions, causing them to emanate a faint glow. In the year 745 of the Great Jing era, a great demon wreaked havoc in this land. The master Yunlai vanquished the demon and, with the imperial decree, was permitted to establish a temple here. Lu Changqing was taken aback. An imperial decree? To establish a temple? It appeared that over 2 centuries ago, a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm had erected this statue while striving to transcend to the Ascension realm, intending to gather faith. He understood now, murmuring to himself, alas, given the temple's current state of disrepair and the statue's damage, it was likely that this Master Yunlai had failed in his ascension, perishing in the process. On this occasion, Lu Changqing had indeed discovered a volume of miscellaneous records within the storage rings of the 3 individuals. It detailed that in order to break through to the Ascension realm, one must, after reaching the Purple Mansion realm, establish a temple to receive the faith of sentient beings, thereby nurturing one's own immortal divinity. The specific method involved parting with a strand of one's divine soul essence, integrating it into the statue to serve as a foundation for gathering faith. Through the strength of collective belief, one could refine the extraordinary into the divine, transforming the divine infant within the Purple Mansion into an immortal golden body. Ultimately, one could shatter the shackles of the corporeal form and achieve a new self. With an immortal golden body, one could attempt to traverse the legendary southern heavenly gate and ascend to the celestial realm. It seemed this was merely a coincidence. I had been overly suspicious. Understanding the origins of the ancient temple, Lu Changqing returned to the Taoist temple, his sense of vigilance somewhat alleviated. The night deepened, and the sounds of frogs croaking and insects chirping filled the mountain forest, creating a serene and tranquil atmosphere. With that in mind, he decided to settle down for the time being. In the side hall of the temple, Lu Changqing sat cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation. Since entering the realm of the Dan, he has transcended the mundane, brimming with vigor, requiring no sleep, and seizing every opportunity to meditate and refine his magical prowess. The Eastern Emperor Bell hangs quietly nearby, emanating a faint, imperceptible golden light, safeguarding the surroundings. At dawn the next day, a melodious chime resonates. Spiritual resonance 1. Origin 1. At last, he could trace back to the source. Lu Changqing's spirits are notably high. With a mere thought, a panel materializes before him. Host, Lu Changqing, Destiny. Eastern Emperor Bell, Spirit Treasure, Origin. Fragment, 11-100000. Cultivation, late stage of the Dan realm, can be enhanced. Spiritual resonance, 10 points. Spiritual root, Tai Sui, Eye of Deception, can trace source 15 times. Spells, dispelling illusions and exterminating evil, divine ability. 5 elements, Spirit Escape, divine ability. 6 divine art, divine ability. His gaze falls upon the spiritual root section, and Lu Changqing does not hesitate. He chooses to trace the source. Buzz. Everything around him seems to be momentarily paused. Faint golden characters emerge on the panel. Trace source, Tai Sui, Eye of Deception. In the late years of the Yin and Shang dynasties, the sealing of the gods was imminent. On Fire Dragon Island, Xian Luo Su-in, under the command of the Saint of the, seeks to select the water and fire youths as attendants. Task: stand out among 3,001 individuals to become a water and fire youth identity. Human Chi Refining Master. Note: 10 points of origin can be consumed to choose true form descent. All consequences shall be borne by oneself. Water and fire youth. Serving as an attendant to the saint, Lu Chongqing is momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes blaze with incredulity. This is the attendant of the Supreme Master of an unparalleled opportunity to ascend to greatness. He confirms without hesitation. Enter. After a dizzying whirl, when Lu Chongqing regains his awareness, he finds himself leaning against a scorching red stone wall. Beneath his feet lies the searing, charred earth. Waves of heat assail him, as if he is ensconced within a colossal alchemical furnace. As far as his eyes can see, the landscape is dominated by crimson rocks and flowing streams of lava, with the sky cast in a dim, yellow hue. Is this Fire Dragon Island? Truly a fitting name, built directly atop a volcanic vent. Lu Chongqing smacks his lips, channeling his magical energy to form a protective shield against the omnipresent heat waves. His gaze sweeps over to the not-so-distant crowd. A throng surges, and upon closer inspection, it appears to comprise thousands. The individuals vary greatly in appearance and attire. There are those clad in Taoist robes, their energy subdued, others draped in animal skins, muscles bulging, and even a few peculiar beings, exuding an aura of the otherworldly. Some possess animal ears, others sport tails, and some are covered in scales. Among 3,001, how will the selection for the water and fire youths unfold? Lu Chongqing ponders to himself. The crowd buzzes with chatter, a cacophony of voices. Have you heard? This time, Xian Luo Su-in himself is personally selecting the water and fire youths to serve the esteemed saint of. The esteemed saint? An opportunity to soar to the heavens. Indeed, just look at that fellow over there, an old cultivator of hundreds of years. Even he has come to join the excitement. The selection process does not regard cultivation, but rather fate. What does it matter if one has lived for centuries? In the eyes of the venerable sage, I am but a mere child. Lu Chongqing blended into the crowd, quietly absorbing the discussions around him. Yet he pondered within, that being the attendant of the heavenly Lord is far more advantageous than apprenticing under the likes of Guangchengzi. As time flowed steadily by, the fervor upon the island seemed to escalate in tandem with the gathering of people. Just as the throng appeared to reach a critical mass, boom, an indescribable and terrifying pressure surged forth, akin to the awakening of a primordial beast from its slumber, emanating violently from the depths of Fire Dragon Island. In an instant, the once boisterous crowd fell silent, as if a hand had grasped their throats. From the depths of the island, atop the peak of the crimson-hued, seemingly ablaze mountains, a figure materialized soundlessly. He rode upon a magnificent beast, its hooves engulfed in roaring flames, the crimson smoke steed. This individual donned a resplendent red garment adorned with the 8 trigrams, his complexion a deep hue of red, and his fiery hair flowed like flames. Even his beard bore the same fiery color, with 3 eyes manifesting upon his forehead. Simply standing there, he radiated an authority and intensity that evoked a profound sense of trepidation. The celestial being of the Immortal of Flames, Luo Xian, with a gaze that swept indifferently over the throngs below, his voice, though not loud, resonated clearly within the ears of each individual. Imbued with undeniable authority, you have all come here, and you know the reason why. There are currently 3,001 of you. The selection begins. His words were starkly concise, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. The water and fire child is the attendant of my master. The selection does not regard cultivation, nor does it inquire about background or age. It solely considers fate and the sincerity of one's heart. There will be 3 trials. Only those who pass all 3 may become the water and fire child. As his words echoed, Luo Xian raised a hand, gesturing towards the open space ahead. The first trial, observe the sacred countenance. With his command, the barren, charred earth before them began to warp violently, folding in upon itself. Soon, amidst the shifting shadows and light, a grand, ancient stone hall rose majestically from the ground, exuding an aura of primordial desolation. Constructed from an unknown dark stone, the hall bore the scars of erosion, as if it had existed since the dawn of creation itself. Enter the hall, and behold the sacred image. Luo Xian's voice resounded once more, akin to a decree. Those who can behold my master's visage within a single day shall pass the trial. Proceed. Chapter 24. Observing the sacred countenance and carving the holy statues. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd began to step into the suddenly manifested sanctuary. Lu Changqing followed the throng, entering the enigmatic edifice. The interior was far more expansive than it appeared from without, with a soaring ceiling and resplendent radiance. Most striking were the countless stone statues densely arranged within the hall. Thousands of statues, each unique in form and varying in size, nearly filled the entire space. Some towered several zhang high, exuding solemnity and grandeur. Others were of ordinary human stature, their features indistinct and lines coarse, while some were grotesquely contorted, their forms defying verbal description. These statues stood silently in place, and the reactions of those who entered the sanctuary varied widely. Some immediately knelt in reverent devotion before the most majestic statues, chanting fervently in an attempt to commune with them. Others furrowed their brows, weaving through the collection, meticulously examining the materials, craftsmanship, and intricate details of each statue. Still, others appeared perplexed, lost in contemplation. Lu Changqing strolled among the statues, scrutinizing them closely. The craftsmanship varied from exquisite to crude, and the forms ranged from dignified to bizarre. Yet, without exception, the visages remained indistinct and elusive. It was as if time had eroded their features, or perhaps they had never been rendered clearly at all. To behold the sacred countenance? How could one perceive it when there were no faces to see? Lu Changqing mused inwardly. He endeavored to immerse his spirit in the experience, seeking to sense the essence of these statues. Gradually, he discerned an unsettling anomaly. Although the statues lacked clear visages, they did not appear entirely lifeless. When he focused intently, he could vaguely perceive an essence of emotion. Yes, emotion. Some emanated a tempestuous wrath, as if ready to incinerate all existence. Others radiated pure joy, akin to the innocence of a child. Some exuded a tranquil depth, undisturbed by ripples. Yet others conveyed a lofty indifference, regarding all living beings as mere insects. These emotions were tumultuous and chaotic, yet they undeniably existed upon the stone figures. A flicker of intrigue ignited within Lu Changqing. Could it be that the so-called beholding of the sacred countenance did not refer to the sight of distinct features, but rather to the perception of a particular emotion? He approached a statue that exuded a serene aura, closed his eyes, and endeavored to grasp its essence. The sense of tranquility flowed through him like a gentle stream, soothing his restless heart. But did this truly equate to witnessing the sacred countenance? Lu Changqing opened his eyes, still somewhat perplexed. As he pondered, his peripheral vision caught a nearby individual who was animatedly gesticulating before a statue with a grotesque visage that radiated a brutal energy. The person appeared frenzied, shouting, "I see it. I see the saint. The saint smiled at me. Ha ha ha." Lu Changqing's eyelids twitched, prompting him to distance himself from that individual. It seemed that sensing emotion did not necessarily guarantee success. His brow furrowed slightly, sensing that matters were perhaps more intricate than they appeared. To dispel delusions and vanquish evil, he silently chanted, feeling a warmth at his brow as a faint golden light began to circulate. In an instant, the world before him underwent a dramatic transformation. Those once still statues sprang to life in his eyes, no longer merely cold stone but rather contorted, writhing shadows, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence and madness. What sent a shiver down his spine was the simultaneous awakening of hundreds, if not thousands, of statues within the Grand Hall. Regardless of whether they had previously emanated anger, joy, or tranquility, it seemed as though they sensed his gaze and collectively turned to face him. The indistinct features of their faces twisted into silent, malicious grins. A multitude of eerie smiles, hundreds upon thousands of them, confronted him in the dim light. Startled, Lu Changqing felt a jolt of terror, his heart nearly leaping from his throat, and he instinctively withdrew his powers. The scene before him returned to normal. The statues were, indeed, just statues. Yet that horrifying vision remained etched in his mind, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. There was something amiss with these statues, a grave problem. Still shaken, he hesitated to employ his powers of divination again. However, in that fleeting moment, his peripheral vision seemed to catch sight of something extraordinary amidst the sea of malevolent smiles. There appeared to be a few faint glimmers of light that stood out as incongruous. He steadied his mind and endeavored to recall the image he had just witnessed. Yes, indeed, in the corners of the grand hall, several statues appeared particularly worn, even fragmented. They did not emanate that twisted malevolence, nor did they sport those sinister grins. Instead, the faint light they exuded, though dim, radiated purity and tranquility. A flicker of hope ignited within Lu Chongqing as he suppressed his trepidation and quietly approached those corners he had remembered. Soon, he discovered the first of the special statues. This statue stood only half a person as height, its surface marred by a spiderweb of cracks, one arm already broken, its face pockmarked to the point where human features were nearly indistinguishable. Had it not been for that brief glimpse under his powers, he would have easily overlooked this inconspicuous, dilapidated statue. He refrained from using his powers again, choosing instead to concentrate on sensing its essence. From this weathered statue, he felt an overwhelming sense of compassion, a compassion that, having endured the trials of time and witnessed suffering, still embraced the world with open arms. He then moved to another corner, finding the second unique statue. This one was in slightly better condition, yet still ancient, with deep engravings on its face, as if it had weathered countless storms. From it, Lu Chongqing sensed an air of majesty, not one of brutality, but rather a grandeur akin to the vastness of the heavens, embodying undeniable rules and order. Next came the third statue, radiating tranquility and effortless serenity. The fourth exuded an aura of carefree freedom and nonchalance. Though these special statues were outwardly dilapidated, they evoked an entirely different sentiment within him, devoid of the chilling malevolence he had encountered earlier. The emotions they emanated, while varied, all carried a sense of purity and positivity. Standing amidst these extraordinary statues, Lu Chongqing found himself deep in contemplation. The sage possesses an unpredictable heart, resonating with the sentiments of the people. This thought recalled to him a phrase from the Taoist scriptures of his previous life. Perhaps these normal statues are the true sacred images? The so-called beholding the sacred visage does not merely entail perceiving a specific countenance or sensing a particular emotion. Rather, it involves endeavoring to comprehend the sage's all-encompassing, ever-changing Tao heart. Anger, joy, tranquility, indifference, compassion, majesty, serenity, and freedom. Could these be facets of the sage's manifestation? Yet what of those malevolent, distorted statues? He felt an inkling that this first trial of beholding the sacred visage might be directly linked to the subsequent two trials. Lu Chongqing ceased his hesitation, directing his focus toward these few peculiar statues. He no longer sought to discern a singular face, but instead opened his spirit to feel and understand the diverse meanings they embodied. The compassion of inclusivity, the order of majesty, the tranquility of non-action, the ease of freedom. Each state of being resembled the opening of a different window, granting him a glimpse into varied aspects of the sage. He no longer wrestled with which was the true visage, but endeavored to integrate these disparate insights within his heart. To experience them, time quietly slipped away amidst the silent contemplation of the statues. Within the sanctuary, the light gradually dimmed. Some within the hall continued to fervently kneel before the distorted statues, chanting fervently, their expressions frenzied. Others bore ashen faces, their gazes hollow, as if utterly despaired. Slumped upon the cold ground, a few appeared to grasp an understanding, seated cross-legged with tightly shut eyes. Lu Chongqing's spirit was wholly immersed in the profound meanings of those peculiar statues. The clamor and peculiarities of the outside world seemed to have completely severed their connection with him. It was unclear how much time had passed when the entire sanctuary was enveloped in darkness. Luo Xian's indifferent yet commanding voice resonated once more throughout the hall. The time has come. As the words fell, An invisible force swept across the great hall. A vast and intangible power surged through the sanctuary, abruptly displacing those who continued to kneel in fervent worship of the distorted statues, be they bewildered, despairing, or self-assured in their insights. They were swiftly removed from the sanctuary, clearly eliminated. The hall instantly felt considerably more spacious. Lu Chongqing emerged from his contemplation, realizing he still stood in place, with only a few others remaining, their numbers less than a tenth of those who had entered. In the darkness, the peculiar statues seemed to emit a gentle radiance, illuminating the faces of those who persevered. Luo Xian's figure silently appeared at the center of the hall, his gaze sweeping over the remaining individuals, offering a slight nod, revealing neither joy nor anger. The first trial, observing the image to perceive the heart, you have managed adequately. His voice echoed in the vast hall, imbued with a hint of inscrutable significance. The second trial, sculpting the sacred image. Chapter 25. The enigmatic icon with a casual wave of his hand, Luo Xian set the charred ground beneath the feet of the crowd into a subtle tremor. In an instant, white stones began to emerge from the earth, varying in size from mere cranial dimensions to towering heights. They exuded a faint chill that seemed to suspend the already sweltering air around them. Each individual selected their stone, sculpting their inner sanctum. As the last syllable fell, a brief silence was shattered by movement. A figure lunged toward the largest alabaster stone, eyes gleaming with fervor, convinced that the grander the stone, the more it would reflect their devotion. Others quickly followed suit, racing toward the stone they had set their sights upon. Some opted for medium-sized pieces, proceeding with caution, while others sought to take shortcuts by picking the smallest stones. Chaos erupted within the hall, punctuated only by the dull thud of stones being chosen and moved. Lu Chongqing remained still, refraining from immediate action. The eerie, grotesque grins of the countless indistinct faces from the first trial lingered in his memory. The second trial promised to be even more problematic. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Size, perhaps, was not the crux of the matter. Devotion? To speak of devotion in such a place felt absurd. Banishing distractions, he ceased to weigh the pros and cons, instead relying on instinct to survey the scattered white stones. Eventually, his gaze settled upon a stone roughly the height of a person. It was neither too large nor too small, its surface exceptionally smooth, exuding a barely perceptible warmth. This was the one. Without hesitation, Lu Chongqing approached. He refrained from immediately engaging and instead cast his eyes upon the others. Not far away, a burly man eagerly retrieved his tools, fervently beginning to carve. His technique was fierce, stone chips flying, radiating an impressive aura. Yet, as Lu Chongqing activated the residual effects of the breaking illusions and exterminating evil spell, he keenly sensed something amiss. With each stroke of the man's chisel, his expression stiffened, the brilliance in his eyes dimming slightly. This was not mere fatigue. It was a deeper depletion, vitality, or something else. Alarm bells rang in Lu Chongqing's mind. This carving was peculiar. He withdrew his gaze, taking a deep breath as he focused on the warm stone before him. How should he carve? Sculpting the essence of his inner sanctum. He recalled the intricate sentiments he had experienced upon completing the first trial, encompassing compassion, imposing order, tranquil non-action, and carefree freedom. These four seemingly contradictory, yet coexisting sentiments might very well represent the divine aspect he could grasp at this moment. With a thought, a quaintly designed chisel materialized in his hand, not of ordinary iron, but forged from his own magical essence. He endeavored to infuse the compassion he had perceived during the first trial into the chisel. Then, with utmost caution, he brought it down upon the base of the stone, delivering his first incision, sculpting the essence of his sanctuary. The gravel cascaded down, and a vague silhouette began to emerge. At that moment, a wondrous yet hollow sensation unfurled within his heart, as if something warm was being slowly withdrawn from the depths of his being. It was compassion. That emotion of empathy and kindness towards all living beings receded like a tidal wave, leaving not a trace behind. His heart hardened, and he gazed upon the world around him with an added layer of indifference. Lu Chongqing's wrist flicked, nearly causing the carving knife to to slip from his grasp. He abruptly halted, his expression shifting subtly. This sculpting demanded a toll of one's own emotions and insights. To create something meant to lose something else. He glanced at the burly man beside him, still fervently chiseling away. The light in the man's eyes dimmed further, yet his fervor intensified, as if he were ensnared in a state of obsession. He could not afford to stop. To cease could spell failure. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chongqing suppressed his unease and continued to wield the carving knife. He began to shape the stone figure's form. As the statue's proud chest and sturdy back gradually took shape, the sense of majesty emanating from the initial stone figure dissipated like wisps of smoke. The cosmos appeared less orderly, and the sense of rules grew vague. Next came the arms. As the stone arms were fashioned into a pose that suggested both readiness and restraint, the tranquil insight within him faded away. A barely perceptible agitation began to quietly take root in the depths of his heart. Finally, he approached the shoulders and the general outline. As the lines of the statue became fluid, subtly revealing an ethereal grace, the feeling of carefree ease vanished as well. Compassion, majesty, tranquility, and ease. With the peeling away of these four insights, Lu Chongqing sensed that his understanding of the sacred had grown clearer, purer, yet also increasingly inhuman. Only the final part remained, the face. Instinctively, he raised the carving knife, poised to outline the features. However, just as the tip of the blade was about to touch the blank stone, an overwhelming wave of terror surged through him, cold and engulfing. A tremor from the depths of his soul screamed warnings. It was as if beneath that blank expanse lay a gaping abyss, waiting to devour the unwary. Bestowing it with form would invite catastrophe. His hand froze in midair, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. What was happening? He abruptly lifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings. Within the grand hall, the burly man who had previously been sculpting the colossal stone lay crumpled on the ground, his body withered like decayed wood. Meanwhile, his massive stone figure exuded a chilling aura of menace, still devoid of a face. Others were present as well. Some had completed their sculptures, while others continued to toil. Yet, without exception, all whose hands were still moving or had finished their work bore stone figures that lacked faces. From the neck up, there was nothing but a smooth, blank expanse. It was as though an invisible taboo had been woven, and all present instinctively avoided that area. Just then, Lu Chongqing's pupils dilated sharply. In a dim corner, a monk, whose countenance revealed no hint of emotional fluctuation, seemed to have shed the instinct of fear. With a chisel in hand, he meticulously carved the eyes, nose, and mouth upon the stone statue's visage, bestowing it with complete facial features. Just as the final stroke was made, an eerie and malevolent grin unfurled at the corners of the statue's mouth. Its previously rigid stone hand suddenly lifted, swift as lightning. A sickening tearing sound pierced the air, as it brutally peeled away the entire facial skin of the monk. The statue raised the bloodied flesh, slowly affixing it to its newly carved face as if trying on a new garment. Steam hissed as the flesh met the stone, rapidly withering and charring, yet bizarrely merging with the statue's features. The statue now possessed a face, while the monk, with his skin stripped away, writhed in agony upon the ground, soon transforming into a desiccated corpse. Silence enveloped the hall, a deathly stillness, broken only by the statue's newly acquired grin, which seemed to shine even more wickedly. Gulping down a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty, Lu Chongqing felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. How sinister! What kind of selection for sacred disciples was this? Fortunately, that wave of fear had stayed his hand. Otherwise, it could have been him lying on the ground in torment. He could not bear to look any longer, nor could he allow his thoughts to linger. Lu Chongqing bit his tongue sharply, the pain jolting him back to a semblance of awareness. He forced his gaze away, resolutely ignoring all that transpired around him. Instead, he concentrated all his focus on the final details of the faceless stone statue before him. The folds of its robe, the joints of its fingers, the texture of its hair. He sculpted with unwavering concentration, as if he and the statue were the only entities in existence. Time trickled by. With the last stroke completed, Lu Changqing exhaled deeply, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. It was done. Apart from the stark, untouchable blankness of its face, the statue was finally complete. Yet, he realized that the four emotions had morphed within the statue into a singular essence, an extreme indifference, a lofty detachment that regarded all things as mere trifles, indifferent to the myriad joys and sorrows, life and death, as if the entirety of existence were but inconsequential dust. This air of indifference emanated from within the statue, endowing what was once merely an inanimate object with a disquieting semblance of vitality. Chapter 26. The Descent of the Sage. As the final figure was sculpted, Luo Xian's silhouette reappeared in the arena, silent and ethereal. His gaze swept across the scene, infused with an air of almost nihilistic indifference. With a flourish of his grand sleeve, an invisible, chilling wind surged forth. Crack! Crack! The once vibrant sculptors, now drained of their life force and resembling withered bark, instantaneously disintegrated into dust, vanishing into the ether. Only the statues they painstakingly chiseled remained, eerily adorned with expressions resembling that of living beings, imbued with a contented smile. Lu Changqing felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. This display was nothing short of sinister. Was this truly the spectacle of the sage's disciples? The flicker of expectation he harbored for the sage's radiance was now cast in shadow. Simultaneously, other statues emitted sharp cracks. Either their singular emotions had exhausted their foundations, or their carvings had utterly failed, crumbling into mere dust upon the ground. The owners of these statues did not disintegrate, but rather, amid a slight distortion of space, were directly transported away, stripped of their qualifications to continue. Witnessing this brutal elimination, Lu Changqing belatedly recognized that this seemingly divine selection was, in truth, fraught with peril at every turn. As the remnants of chaos dissipated, the once crowded arena now harbored a mere 4 individuals. Lu Changqing himself, a towering figure of formidable muscle and ferocity, a monstrous entity adorned with a fearsome bull's head, exuding an almost tangible aura of malevolence. And finally, a seemingly innocuous child of 7 or 8, whose sparkling eyes belied an inscrutable depth, leaving no indication of his true heritage. Before each stood a faceless statue. Lu Changqing regarded his own statue, devoid of expression. It seemed to pulse with a peculiar vitality, emanating a paradoxical aura that both beckoned and harbored unfathomable danger. He sensed that his statue was perhaps more extraordinary than those of the others. Almost simultaneously, he became aware of the scrutinizing gazes from the other 3. The hulking figure's eyes blazed with scrutiny and martial intent. The bull-headed demon exhaled heavily, his gaze ferocious, while the small child tilted his head in curiosity. Yet his eyes reflected a chilling indifference. An invisible tension permeated the air among them. Luo Xian appeared utterly unfazed by the outcome or the lives that had vanished, offering neither explanation nor judgment. As if the deceased were mere inconsequential dust, he coldly announced, "The second phase is concluded. The third phase, the arrival of the sage." Before his words faded, Luo Xian waved his hand once more. A force even more immense and irresistible than before enveloped the 4 individuals along with their respective statues. A hum reverberated through the air as the space twisted. In an instant, they were transported deeper into the sanctum. This new realm was ancient, shrouded in dim light, and the air was thick with a potent, almost suffocating aura of sanctity. Yet, this essence was neither tranquil nor warm. Instead, it bore an oppressive weight, almost suffocating, intensifying the atmosphere of the hall to an extent surpassing tenfold. The 4 individuals found themselves isolated in the vast expanse of the hall's center, unable to perceive one another. At the forefront of the hall, a solitary altar stood, crafted from an unknown, somber wood, its surface intricately engraved with twisted, indecipherable runes that emitted a faint, ethereal glow. Its dimensions were precisely suited to accommodate a statue they had sculpted. Luo Xian's voice resonated within the expansive hall, echoing as if it originated from the annals of time. "Place the sacred likeness you have carved into the altar." At the stroke of midnight, The sage shall descend upon this place. Remember, do not display any disrespect." As he uttered the term disrespect, his tone sharpened, revealing an undercurrent of chilling menace. Whether one would capture the sage's favor depended upon each one's fortune. After delivering his words, Luo Xian's figure dissipated like smoke, leaving behind only Lu Chongqing and the altar glowing with a dim light. Taking a deep breath to quell the tumult within, Lu Chongqing pondered the implications of the presence of the celestial master, a figure regarded as legendary, the supreme existence of the to which countless celestial beings would pay homage. With a blend of excitement and profound unease, he cautiously lifted his statue and reverently placed it within the altar. The statue fit seamlessly with the altar. Subsequently, he retreated a few steps and sat cross-legged upon the mat before the altar, bowing his head and closing his eyes, refraining from any movement. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The hall was enveloped in utter silence, with only the sound of his heartbeat and breath resonating in his ears. Lu Chongqing waited for what felt like an eternity, so long that he began to doubt whether midnight had passed and whether the sage would even arrive. Just as his mind began to relax, an indescribable chill swept over him, akin to a frigid wind emanating from the depths of the abyss. It felt as though countless icy eyes were silently observing him from the shadows. Every hair on his body stood on end. More terrifyingly, a multitude of faint, eerie whispers echoed in his ears, as if they were emanating from all directions, yet also resonating deep within his mind. The content was indistinct, yet it brimmed with an unspeakable malice and madness. Lu Chongqing felt his scalp tingle as a primal fear, originating from the depths of his soul, clenched around his heart. He fought against the impulse to raise his head and instead kept it bowed low. His instincts warned him that should he look up, an irreparable terror might ensue. Thoughts churned in his mind. Was this the sage? Was the arrival of the sage marked by such a spectacle? This was in stark contrast to the dignified and serene image he had envisioned of the sage. Yet he dare not take the risk. Regardless, all he could do now was to show utmost reverence. Lu Chongqing gritted his teeth, bowing even lower, his voice trembling imperceptibly as he respectfully declared, "Disciple Lu Chongqing humbly welcomes the descent of the sage." Silence enveloped him. Following the greeting, an even more suffocating silence ensued. The chilling sensation of being watched did not dissipate. Rather, it intensified. The eerie whispers by his ear had not ceased. The sage remained silent. Time trickled by, each second stretching out like a century. Lu Chongqing maintained his posture of reverent submission, his body gradually growing stiff and numb. Just as he was on the verge of succumbing to this silent torment, a detached voice, devoid of any emotion, finally resonated above him. Yet, it was merely a single word. The instant the sound faded, the chilling sensation of being scrutinized and the peculiar whispers retreated like the ebbing tide. All manifestations vanished without a trace. Lu Chongqing exhaled sharply, only then realizing that his back was already drenched in cold sweat. He cautiously lifted his head. Before him lay an empty space. The altar remained, yet the stone statue he had carved was nowhere to be found. Did this signify his passage? Lu Chongqing pondered, though a greater sense of relief enveloped him. Chapter 27. The Water and Fire Child. Luo Xian bestows the law after a prolonged wait with no one arriving. Lu Chongqing extended his hand and forcefully pushed open the heavy black stone door. As it creaked open, a wave of scorching air, almost igniting him, rushed forth, starkly contrasting with the oppressive spiritual pressure within the hall. The unique scent of sulfur and flames from Fire Dragon Island instantly filled his nostrils. This door had seemingly appeared directly on Fire Dragon Island. Lu Chongqing exhaled a long breath, feeling as if he had been reborn after a long separation from the world. On the island, the fiery immortal Luo Xian had been waiting for some time. He still rode the extraordinary steed, its hooves ablaze, with his crimson hair flowing in the wind. The third divine eye on his forehead opened and closed, its divine light sweeping indifferently over Lu Chongqing. The surroundings were desolate, the charred earth distorted under the heat waves, and apart from Luo Xian, no one else was present. The other 3 candidates, who had similarly entered the depths of the stone hall, had vanished without a trace. A flicker of emotion stirred within Lu Chongqing as he scanned the empty expanse, his confusion palpable. Luo Xian seemed to see through his thoughts and spoke in a tone devoid of any ripple. The sage cannot be gazed upon directly. The majesty of the Tao is not something you can bear lightly. Their souls could not withstand the impact of the sage's Tao rhythm and have already dissipated, returning to the heavens and the earth. His tone was as flat as if discussing a trivial matter, yet it bore an unsettling cruelty. Lu Chongqing's heart tightened suddenly. Was the selection of the water and fire child this perilous? A step could lead to heaven, another to the abyss. Now, having endured so much, he had accepted the bizarre, broken world of divine ordination. A subtle smile flickered across Luo Xian's lips, almost imperceptible. A year from now, the gates of Bio Palace will open, and you may enter. From that moment on, you shall serve as the water and fire child under my master. He paused, his crimson gaze resting on Lu Chongqing, revealing a hint of satisfaction and acknowledgement. From now on, you and I are considered fellow disciples. The weight of this designation was immense. It signified that Lu Chongqing had taken a significant step into the core circle of the legendary Jia sect. Luo Xian's gaze lingered on Lu Chongqing for a moment, the light from his 3 eyes seeming to penetrate the depths of his cultivation. Your path leans towards self-protection and evasion, yet you still lack in offensive capabilities. As you are about to enter my master's sect, and I as your senior brother, today I shall bestow upon you a technique for protection and offense. I hope you will comprehend it well. Before his words faded, Luo Xian pointed with his finger. A flame, only the size of a fingernail, yet distilled to perfection, quietly materialized at his fingertip. This flame, though seemingly small, appeared to possess the terrifying power to incinerate the heavens and obliterate all things. The surrounding air warped and screamed under the burden of this flame's emergence. Go! Luo Xian flicked his finger. The crimson flame transformed into a streak of light, disregarding Lu Chongqing's protective magic, and instantly entered his brow, merging with his ancestral aperture. This was the heaven-burning flame. I have drawn forth a thread of primordial true fire from the cosmos, melding it with my profound insights into the Tao. Should this flame be cultivated to its utmost potential, nothing would be spared from its incinerating embrace, nothing left untransformed. Devote yourself to this cultivation. Do not tarnish its brilliance. Suddenly, a torrent of immense, searing, and arcane information surged into Lu Chongqing's consciousness, accompanied by the blazing flame. An overwhelming influx of truths about fire, the mysteries of combustion, the methods of fire control, alongside Luo Xian's unique comprehension of the path of fire, inundated him like a river breaching its dam. Lu Chongqing felt a scorching sensation at his brow, as though his very soul were on the verge of ignition. This was indeed a gift from the flame immortal. Luo Xian, during the battle of deification, he wielded his fiery prowess to such devastating effect that the celestial beings of the Chan sect were left in disarray. Had it not been for Princess Long Ji's water-based innate treasure, the Mist and Dew Universe Net, who knows how many immortals would have perished in the inferno. Even in death, he was enshrined as the southern 3-chi fire deity, presiding over the realm of fire. The fire-related divine arts he bestowed were of unimaginable rarity. My heartfelt gratitude to you, senior brother Luo Xian. Suppressing his excitement and the throbbing in his mind, Lu Chongqing bowed deeply, genuinely expressing his respect. The title of senior brother resonated with sincerity. Almost simultaneously, a notification echoed in his mind. Task: stand out among 3,001 individuals, becoming the Firewater Child completed. Reward: Spirit Essence 230 points. As the notification faded, the scenery of Fire Dragon Island began to blur, twist, and fragment before him, akin to a shattered mirror peeling away. In the next moment, Lu Chongqing felt a sudden heaviness, and he returned to reality. He was still seated in the side hall of the Taoist temple, his legs crossed, with the Eastern Emperor bell suspended nearby, emanating a barely perceptible golden light. In his mind, the cultivation methods and insights of the burning heaven flame remained vividly clear, as if innately grasped. Without hesitation, Lu Changqing immersed himself in contemplation, beginning to organize the formidable fire divine arts. The burning heaven flame. Indeed, it was overwhelmingly dominant, a true testament to the essence of primordial fire. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a flicker of crimson flame light igniting within his gaze. The temperature of the entire side hull seemed to rise several degrees. With a thought, he glanced at the panel. Spirit Essence, 230 points. Enhance Cultivation. Consume 10 points of Spirit Essence. Cultivation level raised to Perfection of the Returning Dan Realm. Boom! A flow of even purer and more refined magical energy erupted from his dantian, cascading through his limbs and meridians. The originally vibrant jade liquid had become even more viscous, nearly taking on substance, completely enveloping the celestial spirit mushroom, subtly exuding a sense of completeness. His aura surged higher and higher, reaching its zenith. Perfection of the returning Dan realm. Feeling the surging power within, Lu Changqing did not pause. His gaze fell upon the recently acquired burning heaven flame. Such a powerful spell. If taken further, he looked toward the remaining spirit essence. Consume 80 points of spirit essence to enhance burning heaven flame. Buzz within the center of his brow. The crimson flame seed, known as the burning heaven flame, quivered violently. After absorbing an abundance of spiritual essence, it began to undergo a profound metamorphosis. The color of the flames transitioned from a pure crimson to a peculiar hue, as if it were infused with an ardor originating from the depths of the soul. Burning heaven flame, true fire of the world, divine ability. It has manifested, the true fire of the world. This flame not only possesses the capacity to incinerate all things, but also ignites the passions and desires of sentient beings. Once tainted by this fire, if one's mental fortitude is insufficient, desire will burgeon, consuming the heart with flames, ultimately reducing one to ashes from the inside out. Truly, it is overwhelmingly powerful, and its might is unfathomable. Excellent. What a remarkable true fire of the world. Lu Changqing's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he reveled in the terrifying power of this newfound divine ability, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Throughout the day, Lu Changqing diligently familiarized himself with and began to master the newly acquired divine ability, true fire of the world. As he felt the terrifying power residing within the flickering crimson flames at his fingertips, a sense of calmness enveloped him. This divine ability would undoubtedly become a vital means of offense in his future endeavors. As night descended, an inexplicable thrill surged within him without warning. The breaking of the three barriers began to summon him. Lu Changqing took a deep breath, yielding to this force. The scenery before him shifted rapidly, and he found himself at the illusion's severing barrier. However, it seemed that Lu Changqing was unaware that, from this moment on, he had truly entered in his physical form. Chapter 28. The burning of ghostly entities. As Lu Changqing stepped into the realm, an immediate sense of dissimilarity enveloped him. The ground beneath his feet felt unyieldingly firm and frigid, contrasting sharply with the indistinct and illusory sensations he had previously encountered. A piercing, frigid wind swept through the area, inflicting a pain akin to that of a blade, rendering the reality of his surroundings unmistakably palpable. Before him lay a vast expanse, littered with glimmering blades reflecting an icy light, forming an endless mountain of knives. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood and despair. Numerous cultivators, barefooted and contorted in agony, stumbled forward, each step punctuated by the excruciating loss of blood, their eyes growing increasingly vacant, as if something of profound significance was being forcibly stripped away from their essence. Was this the act of severing delusions? To eradicate the 7 emotions and 6 desires, leaving only the heart's yearning for the Tao? A chill flickered across Lu Changqing's gaze. Though he recalled the descriptions from his readings, experiencing it firsthand felt both absurd and cruel. He silently invoked the divine ability of breaking delusions and exorcising evil. Suddenly, the grim landscape transformed. The menacing mountain of blades faded, revealing that each edge was fashioned from the twisted and nebulous forms of apparitions. These specters, with their formless maws agape, ravenously consumed the glimmers of spiritual light that emanated from the cultivators, fragments of their emotions, their anguished struggles manifesting as ethereal wisps. The apparitions emitted a silent yet satisfied roar, their essence swelling as they feasted. Lu Changqing discerned the truth. The act of severing delusions was merely a means to nourish these insatiable entities with the very desires they craved. A cold smile graced his lips. He had no intention of adhering to the customs of this place by offering a portion of himself to these ghastly beings. Observing their unquenchable greed, a thought flickered in his mind. If they yearn for consumption, let them indulge. He slowly raised his right hand. A flicker of crimson flame dancing at his fingertips, the manifestation of his newly evolved divine ability, true fire of world incineration. This fire possessed the power to incinerate flesh and awaken the deepest desires of sentient beings. These apparitions thrived on devouring delusions, their insatiable greed embedded deep within their very essence. Go! Lu Changqing flicked his fingers. The true fire of world incineration did not directly target a specific specter. Instead, it quivered in midair, radiating an intangible wave that enveloped a vast area ahead. In an instant, the apparitions, previously lost in their insatiable feast, froze in place. The next moment, a stark white flame ignited within their contorted forms without warning. The insatiable fire of greed magnified infinitely by the true fire of world incineration. The flames of desire scorched them. The cacophony of anguished wails, piercing and heartrending, resonated sweetly to Lu Changqing's ears. The apparitions writhed in agonizing frenzy, the pale flames consuming them from within, rapidly depleting their forms until they crumbled to ash, dissipating into nothingness. This sudden display left the surrounding cultivators, who were struggling to traverse the mountain of blades, frozen in shock. They gazed at Lu Changqing with a mix of terror and awe. As I gazed upon him, it seemed as though an ethereal flame of sanctity enveloped his being, causing the frigid blades of despair to melt away in his wake. Was he truly human? Had the treacherous mountain of blades before him vanished? In that moment, no one dared to approach Lu Changqing by even a hair's breadth. This youth, with a serene countenance, had metamorphosed into an extraordinary entity in their eyes. Lu Changqing remained utterly indifferent to their perceptions, simply meandering forward. The spectral blades, once manifestations of terror, crumbled to ash before him. Beneath his feet lay warm remnants of the charred, allowing him to tread lightly and gracefully. In stark contrast to the agonized struggles of the cultivators upon the mountain of blades beside him. Thus, he strolled leisurely through this realm of severed delusions. As he advanced, the scenery ahead began to warp and shift. In an instant, an icy chill enveloped him, as if it sought to freeze his very soul. He had entered the next trial, the frozen abyss. Before his eyes stretched a desolate expanse of snow and ice. The sky hung heavy with a leaden gray, and the earth lay thickly veiled in ice, rendering even the air a crystalline prison. His breath crystallized into white, frost-upon exhalation. The dismantling delusions and exterminating evil technique continued to operate, and Lu Changqing perceived within this frigid domain another breed of malevolence. These specters, pallid as parchment and nearly translucent, radiated an aura of bone-chilling malevolence. The cold prison shadows stealthily lurked beneath the ice or clung to the biting winds. Should any cultivator falter against the relentless cold, their vital energies momentarily stagnating, these entities would cling to them like maggots, silently siphoning away their life essence. Many cultivators trembled uncontrollably, their lips turning a ghostly hue, their movements sluggish, each bearing the weight of several such cold prison shadows. Ah, the phantoms of dread. Lu Changqing's gaze turned icy. A faint silhouette of the Eastern Emperor's bell materialized around him, warding off the penetrating chill. He raised his hand once more, and the crimson, true fire of annihilation leaped forth anew. This time, as the flames erupted, the surrounding temperature soared dramatically. With hissing sounds, The nearby solid ice melted at a visible pace, transforming into a rushing stream and enveloping the area in a misty vapor. The once hidden cold prison shadows screeched in piercing terror, instinctively yearning to flee this scorching realm that caused them profound discomfort. Attempt to escape? A smile graced Lu Changqing's lips, yet his eyes held no warmth. He was not only unafraid, but he laughed heartily as he advanced toward the panicked specters. It was the perfect opportunity to test the new applications of this true fire. In a blur of red light, he surged into the midst of the shadows. The true fire of annihilation danced at his fingertips, flickering and sweeping in accordance with his will. Most of the cold prison shadows did not even have time to scream before they were swiftly incinerated by the crimson flames, dissolving into pools of water, utterly annihilated. However, Lu Changqing did not eradicate every last shadow. His gaze roamed through the chaos of the phantoms. Soon, he focused on several of them. These particular specters, in contrast to their counterparts, possessed a more substantial form and exuded a chilling aura that was palpably more sinister, clearly indicating their superiority. A flicker of intrigue sparkled in Lu Changqing's eyes. As he continued to incinerate the other ordinary specters, he deftly performed a peculiar incantation with his hands. Coupled with the might of the true fire of devouring worlds, a unique binding force emanated forth. The formidable specters he had targeted were suddenly ensnared. As if trapped in a mire, their movements rendered excruciatingly arduous. They emitted an even more piercing wail, desperately struggling, yet unable to escape the clutches of that power. Lu Changqing flickered into position before them. With a pointed finger, several ethereal ropes imbued with the essence of the true fire of devouring worlds shot forth, accurately ensnaring the specters. The flames did not utterly consume them. Rather, they effectively suppressed their ferocity and the chill that enveloped them. Subsequently, Lu Changqing invoked a technique from the sixth Jia divine art, capturing and sealing the spectral beings. As he gazed at the tormented spirits still perishing in the flames, Lu Changqing felt an overwhelming release of pent-up frustration accumulated within him, a profound satisfaction washing over his being. Unable to contain himself, he cast his head back and let out a resounding, exuberant laugh. Ha ha ha! You wretched spirits, you are doomed. His laughter echoed through the frigid landscape, resonating with a wild and audacious spirit. Nearby, a group of cultivators, struggling against the biting cold, observed this scene from a distance, their eyes filled with trepidation. This man seemed to have lost his sanity. Chapter 29. The birth of the primordial entity amidst boisterous laughter. Lu Changqing emerged at the next stage. The air twisted violently, and as far as the eye could see, there lay an endless, roiling sea of thick, dark red. The nauseating stench of burnt flesh and blood surged into his nostrils, accompanied by a searing wave of heat that threatened to ignite his very soul. He recognized this as the 9th level of hell, the hell of boiling oil. Gazing across the dark crimson expanse, he witnessed dozens of cultivators struggling in agony, their distorted faces conveying an indescribable torment as they fought to move forward. Each inch accompanied by the sizzling sound of flesh being fried and wisps of green smoke. A few, protected by magical artifacts, appeared deathly pale, desperately suppressing the chaotic surge of spiritual power within them. This time, no one uttered the word illusion. They all understood that this was undeniably real. To fail here, men awakening malevolent spirits and facing death. Therefore, some cultivators, lacking confidence in their ability to pass this trial, chose to remain stagnant in this realm, content to endure it for 300 years. Some cultivators emitted incomprehensible cries, straining to swim forward. Lu Changqing furrowed his brow tightly, feeling a slight warmth at the center of his forehead. The breaking illusions and exorcising evil spell began to operate at its zenith. Golden divine patterns flowed like living creatures, shimmering with brilliance. The scene before him sharpened and became clearer. His vision penetrated the boiling dark red, reaching the seabed. Lu Changqing's pupils constricted. There lay an unimaginably massive headless corpse. Its bloodied flesh radiated an ancient stillness and desolation. The so-called sea of oil was, in fact, the putrid essence of this ancient being slowly decaying. What astonished him further was that he could distinctly see the rampant spiritual energy within those cultivators. Its source was their very own spiritual roots. The roots, now transformed into primordial Dan, trembled violently, exuding a primal fear of this sea of corpse oil. It was this innate terror emanating from their spiritual roots that caused the energy within them to writhe and necessitated suppression. The thought of the spiritual roots. In fear, a chill ran down his spine. He instinctively turned inward to examine his own dantian. The enigmatic Tai Shui I was now steadily transforming into a verdant primordial Dan. A bold hypothesis took shape in his mind. Had the Eastern Emperor Bell fundamentally altered the foundation of cultivation in this bizarre realm? The opportunity for verification lay before him. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Lu Changqing's eyes. Amidst the heart-wrenching wails and cries of the cultivators, he lifted his foot and tentatively stepped into the roiling, foul-smelling dark red corpse oil. There was no burning, no excruciating pain, not even a hint of discomfort. Within his dantian, the verdant primordial Dan remained tranquil, its magical energy flowing smoothly as always. The hell beneath his feet felt, to him, like warm water. Success. A certainty filled Lu Changqing's heart, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. He hesitated no longer. In the face of countless gazes filled with pain, shock, or disbelief, he pressed forward, walking leisurely across the viscous, scalding surface of the oil sea. Capable of instantly cooking flesh, he advanced step by step. This serene demeanor, reminiscent of a leisurely stroll, stood in stark contrast to the surrounding cultivators who were agonizing in the frying pan, shrieking like tormented spirits. What? What is that? How could he? How is it possible? Is he unscathed? Could it be? Could he be a reincarnation of some celestial being? Both the cultivators on the shore and those submerged in oil momentarily forgot their own suffering and fear, left only with an incomprehensible bewilderment. Fear, shock, confusion, disbelief. Ultimately, a flicker of jealousy and despair intertwined in their eyes. Why? Why must they all endure torment in hell while he strolls by, seemingly oblivious? Lu Changqing appeared utterly unfazed by their gazes, maintaining a steady pace toward the opposite shore. Just as he was about to cross the oil sea, his peripheral vision seemingly caught a glimpse of something unusual. In the depths of the oil sea, a massive headless corpse lay quietly, as if unchanged since time immemorial. Yet, a certain part of the rotting, contorted flesh seemed to twitch ever so slightly. This ancient corpse, dormant for countless eons, was not entirely lifeless. A chill ran through Lu Changqing's heart, prompting him to quicken his steps. This bizarre world, this strange cultivation. The moment his feet touched solid ground, the roiling, boiling, screaming hell of the oil pot began to twist and change, as if rippling like water. Lu Changqing's consciousness sank slightly, returning once more to the side hall of the Taoist temple. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately turned his gaze to his status panel. Host, Lu Changqing, Destiny, Eastern Emperor Bell. Spiritual Treasure, Essence. Fragment, 11100000. Cultivation, Perfected Elixir Realm, Upgradable, Spiritual Essence. 140 points, Spiritual Root. Tai Sui I, Traceable 415 times. Spells, Dispelling Illusions and Exterminating Evil, Divine Ability. 5 Elements, Spirit Escape, Divine Ability. 6 Jia, Divine Technique, Divine Ability. True Fire of Destruction, Divine Ability. His gaze lingered on the upgradable notation under cultivation. With a thought, he initiated the upgrade. Consume 20 points of spiritual essence. Cultivation upgraded to Primordial Embryo Realm. First transformation. Boom! A surge of power, far surpassing that of the Elixir Realm, erupted explosively from deep within his dantian. The once meticulously refined emerald elixir now harbored within it a faint yet remarkably resilient spiritual light. This was the spiritual consciousness of the cultivator. Lu Changqing's initial spiritual consciousness could perceive activity within a radius of 9 zhang. His aura surged violently, and the magical energy within him surged like a roaring river, contrasting starkly with the mere trickle it had been before. The primordial embryo realm had been attained. Yet he understood that after the primordial embryo realm, cultivation would no longer be as rapid as in the previous realms, reliant on spiritual essence for swift accumulation. The primordial embryo realm is divided into 9 transformations. Each transformation represents a new heaven. The core of this realm lies in cultivating and strengthening one's spiritual consciousness. Through the increasingly powerful spiritual consciousness, one propels the 9 transformations of the primordial embryo. With each successful transformation, the potency of one's consciousness doubles in strength. This marks a pivotal stage in refining the soul, laying a robust foundation for the future convergence into the purple mansion and even higher realms. Furthermore, during the transition from the primordial embryo realm to the purple mansion realm, there exists a crucial step. One must inscribe the essence of the techniques mastered, using powerful consciousness, onto the primordial embryo in the form of intricate divine patterns. The more techniques inscribed, the more profound and complex the patterns become. Consequently, upon breaking through to the purple mansion realm, one's foundational strength will be significantly enriched, far surpassing that of peers. Completing the first transformation of the primordial embryo marks one as a person of stature, no longer merely an ant or a novice, but now a true companion on the path. The next endeavor is to bolster one's consciousness, elevate the primordial embryo until the completion of the 9th transformation. Additionally, one must cultivate further techniques, inscribing them all upon the primordial embryo. Chapter 30. The unexpected visitor outside the Taoist temple with the Eastern Emperor Bell in hand. I must forge an unparalleled foundation. This foundation must be steadfast, for it pertains to the path of ascension. Lu Changqing stroked his chin, his gaze resolute. For an ordinary purple mansion cultivator, inscribing 36 divine patterns is merely insufficient. He now comprehended that the so-called divine powers of those cultivators were, for the most part, merely formidable spells. The true divine powers were those he enhanced through spiritual resonance. Yet, his divine powers were still far too few. This world is exceedingly strange. Without formidable strength, one can hardly find a sense of security. He spoke softly to himself, a flicker of determination glinting in his eyes. In the realm beyond, the Yuan stage might be regarded as a formidable expert, a pillar within the sect of immortals. The true person of the Purple Mansion could even wield authority over a grand sect. The ancestor of feather transformation serves as the true anchor for the sect of immortals. Yet now, there existed so-called reincarnated immortals and an invincible emperor of the great Jing dynasty. His current cultivation was woefully inadequate in comparison. He sensed the lingering fluctuations of spiritual energy around him, which had only just subsided. The earlier breakthrough had indeed caused quite a stir, with spiritual energy swirling like a tide. I hope I am not mistaken for a rare treasure, drawing seekers of fortune. Lu Changqing raised his gaze towards the luminous moon hanging in the night sky. Its silver radiance spread forth, tranquil and beautiful. An inexplicable impulse surged within him. Even the legendary sages were remarkably extraordinary, ineffable in their essence. So what could this moon be? Lu Changqing mused, curiosity proving too difficult to suppress. Just one glance. Just one glance. He murmured to himself, as if trying to persuade his own spirit. In the next moment, a glimmer of golden light flickered at his brow. His vision pierced through layers of void, reaching that resplendent moon. Then he beheld half of an immaculate jade-like visage. The skin was as exquisite as freshly fallen snow, lips tinted like the rosy glow of dawn. A mere glimpse could scarcely encapsulate its beauty. The partial visage radiated a beauty that transcended all limits of Lu Changqing's understanding. It was breathtaking. It was maddening. Upon a single glance, his mind was irresistibly drawn in, utterly captivated. That tender half of the face seemed to smile gently at him, enchanting and captivating. How beautiful! How I longed to adorn my own face with it. He whispered unconsciously, his voice dry and eerie. Simultaneously, his hand, no longer under his control, slowly reached toward his own cheek. The fingertips were icy, as if on the verge of forcefully tearing away his own skin. Buzz! At that critical moment, the long-dormant phantom of the Eastern Emperor Bell within his sea of consciousness trembled slightly. A gentle yet authoritative chime resonated, akin to the morning bell and evening drum, instantly purifying Lu Changqing's soul. He shuddered violently, as if a drowning person had been abruptly pulled from the depths. Suddenly, he regained his senses. A cold sweat drenched his back. His heart thundered within his chest, beating wildly, as if it were about to break free from its confines and leap from his throat. He inhaled sharply, the chill more biting than the depths of winter, his eyes still reflecting a profound terror and lingering dread. Just moments ago, he had nearly torn his own face apart. This moon, how could it be more sinister than the sun? Lu Changqing's complexion turned ashen, and with a heart still trembling, he dared not summon even a trace of his mystical powers. To the naked eye, the moon remained cold and luminous. However, the vision he had just witnessed was indelibly etched in his mind. It was no mere moon. It was a half-peeled face, gruesomely pale as jade, yet radiating an indescribable, tragic beauty that surpassed all the exquisite forms he had ever known. The moonlight was not the pristine white it appeared to be, but rather a deep crimson. In this delusion, the entire world seemed submerged in a sea of blood. Yet, to the naked eye, time appeared serene. This distortion of perception sent shivers down his spine. How utterly bizarre! What kind of ghastly entity was this? Could it possibly be the Chang'e of this world? Lu Changqing's lips twitched uncontrollably, and he no longer dared to use his powers to gaze upon the moon. The flicker of self-satisfaction regarding his own abilities was swept away by an overwhelming cold. Only the treasured Eastern Emperor Bell could offer him some semblance of security. Overthinking was futile. Lu Changqing steadied his mind, preparing to refine the 4 ghostly entities he had just captured. At that moment, his consciousness stirred, sensing vague movements from the foot of the mountain. It seemed his ill-fated prediction had come true. Someone had spotted the commotion and was searching for treasure in the dead of night. The mountain breeze was cool, rustling the leaves. The silvery moonlight filtered through the sparse branches, casting mottled shadows along the path. 3 figures appeared at the mountain's base, all clad in similar white robes adorned with a beastly emblem, the attire of inner disciples from one of the 5 great sects, the Yuling Xian sect. Brother Wang, are you certain it's this way? That fluctuation of spiritual energy. TSK, there must be a treasure, exclaimed the lanky Tao Fei, lowering his voice, craning his neck, and casting furtive glances around, excitement evident in his tone. Wang Yin nodded, his ordinary visage betraying a shrewdness. It cannot be mistaken. It is indeed near this mountaintop. Though the fluctuation was brief, it was exceptionally pure, far from ordinary. Young Li Feiyu could not help but interject, a hint of yearning in his voice. If we could acquire an extraordinary treasure, we would strike it rich this time. Wang Yan's lips curled into a slight smirk, a touch of pride in his demeanor. Indeed, our luck is quite favorable. We initially came at Brother Lu's behest to exterminate some minor demons in the vicinity, while also inspecting this dilapidated temple on the mountain, preparing to dismantle it to establish a new shrine for our ancestor. Who would have thought such fortune would befall us? Tao Fei rubbed his hands together, chuckling eagerly. Exactly. First, we seize the treasure, then we tear down that broken temple. 2 birds with 1 stone. Li Fei Yu Kaim Din, Precizity. Heaven is aiding us. The 3 individuals were originally tasked with assisting the true disciple, Lu Leitian, in the exorcism and establishment of a temple. The dilapidated mountain shrine was already included in their plans to transform it into a sanctuary for their venerable ancestor. The unexpected treasure light that illuminated the night was, in their eyes, undoubtedly a stroke of serendipity. Atop the mountain, within the side hall of the Taoist temple, Lu Changqing sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed. Yet his consciousness had already unfurled. The conversation among the 3 cultivators at the foot of the mountain reached his ears without a single word lost. There were 3 practitioners of the Huangyao realm. He slowly opened his eyes, his expression impassive, though a flicker of peculiarity danced in the depths of his gaze. Exorcising demons? Seeking treasures? Dismantling temples? A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of his lips. His Taoist temple was situated not far from the dilapidated shrine, a sight that would strike anyone as peculiar. Indeed, this was quite remarkable. On the mountain path, Wang Yin and his companions hastened toward the summit. Hurry! We must not keep the treasure waiting, Tao Fei urged impatiently, his figure becoming a blurred shadow under the moonlight. In a mere moment, the three had ascended to the mountain top, where the ancient temple was now faintly visible. Chapter 31. Disciple of the spirit-guarding mysterious sect Wang Yin was the first to halt his steps, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings beneath the night sky. The final fluctuations of spiritual energy lingered atop the mountain, dissipating swiftly as if some force had forcibly erased their traces. Tao Fei anxiously paced nearby, his nose nearly grazing the ground. Erased traces? Could it be that the treasure possesses sentience and has concealed itself? He pondered aloud. Unlikely, Wang Yin replied, shaking his head. He approached the entrance of the dilapidated temple, intending to search within. A few vengeful spirits still lingered inside, also targets of their current mission, and he needed to proceed with caution. We mustn't falter in this endeavor. With a steady tone, Wang Yin gripped his sword and stepped through the temple's threshold, followed cautiously by the other two. Spirits were classified into 6 categories: vengeful, malevolent, evil, fierce, sinister, and haunting, corresponding to the 6 major cultivation realms. Vengeful spirits were merely the lowest tier, yet mismanagement could lead to disastrous outcomes. Inside the temple, cobwebs adorned every corner, the idols leaned precariously, and a thick layer of dust covered the place, presenting a scene of utter desolation. "Oh!" Li Feiyu suddenly exclaimed, a note of surprise evident in his voice. "Brother Wang, did you not say there were several vengeful spirits within this temple?" Wang Yan's expression mirrored his confusion. "Indeed, I distinctly sensed a strong presence of Yin energy during our last investigation. How is it that not a single one remains now?" The trio hastily searched every nook of the temple. To their astonishment, the interior was barren. Not a trace of treasure, nor even a hint of Yin energy from the vengeful spirits was to be found. Tao Fei stroked his chin, his eyes darting as he speculated, could it be that the commotion we just caused frightened them away? Wang Yin contemplated this for a moment, deeming the explanation plausible, and nodded. Yes, that is a possibility. Regardless, the absence of spirits benefits us, sparing us unnecessary effort. However, where is the treasure? Damn it, could it be that someone got here first? Tao Fei couldn't help but curse in frustration. Wang Yin furrowed his brow, remaining silent, clearly mulling over this possibility. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and exited the temple. With a flick of his fingertip, a spirit-seeking talisman materialized, shimmering faintly before ultimately dimming, swirling weakly in place. Within a 10-mile radius, there was no response from any spiritual entities. Wang Yin felt a pang of regret for having wasted a precious talisman. Meanwhile, Lu Changqing observed the actions and conversations of the trio from within the Taoist temple. The temple was not far from the dilapidated shrine, and logically, they ought to have noticed it. Yet, these three seemed oblivious to its presence, their focus entirely consumed by the crumbling temple and the desolate land surrounding it. Even as they passed the location of the temple, they appeared to regard it as mere air, not pausing for even a moment. A thought crossed Lu Changqing's mind. They cannot see it. He scrutinized their expressions closely, finding no semblance of deceit. With his current level of consciousness at the Yuan-Tai realm, it was impossible for these 3 Huangya realm cultivators to feign ignorance in his presence. They truly could not see this Taoist temple. A weight lifted from Lu Changqing's heart, settling quietly. It appears that the temple itself possesses an inherent mystique capable of concealing its presence. The last time, those 3 alchemical practitioners were able to locate this place, perhaps due to the fact that I had yet to master this small sanctuary. However, the 3 disciples before me possess limited cultivation and are utterly unable to unravel the secrets of this locale. I breathed a sigh of relief and dismissed the thought of unleashing the hungry ghosts to drive them away. It is wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble and maintain a low profile. Outside, the trio remained unsatisfied, methodically scouring the mountaintop inch by inch, yet they still found nothing. Oomph! What a futile endeavor. Tao Fei could not help but mutter under his breath. Wang Yin, however, maintained his composure, remarking that regardless of the outcome, the absence of spirits here had spared us considerable effort, yielding us merit points effortlessly. With this place now cleansed, we can inform the villagers below to prepare for the construction of a temple and the creation of a golden effigy for our ancestor. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's face lit up with joy. As long as the task is completed, I can finally use the merit points to purchase that neon robe for Sister Wang, which she has long desired. This statement caused the corners of Wang Yan's mouth to twitch slightly, while Tao Fei reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, muttering, "Damn it." Subsequently, the three of them meticulously searched both inside and outside the dilapidated temple, ensuring that no dangers or oversights remained before departing from the mountaintop. Beneath the silvery moonlight, their figures swiftly vanished along the path down the mountain. Within the temple's side hall, Lu Changqing slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. Though his brow remained furrowed, the individuals had departed, but it seemed that troubles were only just beginning. The spirit control, Xian sect. The ancestor intends to establish a temple. It appears I must devise a strategy to give them something to occupy themselves with, thus delaying their progress in temple construction. Only cultivators of the Ascension realm can establish a temple to receive incense and faith, and they may even harness some power through the effigy. Although this temple can currently conceal its form and remains undiscovered, we cannot guarantee that unforeseen events will not arise in the future. Who can say what peculiar and unpredictable methods those ancient beings, who have lived for countless years, might possess? I must delay their plans for at least 3 months until I have departed. Then this place shall be of no concern to me. But for now, a meaningful smile curved at the corners of Lu Changqing's lips. Perhaps I could subtly remind them that this place still harbors treasures and mysteries, though they have thus far failed to uncover them. In the following days, the mountaintop remained unusually tranquil, with no one hastily arriving to dismantle the temple. Only those 3 disciples from the spirit control Xian sect seemed undeterred, stealthily returning to search 1 or 2 more times, only to leave in disappointment. Lu Changqing paid them no mind. He was wholly engrossed in refining the spirits he had captured from the depths of hell. For 7 consecutive days, he remained within the side hall, not venturing outside. Fortune smiled upon him. In addition to 3 black-armored divine soldiers with strength equivalent to the perfected Yellow Sprout realm, he also acquired a silver-armored divine soldier capable of exhaling frigid, sinister energy. With a mere thought, Lu Changqing silently placed the 3 black-armored divine soldiers within the dilapidated temple, instructing them to lie in wait and mimic the aura of the previous vengeful spirits. After completing these tasks, he rummaged through his storage ring for a moment, eventually retrieving an ancient-looking artifact resembling a censer adorned with peculiar patterns. This device appeared to be quite aged, its origins unknown. He placed the censer beneath the base of the crumbling statue in the dilapidated temple. Upon finishing this arrangement, Lu Changqing smiled contentedly. Now, the 3 disciples of the Yuling Xuanzong, upon conducting even a slight examination, would surely uncover the anomalies present, a spectral entity and a treasure that seemingly concealed the presence of such entities. Although vanquishing the specter would yield the treasure, what if, on every occasion, they found themselves merely a hair's breadth away from victory? This would keep them thoroughly occupied, and they might harbor a sense of false hope, reluctant to report to their sect and allow others to partake in the spoils. Chapter 32. The Palace of Neza. Seizing the moment when no one was present to disturb him, Lu Changqing felt a stirring within his thoughts. He summoned the panel. Host: Lu Changqing, Destiny, Eastern Emperor Bell, Spiritual Treasure, Source, Remnant, 18100000. Cultivation, Yuan-Tai Realm. First Transformation, Upgradable. Spiritual Resonance, 127 points. Spiritual Root, Tai Sui Eye of Deception, traceable 415 times. Spells, Breaking Illusions to Exterminate Evil, Divine Ability. 5 Elements Spirit Escape, divine ability. 6 Jia divine arts, divine ability. True fire of world incineration, divine ability. Tracing back. Lu Chongqing silently contemplated. Buzz. Everything around him seemed to be abruptly paused. Tracing. Tai Sui, Eye of Deception. At the end of the Shang dynasty, the Fengshen calamity was about to begin. The third young master perished, and his mother sculpted a divine statue for him on Tsuping Mountain, casting a golden body, receiving incense offerings. Task. You are to journey to Bio Palace, passing through Chuntang Pass, at the invitation of Lady Yin, to supervise the creation of the divine statue, completing the construction of Nez's palace. Identity. Human Qi Refining Master. Note. You may consume 10 points of source to choose to descend in your true form. All consequences will be borne by you. Chuntang Pass. The third young master. Neza? A temple on Tsuping Mountain? Lu Chongqing's gaze flickered, and these familiar terms stirred ripples within his heart. He recalled the investiture of the gods, where after Neza's death, his soul, without a resting place, would visit his mother, Lady Yin, in dreams, urging her to construct the palace of Neza. Without further thought, Lu Chongqing chose to confirm, consuming 10 points of spiritual resonance. A whirlwind of sensations enveloped him. When he regained clarity, he found himself standing atop a mountain shrouded in mist. The peak, graceful and towering, was named Tsuping Mountain. Although the scenery was splendid, a subtle atmosphere of oppression lingered in the air. Before him stood a newly completed palace, grand in scale, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, exuding a commanding presence. Most striking was the great hall at its center, which at this moment was utterly vacant. An elderly temple priest, his hair and beard completely white, approached him. I am Fa Hai, honored Taoist, he said, his hands clasped together, his tone laced with urgency. On the orders of Lady Yin, I have been awaiting your arrival for some time. Before the midnight hour, I implore you to assist in supervising the final touches on the divine statue. Otherwise, dire calamities may befall us. The old priest gestured toward the great hall, his voice trembling. Following his direction, Lu Chongqing beheld the meticulously designed layout of the palace, constructed with quality materials. Yet upon closer inspection, many areas were handled rather roughly, evidently done in haste. Beside the great hall stood a massive clay effigy of a divine statue, now taking shape. It bore the likeness of a child, exquisitely sculpted, with a flame mark at its brow, presenting both charm and an inexplicable authority. However, it remained unfinished, lacking the final delicate touches and the crucial moment of awakening. Lu Chongqing's brow furrowed slightly as he discreetly activated the divine ability, breaking illusions to exterminate evil. He immediately sensed a faint yet pervasive air of resentment permeating the atmosphere. Strangely, this resentment seemed to intertwine with two distinctly different auras, one pure and serene, the other fiercely violent. These two essences bizarrely entwined, their source pointing directly at the clay effigy. The temple keeper, Lu Chongqing, narrowed his gaze slightly, tentatively inquiring, "This statue seems somewhat unsettling?" The elder temple keeper's expression grew strained as he lowered his voice. The divine figure worshipped here is none other than the third young master Neza from the general's house at Chuntang Pass. However, the third young master now embodies both good and evil. By day, he manifests as the benevolent soul of a child, showing considerable cooperation regarding our temple and statue. Yet, once night falls, he transforms into a vengeful spirit of terrifying power and overwhelming resentment. He seeks every means to thwart the completion of his own statue, unwilling to be imprisoned within this divine vessel. Tonight marks the final deadline, and it is also the night when the third young master strikes back with the greatest ferocity and peril. Lu Chongqing's heart understood this well. No wonder the aura felt so contradictory, benevolent by day, malevolent by night, a duality in one. Indeed, the deities of this bizarre realm are far from ordinary. In a corner of the grand hall, a group of artisans and several armed guards gathered, devoid of any magical powers, though a few guards possessed martial skills and robust vitality. Each person wore an anxious expression, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Yet their hands dared not cease their labor. They were meticulously blending a dark red clay, exuding a faint aroma of sandalwood mingled with cinnabar. This must be the soul-restraining clay mentioned by the elder temple keeper. Nearby, preparations for consecration were laid out, including cinnabar and gold leaf. The atmosphere within the hall was stifling, akin to the surface of the sea before a tempest. A few artisans whispered among themselves. That little celestial boy was so adorable during the day, even smiled at me. Who could have imagined that by night? Shoo, don't speak of it. Get back to work, barked the leader of the guards, prompting immediate silence, though the terror in their eyes intensified. Lu Chongqing's gaze swept across the hall's meager defenses. In the corners, several talismans clearly lacking in spiritual energy were affixed, and shallow array patterns were inscribed on the ground, barely sufficient. He shook his head slightly. With such defenses, it was unlikely they could withstand a vengeful spirit. He kept his thoughts to himself, procuring gold paint and approaching a load-bearing pillar. Channeling his magical energy, he inscribed incantations upon the column, the spiritual light flickering momentarily. Subsequently, he moved to the leader of the guards and a few seasoned artisans, whispering a few instructions, imparting simple self-defense techniques and emergency strategies. Although they did not fully grasp his intent, they noted his serious demeanor and extraordinary bearing, nodding in acknowledgement. These modest preparations might save a few lives at a crucial moment. Time slipped away gradually. The last glimmer of sunset vanished from the window panes. The night descended like a vast black curtain, swiftly enveloping the entire Chui Ping Mountain. Suddenly, a bone-chilling wind surged into the hall without warning, its howling akin to the wails of the damned. The dozen oil lamps suspended within the hall swayed violently, their flames flickering. Under the candlelight, each shadow began to twist and elongate unnaturally, as if animated. The temperature plummeted, a biting chill pervading the air. A faint yet eerie sound of childish laughter suddenly echoed within the hall. The laughter was starkly different from the innocent frivolity of daylight, imbued with a chilling malice and derision. Immediately following, a voice, sharp and venomous, seemingly capable of piercing eardrums, resonated deep within the hearts of all present. You all wish to confine me? Then, perish. A harrowing scream erupted. A guard nearest to the palace door was suddenly seized by an invisible force and violently flung backward. His eyes rolled back, and blood gushed from his mouth and nose. Then, in an excruciatingly unnatural contortion, he crashed against a nearby column. The dull thud of impact echoed, accompanied by the sickening sound of shattering bones. The guard crumpled to the ground, bloodied and battered, a lifeless shell. Panic spread through the crowd like a plague. A ghost! A ghost has come! Help! The craftsmen, terrified, abandoned their tools and fled in disarray. The guards, faces pale as death, trembled uncontrollably, weapons shaking in their grasp. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The heavy palace doors slammed shut, sealing every possible escape route with unyielding precision. The malevolence within the hall thickened exponentially. Wisps of dark mist seeped from the unfinished clay statue, and a frigid darkness seemed to stain its brow and eyes. The aged temple priest, pale as a specter, trembled like a leaf, casting a desperate glance at Lu Chongqing, his voice laced with a sob. Taoist, save me, save us. Just days prior, the third young master had not taken a life under the cloak of night. Chapter 33. Nightfall. The malevolent spirit Neza emerges at that moment. The air in the center of the grand hall began to warp. Tendrils of black mist, akin to venomous serpents, surged wildly from the unfinished clay statue. They coalesced into the form of a child, approximately 7 or 8 years old. His eyes blazed a fierce crimson, embodying pure malice and wrath. Surrounding him was an aura of dark malevolence, which crystallized into a colossal lotus, lifting him aloft, as if he were a specter risen from the depths of hell. It was none other than Neza, the harbinger of night. A chilling cackle escaped the malevolent spirit, as his gaze swept over the terrified assembly within the hall, akin to a predator surveying its prey. Do you think to ensnare me with this crude clay effigy? Dream on. May you all meet your demise. Before his words had fully dissipated, his form flickered and blurred, moving with an astonishing swiftness. He lunged towards the nearest artisans with alarming ferocity. "Beware!" cried an experienced craftsman, appearing to be in his 50s, who reacted with remarkable alacrity. Driven to the brink, he seized a carving knife smeared with vermilion from nearby and thrust it fiercely at the shadowy figure. The vermilion was reputed to have a certain efficacy against malevolent entities. However, with a soft sound, the sharp blade pierced through the specter's ethereal arm. The spirit merely swayed slightly, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his crimson gaze. With a sinister grin, another claw-like hand shot out like lightning, gripping the craftsman's arm that held the knife. The old craftsman screamed in anguish, as the flesh on his arm visibly withered away. A torrent of vitality, mingled with blood, was greedily siphoned by the malevolent spirit. The aura of darkness enveloping the spirit seemed to intensify, while his scarlet eyes grew even more grotesque. "Old Wang, run!" cried the nearby artisans, their spirits shattered with terror, as they scrambled backward in a frenzied retreat. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. In that critical moment, a figure materialized before the malevolent spirit like a wraith. It was Lu Changqing. His countenance was grim, his gaze sharp as a blade. The events had unfolded too swiftly for him to intervene earlier. Suddenly, a glimmer of golden light shone brightly at his brow, breaking illusions, exorcising evil. Buzz, a radiant beam, imbued with an essence of unyielding brightness, shot forth with pinpoint accuracy toward the Neza specter. The speed was so extraordinary that even the malevolent spirit could not fully react. Crack! The golden light struck the spirit with force. The dark aura surrounding him hissed as if melting under the scorching sun, instantly dissipating in considerable volume. His momentum faltered abruptly, forcing him to release his grip on the craftsman's arm. Thud! The old craftsman collapsed to the ground, his arm shriveled like parched wood. Though he had narrowly escaped death, he was gravely weakened and fell unconscious. Seeking death, the Neza spirit whirled around, his crimson gaze locking onto Lu Changqing with fierce intensity. He sensed the restraining power embedded within that golden light, along with the unsettling essence of pure yang radiating from it. The voice of resentment and malice echoed once more. "You, wild Taoist, possess some skill. However, no one shall impede me tonight." As the words left his lips, the malevolent spirit transformed once more into a shadowy figure, charging forth with even greater swiftness and ferocity. As its claws slashed through the air, a chilling wind swept across, stinging the faces of onlookers. Lu Changqing's gaze sharpened. Truly, it was Neza. Even in spirit form, such overwhelming power radiated. He dared not linger, his feet shifting as he quietly invoked the five-element spirit escape. His form flowed like a fish in water, deftly evading Neza's onslaught. Simultaneously, a golden light flickered from his brow. Piercing beams of purifying radiance shot forth, entangling with the spirit in a fierce struggle. Bang! 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 The clashes between golden light and dark energy reverberated, leading to their mutual annihilation. The grand hall was filled with tumultuous winds, shattering furniture and shaking beams. The ordinary craftsmen and guards could only retreat to the corners, trembling in fear as they witnessed this battle beyond the realm of human imagination. Lu Changqing's movements were esoteric, always managing to evade critical blows at the last moment. The purifying golden light was indeed the bane of the malevolent spirit, forcing it to retreat in a series of anguished howls. Yet, Lu Changqing soon realized that Neza's resentment clung to him like a festering wound, proving exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Moreover, as the battle raged on, threads of sinister energy began to seep from the unfinished deity statue, intertwining with Neza's being. This infusion invigorated Neza, augmenting his strength as he grew bolder in combat. "Damn, this feels like cheating," Lu Changqing cursed inwardly. His magical energy was dwindling. Having invoked breaking illusions and exorcising evil repeatedly during the fierce clash was taxing. Additionally, to shield himself from the spirit's malevolent energy, He continuously summoned the ethereal form of the Eastern Emperor Bell to protect his surroundings. A soft, golden aura enveloped him, warding off the encroaching darkness. He realized he could not sustain this for much longer. A swift resolution was imperative. Lu Changqing's eyes hardened. If this stalemate continued, he risked falling victim to the tide of battle. Though true fire of the world consumed vast amounts of energy, and its wide reach posed risks of collateral damage. He had no time to ponder. With urgent thoughts racing through his mind, he bellowed, "True fire of the world." A wave of scorching heat erupted from him, rapidly expanding outward. The air itself seemed ignited, temperatures soaring dramatically. The shallow formations on the ground and the meager talismans in the corners were instantaneously reduced to ashes by the onslaught of heat. The hall transformed into a colossal steam chamber. Neza, the malevolent spirit, was momentarily subdued by the sudden surge of searing flames, emitting anguished cries. The icy chill clashed violently with the true fire, producing sizzling sounds. This true fire not only scorched his ghostly form, but also ignited the boundless resentment and fury deep within his heart. The malevolent spirit became utterly berserk. It seemed as though its entire essence was ablaze, with blood-red eyes nearly weeping crimson. In a startling turn, it abandoned its struggle with Lu Changqing, pivoting sharply towards the corner where a few craftsmen, clutching the soul-consolidating clay, were poised to finalize the deity's form. This is bad. Lu Changqing's heart raced with alarm. Neza was indeed cunning. Recognizing the dire situation, one contemplated the destruction of a sacred statue to eliminate future threats. "Stop him!" Lu Changqing shouted urgently, his figure flickering as he prepared to give chase. Yet, the vengeful spirit moved with alarming speed, recklessly launching its assault. It seemed that the unarmed craftsmen were on the verge of calamity. At that moment, the elderly temple priest Fa Hai, pale and trembling in the shadows, mustered an extraordinary courage. With shaking hands, he retrieved a palm-sized brass Bawang mirror, adorned with intricate runes, from within his robes. Biting his tongue, he let forth a drop of his vital blood upon the mirror's surface. With a resonant hum, the Bawang mirror radiated a brilliant light, casting a gentle yet commanding golden glow that stood defiantly before Neza. The spirit collided with the golden luminescence, momentarily halting its advance, releasing an enraged roar. Clearly, the golden light affected the spirit, though its potency seemed insufficient to offer complete protection. The mirror emitted a distressing crack as it began to fissure. The elderly priest appeared severely weakened, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. "Brothers, we fight. Protect the statue." The leader of the guards, his eyes ablaze with fury, bellowed. He understood that without a desperate struggle, death was imminent. The remaining 5 or 6 guards also summoned their indomitable courage, brandishing their swords and spears, their blood and energy swirling around them as they attempted to obstruct the spirit's relentless advance with their very bodies. The vengeful spirit, in a fit of rage, swiped its claws. One guard was pierced through the chest, while another had his arm severed at the shoulder. Blood splattered, accompanied by anguished cries. "Quick! The eye-catching sealing clay. Seal his eyes, ears, mouth, and nostrils." The voice of the elderly priest rose in a piercing scream. Chapter 34. The idol finally takes form. Li Jing emerges. Several artisans were already trembling with fear, but their instinct for survival, coupled with the orders from the temple priest, compelled them to suppress their trepidation. "Quick! Do as the Taoist and the temple priest instructed," an experienced elder craftsman exclaimed, the first to react despite his quaking voice. Shakily, he grasped the carefully prepared dark red, soul-requiting clay and rushed to the idol's clay figure with unprecedented haste. Following the temple priest's guidance, he cautiously applied the clay to the idol's critical features, its eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Finally, the elder craftsman, trembling, dipped a brush in vermilion and touched the idol's eyes. Buzz! At the moment of completing the eye dotting, the entire Neza idol erupted with a peculiar radiance, no longer exuding the previous cold malevolence. It now emanated a blend of purity and majesty. A formidable force of attraction burst forth from the fiery mark on the center of the idol's brow. No, the vengeful spirit of Neza, obstructed by the guards and Lu Chongqing, since this force aimed at his very essence and let out a piercing wail of terror and despair. The dark energy enveloping him was uncontrollably tugged back toward the idol. His strength waned rapidly, and his aura significantly diminished. A fleeting opportunity. Lu Chongqing's gaze flickered. Seizing the moment, he swiftly formed hand seals, his internal energy surging wildly. Sel, he commanded in a voice imbued with power. The runes he had quietly inscribed on several supporting pillars radiated with brilliant golden light simultaneously. Buzz! Several golden beams shot upward, instantly intertwining to form a temporary, resplendent magical array. Like a colossal golden cage, it enveloped Neza, who was weak and struggling against the idol's pull. The golden light of the array further suppressed Neza. Come fort. Lu Chongqing stepped forward to the edge of the array, gathering his remaining magical energy, and struck down fiercely upon the struggling Neza. Bang! Neza was propelled towards the idol. You bastard! The vengeful spirit of Neza roared in defiance. The entire illusory specter transformed into a streak of light, merging into the fiery mark on the idol's brow. Boom! At the moment the light entered, the idol's eyes ignited with blinding red brilliance. A powerful wave of energy radiated from the idol, sweeping through the vicinity and knocking several nearby artisans to the ground. The ominous winds, malevolent energy, and lingering resentments within the hall vanished in an instant. The air grew fresh again, and the weight pressing upon everyone's hearts abruptly lifted. After a brief moment, the clay idol appeared to come alive. Its features, once fierce, now bore a countenance of innocence and spirit. A sweet, youthful voice emerged, tinged with apology. I'm sorry for frightening everyone before. A diminutive figure, adorned in a red belly band and exquisitely sculpted, floated out from the idol, bowing to the crowd. It was none other than the benevolent Neza of daylight. Had the crisis been averted? The individuals who narrowly escaped death within the hall found themselves momentarily bewildered by the extraordinary and serene scene before them. After a brief silence, an eruption of joy and relief followed, a profound gratitude for the life-saving intervention of the Taoist master. Thank you for your benevolence. Truly, your powers are vast. You are indeed a celestial being. The venerable temple priest Fa Hai struggled to rise, disregarding his injuries, and attempted to bow deeply before Lu Chongqing. The surviving artisans and guards also gathered around, overwhelmed with gratitude. Lu Chongqing gestured dismissively, indicating that no excessive reverence was necessary. His complexion was somewhat pale. His internal energy had been nearly depleted. The fierce battle they had just endured, particularly the final activation of the formation and the true fire, had taken a considerable toll. The most perilous moments had passed, and they awaited the dawn to complete the final offering by igniting the first incense stick. Do not be alarmed, everyone. Lu Chongqing reassured them. The danger has been averted. Tend to your wounds and recuperate. The entrance of this hall is peculiar, and we cannot depart just yet. Let us wait peacefully for daybreak to fulfill the final step with the statue. I require a moment of meditation to restore my energy. With that, Lu Chongqing turned his attention inward, settling into a relatively clean corner to sit cross-legged. As dawn broke, the first rays of morning light filtered through the shattered window panes, illuminating the disarrayed hall. The air still bore the faint scent of sandalwood, vermilion, and a trace of lingering blood. Despite their exhaustion, the survivors wore expressions of renewed hope. Fa Hai, gathering his strength, directed the other surviving craftsmen and guards, be cautious. Handle with care. This is the golden body of the third young master. We must not allow a single mishap. His voice was hoarse, laced with lingering fear. A few artisans gingerly wrapped the statue in coarse cloth, working together to lift it and place it upon the central altar of the hall. The horrors of the previous night were still fresh in their minds, their limbs trembling slightly at the thought of the fearsome spirit Neza potentially re-emerging. Fortunately, the powerful Taoist master remained with them. Lu Changqing slowly opened his eyes. Having regained much of his energy through a night of focused breathing, he stood, brushed the dust from his clothing, and observed the bustling individuals around him. With the statue restored to its rightful place, the door would now open. At that moment, a series of urgent and heavy hoofbeats approached, shattering the morning's tranquility. This was followed by the clanging of armor and boisterous commands. "Hear me. Open the door at once." The faces of those inside shifted in alarm. They had just placed the statue, and now this commotion arose. Fa Hai's heart raced, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Who could it be at this early hour? One bold guard stepped forward to inquire, but before he could utter a word, bang! The tightly shut door was forcefully kicked open, sending splinters flying. A middle-aged general clad in silver armor, exuding an aura of authority even without anger, strode in with purpose. Behind him followed a battalion of armored soldiers, each radiating a menacing presence. The general's gaze, sharp as that of a falcon, swiftly swept across the hall before ultimately fixing upon the statue that had yet to be properly placed. Instantly, his countenance darkened to such an extent that it seemed as if he could weep torrents. His eyes brimmed with unabashed disdain and fury. "Unfilial wretch!" His voice thundered like a sudden clap of thunder, reverberating through the grand hall. Pointing at the statue, he spoke with a chilling, piercing tone. "You ungrateful offspring! Even in death, you cannot find peace. By what virtue do you dare to establish a private temple here, shamelessly enjoying the incense of the mortal realm? You bring nothing but disgrace upon my name. And you, how dare you construct a palace for him?" The wrath in his voice threatened to erupt, revealing his discontent even towards those present. The old temple priest, Fa Hai, turned pale with fear and fell to his knees with a thud, exclaiming, "Forgive me, esteemed general. This was the will of Lady Yin." However, Li Jing paid him no heed, his gaze fixed solely on the statue. With a sharp clang, he unsheathed the sword at his waist, its blade gleaming with a chilling light that reflected his contorted rage. "Today I, Li Jing, shall destroy this clay effigy and see how you continue to wreak havoc upon this land." Chapter 35. Breakthrough. Is there really treasure in the ancient temple? With a deep breath, Lu Changqing slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a cloud of stale air. The spiritual essence was sufficient for him to advance to the 9th transformation. Without a moment's hesitation, he silently chanted, "Elevate my cultivation," consuming 40 points of spiritual essence. 2nd transformation of the Yuan embryo realm, consuming 40 points of spiritual essence. 3rd transformation of the Yuan embryo realm. The Yuan embryo within his dantian spun rapidly, voraciously absorbing the influx of pure energy. While his consciousness expanded at an astonishing rate, his magical power surged like a roaring river. 2nd transformation, 3rd transformation, 4th transformation. With unstoppable momentum, there was no hint of stagnation. Lu Changqing focused his mind, savoring the marvelous transformations brought about by the Yuan embryo's metamorphosis. At last, boom! A deep, resonant explosion echoed, seemingly not from the outside world, but erupting directly within the depths of his soul. Inside the dantian, the once ethereal Yuan embryo had now solidified completely, its surface shimmering with a faint halo, exuding an unparalleled aura of strength. The 9th transformation of the Yuan embryo, success. In an instant, an unprecedented sense of power swept over him. His magical energy was vast as the ocean, magnitudes more potent than before. Even more astonishing was his consciousness. With the slightest thought, his formless mental force surged forth like a dragon unshackled, expanding explosively in all directions. 1 yard, 10 yards, 100 yards, 1,000 yards. Within 1,000 yards, the rustling leaves in the breeze, the ants crawling beneath the ground, the dance of dust in the air. Everything was vividly reflected in Lu Changqing's mind. This sensation of embodying the cosmos and wielding dominion over all was ineffably sublime. At the moment of Lu Changqing's breakthrough, the sky above the Taoist temple transformed dramatically. The clear blue sky was suddenly shrouded by heavy leaden clouds. swirling rapidly to form a colossal vortex, terrifying in its expanse, covering hundreds of miles. A torrent of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, drawn by some fatal attraction, surged violently downwards toward Lu Chongqing. The richness of the spiritual energy was nearly palpable, coalescing into a viscous mist. It even condensed into strands of luminous liquid, cascading like a gentle rain. Radiant beams of light pierced through the gaps in the clouds, painting the sky in vibrant hues, a spectacle of breathtaking beauty. Faintly, a thunderous roar resonated from the heavens above, sacred and solemn. Such an earth-shattering phenomenon instantly stirred the entire Yongzhou region. Countless cultivators in seclusion abruptly opened their eyes, gazing in astonishment toward the source of the extraordinary occurrence. Even the demons and spirits lurking in the deep mountains raised their heads, their eyes glinting with greed and trepidation. In several mortal towns, numerous citizens beheld the extraordinary colors on the horizon, mistaking them for divine manifestations, and knelt in reverence. What an astonishing phenomenon! Could it be that a world-shattering spiritual treasure has emerged? The direction seems to be toward Bema Mountain. Could it be that the legendary ancient relics have been unlocked? The spiritual energy is so dense. Quick, let's investigate. Such a phenomenon must herald great treasures. Opportunity lies before us. In a fleeting moment, countless gazes converged upon the realm of Yongzhou. Streams of radiant light streaked across the sky, racing towards the direction of Bema Mountain. Goodness, the 9 transformations of the primordial embryo, my consciousness surging. This sensation feels as if I am propelled by a rocket. Lu Chongqing could not suppress the upward curl of his lips. Yet the moment he sensed the commotion from his breakthrough, he found himself unable to smile. Goodness, is this commotion perhaps a tad too overwhelming? His consciousness swept across the area, effortlessly encompassing a radius of 1,000 zhang, and naturally, he beheld the vortex of spiritual energy that obscured the heavens and the earth, along with the celestial glow filling the sky. Goodness, this is essentially an announcement to everyone that treasures lie herein. A few dark lines appeared on Lu Chongqing's forehead. He had intended to maintain a low profile. Who would have thought that upon reaching the 9 transformations, the disturbance would be so extraordinary? This was on an entirely different scale compared to the minor ruckus caused during his earlier alchemical endeavors. A miscalculation. This is problematic. Lu Chongqing chuckled bitterly to himself. This astonishing phenomenon was practically shouting to the entire Yongzhou territory. Treasures await. Come swiftly. Trouble is brewing. Just as Lu Chongqing anticipated. This earth-shattering spectacle immediately roused certain familiar faces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 beams of light surged through the air from afar, arriving almost instantaneously after the manifestation. It was none other than Tao Fei, Wang Yin, and Li Feiyu, who had previously sought treasures only to return empty-handed. They had nearly turned the mountaintop upside down last time, yet found not even a trace, leaving them quite dissatisfied. Today, witnessing such a phenomenal spectacle with its source near the dilapidated temple, the 3 were instantly ecstatic, trembling with excitement. Ha! The treasures still exist. Tao Fei gazed at the center overflowing with spiritual energy, his eyes reddening, saliva flying. Such an occurrence, with myriad rays of light and celestial sounds. It cannot possibly be an ordinary object. It must be a celestial treasure. No wonder we couldn't find anything last time. The divine artifact was hidden. Wang Yin wore an expression of unrestrained greed, breathing heavily. Li Feiyu remained relatively calm, yet could not conceal his excitement. Last time we searched, though we had scoured this dilapidated temple, we had not delved deeply. Could the treasure be concealed beneath the temple? The 3 exchanged glances, each seeing unabashed fervor and urgency reflected in the other's eyes. It cannot be wrong. Absolutely not. The treasure lies beneath. Tao Fei retrieved a shimmering iron shovel from his storage bag and was the first to strike forcefully at the ground of the dilapidated temple. Wang Yin and Li Feiyu shared a glance, their faces alight with zeal, and swiftly produced their tools, clanking and digging fervently. In an instant, Dust swirled around the ruined temple, and stones flew in all directions. Dig with all your might. Hurry, let us not allow others to seize it first. The celestial treasures belong to us. Ha ha! Oh, there appears to be a furnace beneath this statue, and it is a magical artifact. Huh, I found something as well. Within the temple, Lu Changqing sat cross-legged, his consciousness acutely attuned to the commotion outside, hearing the shouts of Tao, Fei, and the others. However, he had no time to attend to them now. With a thought, Lu Changqing activated his powers. Buzz! A radiant light flashed, and all the divine weapons transformed into silver and black orbs, materializing before him. He had promptly retrieved the 3 black-armored divine soldiers from the temple. Seizing the moment of his cultivation breakthrough, he decided to nurture the silver-armored divine soldiers to the primordial stage. In the distance, several powerful auras were swiftly approaching. Among them, one unmistakably belonged to a primordial stage cultivator, evidently drawn by this astonishing phenomenon. Merely relying on the elixir stage divine soldiers was insufficient. It was the perfect opportunity to test the power of the 9 transformations of the primordial stage and enhance the divine soldier strength. Lu Changqing murmured to himself. He formed a hand gesture, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, like a torrent seeking an outlet, continuously flooded into the essence of the divine soldiers. The silver orbs, embodying the silver-armored divine soldiers, radiated brilliantly, emitting a series of eager hums, greedily absorbing this pure and potent energy. Their auras began to ascend at a visibly rapid pace. First transformation of the primordial stage. Second transformation of the primordial stage. Outside, the 3 had already excavated 3 zhang beneath the dilapidated temple. The sound of digging grew louder. Unbeknownst to them, the entire mountain trembled slightly. Tao Fei's anxious voice echoed. Brother Wang, there's a formation down here that we can't break. Ha ha, if you 3 inept fools can't manage it, allow me to assist. Before Brother Wang could respond, a burly man had already soared over. He was the primordial stage cultivator. Who the hell are you? This is the territory of the Yuling Xian sect. Tao Fei retorted fiercely. Yet what awaited him was an indifferent strike from the primordial stage cultivator. With a puff, the 3 excavators were sent flying 5 zhang away, spitting blood. The burly man did not even glance at them, wielding a 3-meter-long blade, channeling his power to strike at the formation's node. Perhaps due to the formation's long neglect, it shattered after just 3 strikes, revealing an altar within, upon which rested a jade box covered in talismans. Ha! This Yunlai master actually left treasures here. I shall be wealthy. The burly man laughed as he reached out to seize the jade box. Meanwhile, a few more flashes of light approached. Seeing the imposing aura of the primordial stage cultivator, these cultivators dared not step forward, merely watching him enviously. Meanwhile, Lu Changqing continued to refine the silver-armored divine soldiers in the temple, only a wisp of his consciousness paying attention. Little did he expect that there were indeed treasures beneath the adjacent temple. Chapter 36. The Emergence of Demon's Boom. Just as the burly man's fingers grazed the jade box, his face alight with joy yet to fully bloom, a chilling darkness, akin to a venomous serpent's flickering tongue, silently shot forth from the shadows, aiming directly for his vulnerable back. An ambush. Another cultivator of the Yuan realm had been lurking nearby, biding his time. At the moment when the treasure was about to slip from his grasp, he struck with ferocity, clad in the garb of an elder from the Xinjian sect of Yongzhou. He came forth, seeking death. The burly man's pupils constricted. In this life-and-death moment, he could not afford to think of the jade box. His yuan surged wildly within, unleashing a torrent of power. In a swift motion, he wielded his 3-meter-long blade, cleaving through the air with the force to sever mountains, narrowly slicing apart the deadly dark light. Sizzle. The clash of blade and darkness erupted in a blinding radiance and turbulent winds, carving deep gorges into the ground around them. The assailant's strike failed, revealing himself as a gaunt, gray-robed elder with a malevolent visage. A glint of fierce determination flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, He conjured a series of sharp sword energies that rained down upon the burly man like a torrential downpour. "You dare snatch what belongs to your grandfather, you old dog of the Xinjiang sect." The burly man roared furiously, his blade dancing with impenetrable ferocity, shredding the incoming sword energies to pieces. Instantly, the two were embroiled in a tempestuous battle, both at the Yuan realm, their powers colliding and generating fierce winds, the air crackling with energy. Their sole objective remained, the jade box lying quietly on the altar. Each sought to claim it for themselves. As the struggle intensified, both unleashed their true might, their powers escalating uncontrollably. Crack! A sharp sound of shattering pierced through the tumultuous clash of energies, echoing like a death knell. The seemingly indestructible jade box could not withstand the residual force of the duel between two formidable Yuan cultivators. The talisman papers on its surface exploded, and spiderweb-like cracks marred its jade body, ultimately shattering into oblivion. However, the anticipated dazzling treasure light did not materialize. Instead, a thick, inky miasma of demonic energy erupted violently. The demonic aura surged skyward, piercing the clouds, tainting the previously radiant hues and spiraling spiritual energies summoned by Lu Changqing's breakthrough with a layer of ominous, heart-stopping darkness. The summit of Bai Mai Mountain became shrouded in this terrifying demonic presence. The light dimmed, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench and an unsettling chill that penetrated to the bone. Suspended in midair was a heart, roughly the size of a fist, dark red and adorned with a myriad of twisted, bizarre runes, pulsating ever so slightly. Thump, thump. With each beat, it resonated deep within the soul, exuding a malevolent aura that struck terror into the heart. What is this? Demonic energy. Such terrifying demonic energy. This is no treasure at all. Some cultivators, initially drawn by the extraordinary phenomenon and observing from a distance, were now pale with fear, gasping in disbelief. Some venerable and knowledgeable cultivators, upon gazing at the pulsating dark red heart, instantly turned pale as if drained of all color, their voices trembling with dread. A monstrous heart? Could this be the great demon that was suppressed by Master Yunlai 2 centuries ago? Impossible. The records state that Master Yunlai had completely obliterated that fiend, eradicating both its form and spirit. The seal from 200 years ago. He merely subdued this demon's heart. It was never entirely annihilated. Panic spread like a plague, wildly coursing through the minds of all the cultivators. Just as the crowd was enveloped in horror, the floating anomalous heart seemed to possess its own consciousness, spinning as countless runes flickered unpredictably. In an instant, without allowing anyone a moment to react, the demon heart transformed into a swift, dark red streak of light, akin to a maggot burrowing into flesh, and shot toward the chest of a burly man with terrifying speed. No! The burly man let out a desperate and terrified roar, attempting to defend himself. But it was far too late. The demon heart instantaneously penetrated his body. The next moment, a scene of unimaginable terror unfolded. The burly man's body began to swell rapidly, like a balloon being inflated, as something writhed violently beneath his skin, accompanied by the ominous crackling of bones. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Dark, hard scales erupted from his skin, enveloping his entire form. A gruesome fissure split open on his forehead, and a new, even more grotesque head forcefully emerged from within. Simultaneously, his side, a mangled mass of flesh, birthed 4 robust arms covered in menacing bone spines. In the blink of an eye, the burly man vanished, replaced by a towering monstrosity, several meters high, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, its body clad in black scales, exuding an aura of unfathomable ferocity. Roar! The demon let out an inhuman, deafening roar that reverberated through the air, shattering the surrounding rocks to dust. Its 6 crimson eyes, fixed upon the nearest elder of the Xinjiang sect, glinted with brutality, bloodlust, and an insatiable desire for slaughter. Abomination! The elder of the Xinjiang sect, both startled and enraged, could hardly fathom such a transformation, as the coveted treasure morphed into a peerless fiend. Without hesitation, he summoned his flying sword, transforming it into a streak of light in an attempt to flee. However, the demon's speed was even greater. With a powerful thrust of its 6 arms against the ground, its massive form unleashed a terrifying velocity that defied its size. Leaving behind a series of dark phantoms, it almost appeared to teleport in front of the Xinjiang sect elder. One of the demon's heads uttered a chilling, merciless command. All 6 arms, adorned with bone spines, swung out simultaneously, creating a piercing howl that sealed off every avenue of escape for the elder. With his soul in turmoil, the elder desperately defended himself, his sword light flickering as he unleashed his treasures. But at this moment, the burly man had been possessed by the demon, his power surging dramatically. In merely a few exchanges, puff, with a spine-chilling sound of tearing flesh. The elder of the Xinjiang sect was unable to fully utter a scream before being mercilessly torn apart by the 6 razor-sharp claws of the demon, scattering flesh and blood across the ground. The entrails spilled everywhere. The demon opened its enormous, blood-soaked maw and took a deep breath. The shattered remains, along with the lingering souls, transformed into a crimson torrent, which it devoured entirely. As the essence and souls filled its belly, the demon's aura surged once more, growing even more ferocious. Run! It's a demon! Flee! The surrounding cultivators, drawn by the chaos, including the previously injured Tao Fei, Wang Yan, and Li Feiyu, who were still coughing blood on the ground, finally realized the gravity of the situation. Terrified, they scrambled to escape this land of death. However, the demon's crimson gaze swept over them, revealing a cruel smile. Its massive body transformed into a streak of black lightning, commencing its slaughter. Help! No! The cries of despair echoed incessantly. One cultivator after another fell victim to the demon, ruthlessly torn apart and consumed. Whether it was the Qi consuming the Huangya or the Huandan, before this terrifying demon, they were as powerless as ants, unable to resist. Even Tao Fei and his companions, previously injured, could not evade their fate and were swiftly caught, becoming sustenance for the demon. With each life taken, with every essence and soul devoured, the demon's power intensified. In mere moments, dozens of cultivators had perished at its hands. Its aura soared from the initial stage of the Yuan-Tai realm, rapidly approaching its pinnacle, with faint signs of a potential breakthrough to an even higher realm. Meanwhile, within the Taoist temple, Lu Changqing sat cross-legged, his brow tightly furrowed. The overwhelming demonic energy from the outside, the chilling cries of anguish, and the terror of the demon's presence were vividly reflected in his consciousness. This is actually the heart of the sealed demon? That old rascal Yunlai truly is a menace. Lu Changqing cursed inwardly, feeling a surge of alarm. The pinnacle of the Yuan-Tai realm and still growing stronger. This demon is indeed peculiar. It can rapidly enhance its power by consuming essence and souls. His consciousness swept over the rampaging demon, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. Fortunately, it seemed the demon could not perceive this temple. Yet, just as the demon was about to eradicate the remaining cultivators seeking treasures atop the mountain, a thunderous voice, filled with unparalleled authority, boomed from the heavens. Abominable creature! How dare you act recklessly in this place? Chapter 37. The retreat of the demonic beasts, the manifestation of the Taoist temple with this thunderous roar. An overwhelming and terrifying pressure, far surpassing that of the primordial embryo realm, descended with a resounding force. In midair, an elder appeared, clad in a simple gray Taoist robe, his hair and beard white, and his countenance gaunt, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. The elder hovered in the air, his gaze sharp as lightning, fixed upon the 3-headed, 6-armed demon below, radiating an aura that instilled profound dread. This was a powerful cultivator who had attained the Purple Mansion realm. Roar! The 3-headed, 6-armed demon seemed to sense the threat posed by the elder, halting its relentless pursuit of the remaining cultivators. Its 6 crimson eyes, situated on its 3 heads, locked onto the elder with an even more ferocious and savage roar that reverberated through the air. Instead of fear, it regarded the elder of the Purple Mansion realm as an even more delectable and formidable quarry. Boom! The demon's massive form erupted with an even more terrifying demonic aura, and its 6 arms swung forth, launching a reckless assault toward the elder. The pitch-black demonic energy coalesced into various claws, bone spikes, and infernal flames, surging toward the elder like a tidal wave. Unaware of its impending doom, the elder's gaze turned cold, and his withered fingers deftly performed a spell. In an instant, the very fabric of the heavens and earth seemed to shift. Brilliant beams of spell light materialized, whether in the form of thunderous strikes, blazing infernos, or frigid gales, meeting the oncoming tide of demonic energy. Boom! 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 The cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm clashed with the formidable demon that approached its power. The brilliant spells and the inky demonic energy collided violently, annihilating one another. With each impact, cataclysmic waves of energy erupted. Rock shattered. The earth trembled. The violent shock waves radiated outward, causing even distant mountains to quiver under the terrifying aftershocks, with colossal boulders tumbling down. The sky appeared to be torn asunder. The intensity of this battle far exceeded any previous encounters. The elder of the Purple Mansion realm wielded profound cultivation, harnessing the forces of heaven and earth with boundless might. However, the demon was no trivial adversary, having devoured the essence and souls of dozens of cultivators, its power nearing the Purple Mansion realm, undaunted and emboldened by each skirmish. The fierce battle raged on for an entire incense-stick-esque duration. Ultimately, with a thunderous explosion and the demon's anguished howl, the conflict seemed to draw to a close. In midair, the elder was grievously wounded, his face pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly suffering significant injuries. Opposite him, the demon was in even greater disarray. One of its 3 heads had been brutally shattered, 2 of its 6 arms severed, its scales shattered and oozing putrid black blood. Its aura greatly diminished, having sustained severe damage. Roar! The remaining 2 heads of the demon emitted roars of resentment and defiance, as if it understood that today it could not completely vanquish this formidable human cultivator. In the next moment, its colossal form suddenly burst apart, transforming into an intensely vivid bloodlight, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. The elder of the Purple Mansion gazed at the fleeing demons, his expression gravely serious. After taking a deep breath, he chose not to pursue. Neither side could claim victory, resulting in a mutual defeat. He cast a glance back at the chaotic mountaintop, his figure flickering before vanishing like a fleeting light. At last, the summit of Hundred Veins Mountain returned to its eerie silence, leaving behind a desolate ruin, scarred and battered, the air thick with a pungent scent of blood and residual demonic energy. After a considerable time, a few fortunate survivors, or those who had just arrived, cautiously emerged. Faced with the hellish scene before them, they were filled with dread. Despite their trepidation, they scoured the wreckage in search of any overlooked treasures. Ultimately, however, they found nothing and departed, laden with fear and disappointment. Within the temple, Lu Chongqing slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath of stale air. He withdrew his consciousness, sensing the lingering horrific aura from the outside, and his gaze deepened profoundly. The Purple Mansion cultivator indeed formidable. Fortunately, the commotion stirred up by the demons attracted attention. Otherwise, this temple might have been discovered. He silently rejoiced, considering that the unexpected arrival of the great demon had provided him with a perfect cover. However, he pondered whether the elder of the Purple Mansion had noticed any abnormalities regarding this temple. As night fell silently, the mountain winds howled, carrying a hint of blood and chill. Lu Chongqing continued to refine the divine weapons, aiming to elevate all 4 silver-armored divine soldiers to the 9th transformation of the primordial fetus. Yet just as he was engaged in this task, an exceedingly subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy suddenly emanated from outside the temple. A sense of alarm surged within him, and he swiftly extended his consciousness. In the night outside the temple, he discerned a somewhat hunched figure silently hovering in midair, It was the elder of the Purple Mansion, who had battled the demons earlier. Remarkably, he had returned. Moreover, he had evidently discovered the hidden temple. The elder coughed as he spoke to himself in a tone laced with pride and greed. He cough, were it not for my keen sight. I might have overlooked this place amidst the battle with the demons during the day. A typical Purple Mansion cultivator, cough, would likely fail to see through it. This must be where the true treasures lie. The elder's sharp gaze, akin to that of a hawk, fixated on the temple, as if he could see through everything within. Despite his severe injuries from the day's confrontation, he perceived the temple merely as peculiar, lacking any sense of threat. Inside the temple, Lu Changqing's expression shifted to one of grave concern. He had been discovered, and by a cultivator of the Purple Mansion. This was a significant predicament. He coughed, the elder's voice was hoarse, reminiscent of a worn-out bellows, yet carried an air of arrogance. He hovered in the night, his gaze firmly fixed on the temple below. Brat, come out, hand over the extraordinary treasures of this place, and present this strange temple as well. The old man, might spare your insignificant life, considering your understanding of the situation. Despite his grievous injuries and unstable breath, he sensed no presence of equal standing within the temple. In his eyes, the individuals inside were merely robust ants. Unusual treasures? A temple? Within the temple, Lu Changqing felt a chill of derision rise within him at the old man's words. The old fellow certainly possessed a sharp gaze. Regrettably, the Eastern Emperor Bell was his greatest reliance, and he would never relinquish it to another. Lu Changqing's calm voice resonated through the temple. Senior, you jest. This place is merely a humble retreat for my cultivation. There are no extraordinary treasures here. The night is deep and the dew heavy. Your injuries remain unhealed. It would be wise for you to return and recuperate. Please, take your leave. As his words faded, Lu Changqing's thoughts were already set in motion. Buzz, 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 buzz. Within the temple, 4 silver-armored guardians silently materialized. 2 were of the 9th transformation of the primordial embryo, and 2 of the 6th transformation. Their imposing presence radiating like a towering mountain. Presumptuous. The elder, upon hearing Lu Changqing's indifferent retort, felt a sudden flash of fury in his murky eyes. How dare a mere fledgling, hiding in the shadows, display such a lack of respect? To speak to him in that tone? It was tantamount to courting death. Chapter 38. The fierce battle at the Purple Mansion refusing to drink a toast. You shall face the penalty drink. Since you are unwilling to come out, I shall personally enter to retrieve you. The elder huffed in anger, and despite his grievous injuries, the dignity of the Purple Mansion realm would not be trifled with. Even a withered camel is greater than a horse. His frail hand suddenly lifted, as if the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth were drawn by an invisible force. Frantically converging, in an instant, a colossal magical handprint, entwined with strands of purple lightning, coalesced above his palm. Boom! The purple handprint obscured the moonlight, emanating a terrifying pressure capable of crushing all. With a destructive momentum, it fiercely descended upon the location of the Taoist temple. He was confident that this strike would severely injure the Yuan Tai realm practitioner. However, just as the purple handprint was about to make contact with the temple, whoosh, whoosh, 2 blinding beams of silver light shot forth from within the temple like lightning tearing through the night sky. They were the 2 silver-armored divine soldiers of the 9 transformations of Yuan Tai. Fearless, their metallic bodies burst forth with resplendent brilliance, unleashing their full power to confront the overshadowing purple handprint. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted at the silent mountain peak. A violent shockwave swept in all directions. The purple handprint collided with the 2 divine soldiers, and they merely held their ground for less than a breath of time. The seemingly invincible purple handprint was abruptly shattered, exploding into a myriad of dispersing purple flecks. The 2 silver-armored divine soldiers were also thrown backward, their brilliance noticeably dimmed. In midair, the elder's pupils constricted suddenly. He could not suppress a surge of discomfort in his chest, leading to a violent cough. Cough, cough, cough. What a formidable puppet. It could actually withstand my strike. A glimmer of greed flashed across his face. The strength of these two puppets undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the Yuan-Tai realm. Moreover, their body's solidity and instantaneous explosive power subtly exceeded that of ordinary 9 transformations Yuan-Tai practitioners. This young man within the temple truly possesses considerable treasures. The color of greed swiftly overpowered his astonishment and vigilance. He immediately realized that he might have stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity. Inside the temple, Lu Changqing's breaking illusions and exterminating evil divine ability had long been activated. Golden divine patterns flowed, vividly reflecting the elder's current state. Following that previous strike, the elder's surface spiritual light flickered unpredictably, and his aura became increasingly erratic and disordered. The operation of his internal magical energy displayed a clear sign of stagnation and chaos. Indeed, Lu Changqing felt a great sense of relief, his previously anxious heart now significantly at ease. The injuries he sustained from battling that demon were far more severe than they appeared. It was likely that maintaining the stability of the Purple Mansion realm was now exceedingly strenuous. The heavy pressure he faced from the Purple Mansion realm practitioner instantly lightened considerably. This was merely a paper tiger. He saw the hope of turning the tide against a formidable foe. Kill. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lu Changqing's eyes, and without a trace of hesitation, his murderous intent surged. Whoosh, whoosh, within the temple. 2 other silver-armored divine soldiers of the 6th transformation sprang forth like arrows released from a bow, simultaneously launching their attack. The 4 silver-armored soldiers, 2 of the 9th transformation in the lead and 2 of the 6th transformation at the flanks, swiftly formed a rudimentary encirclement for a lethal onslaught. They emanated a chilling aura of death, coalescing into 4 streaks of silver light that relentlessly converged upon the elder in mid-air from different directions. In an instant, the air was filled with the howling wind of fists and flickering silver light, enveloping the elder in a ferocious assault that was willing to exchange injury for injury. Cursed be this situation. The elder's face turned an ashen hue, filled with both shock and fury. As a formidable cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, who had gazed down upon all beings, how could he be so thoroughly cornered by mere puppets of the Yuan-Tai realm? This was an utter humiliation. He forcibly suppressed the tumultuous blood and energy within him, his gaunt fingers rapidly weaving intricate hand seals. The spiritual light surrounding him flickered violently as he unleashed a variety of spells with ease. Thunderous lightning, fiery fireballs, ice spikes. A barrage of formidable spells erupted forth, attempting to repel these insufferable puppets that clung to him like parasites. However, the 4 silver-armored soldiers disregarded the damage inflicted by the spells. As long as they were not shattered, they could continue fighting. The relentless assault came down like a torrential storm, and their coordination was impeccable, subtly sealing off all avenues for his escape. Although the elder's cultivation was high, the sluggish operation of his magical power severely diminished its effectiveness. Even more critically, he was compelled to divert a significant portion of his focus to suppress the lingering injuries and demonic energy that had invaded his body from battles with fiends, rendering him unable to unleash his full strength. In a matter of moments, he found himself thoroughly entangled by these 4 divine soldiers, unable to extricate himself swiftly, let alone free a hand to breach the peculiar temple. Regret began to seep into his heart. Regret for his arrogance, for failing to find a safe haven to heal his wounds before seeking treasures. Now was the moment. Inside the temple, Lu Changqing's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, precisely seizing the fleeting opportunity in the chaos of battle. The elder, ensnared and fatigued by the relentless assault of the 4 divine soldiers, was at his most vulnerable and least expectant. At that moment, the magical power of the 9th transformation within Lu Changqing surged forth without reservation. He formed intricate hand seals with both hands, uttering profound incantations. Divine technique, world-burning true fire. Buzz. Invisible flames that distorted the very air silently manifested on the battlefield. As if possessing a life of their own, They instantly adhered to the elder and the protective spiritual light surrounding him. What is this abominable thing? Almost instantaneously upon the world-burning true fire making contact, the elder sensed the unnerving strangeness. He was horrified to discover that his magical power was being ignited by this intangible fire, as if it had encountered its nemesis. His magical energy was evaporating at an alarmingly terrifying rate. Even more dreadfully, an inexplicable malevolent fire surged from the depths of his heart, exacerbating his already repressed emotions due to his injuries, rendering him increasingly irritable and volatile. The mind seemed as if it were on the verge of being ignited. Extinguish it. The elder, consumed by a mix of anger and terror, was utterly alarmed and prepared to channel his magical energy to quench the ominous flames that instilled fear within him. Yet, at that very moment, the assaults of the 4 silver-armored warriors intensified, becoming more frenzied and reckless. They appear to have received new orders, their attacks sharpening several-fold, forcing the elder to once again redirect the magical energy he had just gathered into defense. Simultaneously, Lu Changqing's figure emerged at the periphery of the battlefield like a specter. Brandishing a glimmering, cold blade, he did not directly engage in the fray. Yet the chilling aura of impending doom he emanated exerted immense psychological pressure upon the elder. On one side were the fierce and relentless 4 formidable puppets, growing more ferocious with each strike. On the other side was the infinitely bizarre, invisible malevolent fire, continuously consuming magical energy and stirring the elder's emotions. Coupled with his already difficult-to-suppress grievous injuries and encroaching demonic energy. The confluence of these 3 pressures shifted the tide of battle in an instant. The elder found himself thoroughly at a disadvantage. Gasp! He could no longer contain it, abruptly spewing forth a mouthful of dark crimson blood, mingled with tendrils of black mist. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently, each bout resulting in a greater spillage of blood from the corners of his mouth. His vitality waning with each heave. Under the relentless searing of the true fire of annihilation, and the dual onslaught from within and without, the injuries he had forcibly suppressed began to spiral out of control, just as a dam bursts under a deluge. Chapter 39. The escape from the Purple Mansion shocks the cultivation realm of Yongzhou. A chilling, tyrannical, and chaotic aura, imbued with a desire for destruction, uncontrollably emanated from the body of the Purple Mansion cultivator. This essence bore a resemblance to the earlier demonic presence, yet it was more tumultuous and frenzied. Within the depths of his once keen but now murky eyes, a gradually intensifying and unnaturally vivid crimson hue flickered, as if some dreadful entity was awakening within him. Inside the Taoist temple, Lu Changqing, through the technique of breaking illusions and exterminating evil, acutely perceived the astonishing transformation occurring within the elder, causing a jolt of alarm to surge through him. Indeed, under the severe injuries of a high-tier cultivator, the suppressed spiritual roots were on the verge of a backlash. The elder seemed to sense the terrifying signs of his potential loss of control, revealing a countenance of fear. His complexion shifted wildly, and his features began to contort. He understood better than anyone what it meant to completely lose control. It would herald a fate more dreadful than death, his body being overtaken by a malevolent spirit. If this continued, he would not only fail to seize the treasure, but he himself would be doomed. You young ones, wait for me. This grudge shall not go unavenged. I swear it. The elder let out a piercing and venomous howl. A glimmer of resolution flashed in his eyes as he bit his tongue, spewing forth a mouthful of essence blood. The blood ignited instantly in the air, transforming into a tremendous force that temporarily repelled the 4 attacking divine soldiers and subdued the tumultuous power within him. Without hesitation, he crushed a jade talisman. Buzz! A blinding crimson light erupted, enveloping his form. In a flash, the elder's figure became indistinct. With an astonishing speed, he tore through the air, fleeing towards the distant horizon. Only the echoes of his vengeful curse lingered in the night wind. Lu Changqing gazed coldly at the vanishing crimson light, refraining from interception. After all, The opponent was a Purple Mansion cultivator, and even in a severely injured state, a desperate fight could pose a lethal risk. Huff! Lu Chongqing slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, his taut spirit gradually easing. Victory was his, though it had been a narrow escape. He had ultimately repelled a formidable Purple Mansion cultivator. Cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm. Indeed, they are fearsome. Reflecting on the dangers he had just faced, Lu Chongqing still felt a lingering trepidation. Had it not been for the elder's critical condition, today's encounter would undoubtedly have concluded far more perilously. However, in the elder's final state, it was likely that even if he managed to escape, he would require an extensive period of recuperation. Lu Chongqing's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the ravaged battlefield. Given sufficient time, he had no fear of the elder. He retrieved the 4 slightly damaged silver-armored divine soldiers and turned to return to the Taoist temple. As dawn broke, sunlight cascaded upon the 100 Veins Mountain. The surrounding rocks lay in ruins, the ground cracked, and the air was thick with the scent of blood, bearing witness to the aftermath of the fierce battle. In the distance, cautious streaks of light began to approach the horizon, drawn by the monumental clash of the previous night. As they beheld the chaotic scene before them, gasps of astonishment escaped their lips, their faces etched with disbelief. What on earth transpired here? Such a terrifying battle. Could the commotion from last night have been the clash of 2 formidable experts of the Purple Mansion realm? The level of destruction suggests an encounter of that caliber, and perhaps even more than one. In this modest by my mountain, besides the demons breaking free, there were actually 2 Purple Mansion-level cultivators present. Groups of cultivators gathered, their eyes wide with shock as they surveyed the ruins. Soon, some began to search through the debris, for in such a fearsome conflict, any remnants of magical artifacts left behind could present a significant opportunity. However, after a thorough search, aside from rubble, scorched earth, and the remnants of shattered, low-tier magical tools from lesser cultivators, no treasures were to be found. The temple, once broken by the demons, had been excavated to great depths, now reduced to a mere pit. No one could see Lu Chongqing's temple. As time passed, more and more cultivators arrived by my mountain to investigate. News and rumors about the earlier day's demon breakout and the night's Purple Mansion battle spread through the entire Yongzhou cultivation community with astonishing speed. Within a bustling cultivation market, in a tea house filled with lively chatter, cultivators engaged in fervent discussions. Have you heard? Something significant occurred by my mountain. A young cultivator clad in a blue robe lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. Oh, what's the big deal? Was it merely a demon escaping? A middle-aged cultivator scoffed. Nonsense. The young man slammed the table, causing dishes to rattle. The demon may be formidable, but what followed was truly terrifying. He continued animatedly, spitting out words. Just last night, an earth-shattering battle erupted by my mountain. It was said that the commotion could be felt hundreds of miles away. They actually fought? Who was involved? Eager questions arose, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Who else could it be? The young man leaned in conspiratorially, revealing it was the esteemed elder of the Purple Xian sect. Gasp instantly. An audible intake of breath rippled through the tea house. The Purple Xian sect, the pinnacle of cultivation sects within Yongzhou, the elder of the Purple Xian sect, a legendary figure. Why would he venture to buy my mountain? Was it to confront that demon? But even so, how could there have been such a monumental uproar? And who did he battle? Questions surged like a tidal wave. The young cultivator, relishing in the attention, surveyed the crowd before continuing. As for who he fought, no one could discern, but the outcome. He paused deliberately, heightening the suspense. What happened? Do tell us quickly, urged an impatient cultivator nearby. The outcome is that the esteemed elder of the Purple Xian sect was driven away. The cloaked monk suddenly raised his voice, his eyes brimming with disbelief. What? Impossible. What sort of jest is this? That is a formidable being of the Purple Mansion realm. Who could possibly drive him away? Voices of skepticism and astonishment erupted in a cacophony as the entire tavern was thrown into chaos. This revelation was indeed staggering. The Purple Mansion realm, in an era when ascended cultivators seldom reveal themselves, stands as a pinnacle within the realm of cultivation. The esteemed elder of the Zishuan sect is not only a venerable figure, but also a powerhouse within the Purple Mansion realm, renowned far and wide. Yet, to think he was actually chased away? This is nothing short of preposterous. Absolutely true, the cloaked monk insisted fervently, thumping his chest in assurance. A distant cousin of mine was gathering herbs near the Hundred Veins Mountain and witnessed the aftermath of the battle with his own eyes. Several mountains collapsed. Subsequently, a rather disheveled streak of light fled in the direction of the Zishuan sect's mountain gate. Moreover, there is even more sensational news. Another well-informed cultivator could not resist interjecting. It is said that upon returning, that esteemed elder immediately declared a closed-door retreat. He claimed to be gravely injured. A closed-door retreat. Chapter 40. Re-entering the Divine Decree. East Sea Fishing Village, good heavens. When did such a formidable figure emerge from Yongzhou? Could it possibly be an elusive ancient being? This revelation is undoubtedly a resounding shockwave. To incapacitate a powerful entity of the Purple Mansion realm is no small feat. What manner of terrifying existence could have enacted such a deed? Might it be that demon? Did it not devour numerous cultivators? Its strength could have surged to the point of clashing with the Purple Mansion Master. It is plausible. Demons are inherently fierce, and after consuming essence and souls, their power could indeed escalate dramatically. Nonsense. If it were a demon, would that ancient being really retreat into closed-door cultivation? I suspect there is an even mightier entity at play. Various speculations and debates ensue. However, one consensus quietly forms in the minds of all. By My Mountain is undoubtedly extraordinary. By My Mountain. It must harbor treasures. Indeed, otherwise, why would the elder of the Zishuan sect engage in battle with demons by day and secretly contend with other cultivators by night? Perhaps an ancient cave dwelling has resurfaced, or maybe rare celestial treasures have matured. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes ignite with fervor. Greed begins to spread among the crowd. Have the great ones already feasted? Can they still savor a drop of soup? Even if nothing is obtained, witnessing the aftermath of the Purple Mansion battle and boasting about it would still be worthwhile. Let's go. To By My Mountain. Count me in. Perhaps we might stumble upon some overlooked opportunity. Fortune. This is undoubtedly a monumental chance. Many cultivators, confident in their abilities, can no longer contain their excitement and hastily rise to settle their bills, preparing to embark for By My Mountain. This scene unfolds not only in Yunlai City, but throughout the entirety of Yongzhou. In a secluded valley, an old man in the perfected Yuan realm abruptly opens his eyes, which gleam with a terrifying brilliance. The elder of the Zishuan sect has been severely injured? By My Mountain, he murmurs to himself, before transforming into a streak of light, soaring towards By My Mountain. In a dark, murky swamp, a figure enveloped in black mist receives the news, erupting into a series of eerie cackles. How intriguing. A place where even Purple Mansion beings have faltered. Ha ha ha. I must see for myself what transpires. At the peak of the Lingxian sect, Li Xiaochun also hears of this news. The elder of the Zishuan sect has been struck down at By My Mountain. My goodness, who possesses such might? Surely, there must be an astonishing treasure at By My Mountain, drawing such powerful beings to contend for it. I too must seek my fortune. Li Xiaochun vigorously shakes the 5 feather fans of his hand, his eyes glimmering with an unusual light. The news spreads like a plague, fermenting. By My Mountain, a place once obscure, has now become the focal point of the entire Yongzhou cultivation world due to Lu Changqing's breakthrough phenomenon and the demon's unsealing. And at this moment, within the Taoist temple, Lu Changqing was not entirely oblivious to the tumultuous events unfolding outside. Occasionally, his divine sense would extend outward, and a few oblivious scouts, stealthily escorted away by the silver-armored divine soldiers, alerted him to the rising fervor surrounding Bema Mountain. The presence of the Grand Elder of the Zishuan sect. Quite significant indeed. Lu Changqing stroked his chin, a peculiar expression gracing his face. He had not anticipated that he would inadvertently force a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm into seclusion. Now, it seemed the Zishuan sect would be anxious about his potential visit. At present, all eyes were drawn to the purported mysterious powerhouses and extraordinary treasures. Bema Mountain had transformed into a trendy destination, undoubtedly attracting even more treasure seekers and adventurers. Although the Eastern Emperor Bell concealed the heavenly secrets, ordinary individuals could not detect the Taoist temple. However, should a practitioner with certain clairvoyant or auditory abilities, or those possessing specialized probing artifacts, arrive, the temple might be exposed. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient strength. Lu Chongqing sighed softly. If only he were already an ascendant practitioner, no one would dare to cast a lingering glance at the temple. It appeared he must hasten his search for formidable divine powers and spells within the world of feng shui. Otherwise, merely breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm would leave him unfulfilled. Lu Chongqing gazed at his status panel. Host: Lu Chongqing, Destiny, Eastern Emperor Bell. Spiritual Treasure, Essence. Residue, 19100000. Cultivation, Yuan Realm. 9 transformations, Spirit Rhythm. 49 points, Spirit Root. Tai Sui, Eye of Deception. Traceable 5-15 times. Spells, Breaking Delusion and Exorcising Evil, Divine Ability. 5 Elements, Spirit Escape, Divine Ability. 6 Divine Technique, Divine Ability. World Burning True Fire, Divine Ability. Without hesitation, he silently intoned, Trace back. Buzz. Everything around him seemed to be momentarily paused. Trace back, Tai Sui, Eye of Deception. In the late years of the Yin and Shang dynasties, the conquest of the gods was about to commence. Chaos reigned in various regions, with demons and monsters emerging incessantly. Task: successfully arrive at the Bo Palace and become the Water and Fire Boy. Identity: Human Cultivator. Note: you may expend 10 points of essence to choose to descend in true form. All consequences are self-assumed. Successfully reaching the Bo Palace? What danger could there be? Lu Chongqing felt a bit perplexed but chose not to dwell on it, deciding to enter and investigate first. He expended 10 points of Spirit Rhythm and confirmed his choice. A whirlwind of sensations enveloped him. Crash, crash. The waves crashed against the rocks, churning white foam. The briny sea breeze rushed towards him, laden with moisture and the scent of fish. As Lu Chongqing regained consciousness, he found himself standing on the vast, boundless shore. Before him lay the azure East Sea, its waves grand and endless, where the ocean met the sky, enveloped in clouds and radiant hues. Behind him stretched a somewhat desolate coastline, sporadically dotted with rocks and low vegetation. He reflected on the task prompt. Task: successfully reach the Bo Palace and become the Water and Fire Child. The Bo Palace, the revered gathering place for countless immortals and the sacred domain of the Master of the Heavenly Way, lies deep within the Eastern Sea. Lu Chongqing gazed into the distance, his expression contemplative. His foremost objective was to discover the path leading to the Bo Palace. In this vast expanse of ocean, one cannot simply plunge in without direction. Can one? Although his 5 elements Spirit Escape is formidable, his magical powers are not infinite. It would be wiser to seek a vessel first. Suppressing his aura, Lu Chongqing made his way toward the nearby fishing village. The village was modest, with structures primarily built from stone and wood. The fishermen, with sun-kissed skin, busied themselves at the dock, mending nets and arranging their boats. Upon the arrival of the unfamiliar figure, they cast wary and curious glances in his direction. Approaching a middle-aged man who was organizing ropes, Lu Chongqing inquired in a calm tone, "Good sir, might you know the way to the Bo Palace deep within the Eastern Sea?" The man's hands abruptly halted, and he lifted his gaze, regarding Lu Chongqing with a look of incredulity. "What? The Bo Palace?" His voice rose sharply, drawing the attention of the other fishermen. "Young man, are you feverish? You wish to venture into the depths of the Eastern Sea? To seek what Bo Palace?" An elderly fisherman, engaged in net repairs, joined the conversation, shaking his head vehemently. "You mustn't go. You mustn't," he implored. "The depths of the Eastern Sea are a place of peril." "Peril?" Lu Chongqing furrowed his brow. "Indeed." The middle-aged man lowered his voice, fear evident on his face. "There lies a skull island in the depths of the Eastern Sea. It is inhabited by a malevolent demon immortal that feasts on human hearts." "A demon immortal?" "Yes, a truly terrifying one. The elderly fisherman stepped forward, sighing deeply. "Young man, you seem to possess some skill. Heed this old man's advice. Do not venture into those treacherous waters. The vicinity of Skull Island spans hundreds of miles and is a forbidden zone. No one dares approach." His voice trembled as he spoke. The demon immortal residing on that island is named Ma Yuan, a genuine harbinger of doom. Ma Yuan? A flicker of recognition stirred within Lu Chongqing at the mention of this name. Chapter 41. The Skeleton Island and the Bone Cave of the eerie, immortal Ma Yuan the Old Fisherman, noticing that Lu Chongqing appeared unfazed, hurriedly began to describe the terror that gripped him, as if he were eager to impart that fear. That demon immortal possesses a visage most fearsome. His hair blazes like burning coal. His face is elongated, resembling a winter melon. His fish-like eyes bulge, radiating a sinister red glow. Even more terrifying, flames can spew forth from his eyes, ears, and nostrils, hissing like a venomous serpent. As the old fisherman spoke, he gestured animatedly, his face etched with dread. Yet, this was of secondary concern. The most horrifying aspect was, he had a taste for human hearts. Human hearts? At the utterance of those words, Lu Chongqing could not suppress a flicker of alarm. Indeed, the old fisherman lowered his voice, imbued with a profound terror. It is said that this Ma Yuan demon immortal delights in feasting upon the living hearts of men. Should any vessel venture too close to his skeleton island and catch his attention, it would spell doom. If he were in a good mood and desired something fresh, he would seize you and rip out your heart while you yet live. And if you were displeased, the old fisherman shuddered. It would be far worse. Not even a whole corpse would remain. Such a brutal creature as Ma Yuan. Is there no one to intervene? What the dragon palace of the East Sea? Lu Chongqing inquired. The old fisherman offered a bitter smile and shook his head. Intervene? Who dares? They say Ma Yuan is affiliated with the sect of the Intercepting Teachings. He has formidable backing. The Intercepting Teachings? Indeed, a most formidable sect. Its disciples are scattered across the seas. The old fisherman spoke with an air of reverence. Even the Dragon King of the East Sea regards him with trepidation. It is rumored that even the Dragon Kin have had their hearts devoured. Thus, young man, that region of the sea is truly a domain of death. The old fisherman earnestly warned. Such tales of the Bo Palace I have never heard of. It is likely but a legend, unworthy of risking one's life. The surrounding fishermen nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Lu Chongqing filled with admonition. Lu Chongqing fell into silence. Ma Yuan, the Intercepting Teachings, the consumption of human hearts, these fragments of information swiftly coalesced in his mind. He recalled, indeed, there exists such a character in the investiture of the gods. The eerie immortal Ma Yuan of the Skeleton Island and the Bone Cave. This fiend possessed formidable powers, with a hidden ability to sprout a hand from the back of his head, wielding a gold brick to inflict harm, most insidious in nature. His disposition was savage, reveling in the guise of a monk while devouring the hearts of the living. Such a diabolical demon immortal. The corners of Lu Chongqing's mouth curled into an inscrutable smile, his eyes alight with disdain. For he remembered the ultimate fate of this Ma Yuan in the War of the Gods. The Western sect's Kunthi appeared, proclaiming that this creature had ties to the West and was nameless on the divine list, thus could not be slain. Then, with a flippant remark, he laid down his bloody knife and attained Buddhahood. The heart-eating demon transformed into the so-called Buddha Ma Yuan of the Western sect. Ah, the Buddhist path. How intriguing. Those who commit evil merely by laying down their weapons can attain Buddhahood in an instant. To be virtuous does not guarantee that one can attain the bodhisattva's fruit after countless lifetimes of cultivation. Should the good be subjected to bullying? This is an egregious display of double standards. It is no wonder that some later generations claim that the notion of laying down the butcher's knife and instantly becoming a Buddha is the greatest injustice to the righteous. Yet if this individual insists on obstructing the path, Lu Chongqing raised his head, gazing once more into the tumultuous, perilous depths of the Eastern Sea. His eyes gradually turned cold and sharp. Skeleton Mount, Ma Yuan. He murmured the name softly. It seemed that this was the obstacle standing in the way of his reaching the Bo Palace. He pondered whether his identity as the water and fire boy would hold any deterrent power. Ultimately, Lu Chongqing retrieved several pearl-bearing clams from the sea and exchanged them for a small wooden boat. The fisherman said that if there were any celestial mountains, they could only be found in the deepest parts of the ocean. Lu Chongqing expressed his gratitude and did not linger. Taking a deep breath, he pressed one hand against the boat's side and activated the five-element spirit escape. In a flash, he plunged into the water ahead. The small boat was propelled by an unseen current, slicing through the waves with astonishing speed. The water escape technique, in the vast expanse of the Eastern Sea, was as effortless as a fish in water. Once he felt his magical power waning, Lu Chongqing would pause, sitting in the boat to regain his strength. Thus, he and his vessel journeyed deeper into the Eastern Sea. It was unclear how far he had traversed. The color of the water transformed from the nearshore's vibrant green to a profound azure. Further in, it turned a heavy, inky black, unfathomable to the eye. The surface of the sea was no longer tranquil. One moment, it was serene and sunny. The next, fierce winds could arise, shrouding the sky in dark clouds. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and torrential rain pelted down, blurring his vision. Towering waves surged up to dozens of feet high. The small wooden boat was tossed high, then slammed down with force. Lu Chongqing had to exert all his magical power to steady the vessel. In the depths of the sea, shadows of unimaginable size occasionally swept beneath the boat. At times, they burst forth from the water, revealing gaping maws filled with sharp teeth, enough to terrify any ordinary person. Time lost all meaning in this place. Lu Chongqing could not even discern how long he had been adrift at sea. On this day, while meditating at the bow to restore his power, Lu Chongqing suddenly opened his eyes wide. He raised his head and gazed toward the distant horizon where the sea met the sky. There, a vague white dot emerged. As he drew closer, its outline gradually became distinct. It was an island, yet this island was exceedingly sinister. The island was snow white, but upon closer inspection, it was constructed of countless bones. Some belonged to humans, while others were of unrecognizable beasts. Dark clouds loomed above the island, and the surrounding waters were a murky gray. Turbid bubbles gurgled up from the depths, silently bursting as they reached the surface. The water was littered with unidentified remnants of bones. The air was thick with a pungent scent of blood, intermingled with the foul stench of decay and an aura of deep-seated malice that penetrated to the marrow. Dark clouds loomed ominously overhead, shrouding the skeletal island in an eerie gloom. He murmured to himself, "This is indeed Skull Island, the lair of the disciples of the domain of the formidable Master Ma Yuan." Lu Chongqing stood at the bow of the modest vessel, his garments billowing in the sea breeze. Yet his complexion was somewhat ashen, not from the chill, but from the oppressive aura emanating from the island, a sense of dread that gripped his heart. Truly, this Ma Yuan exuded an overwhelming ferocity. Lu Chongqing silently contemplated whether he could escape this treacherous sea, but the distance was daunting, and he feared his magical abilities might fall short. Chapter 42. On the brink of discovery, awaiting opportunity, it appears that I must proceed with utmost caution. The five-element spiritual escape is too conspicuous. Should I traverse the water surrounding the island, I risk being discovered by Ma Yuan. Steeling himself, Lu Chongqing resolved to stealthily advance towards the Skull Island. As he drew nearer, the nauseating stench intensified, suffusing the air with a foul aroma. Underneath the surface, the eerie white bones were scattered about, resembling a morbid forest of death. Occasionally, bizarre fish flitted among the skeletons, seemingly accustomed to their grim environment, oblivious to Lu Chongqing's presence. With great care, Lu Chongqing navigated around these peculiar fish, wary of making any sudden movements. Further ahead lay the ominous domain of the island itself. He paused, peering through the broken illusion divine technique, curiosity compelling him to glance upward. The entire island was constructed from countless piled bones, densely clustered together. The rocky formations were also shaped like bones, grotesque and foreboding. A chilling wind howled, stirring the bone dust on the ground, producing a mournful wail akin to ghostly lamentation. At the heart of the island stood a cavern, its entrance resembling a skull, with dark, hollow eye sockets and a gaping maw exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. The white bone cave, Lu Chongqing silently mused. Ma Yuan resides within his lair. Merely sensing this aura sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, a vast and powerful consciousness surged forth from the white bone cave, sweeping across the sky and the ocean, then forcefully descending towards the waters below. Alarmed, Lu Chongqing felt his soul flee, instantly activating the five elements' spiritual escape to its fullest potential. He fled desperately from the island's vicinity. The consciousness, albeit delayed by a fraction, swept over his previous location, harboring a hint of untraceable suspicion before retracting. Lu Chongqing narrowly escaped the encroaching threat. Phew, that was close. It was only when the divine awareness dissipated that Lu Chongqing exhaled in relief. Stealthily approaching was no longer feasible. He had nearly been detected. The disparity in strength was far too vast. He settled cross-legged at the ocean floor, beginning to analyze the situation with a calm demeanor. A comprehensive strategy must be devised. Ma Yuan, a disciple of the, possesses a penchant for human hearts. What is his weakness? Lu Chongqing furrowed his brow in contemplation. In the context of the investiture of the gods, Ma Yuan's vulnerability appeared quite evident. His obsession with consuming fresh human hearts was his Achilles heel. Yang Jian had seized upon this weakness, transforming into a beautiful woman feigning distress to lure Ma Yuan into capturing her. Upon dissecting her for her heart, he discovered it was a heart of purging elixir. Following its ingestion, Ma Yuan suffered from severe diarrhea for 3 days, resulting in a significant depletion of his vitality, ultimately leading to his capture by the venerable Manjushri's dragon escape technique. The heart of purging elixir, Lu Chongqing twitched his lips. Where could I possibly procure such a thing? It seems I must instead focus on his behavioral patterns. Abandoning the impractical notion of drugging him, Lu Chongqing reasoned that since Ma Yuan relished human hearts, particularly the fresh variety, he could not possibly remain on the island indefinitely. He would inevitably venture out to collect amzur, more accurately, to hunt. As soon as he departed from his lair, it became my opportunity. A glimmer of determination flickered in Lu Chongqing's eyes. He resolved to employ the simplest yet most prudent strategy, waiting patiently for the prey to come to him. No, he would lie in wait for the demon. He concealed himself in the vicinity, ready to spring into action the moment Ma Yuan ventured out. With his mind set, Lu Chongqing submerged his thoughts, drawing in all his presence, like a rock resting silently on the seabed, quietly lurking within the ocean trench. Time lost its significance in the depths of the sea. Only the occasional passage of strange fish and the drift of bone fragments through the murky waters above bore witness to the passage of time. Lu Chongqing possessed remarkable patience. He understood that haste was ill-advised when contending with an adversary of such caliber. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, perhaps a day, perhaps several, he suddenly opened his eyes, cautiously extending his consciousness beyond the trench. In the distance, he beheld merchant vessels, their sails billowing as they sliced through the waves. At that moment, the atmosphere in this maritime expanse shifted. Lu Chongqing's heart sank. Indeed, before the merchant ships could draw near the Skull Island, a foul and rancid black wind surged forth from above the island. The tempest howled like the gaping maw of a colossal beast, instantly enveloping the massive merchant vessel. Ah! Help! A monster! A monster! Countless mortals struggled in the black wind, wailing and crying out, only to be ultimately swept into the white bone cave of Skull Island. The piercing cries and terrified shouts faintly reached Lu Chongqing's ears as he remained expressionless, concealed within the trench. He was acutely aware of the fate that awaited those mortals. True to his expectations, it was not long before a figure emerged from the bone cave, grinning maliciously as it hovered in midair. With red hair and a green visage, fangs protruding, an immortal of the one Qi, Ma Yuan. In his hand, he clutched a still-beating heart. He brought the heart to his nose, inhaling deeply, a look of exquisite ecstasy and satisfaction spreading across his face. Then, with his mouth full of sharp teeth, he savored the heart, slowly swallowing whole. A ghastly, grating laugh echoed across the surface of the sea. Ma Yuan licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding waters, revealing a hint of confusion. Odd, I distinctly feel something observing me. Yet there's nothing in sight. Could it be that the old Dragon King truly cast an illusion upon me? The deeper his frown grew, the more ominous his expression became, until he finally waved his sleeve and retreated to his lair. Lu Changqing observed everything with keen clarity, a chilling sensation enveloping his heart. This was Ma Yuan, and yet he could still attain enlightenment. Simultaneously, he confirmed a vital realization. It was evident that Ma Yuan required regular excursions to collect offerings. Though this time the prey had delivered itself to him, it validated his suspicions. Ma Yuan craved fresh hearts to satiate his voracious appetite, or perhaps to cultivate some nefarious technique. Regardless, this presented an opportunity. Yet, he seemed to sense something amiss. Regardless, the moment he ventures out next shall be my opportunity to slip away. Lu Changqing maintained a composed demeanor, once again patiently concealing himself. Chapter 43. I am the water and fire boy under the heavenly master of the Tongtian sect. What audacious fiend dares to be reckless? Days passed silently in anticipation. At long last, on this day, Lu Changqing, as still as a rock, felt a sudden twitch in his eyelid. He cautiously extended a thread of spiritual awareness. There, upon Skull Island, a foul and noxious black demonic wind howled upwards, racing towards the distant sea. As it swept through, the ocean's surface was violently torn apart, creating a deep chasm. They have departed. A stir ran through Lu Changqing's mind. This commotion was unmistakably the sign of Ma Yuan's departure. Now is the moment. He hesitated no longer. With a thunderous surge of internal power, he activated the five-element spirit escape. In an instant, his form transformed into an ethereal stream of water, gliding closely along the skeletal seabed, racing towards Skull Island. However, the closer he drew to the island's depths, the more arduous the journey became. It was unbearably taxing. The earth veins beneath the island appeared to be thoroughly disturbed by some unseen force, a chaotic maelstrom. The malevolent energies, long eroded by demonic aura, enveloped him like a viscous swamp, dragging him down with relentless force. The five-element spirit escape faced unprecedented interference. To make matters worse, the consumption of his spiritual power surged exponentially. Damn it, this cursed place, even the water is toxic. Lu Changqing cursed under his breath. He could not afford to be negligent. With a thought, a faint golden silhouette enveloped his form. Under the protection of the shadow, the soul-corrupting chill of the demonic aura was blocked, and the pressure significantly lessened. Yet, the sluggish sensation of the five-element spirit escape persisted. He could only exhaust every ounce of his power, struggling to forge ahead. He could see that just a few hundred more zhang forward, he would finally escape this accursed ocean. Suddenly, an irresistible and terrifying force surged from above. The water boiled as it was violently drawn upwards. Lu Changqing felt an overwhelming strength seize him, pulling his body uncontrollably towards the surface. At that moment, the five-element spirit escape nearly failed entirely. This is bad. I've fallen into a trap. A chill ran through Lu Changqing's heart. That Ma Yuan had feigned his departure. He had long sensed someone lurking and had deliberately set this trap, just as he was about to be forcefully pulled from the seabed and exposed before Ma Yuan. A fleeting thought flashed through his mind. Desperate, he abandoned all pretense and unleashed a wave of spiritual power, shouting upwards, I am the water and fire boy of the Bo Palace. Which fiend dares to be reckless? His voice thundered like a clap of thunder, resonating powerfully. The terrifying pull abruptly faltered in response to his declaration. Following this, a voice filled with malice yet tinged with evident confusion drifted down from above. Bo Palace. Water and fire boy? Ma Yuan's tone was laden with uncertainty. He had recently clashed with an old eel from the East Sea, sustaining grave injuries, and had been in seclusion to recuperate. It remains unclear whether the teacher has recently taken in a disciple. Lu Changqing, exuding an undeniable authority, exclaimed once more, I am a disciple of the celestial master. serving as a steward. Quickly cease your divine manipulations, and I shall overlook your transgression. A momentary silence enveloped the space above. However, the overwhelming force gradually dissipated. Lu Changqing felt a release in his body and immediately sought to activate the five elements spirit escape to flee. Yet, Ma Yuan's voice echoed once more, tinged with a hint of caution, yet predominantly filled with probing curiosity. The teacher's disciple? I do not recall any water and fire disciples in the teacher's retinue. Huh. But since you are a disciple, why the clandestine approach, passing beneath my cave? Why not come to the island and allow your uncle to take a good look at you? It will be a fine opportunity for hospitality. To ascend the island? Surely, I would be immediately subjected to your heart extraction and liver pulling. Seeing his demeanor, it was evident he harbored doubt. Lu Changqing inwardly cursed, but outwardly followed his lead, replying, "Ah, it is indeed an honor to stand before Uncle Ma Yuan. I beg your pardon, it is not a matter of disrespect. But the Master's urgent summons leaves me no time to linger. I shall certainly pay a visit on another day." This response was impeccably crafted, elucidating his hurried passage while subtly indicating his summons by the Master, implying that Ma Yuan should not impede his departure, and finally painting a picture of a future visit. Upon concluding his statement, Lu Changqing afforded Ma Yuan no opportunity to retort. He summoned the remaining power within him and fervently activated the five elements spirit escape. Whoosh! In an instant, he transformed into an arrow released from a bow, hastening away from Skull Island, desperate to flee. He needed to leave this place immediately. Who knows if this demon would change its mind? This time, Ma Yuan refrained from obstructing him. On Skull Island, at the mouth of the skeletal cave, stood Ma Yuan, with his crimson hair and green visage, fangs protruding ominously. His fish-like eyes glimmered with a fierce yet perplexed light as he gazed at the rapidly receding figure. Bio Palace. Water and fire disciple, he muttered, contemplating this unfamiliar title, his brow furrowed. He indeed could not recall such a figure in the teacher's entourage. Yet, the other party spoke with such conviction. For a moment, he found himself at a crossroads. Was it truly mere coincidence? He had feigned departure to seek the one spying on him, only to encounter a water and fire disciple. Chapter 44. A desperate struggle against the demon Immortal. No. This boy bears no tokens. Ma Yuan's gaze turned frigid. A newly admitted disciple should possess a talisman signifying their identity, yet he had not presented one. Most likely, he was an impostor, or perhaps he was merely an unsealed disciple yet to receive his title at the Bio Palace. Ma Yuan licked his parched lips, his eyes glinting with avarice. This boy's heart must be exceedingly fresh. It was precisely what he required to mend his injuries, as he needed a heart imbued with pure magical essence. As for the aftermath, many disciples had perished on the way to the Bio Palace. Who would lament the loss of a mere pawn? Moreover, he had already covertly allied himself with the Western sect and the Saint of the Purity teaching. Even if Master Tontian were to learn of it, he would merely issue a few harmless reprimands. Such risks were worth taking. With this thought, Ma Yuan hesitated no longer. He grinned menacingly, his figure flickering out of sight. Deep beneath the ocean surface, Lu Changqing fled for his life, daring not to relax even for a moment. The five-element spirit escape was pushed to an unprecedented limit. He continuously altered his course in the murky waters. Yet, that chilling gaze clung to him like a pestilence, unyielding. The faint golden bell shadow trembled slightly, yet could not completely sever the mental connection. This was troubling. Lu Changqing's heart sank. Ma Yuan had certainly not given up. The demon Immortal was likely concocting something sinister. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an explosive roar erupted behind him. The seawater suddenly burst apart. A nauseating stench surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of demonic energy, hurtling toward him at an unimaginable speed. The velocity was staggering. Lu Changqing felt every hair on his body stand on end, his scalp prickling with alarm. The breaking illusions and exterminating evil technique instinctively activated. Golden divine patterns flashed like lightning in his eyes. The golden light pierced through the murky water, illuminating the darkness behind him. In the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. Emerging from the foul winds was a black, withered arm, reminiscent of a ghostly claw, silently reaching out from the void. That arm seemed to disregard the distance and space, lunging directly for his vital spot. It was the fabled black hand of Ma Yuan. How could this fiend be so swift? In a life-and-death crisis, Lu Changqing twisted his body with a desperate maneuver, narrowly evading the strike. Sizzle, a sound that sent chills down his spine, echoed. The black claw grazed past him, drawing forth a spray of warm blood. The protective magical barrier around him was as fragile as paper, easily torn apart. A sharp pain surged through him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Before he could regain his footing, the ocean above him was suddenly displaced by an immense force. Buzz! A blinding golden light erupted. A square gold ingot, inscribed with ancient runes, plummeted toward his head with ferocity. This series of assaults was suffocatingly rapid. Lu Changqing's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. In the perilous moment between life and death, he had no time to think. His body, guided by instinct, narrowly dodged the fatal blow to his head. Boom! The golden brick grazed his shoulder, crashing heavily into the seabed below. A terrifying force exploded instantaneously. The ocean floor erupted, creating a massive chasm, and countless bones were pulverized into dust. The violent shockwave, mingled with silt and sand, formed towering waves that surged in all directions. Now was the moment. Lu Changqing gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his back, harnessing the immense force of the impact to propel himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Hastening his escape once more, simultaneously, he struggled to glance back at the chaos behind him. Amidst the tumultuous waters, a figure with red hair and a green face gradually emerged. Ma Yuan, a blatant sneer of malice adorned his countenance. The ebony claw, which had just executed a stealthy attack, slowly retracted behind his head, disappearing into his hair. Kaklingo minusli, Ma Yuan uter da chilinglaf. Run? Little thing, why the haste? His fish-like eyes fixated on Lu Changqing, his tone icy. Lacking any insignia of the Bayou Palace. How dare you impersonate a disciple of my master? Since I have stumbled upon you, you shall be captured, and I will extract your intriguing heart. No sooner had the words left his lips than an even more terrifying pressure descended with a thunderous force. An invisible might converged from all directions, seeking to crush Lu Changqing into dust. He felt a sharp constriction in his breath, as though his very organs were being forced from his body, his bones groaning under the unbearable strain. There was no escape, no refuge. The chilling sensation of being locked onto intensified tenfold. Despair flooded his heart like a tidal wave. Is this the essence of immortality? The chasm between them was insurmountable, akin to the contrast between a firefly and the full moon. Was he destined to perish here? Just as Lu Changqing's spirit teetered on the brink of collapse, nearly engulfed by the abyss of despair, a singular thought crystallized. Wait, I am within a historical illusion. This is not reality. Should I fail, I can simply begin anew. So why fear? Rather than languish in terror and despair, I shall fight with all my might. A fierce determination ignited in Lu Changqing's gaze. No longer attempting to flee, he abruptly halted. Under Ma Yuan's mildly astonished gaze, Lu Changqing slowly turned to face him. He straightened his spine, stepping forward defiantly against the palpable, terrifying pressure that loomed over him. Boom! The seawater beneath his feet seemed to shatter under an unseen force, rippling outward in concentric circles. With each step he took, his aura surged higher. The resolve to advance rather than retreat bore an unmistakable hint of breaking through Ma Yuan's oppressive force. He was determined to witness the true strength of this so-called immortal. Chapter 45. Evergreen's slaying of immortals. Ma Yuan seethed with rage, his green, fanged visage contorted in fury. The ire of the Celestial was thoroughly ignited by this ant-like provocation. Yet his ferocious roar fell on deaf ears, as Lu Changqing remained unfazed. In this moment, confronted by the overwhelming pressure of the immortal, akin to a mountain collapsing, his inner energy surged with a tempestuous fervor, suppressed, frenzied, and unyielding. A deep, Resonant growl erupted from the depths of his chest, as every ounce of strength and every thread of magical power within him coalesced. The hidden trump card was unveiled at this critical juncture. Divine art, world-burning true fire. Boom! An indescribable dark flame erupted from Lu Changqing's being with explosive force. This flame bore the terrifying will to incinerate the heavens and purify all things. A tidal wave of fire surged forth, crashing towards Ma Yuan like a tempest. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Wherever it passed, the profound waters were instantaneously evaporated, not merely boiling, but utterly annihilated. A bizarre, distorted vacuum, radiating extreme heat, formed in its wake. The overwhelming demonic energy surrounding Ma Yuan emitted a sharp, piercing shriek in the face of this dark flame, akin to ice meeting the blazing sun. No, it was even more complete. The demonic energy rapidly dissolved and disintegrated, even igniting in an instant. The dark flame seemed to possess a life of its own, greedily devouring all filth and malevolence, its purifying power unparalleled. The protective demonic aura that Ma Yuan prided himself on now appeared as fragile as decayed wood, easily ignited, twisted, and consumed into nothingness. What manner of flame is this? For the first time, disbelief and horror flickered across Ma Yuan's green, fanged countenance. How could this mortal cultivator wield such a bizarre and demon-slaying true fire? However, in that moment of direct confrontation, Lu Changqing suddenly sensed something amiss. Ma Yuan's pressure was indeed terrifying, causing his bones to groan and his organs to feel as though they might rupture. Yet, the previous sneak attack and the falling gold brick, along with his current condition, seemed not to align with the immense power one would expect from a genuine immortal. How could he manage to narrowly evade two such ambushes? This was utterly abnormal. This fellow's state was problematic. The true strength he could wield was not nearly enough to instill despair. This creature was nothing more than a paper tiger, fierce in appearance but weak at heart. A shift occurred in Lu Changqing's gaze. No longer was there a trace of fear or hesitation. Only the purest, reckless, life-or-death madness remained. His battle strategy transformed in an instant. No longer was he evading or defending. Instead, it was an exchange of injury for injury, a gamble of life for life. Roar! He propelled the world-burning true fire to its zenith. The dark flames enveloped his entire being, forming a suit of burning armor. In the next moment, he surged forth like a dark comet, disregarding the wounds inflicted by the demonic energy. He charged forward, daringly closing the distance to Ma Yuan. Thus commenced a relentless barrage of furious attacks. The breaking falsehood and exterminating evil golden eyes had already reached their utmost potential. The feeble circulation of demonic energy within Ma Yuan and the vulnerabilities in his form were swiftly perceived by the golden light. Each of Lu Changqing's strikes landed with remarkable precision, targeting those exposed weaknesses. Bang! Boom! Sizzle! Flames and the dark azure demonic energy clashed violently in the depths of the ocean, annihilating and exploding. The seawater was instantaneously vaporized, creating colossal voids. Faced with Lu Changqing's life-risking combat style, Ma Yuan initially attempted to uphold the haughty demeanor of an immortal, seeking to easily crush his opponent. However, he soon realized that his own strength was rapidly waning. With every fierce confrontation against that bizarre flame, a portion of his demonic power was incinerated. Even more terrifying was the fact that the flames seemed to provoke his very thoughts, as if attempting to ignite his essence. Ma Yuan's momentum visibly diminished. How could this be? How could this mere ant perceive my strengths and weaknesses? How could he possibly harm me? Panic washed over Ma Yuan's face, his fish-like eyes reflecting sheer terror. Damn it, he regretted his overconfidence. He should not have allowed a fresh heart to cloud his judgment. This was no lamb awaiting slaughter. This was clearly a rabid wolf. Ma Yuan's mind became chaotic, and the old wounds from his battle with the Dragon King began to resurface. His offensive became disorderly, rife with openings. Now was the moment. Breaking delusion and exterminating evil erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, seizing upon a fatal gap exposed by Ma Yuan. With everything at stake, Lu Changqing drained the last vestige of magical power from his dantian. He even began to recklessly burn his essence, qi, and spirit. All the true fire of world incineration converged upon his right hand like rivers flowing into the sea. That hand, along with a portion of his forearm, instantaneously transformed into a claw wreathed in dark flames, so searing that it warped the very fabric of space. This was a strike of desperate finality. This was the claw of the anti-immortal. Sizzle. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a faint, teeth-grinding sound of piercing. The claw, engulfed in dark flames, effortlessly shattered Ma Yuan's final defense of demonic energy. It accurately penetrated his vulnerable dantian. A pungent aroma of charred flesh and blood, mingled with the stench of demonic energy, swiftly permeated the seawater. No! Damn creature! Ma Yuan let out a scream, so distorted it was almost unrecognizable. He thrashed wildly, attempting to shatter Lu Changqing's arm. Yet, Lu Changqing gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain of his arm being corroded by demonic energy as it gradually fractured. He stubbornly thrust his arm deep into Ma Yuan's dantian. His fingers suddenly splayed wide. Then, with a fierce twist, exhausting his final strength, he yanked outward. Puffed. A demon core the size of an infant's fist, covered in countless bizarre patterns, was forcibly extracted from Ma Yuan's body. All of Ma Yuan's movements and sounds ceased abruptly. The vitality in his eyes faded like a receding tide, leaving only an abyss of regret and profound disbelief. He could never comprehend, even in death, how he, a dignified immortal, could fall at the hands of a mere mortal cultivator. With a thunderous crash, his lifeless body plummeted into the dark, frigid seabed below. The residual demonic aura surged forth like a torrent breaching a dam, wildly dispersing in all directions. Gasping for breath, Lu Changqing struggled intensely, each inhalation igniting excruciating pain throughout his body. He was drenched in blood, his garments tattered, and numerous bones had fractured and deformed. His meridians felt as though they had been seared by raging flames, sending waves of tearing agony coursing through him. He had nearly exhausted all his magical energy, spirit, and even the essence of life itself. At that moment, he barely managed to remain afloat in the icy waters, sustained solely by sheer willpower. In his right hand, he clutched tightly the demon core he had extracted from Ma Yuan's body. The core felt frigid and piercing, creating a stark contrast with the immense demonic power it contained. Strangely, the demon core was thrumming violently in his palm, as if yearning to break free from its constraints and escape. Lu Changqing discerned that within this demon core was imprisoned a frail, yet vengeful remnant of a soul. It was Ma Yuan's original spirit. A glimmer of realization flashed in his eyes, and he instantly understood the implications of his earlier conjectures. This was the reason behind Ma Yuan's unusual weakness. It turned out that during Ma Yuan's battle with the old Dragon King of the East Sea, the dragon refrained from delivering a lethal blow due to his apprehension of the sect. Nevertheless, he unleashed his formidable abilities, severely injuring Ma Yuan's physical form and forcibly scattering his original spirit, imprisoning it within the demon core. This was the true reason behind Ma Yuan's apparent dominance in realm, yet his fundamental fragility. Little did Ma Yuan imagine that the mortal cultivator he scorned would dare to defy an immortal. Chapter 46. The celestial trace appears before the Bo Palace. Fortune enters the sacred gate within the cave of Ma Yuan. A chaotic atmosphere permeated, reeking of blood and demonic energy. After stabilizing his injuries, Lu Changqing began to scour the cave. Piles of spirit stones accumulated like small mountains. Several vials of elixirs shimmered with ethereal light, clearly of remarkable quality. There were also some scattered materials and magical artifacts, most imbued with a potent aura of demons. Though he understood that these items could not be taken outside, it was still gratifying to indulge his eyes. After all, these were the spoils of battle acquired through his mortal form after slaying a demon immortal. Reflecting on the incredulous expression on Ma Yuan's face before his demise, A hint of disdain curled at the corner of Lu Chongqing's mouth. A paper tiger. All show but no substance. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a scroll of beast hide resting on a stone platform in the corner. Upon unfolding it, he discovered an intricately detailed map of the ocean. The map not only marked various trenches, undercurrents, and islands, but also indicated secret locations with special symbols. Beside one of the mark points were 3 ancient seal characters: Bo Palace. Lu Chongqing's heart raced. Bo Palace. Such a fortune with no effort required. He grasped the map and set off without delay. Boarding a small boat, he followed the map's guidance, heading eastward. The sea gradually opened up, its hue shifting from a profound ink blue to a clear emerald green. The chilling, demonic atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a refreshing and serene aura. Time passed unmeasured as he sailed. Before him, an unforgettable spectacle emerged on the horizon. A majestic celestial mountain did not anchor itself in the dark depths of the sea. Instead, it floated atop the vast expanse of azure waves. Mist and clouds enveloped its slopes like a jade belt. The island was adorned with extraordinary flowers. Lush with fragrant herbs, and ancient pines stood tall and verdant, teeming with life. Occasionally, celestial cranes flapped their wings, emitting melodious calls, while colorful phoenixes frolicked among the clouds. Radiant auspices ascended, and auspicious light enveloped the entire celestial island, casting it in a dreamlike glow. It was as if ethereal mists coalesced into auspicious clouds, with the sun and moon bestowing their light. This place was utterly distinct from the dark maritime realm of Ma Yuan's cave. One reached for the heavens, while the other delved into the depths. Lu Chongqing knew he had arrived. This was indeed the abode of Bo Palace. He stowed his small boat and walked upon the waves, carefully approaching the island's edge. Before he could set foot on the shore, he beheld a celestial maiden standing gracefully upon the azure stones, seemingly awaiting his arrival. She was tall and poised, clad in a pale, golden palace gown that accentuated her noble and grand demeanor. Her beauty was exquisite, yet her presence exuded an undeniable authority. Her eyes, deep as the starry sea, seemed capable of piercing through the hearts of men, revealing their past and future. Merely standing there, she radiated an invisible golden light, both sacred and formidable. Lu Chongqing's heart trembled. This celestial maiden was undoubtedly a being of transcendent power beyond his imagination. Not daring to be negligent, he prepared to approach and pay his respects. However, the celestial maiden spoke first, her voice clear and melodious, akin to the gentle babbling of a mountain spring, resonating deeply within the heart. I am Jinling. Only by setting foot on this golden Ao island can one truly become a disciple of my esteemed master. Though I, of the, profess to have teachings without discrimination, that slender thread of opportunity must ultimately be seized by oneself. The various tribulations encountered before entering my Azure Pool Palace are all part of this journey. The words of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit are simple, as if elucidating for Lu Chongqing. Disciple Lu Chongqing, I pay my respects to the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. Lu Chongqing bowed deeply. To his astonishment, she is the second disciple of the celestial teacher, the foremost female immortal of, and also the master of Wenzhong, the grand minister of the Shang dynasty. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit nodded slightly, her gaze serene. Follow me. She turned and led the way, and Lu Chongqing hurriedly followed. Upon entering the island, each step revealed a picturesque scene. Pavilions and towers, intricately carved beams and painted rafters, all exuding an ethereal aura. Rare treasures and exotic beasts were abundant. Elk and celestial monkeys frolicked in the woods, while divine birds danced beneath the eaves, creating an atmosphere of peace and tranquility. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit brought Lu Chongqing to a tranquil side hall. Maidens had long awaited his arrival, presenting him with the spiritually infused water from the celestial spring and a brand new Taoist robe. Go wash up and cleanse yourself of the dust and blood of the mortal realm. Then you may meet your master, she instructed. Lu Chongqing complied. As the warm celestial spring water flowed over him, he felt not only the grime and fatigue of his journey wash away, but also the lingering dark injuries within his meridians. Even the exhaustion and malevolence deep within his spirit seemed to gradually dissolve and be purified in this miraculous water. A moment later, he donned a fresh Taoist robe. The fabric was extraordinary, warm to the touch, as if it contained the powers of both water and fire. Its design was simple and ancient, yet dignified. On the left side of the robe were embroidered, cascading blue water patterns, dynamic and profound. On the right side, clusters of vibrant red flames danced, fierce and pure. The harmonious blend of water and fire was distinct yet seamless, perfectly embodied in this garment. The maiden styled his hair, inserting a smooth jade hairpin. Lu Changqing gazed into the water mirror within the hall. The reflection revealed a transformed individual. The weariness and disarray from his arduous journey had vanished without a trace. All wounds had healed. His skin emanated a faint glow. His eyes sparkled with clarity, radiating a pure and restrained aura. Donning this special robe that symbolized his identity as a water-fire disciple, he appeared even more poised and extraordinary. It was as if he had undergone a rebirth. Very well, let us proceed. The voice of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit resonated at just the right moment. Lu Changqing steadied his thoughts and followed her toward the main hall of the Azure Pool Palace. The main hall was grand and magnificent, bathed in golden light, with radiant hues of red and purple mist swirling about. The celestial energy within the hall was so thick it felt almost tangible. For colossal golden pillars, carved with coiling dragons, supported the dome above, adorned with countless arcane symbols that radiated an ancient and powerful aura. Above the hall, for cushions were arranged in a row. 3 of the cushions were already occupied. The first figure on the left, with a gentle smile, was a Taoist with a slightly rounded physique, dressed in a robe adorned with shimmering jewels. Yet, within his eyes, there was a compelling brilliance that concealed boundless treasures. It is none other than the master of the Taoist of the precious treasures. Beside him stands a serene and composed female immortal, her demeanor as tranquil as a mountain. Her countenance is stern, devoid of mirth, clad in a dark robe that seems to envelop her in an aura as weighty as the earth itself. She is the Holy Mother of the Tortoise Spirits. Adjacent to her is another ethereal female immortal, her visage shrouded beneath a delicate veil, rendering her features indistinct and her presence enigmatic, evoking a sense of reverence that forbids direct gaze. She is the Holy Mother of the Unfettered. The 4 core disciples of the Have gathered here. Their gazes converge upon Lu Changqing, who has just entered the Grand Hall. Though their stares are merely tranquil, they bear an unutterable pressure. Lu Changqing feels a momentary constriction in his breath, as if he bears the weight of towering mountains upon his shoulders. Is this the aura of a disciple directly taught by a sage? Indeed, it is formidable. The 3 powerful golden immortals offer a slight nod, a tacit acknowledgement of his presence, though no words are spoken. As the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits approaches her mat and exchanges glances with the other 3, they rise in unison, adjusting their garments and donning expressions of utmost solemnity. They bow respectfully towards the innermost sanctum of the hall, an area veiled in boundless radiance, obscuring its true nature. The voices of the 4 disciples resonate together, filled with supreme reverence and devotion. Echoing throughout the Grand Hall, we humbly invite the esteemed presence of our Master. In an instant, the boundless radiance within the depths of the hall surges dramatically. An indescribable sound of the great Tao reverberates forth, as if traversing the ancient primordial void, resonating across the cosmos. An unfathomable, indescribable, a majestic aura descends like a tidal wave. Before this presence, the very heavens and earth seem to tremble in worship. The sun, moon, and stars dim in its wake. The laws of time and space come to a standstill. Lu Changqing's heart races wildly, nearly bursting from his chest. He is overwhelmed with excitement. The pinnacle of power within the investiture of the gods, an unparalleled existence capable of single-handedly challenging 4. The celestial master of the supreme clarity, the sage of the heavens, is about to descend. Chapter 47. The sage bestows the water and fire child, imparts the four divine powers suddenly. An immeasurable radiance coalesced, transforming into a towering, indistinct figure. An ancient aura, reminiscent of the primordial chaos before creation, enveloped it. Its eyes, vast and timeless, were beyond mortal comprehension. The true form of the sage was not to be gazed upon directly. Merely his presence rendered Lu Chongqing feeling as insignificant as a speck of dust, as if his breath had ceased and his heartbeat had stilled. Before him stood not a mere being, but the living embodiment of the supreme Tao. This was the true majesty of a sage. In the next moment, the gaze of the celestial master seemed to rest upon Lu Chongqing, as if piercing through all his secrets. Lu Chongqing felt a chill run down his spine. A subtle ripple appeared on the sage's indistinct visage, seemingly imbued with a hint of interest. He nodded slightly. Indeed, those two words resonated like the profound echoes of the Tao. Henceforth, you shall be my water and fire child. This simple proclamation was akin to the ultimate decree of the cosmic order, a golden promise etched instantaneously into the fabric of the primordial world. Lu Chongqing sensed an invisible force bestowing upon him an extraordinary gift. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, the sage's motion was light, yet infused with boundless mystery. Boom! Lu Chongqing's mind was jolted. An extraordinarily intricate and profound sword technique was deeply imprinted in his consciousness, known as the Qingping sword technique. This was the sage's personal transmission, embodying the essence of the true Tao. Delve deeply into this technique. Do not tarnish my name. The sage's voice echoed again, his gaze seemingly transcending the river of time. For now, you may settle within the palace. As his words faded, the amassed radiance and chaotic essence quietly receded, as if the sage had never appeared. Yet the overwhelming pressure that lingered in the hall served as a reminder that what had transpired was no mere illusion. Lu Chongqing finally exhaled, drenched in cold sweat. The pressure before the sage was immense. Especially recalling the eerie visage of the sage at Fire Dragon Island filled him with trepidation. Fortunately, this time the sage bore the countenance he had come to expect. He pondered over the peculiarity of the previous encounter. At that moment, Daobao Taoist approached with a warm smile, the first to step forward. His robe, adorned with luminous jewels, shimmered under the celestial light, exuding an air of opulence. Water and fire child, he spoke gently, infused with a touch of familiarity. The master has graciously bestowed upon you the Qingping sword technique, a momentous opportunity indeed. All of us, as brothers, have received this teaching from our master. Daobao paused, seemingly reminiscing about some painful past, before continuing. However, the depth of understanding one attains depends solely on one's own affinity with the Tao. There is no need to be overly fixated. If enlightenment comes within a century, it will come. If not, then it shall not. The Taoist Dubao scrutinized Lu Chongqing for a moment before continuing. As you serve as the attendant of our esteemed master, you embody his dignity. However, given your current limited cultivation, should you venture forth without protective talismans, you risk tarnishing our master's reputation. With a flick of his palm, a glimmer of treasure light seemed to manifest, indicating his intention to bestow several protective artifacts. Lu Chongqing's thoughts raced. He realized he could not take the artifacts with him and wondered if he might instead request some spells. Resolute in his decision, he bowed deeply, his tone respectful yet tinged with determination. Thank you, senior brother, for your kindness. However, I dare to ask, rather than protective artifacts, I would prefer to seek a spell from you for my own safeguarding. The Taoist Dubao, taken aback momentarily, had not anticipated such a request from the newly arrived acolyte. After all, for lower-tier cultivators, a powerful artifact often proves more alluring than an esoteric spell. He regarded Lu Chongqing with keen interest, curious to discern what made this junior brother unique. After a brief pause, Dubao's face broke into a smile of intrigue. How interesting. Very well, since you have a request, I shall grant it. He pondered briefly, then concentrated, summoning a mysterious spiritual light at his fingertip, which he gently touched to Lu Chongqing's forehead. This is the spell, True Standing Without Shadow. Upon mastering it, you will be able to conceal all your presence, fluctuations of power, and even traces of causality. Even when standing before others, they will perceive you as invisible, and their consciousness will find nothing but void. Below the golden immortal level, none shall uncover your whereabouts. Donghuang paused, his tone laced with profound meaning. This spell is indeed well suited for one who has yet to attain immortality. Cultivate diligently, and do not become complacent. With that, he withdrew his hand, maintaining his warm smile. The resplendent visage of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother displayed a hint of approval as she stepped forward. The soft, golden spiritual light surrounding her brightened momentarily, exuding an imposing aura. The spell bestowed by the senior brother, adept at concealing oneself, is essential for avoiding calamity. However, traversing this vast wilderness requires offensive and defensive abilities as well. Her voice rang clear and melodious, akin to the tinkling of a spring. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother pointed her fingers like a sword, whereupon azure winds coiled around her fingertips and ethereal blue vapor gathered. The wind seemed sharp enough to tear through space, while the vapor appeared capable of freezing all things. She gently gestured toward Lu Chongqing. This is the spell, summoning rain and calling wind. In an instant, Lu Chongqing felt as though he heard the furious winds of the 9 heavens roaring, coupled with the phantom sounds of ancient ice shattering. The wind, fiercely sharp, seemed capable of slicing through an immortal's bone. The rain, chilling to the core, bore the essence to freeze a cultivator's very soul. This wind can sever the bones of immortals. This rain can freeze the souls of cultivators. I hope you utilize it wisely. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother's voice carried a tone of solemnity, both imparting knowledge and delivering a warning. This spell, fierce in its offensive capabilities, should not be underestimated. As her words faded, the poised and weighty presence of the Turtle Spirit Virgin stepped forward. Reminiscent of ancient mountains, unlike the agile Golden Spirit Virgin, her mere step caused the Grand Hall to tremble ever so slightly. This virgin bore a serious countenance, devoid of frivolity, and spoke no superfluous words. She simply raised her palm, from which a profound, earthy yellow radiance swiftly coalesced. This luminescence was dense, as if imbued with the boundless strength of the earth itself. The light surged forth, embedding itself within Lu Chongqing. This was the shaking mountains and quaking earth. Lu Chongqing felt an overwhelming, unparalleled force of the earth surge through his limbs and bones in an instant. A wondrous sensation arose. As if with a mere thought and grounded stance, he could summon the resonance of mountains and rivers within 1,000 miles, causing the solid earth to crack and tremble. This power was the epitome of weightiness, an unshakable dominance. To maintain one's own being while unsettling formidable foes was the essence of this strength. The Turtle Spirit Virgin's explanation was succinct and directly addressed the core of the mystical arts. Lastly, there was the most enigmatic and ethereal virgin, the Wudong Virgin. Her form flickered in and out of sight, her visage perpetually veiled by a delicate gossamer, rendering her true appearance inscrutable. With a casual lift of her slender hand, her motion was gentle, devoid of any earthly tumult. Yet at the moment she raised her hand, Lu Chongqing keenly sensed that the light within the entire main hall of the Bo Palace had dimmed. A few dazzling starlights seemed to disregard the barriers of space. Piercing through the palace's sturdy dome, they cascaded down, converging at her fingertips. A stream of light, seemingly infused with the trajectories of countless stars, embodied the profound mysteries of celestial movements. Silently, it entered Lu Chongqing's brow. This technique, shifting stars and changing constellations, could harness the power of the 9 heaven stars to augment oneself. Its unpredictable nature, when facing adversaries, could cause minor disorientation or even, at its zenith, summon the celestial forces to vanquish formidable foes unseen. The voice of the Wudong Virgin resonated, ethereal and distant, as if emanating not from her presence, but from the far reaches of the starry expanse above. Together with the shadowless standing imparted by his elder brother, these 3 powers ranked among the 36 celestial great arts. The Golden Spirit Virgin supplemented, her gaze sweeping over Lu Chongqing with a hint of anticipation. What you're being taught today is but an introductory method. However, should you delve into it with earnestness and cultivate it, its potency will be boundless, sufficient to secure your existence in this primordial realm for a lifetime. For celestial great arts, Lu Chongqing felt his spirit tremble, stars flashing before his eyes, a torrent of information threatening to overwhelm his consciousness. He forcefully steadied his mind, temporarily confining these for profound messages deep within his sea of consciousness. Hesitant to comprehend them fully, just as his thoughts surged, difficult to contain, faint golden script materialized before him. Task completed, Tao Rhythm 2. The scene before him began to blur, twist, and reseed rapidly. Chapter 48. The Four Great Divine Powers. An introduction to the mysteries of the netherworld. What is the Tao Rhythm? A flicker of confusion crossed Lu Chongqing's mind. Yet, everything around him was receding. Upon returning to the Taoist temple, Lu Chongqing's first action was to summon his interface. Host, Lu Chongqing, Destiny, Eastern Sovereign Bell. Spiritual Treasure, Source, Remnant, 19100000. Cultivation, Yuan Realm. 9 Transformation, Unbroken. Spiritual Rhythm, 49 points, Tao Rhythm. 2 points, Spiritual Root, Tai Sui I, Traceable 6-15 times. Spells, Breaking Illusions and Exorcising Evil, Divine Power. 5 Elements, Spirit Escape, Divine Power. 6 Armor, Divine Art, Divine Power. World Incinerating True Fire, Divine Power. Shadowless Standing, Entry Possible. Summoning Rain and Wind, Entry Possible. Shifting Stars and Changing Constellations, Entry Possible. Shaking Mountains and Quaking Earth, Entry Possible. Ah, now I see. Lu Chongqing immediately comprehended. It was due to his slaying of the demon Immortal Ma Yuan. By vanquishing an immortal as a mere mortal, he had acquired this Tao Rhythm that was typically reserved for those who had attained immortality. Tao Rhythm can enhance divine powers, can elevate comprehension, can restore the source of the Eastern Sovereign Bell. 1 Tao Rhythm, 1,000 spiritual rhythms, 10 Tao Rhythms, 1 source. Tao Rhythm can be converted into spiritual rhythm, but the reverse is not true. The previous spiritual rhythms had already brought him immense benefits. What astounding effects could this Tao Rhythm possibly yield? Excited within, Lu Chongqing promptly activated the interface. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed a point of Tao Rhythm to temporarily enhance his comprehension. Eager to explore the seemingly modest Qingping sword technique, it was indeed laughable that Daobao Taoist had failed to grasp it for a century. At the instant he expended the Tao Rhythm, Lu Chongqing felt his mind clear significantly, perceiving everything around him with an ineffable sense of wonder. Seizing this sensation, he hastily delved into the Qingping sword technique. In his mind's eye, he envisioned a figure wielding a 3-foot green blade, dancing freely, whether cleaving, slashing, thrusting, or puncturing. Regardless of the weapons or treasures before him, they were all rendered to fragments by a single strike. As he progressed, even the seemingly godlike figures dissipated with but a single swing, their anguished cries echoing into oblivion. Observing this, Lu Chongqing sat cross-legged, immobile in his contemplation. When the effect of the comprehension enhancement expired, he had only gleaned 2 words. Oh my! Truly, it echoed the saying, without practice, one sees the moon in the sky as a frog in a well. With practice, one perceives oneself as an ant gazing at the vast firmament. Alas, he had squandered a point of Tao Rhythm, achieving naught in understanding. Lu Chongqing felt a pang of regret, tinged with reluctance. Yet he dare not continue. With only a solitary point of Tao Rhythm remaining, it would be far more prudent to utilize it for enhancing his divine powers and cultivation. Estimating the conversion of Tao Rhythm into spiritual rhythm, he realized that although substantial resources were required to elevate his divine powers and cultivation, what remained would suffice to elevate him to the immortal realm in his next venture into the divine ascension, thus enabling him to acquire even more Tao Rhythm. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Chongqing activated the interface. Each of the 4 great divine powers required 130 spiritual rhythms for entry. Entry into Summoning Rain and Wind. Entry into Shifting Stars and Changing Constellations. Entry into the realm of Shaking Mountains and quaking earth. Entry into standing firm without shadow. In an instant, the ethereal charm dissipated. Profound, intricate, and potent laws surged forth with an overwhelming intensity. A tremendous, ineffable sensation welled up within him, though he remained rooted in place. He perceived his sense of existence rapidly diminishing, his presence becoming almost imperceptible, melding seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Subsequently, he distinctly sensed the flow of wind and the gathering of moisture in the world around him, as if all were within his command. The ground beneath his feet conveyed an unusual sense of affinity, as if he could, at will, stir the ley lines and make the land respond to his desires. Finally, he gazed upwards towards the ceiling. Despite his line of sight being obstructed, he felt the presence of a higher, more mysterious power's trajectory. The four great heavenly skills, merely an introduction, had already instigated a momentous transformation within Lu Chongqing. This was not even the active invocation of divine abilities, but merely a passive effect arising from his body's instincts. Exhilarating, Lu Chongqing clenched his fist, his confidence soaring to unprecedented heights. This journey to the Bayou Palace was undoubtedly a remarkable gain. Just as he reveled in the joy of his burgeoning power, the external sky had, unbeknownst to him, completely darkened. The call to break through the three barriers had returned. Lu Chongqing did not resist. Rather, he was eager to engage. In the next moment, the scene before him transformed entirely. A nauseating stench assaulted his senses. Thick, filthy, and reeking of blood, the malevolent aura surged into his nostrils, inducing revulsion. His ears were bombarded by a cacophony of harsh, grating howls, roars, and chaotic shrieks, a tumult that pained his eardrums. Before him lay a dim, distorted wasteland. The ground was a dark crimson, seemingly saturated with endless blood. A gray-black mist hung in the air, obscuring his vision. Countless grotesque and terrifying demons roamed aimlessly across this wasteland, howling and tearing at one another. Some loomed as large as small hills, while others resembled ants in size. Each form uniquely horrifying, yet all exuding an aura of chaos, malevolence, and bloodlust. This trial was related to beasts, the 10th layer of hell. He must endure the onslaught of demons to pass through this barrier. Habitually, Lu Chongqing began to channel, breaking illusions and exterminating evil. The Tai Sui eye at his brow opened wide, and a pale golden divine light swept across the surroundings. His vision became remarkably clear. The gray-black mist was pierced, and the demons concealed within it had nowhere to hide. A multitude. Everywhere he looked, there were demons. Their ranks varied, from the lowest-tier cannon fodder to formidable creatures radiating an aura comparable to that of the divine refinement realm, all present in overwhelming numbers, inducing a sense of dread. He surveyed the area and found no trace of other cultivators. In the past, Lu Chongqing would have likely employed 5 elements spirit evasion to stealthily navigate through, avoiding confrontation. Yet today, gazing at the boundless sea of demons before him, a grin spread across his face. Perfect. This saves me the trouble of seeking you out one by one. I shall use you to offer tribute to my newfound divine abilities. Lu Chongqing inhaled deeply, taking in the air thick with demonic energy. Rather than feeling discomfort, he experienced an inexplicable exhilaration. With his hands, he deftly executed intricate and esoteric gestures, channeling the power within him like a raging torrent unleashed from a dam, flowing according to the specific trajectory of the rain summoning and wind calling technique. A resonant hum echoed as the heavens and earth shifted in hue. From the previously dim sky, a tempestuous wind arose from nowhere, not an ordinary breeze, but a fierce azure gale imbued with the sharpness capable of cleaving souls. The howling gale swept through the landscape like countless invisible blades, instantly ravaging a vast area ahead. Concurrently, it seemed as though the sky had been torn asunder, unleashing a torrential downpour. The rain, eerily tinged with a haunting azure hue, emanated an intensely frigid aura that chilled to the very marrow of the bones and soul. The cries of countless demons, piercing, fearful, and desperate, echoed across the desolate expanse. only to abruptly cease. Where the azure wind swept through, lesser demons were rendered as fragile as paper, shattered into fragments, blood and flesh scattering in the maelstrom. Even those more resilient, with toughened hides and greater power, were left grievously wounded, howling in agony as the gale mercilessly tore at them. The chilling azure rain was even more terrifying. Upon contact with the demons, their forms became rapidly encased in frost, their movements rendered stiff and sluggish. More dreadfully, this numbing cold did not merely assault the flesh, but seeped directly into their very souls. Many demons could not even emit a cry, their fierce gazes dimming swiftly as their soul flames were extinguished, frozen in place. The wind howled, and the rain fell relentlessly. Lu Chongqing remained steadfast, his gestures unwavering. His gaze calmly fixed ahead. Before him, the once crowded domain of demons was being astonishingly purged. The azure wind and azure rain crafted a cataclysmic tapestry of destruction. The gale cleaved through bone, the icy rain froze souls. Such was the might of the celestial great divine ability, rain summoning and wind calling. Even at its nascent stage, the power it wielded was terrifyingly formidable. The scene was both grand and ruthlessly brutal. Moments later, the wind stilled and the rain ceased. Lu Chongqing gradually lowered his hands, exhaling a long breath. He had expended nearly 30% of his internal power, a significant drain for someone of the ninth transformation of the Yuan realm. Yet the results were astonishing. The once demon-infested wasteland before him lay in utter disarray, littered with the remnants and severed limbs of demons. The mingling of dark crimson blood and melting ice water created a stench that intertwined with a chilling atmosphere. At least several thousand demons had been utterly obliterated by his rain, summoning, and wind calling. The magnitude of this power. Lu Chongqing gazed at his handiwork, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. It surpassed his expectations. While his heart was shaken, his demeanor remained composed. He stepped forward, traversing the battlefield of demon remains, the sticky sensation and the crunch of shattered bones beneath his feet failing to perturb him. As shadows shifted once more, Lu Chongqing effortlessly approached the next challenge. Yet, at the very moment he stabilized his form, a tremendous force, indescribable in its magnitude, suddenly descended upon him from above. It was heavy, immensely heavy, as if an invisible primordial mountain was forcefully pressing down upon him. His body sank abruptly, his knees involuntarily bending, while his bones emitted ominous creaks under the unbearable strain. Breathing became a challenge, and the flow of his magical energy slowed significantly. With each step forward, he was compelled to expend colossal effort, as though he were bearing the weight of the entire world. The second trial, the Mountain Guardian's Gate. Chapter 49. Confronting the Ghost Mountain at Jinhua Pass. Capturing spirits to forge divine weapons, Lu Chongqing's gaze was sharp, his demeanor exhibiting not a hint of panic. Even as the oppressive force stifled the flow of his magical energy, rendering it sluggish, he left faint footprints upon the yellow earth beneath him. Bracing against the pressure, he quietly activated the Eye of Disillusionment. Instantly, the scene before him transformed. Above his head loomed an immense black mountain, ominously suspended in the air. This mountain, entirely shrouded in darkness, exuded a chilling aura, as if composed of countless vengeful souls. It was not a physical entity, but rather an embodiment of certain principle, a tangible manifestation of a concept. This was the true source of the pressure at Jinhua Pass, the Ghost Mountain. Upon the Ghost Mountain, an innumerable swarm of malevolent spirits crawled relentlessly. Their forms varied grotesquely, each visage more terrifying than the last, releasing a silent, soul-piercing wail of despair. These mournful cries intensified the oppressive atmosphere, gnawing at the resolve of those who dared to confront it. Lu Chongqing's eyes flickered as he cast a faint golden light around him. This vast, desolate expanse of yellow earth was not devoid of others. Scattered silhouettes of fellow challengers were visible. Their conditions could only be described as tragic. Sweat poured down their faces, their expressions twisted in agony. Their bodies bent under the weight of the pressure. Some had succumbed entirely, pressing their bodies against the ground, writhing like worms. Their feet sank deeply into the yellow soil, sustained solely by the resilience of their flesh and indomitable will. Each movement seemed to drain their strength, leaving deep impressions in the earth. In stark contrast to them, Lu Changqing stood tall, his composure strikingly apparent. To resist? Thoughts raced through his mind. To advance step by step, relying solely on physical strength and willpower? While possible, such an approach would be exceedingly inefficient and draining. His gaze returned to the ominous mountain above. A cold, sharp smile crept upon his lips. The ghost mountain? The abyss? Both are mountains, both are realms. My newly acquired celestial technique, shattering mountains and shaking earth, has yet to be tested for its might. Even more fortuitously, as he surveyed the wailing spirits atop the ghost mountain, he sensed their formidable, sinister energy, many radiating fluctuations indicative of the primordial stage. This was perfect. His 6 armor divine art required spirits to forge more divine armaments. With this realization, Lu Changqing firmly planted his feet. He began to weave intricate, arcane hand seals, channeling his internal energy, which surged forth. An invisible wave emanated from him, resonating deep into the earth beneath. In the next moment, Lu Changqing's eyes shone with brilliant light, and he lifted his foot, stomping down with great force. Boom! This stomp did not produce a cataclysmic roar, but instead invoked a deeper force of cosmic law. It was as if an unseen colossal hammer had struck the very fabric of this realm. The enormous phantom of the ghostly mountain atop his head suddenly trembled violently, emitting a deafening wail reminiscent of a lamentation from the depths of the netherworld. Invisible fissures, akin to a spider's web, rapidly spread across the dark mass of the mountain. The mountain began to disintegrate. With a resounding force that shook the very earth, Lu Changqing continued to channel his techniques, unleashing an unrelenting surge of power. The cracks on the phantom mountain multiplied and expanded, growing ever larger. Boom! The terrifying, ghostly mountain, which symbolized insurmountable pressure, completely shattered above Lu Changqing's head, transforming into a tempest of swirling black, ghostly essence and countless fragmented soul shards. Not only that, but the ground within a 100-mile radius beneath Lu Changqing also fractured, as if the heavens themselves were enraged. In an instant, Lu Changqing felt an unprecedented lightness in his body, as though he had cast off an immense burden. The terrifying pressure that had weighed upon him vanished without a trace. This exhilarating sensation of liberation from extreme oppression caused him to involuntarily narrow his eyes in delight. However, the might of the earth-shattering force did not cease there. The invisible shockwaves of the rules rippled outward. The other cultivators, still struggling to endure, suddenly felt the oppressive weight above them lift significantly. They looked up in astonishment. Although they could not see the ghostly mountain, they could distinctly sense that the nearly crushing force upon them had diminished by at least 30 to 40%. What is happening? The pressure has lessened. Is there a flaw in the barrier? The surrounding cultivators were momentarily stunned. Then their faces blossomed with ecstatic joy. Quickly, let us go. They seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, striding forward with fervor and rushing ahead with abandon. Ha ha ha! I have been trapped at this barrier for 130 years. Today, I shall finally be free. Heaven is aiding me. An elderly cultivator, his hair white as snow, was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down his cheeks as he laughed heartily, sprinting towards the end of the barrier with all the speed he could muster. At this moment, as the ghostly mountain crumbled, the malevolent spirits that had been anchored to its body lost their support. They plummeted to the ground like dumplings, shrieking in terror and despair. Lu Changqing stood calmly, disregarding the feeble spirits that resembled mere cannon fodder. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, precisely locked onto several formidable malevolent spirits, whose essence was far denser and radiated a power beyond that of ordinary cultivators at the core formation stage. These were the true targets he sought. He raised his hand and effortlessly gestured in the air. An invisible force instantly enveloped those malevolent spirits. They emitted reluctant howls, unable to escape even a fraction, as they were forcibly drawn towards Lu Changqing. As for the bewildered and feeble spirits that had fallen to the ground, Lu Changqing did not so much as glance their way. With a wave of his hand, a stream of fine yet intensely blazing, true fire of the world burning, flames shot forth, precisely landing upon the feeble spirits. Ah! A chilling wail echoed, only to be extinguished in an instant. Before the unyielding and blazing true fire, these malevolent spirits stood utterly defenseless. In a mere moment, they were consumed, reduced to ash, and returned to the cycle of reincarnation. The surroundings were left in a pristine, white expanse. Lu Changqing observed the horde of spirits before him, still struggling and roaring in their confinement, emanating an aura of ferocity. He could not help but nod in satisfaction. Indeed, their vigorous cries indicated that the weapon forged would undoubtedly possess superior quality. Subsequently, he formed a hand seal to bind the malevolent spirits. Having completed this task, he brushed away the non-existent dust from his robes. With a composed demeanor, he set forth, leisurely making his way to the next layer of hell, the grinding mortar hell. Chapter 50. Manifestation of divine awareness amidst the ashen catastrophe, unyielding and shadowless through the trial. As Lu Changqing's figure steadied, the scene before him underwent a dramatic transformation. The oppressive yellow earth of Jinhua Pass was no longer in sight. Instead, he found himself at the heart of an immense, slowly rotating black and white millstone. The heavens and the earth were but components of this millstone, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. The air was thick with an impenetrable gray mist, viscous and frigid, carrying a chilling stillness that sent shivers down one's spine. A low, persistent hum resonated in his ears, reminiscent of divine beings whispering or lost souls lamenting, seemingly intent on grinding one's very essence to dust. This sense of oppression transcended the physical, piercing directly to the core of his soul. Lu Changqing's gaze sharpened as he stepped into this realm, spotting a few scattered figures, those who had arrived before him at this trial. Each bore a grave expression, cautiously channeling their divine awareness to form a protective shield around themselves, struggling to advance through the dense gray fog. However, the protective shield, besieged by the thick mist, visibly dimmed and thinned, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. At that moment, Lu Changqing caught a glimpse of a familiar figure from the corner of his eye, the elderly cultivator with hair as white as snow, who had previously rejoiced at the sudden alleviation of pressure, exclaiming that heaven had aided him. Now he was gritting his teeth, urging his divine awareness shield. Yet it was evident that he was nearing his limits. With a soft pop, reminiscent of a bubble bursting, the protective shield around the elder suddenly shattered. The gray mist surged forth like a shark sensing blood, engulfing him entirely in an instant. A piercing, distorted scream erupted from the depths of the fog, only to cease abruptly after a fleeting moment. Lu Changqing distinctly witnessed the elder's form dissolve rapidly within the mist, disintegrating. His flesh, bones, magical energy, and even his most vital essence, the soul, were grounded in nothingness by the terrifying gray mist. Ultimately, only a small handful of fine ashes remained, drifting down gently, merging into the stillness of the space. After consuming the elder, the fog in that area seemed to grow even denser. The speed and brutality of this scene were astonishing, sending chills coursing through one's very being, elevating the horror and peril of this trial to a new zenith. Lu Changqing's gaze grew increasingly solemn, yet his inner peace remained unshaken. He did not rush into action. Instead, he immediately activated, breaking delusions and exterminating evil. A faint golden light swirled at his brow, sweeping through the pervasive gray mist. His vision pierced through the haze, revealing the essence without a doubt. In his eyes, the so-called gray mist was not mist at all. It was composed of countless minuscule entities, so tiny that they eluded the naked eye and even ordinary divine perception. These entities, twisted and grotesque in form, emanated a primal hunger and malice. They filled the entire space like living dust, dense and overwhelming. In a state of unconscious drifting, he frantically sought to consume any entity that bore the essence of consciousness or the breath of life. Curiously, when the faint golden light emitted by Lu Changqing's dispelling divine power swept across the surroundings. The gray, ghostly mist instinctively recoiled as if encountering a nemesis, revealing a small gap and displaying a palpable sense of fear. Lu Changqing, undeterred, continued to delve deeper with his divine power. The divine light penetrated the layers of ghostly mist, reaching into the deeper laws of existence. In the next moment, even Lu Changqing's composure was shaken, as he was struck by an overwhelming revelation. He discovered that the entire colossal black and white, grinding wheel of existence, this boundless gray mist that devoured all, was not a series of independent threats, but rather different parts of the same entity. He stood within the body, or perhaps the domain, of an unimaginably vast and terrifying ghostly being that feasted upon souls and vitality. This gray calamity was, in essence, a living trap of annihilation. Taking a deep breath to quell the tumult within, Lu Changqing understood that, according to his journal, the crux of this trial lay in the strength and resilience of one's consciousness. In the realm of cultivation, it was commonly accepted that the limit of consciousness for a Yuan-Tai realm practitioner was considered to be 999 zhang. Those who could reach 900 zhang were deemed extraordinary, barely able to pass this stage. A prodigy capable of achieving 990 zhang would find the passage considerably easier. However, Lu Changqing was different. Having broken through to the 9th revolution of Yuan-Tai, his consciousness strength astonishingly reached a full 1,000 zhang. This single zhang beyond the limit, though seemingly trivial, represented a qualitative leap, a manifestation of breaking the shackles of heaven and earth. With this 1,000 zhang of consciousness, he could withstand the encroaching gray mist and pass this trial with ease, perhaps even with grace. Yet, Lu Changqing furrowed his brow. To withstand? To allow these repugnant, minuscule, ghostly entities to gnaw at his precious consciousness? Even the slightest expenditure made him uncomfortable. Moreover, engaging unnecessarily with this colossal and terrifying entity was far from a prudent course of action. A better method must be found. In a flash, an idea crossed his mind. The newly acquired celestial power, Zhengli Wuying, standing without shadow. The essence of this divine power lay in the concept of shadowlessness, fundamentally gathering all traces and characteristics of one's existence, in harmony with the principles of the universe. It achieved the supreme state of concealment where one could be seen by none, heard by none, and touched by none, since these ghostly mists instinctively devoured consciousness and vitality. What if he were to completely vanish? A confident and cold smile graced Lu Changqing's lips. He hesitated no longer. With a subtle motion of his hands, he began to perform the exclusive incantation of Zhengli Wuying. His inner power began to circulate along an unfathomable trajectory. A hum, an indescribable and wondrous rhythm of the Tao enveloped his entire being in an instant. In the next moment, the essence of Lu Changqing, the vibrant fluctuations of life, the traces of his magical prowess, and even the formidable presence emanating from his vast consciousness, were, at that moment, flawlessly reined in and smoothed out. He appeared to merge seamlessly with the surrounding environment, becoming one with the desolate, somber space. He stood there, yet it seemed as if he had never existed at all. With measured strides, Lu Changqing advanced forward. A scene both astonishing and eerie unfolded. The once tumultuous gray specters, akin to ravenous wolves pouncing upon any living being, parted as he approached, as if confronted by an invisible dam. They naturally yielded to the sides, clearing a path for him. Countless diminutive spirits swirled around him in a state of bewilderment, drifting aimlessly, yet they regarded him as if he were invisible, completely oblivious to the delectable presence so near at hand. It was as if he had truly transformed into a wisp of non-existent air, a shadow devoid of substance. Lu Changqing's demeanor was calm, his steps light and buoyant. In this realm, which for other challengers resembled a purgatory of despair, he strolled leisurely as though in his own garden, at ease and content. He could distinctly observe several cultivators not far away, their jaws clenched, faces contorted, their protective consciousness flickering uncertainly as they valiantly resisted the encroaching gray fog, struggling to maintain their footing. Yet, these cultivators remained entirely unaware of the leisurely passerby, focusing solely on erecting their consciousness shields to cautiously contend with the omnipresent lethal threat. This stark contrast stirred within Lu Chongqing an ineffable sense of satisfaction. The celestial gang divine art was indeed deserving of its reputation. He silently marveled at how this shadowless ascendance seemed tailor-made for such an environment, effortlessly evading the extreme peril of this gray tribulation without expending a fraction of his consciousness. He achieved a victory through finesse rather than brute strength. This method of triumph, subtle yet powerful, brought him a profound sense of mastery and exhilaration, far exceeding the satisfaction he had derived from previous displays of force, such as summoning rain and wind, or shaking mountains and earth. He maintained his unhurried pace, effortlessly traversing the area thick with despair and death, moving steadily towards the end. Chapter 51, A Night of Splendor, perfect for a breakthrough. Lu Chongqing returned, and the familiar sight of the Taoist temple greeted his eyes. Above him, the luminous moon still hung high in the sky. Host, Lu Chongqing, Destiny, Eastern Emperor Bell. Spirit Treasure, Source, Fragment, 19100000. Cultivation Level, Yuan Tai Realm. 9th Transformation, Upgradable, Spirit Resonance, 529 points, Spiritual Root, Tai Sui Eye of Deception, Traceable 6-15 times. Divine Abilities, Breaking Illusions and Exterminating Evil, 5 Elements Spirit Escape. 6 Jia Divine Techniques, True Fire of World Incineration, Shadowless Ascendance, Summoning Rain and Wind, Shifting Stars and Changing Constellations. Trembling Mountains and Shaking the Earth. He gazed at his information panel and could not help but exclaim, "What a splendid moment, perfect for a breakthrough." However, Lu Chongqing soon reigned in his relaxed demeanor. He was acutely aware that a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm would not be a subtle affair. Transforming the embryo into an infant and coalescing the Dharma phase represented a significant leap in the hierarchy of life, inevitably stirring the phenomena of heaven and earth. Given his unique circumstances, bearing 8 divine abilities, 4 of which were of the celestial grade, the depth of his foundation surpassed ordinary comprehension. The magnitude of the upheaval during his breakthrough was beyond even his own anticipation. It was imperative to prepare thoroughly, to prevent any unforeseen interruptions, and to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. With this in mind, Lu Chongqing focused his thoughts. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ripples spread through the void as a host of black-armored divine soldiers, accompanied by even more formidable silver-armored warriors, manifested before him. Upon their emergence, they dispersed silently according to Lu Chongqing's intent. Centered around the temple, they established an invisible and intricate defensive formation, safeguarding the entire area. A chilling aura of lethality radiated forth. Any intruder would face their merciless onslaught. Lu Chongqing regarded these loyal sentinels with satisfaction. He understood that the Eastern Emperor Bell would aid him in optimizing his cultivation to its current zenith. However, the most crucial step in breaking through to the Purple Mansion, inscribing divine runes upon the divine embryo, had to be accomplished by his own hands. This process was a clarification of his own path, an understanding of the laws of his divine abilities, and the essence of solidifying the foundation of his Dharma phase. Having made all necessary preparations, Lu Chongqing settled in the center of the courtyard, adopting a meditative posture. He connected with the Eastern Emperor Bell, consuming 80 spirit resonance. In an instant, his aura surged to its peak, and a magical energy within him threatened to break free. Then he slowly closed his eyes, casting aside distractions, and immersed his mind into a state of clarity. Threads of energy circulated around him, gradually merging with the cosmos. Key insights regarding the breakthrough to the Purple Mansion flowed clearly through his mind. At the core was the concept of using his own consciousness as a chisel, transforming the divine abilities he had mastered into profound runes, deeply inscribing them upon the Yuan Tai. The greater the number of runes, the more solid the foundation, leading to higher achievements in the future and a more powerful coalescing of the Dharma phase. Lu Chongqing reflected on himself. Breaking illusions and exterminating evil. 5-element spirit escape. 6 Jia divine techniques. True fire of world incineration. Summoning rain and wind. Shifting stars and changing constellations. Trembling mountains and shaking the earth. Shadowless ascendance. A total of 8 divine abilities. Among them, for ranked among the celestial grades, 36 transformations. This is not the flawed talents and divine abilities spoken of by ordinary practitioners, but rather the true divine powers that only immortals can possess. According to ancient texts, when an ordinary cultivator breaks through to the Purple Mansion stage, inscribing 50 divine patterns is already considered commendable. If one can inscribe over 60, they may be deemed a genius. As for the legendary pinnacle of 99 divine patterns, this exists merely as a theoretical figure. Throughout history, no one has ever been known to achieve it. Should all 8 divine abilities be successfully inscribed, how many divine patterns could I potentially condense? Lu Chongqing could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. At that moment, as his thoughts swirled, a tremendous force seemed to draw him in. The spiritual energy in the surroundings erupted violently. No longer a gentle stream, it surged like a flood breaching a dam, wildly converging towards Lu Chongqing's seated position. Before the naked eye, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy rapidly took shape around him, emitting a deep, resonant howl. A vast quantity of spiritual energy was swallowed into his body like a whale consuming its prey. Simultaneously, deep within his dantian, that round, smooth primordial fetus began to radiate an unprecedented brilliance. The primordial fetus trembled lightly, resonating in a marvelous harmony with the turbulent spiritual energy from the outside world, as well as with Lu Chongqing's immense and boundless spirit. The curtain for his breakthrough was officially drawn back at this moment. Surrounding the courtyard, divine weapons stood quietly, isolating the interior from the exterior. Within the Tao Pavilion, the Eastern Emperor Bell also emanated a faint, warm golden halo, silently standing guard. Everything was in readiness. Lu Chongqing gathered all his thoughts and fully immersed himself in the dantian. There, the primordial fetus shone brilliantly, reflecting the frenzied influx of spiritual energy from the outside. His vast consciousness transformed into a chisel, touching upon the core essence of the first divine ability, breaking illusions and exterminating evil. Lu Chongqing's expression turned solemn, his powerful consciousness steady as a rock, guiding that strand of divine ability's essence to begin inscribing, stroke by stroke, upon the smooth surface of the primordial fetus. The first stroke fell. A burst of golden light emerged. The primordial fetus quaked violently, as if it were bearing an indescribable force. This golden light was not ordinary radiance, but rather the manifestation of the fundamental laws of the breaking illusions and exterminating evil divine ability, imbued with celestial majesty and unparalleled vigor. Following this, the second and third strokes, each stroke was accompanied by the trembling of the primordial fetus and the flow of golden light. Intricate and profound rune lines gradually took shape upon the primordial fetus. At last, the final stroke of this divine ability was inscribed. A resonant hum, seemingly emanating from the very source of the Tao, echoed within Lu Chongqing's dantian. Upon the formerly smooth surface of the primordial fetus, 13 divine patterns suddenly manifested. Chapter 52. The True Limit of Heavenly Principles, 108 Divine Patterns. Immediately following, the 5 elements spirit escape emerged. 5 colored rays of light danced as 12 divine patterns, embodying the transformative essence of the 5 elements, silently took shape. The 6 followed, dispersing the breath that commands all things, imprinted with another 12 divine patterns. The world-burning true fire blazed forth, a fervent crimson radiance shining brightly, as 11 divine patterns coalesced, seemingly infused with the terrifying power to incinerate all existence. Time flowed imperceptibly as Lu Chongqing immersed himself in a meticulous engraving. His mind was undistracted, his consciousness sharp as a blade, precise, and steady. It was unclear how long had passed when Lu Changqing began inscribing, mountain shaking and earthquaking. At that moment, 89 enigmatic divine patterns already adorned his primordial embryo, each exuding a unique and formidable resonance of the Tao. With the final stroke of mountain shaking and earthquaking completed, a thunderous roar erupted. The primordial embryo trembled violently, golden light flashing brilliantly. The number of divine patterns surged instantaneously to 99. 99. This was the theoretical limit recorded in the ancient texts, the utmost that a practitioner could achieve. However, Lu Changqing keenly sensed that this was not the terminus. The tremors of the primordial embryo did not subside. Rather, they intensified, as if an even more monumental force was brewing within, poised to burst forth. Indeed, the primordial embryo surged dramatically, the golden light even more resplendent. Upon its surface, even more divine patterns began to manifest. Upon careful counting, the total number of divine patterns astonishingly reached 105. 99 was not the true limit. Lu Changqing's heart brimmed with clarity. Throughout history, prodigies had believed that inscribing 99 patterns marked the end. Yet this was not my conclusion. Today, I shall discover where the true limit lies. He distinctly perceived that the true limit of those divine patterns was within his grasp. It represented the perfect number that the realms beneath the heavenly principles could accommodate. Moreover, he still held in his hand a formidable celestial divine ability, star shifting and Big Dipper changing, yet to be inscribed. Lu Changqing inhaled deeply, his expression more solemn than ever. The consciousness that became his engraving tool, infused with his comprehensive understanding of this divine ability, descended once more upon the primordial embryo. Stroke by stroke, the trajectories of celestial movements and the mysteries of the Big Dipper's transitions were wholly absorbed into the tip of his pen. Each stroke enhanced the luminosity of the primordial embryo, its aura deepening in inscrutability. Finally, when the last stroke of the star shifting and Big Dipper changing was firmly inscribed by Lu Changqing, a resonant hum reverberated as if echoing from the dawn of time. At that moment, all divine patterns shone forth in unison. New divine patterns emerged. 1, 2, 3. Not one more, not one less. Precisely 3 new divine patterns, harmonizing with the existing 105. In an instant, the primordial embryo became adorned with divine patterns, devoid of any void, transforming into a brilliant, flawless divine embryo. 108 patterns. Lu Changqing's heart was illuminated. 108 divine patterns, neither more nor less, perfectly aligned with the total of the celestial and terrestrial numbers. This is the true pinnacle and perfection of inscribing divine patterns within the primordial womb. And he, Lu Changqing, has achieved it. In that fleeting moment, when the 108 divine patterns became thoroughly stabilized, a tremendous roar erupted above the divine womb. The 108 divine patterns suddenly unleashed an unimaginable brilliance, as if they had come to life, resonating with one another to form a flawless whole. An overwhelming and boundless force surged forth from the divine womb. This power instantaneously began to fuse perfectly with Lu Changqing's physical form, his soul, and every strand of his magical essence. An unprecedented sense of might filled Lu Changqing's limbs and bones, and at this moment, the level of his existence began a frenzied leap. A chain reaction was thus ignited. Above the Tao Temple, the vortex of spiritual energy, which had been madly gathering, suddenly became even more violent. The scope of the vortex expanded rapidly, its rotational speed increasing, producing a deafening roar as if it aimed to swallow the entire world. The surrounding space began to twist inch by inch under the pull of this terrifying force, creating visible ripples. A power, far more vast and ancient than before, was drawn from the depths of the cosmos. This extraordinary phenomenon first manifested in the Tao Temple where Lu Changqing resided. The golden light of the divine womb within him blazed forth, so intensely that it pierced through the temple's restrictions and his corporeal form. The golden divine radiance soared into the heavens, illuminating the night sky within a 100-mile radius in a resplendent golden hue. In the air, a serene, sacred, and awe-inspiring aura permeated. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The grand spectacle, triggered by the 108 divine patterns, held power far beyond this. The golden divine light and auspicious aura surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly spreading to an even broader expanse. In an instant, in Yongzhou, one of the 13 provinces of the Great Realm, the sky above transformed dramatically. The originally pitch-black night was replaced by boundless multicolored auspicious clouds, with rays of dawn and streams of luck enveloping the entire land of Yongzhou in a dreamlike glow. On the ground, faint golden lotus phantoms emerged from the void, only to vanish silently, leaving behind a delightful fragrance. Heaven and earth. What could that be? Has an immortal descended? Such beautiful clouds. I have never seen anything like this in my life. Within Yongzhou, countless mundane towns and villages, ordinary people were astonished by this sudden, celestial phenomenon. They rushed out of their homes, gazing upward with expressions of shock, curiosity, and reverence. Many knelt in prayer, murmuring to themselves, speculating whether this was a heavenly omen heralding a bountiful year or some other unknown portent. Meanwhile, cultivators across Yongzhou, regardless of their level of cultivation or the size of their sex, were equally stirred by this sudden, vast wave of energy. Such powerful fluctuations of heaven and earth. What an extraordinary phenomenon is this. Countless strands of consciousness soared from various caves, mountain gates, and cities, striving to uncover the source of this marvel. However, much to their astonishment, the scope of this extraordinary phenomenon was exceedingly vast, enveloping the entirety of Yongzhou. It even began to extend towards the neighboring regions of Liangzhou and Yuzhou. When they reached out with their spiritual senses, they could only perceive the pure, magnificent, and imposing waves akin to the might of the heavens. Yet they were utterly unable to pinpoint the precise source of its origin. It was as if this anomaly was ubiquitous, yet elusive. Some ancient figures in the Zifu realm, who had been in seclusion for many years, as well as reclusive ascendants, were jolted from their meditative states upon sensing this wave. Their faces were etched with disbelief. Such momentum, could it be that someone is breaking through? No. A typical breakthrough in a grand realm, even with an accompanying phenomenon, could never encompass an entire state. This aura is pure and overwhelming, far surpassing our comprehension. Could it be that an ascendant has attained immortality? But even ascension does not manifest the southern heaven gate. This is even more perplexing. Just 2 years ago, when I witnessed the so-called reincarnation of immortals from the 5 great sects breaking through to the ascendant realm, there was not such a commotion. Treasures, supreme treasures, a peerless celestial artifact has emerged in Yongzhou. Various speculations circulated within the cultivation circles of Yongzhou, swiftly spreading to Liangzhou and Yuzhou, igniting a tremendous uproar. Meanwhile, the initiator of this event, Lu Chongqing, was immersed in the joy and enlightenment of reaching the true limits of divine patterns and experiencing a surge in power. Yet, he was also aware of the earth-shattering phenomenon occurring outside. However, he remained undistracted, for he understood well that this was merely the beginning of his breakthrough into the Zifu realm. The true spectacle was yet to come. Chapter 53. A phenomenon that astonishes the world, another quest for treasure. A vast abundance of spiritual energy surged from the heavens and the earth, as if it had found an outlet for release, flooding towards Lu Chongqing. Within him, the divine embryo was undergoing a monumental transformation. 108 divine patterns radiated with brilliant light, dazzling to the extreme, resembling 108 miniature stars revolving on the surface of the divine embryo. The immense spiritual energy continuously poured into the divine embryo, causing it to tremble violently before gradually contracting inward with an enigmatic rhythm. This was a crucial step in the refinement of the primordial spirit, conception. Once the divine infant manifested, Lu Chongqing would ascend to become a formidable practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm. Until he transcended, he would remain invincible in the mortal realm. Meanwhile, the extraordinary phenomenon he had triggered did not subside. Rather, intensified, enveloping the three states. Above the firmament, the already thick, multicolored, auspicious clouds became even more resplendent, almost taking on a tangible form. As the clouds roiled, they gradually coalesced into various unimaginable auspicious beast apparitions. A dragon-shaped silhouette twisted and spiraled, emitting a deep and distant dragon's roar that resonated with the soul. A phoenix figure spread its wings, radiating rays of light, its melodious cry echoing through the heavens, bringing boundless auspiciousness. Qilin, celestial cranes by Zhe, various auspicious creatures that existed solely in ancient legends frolicked and danced in the sea of clouds, vividly alive. Such a spectacle left all who beheld it in awe and wonder. Simultaneously, on the earth, extraordinary sights also flourished. Countless rare flowers and exotic grasses sprouted from the solid soil, quietly blooming as they swayed gently in the wind, their petals translucent and exuding a subtle yet refreshing fragrance. The concentration of spiritual energy in the three states was rising at an astonishing pace. A single breath of this ethereal essence brought a euphoric sensation to the limbs, invigorating the spirit. Countless beings, nourished by this sudden influx of spiritual energy, felt revitalized, with even those long afflicted by ailments experiencing a notable lightness in their bodies. Such a grandiose cosmic phenomenon could not escape the attention of the major cultivation factions. The Yuling Xian sect, one of the 5 great sects in the cultivation world, held dominion over Yuzhou. Almost as soon as the phenomenon began to spread, they were alerted. Deep within the sect, formidable auras surged skyward. The sect master, several venerable elders, and all high-ranking members above the Purple Mansion realm convened in the courtyard before the council hall. Each wore a grave expression, their eyes filled with astonishment and confusion, fixated on the ever-changing multicolored clouds and auspicious beast apparitions above. Activate the mountain-protecting formation to its utmost. The sect master's voice was composed as he issued the command. With a legacy spanning 10,000 years, the Yuling Xian sect maintained its position among the 5 great sects through a single word: stability. Buzz. A colossal light barrier rose from the sect's gate, swiftly enveloping the entire sect within its protective embrace, emanating a powerful aura of guardianship. Dispatch all elders and core disciples outside to investigate the source of this phenomenon with full force. Remember, one must only observe from afar and refrain from approaching recklessly. If confronted by an insurmountable change, report immediately. Commands were issued in an orderly fashion. Simultaneously, an urgent communication talisman transformed into a stream of light, soaring through the air towards the distant Ling Xuanzi in Liangzhou. Esteemed friend Ling Xuanzi, should you have the leisure, I implore you to assist our assessment of the auspiciousness or inauspiciousness of this phenomenon. I would be immensely grateful. In Liangzhou, at the prince's retreat, within the Tide Viewing Pavilion, the 7th Prince, Ji Jingming, sat poised upon a stone bench. Clad in a moon-white brocade robe, his handsome visage bore an innate nobility. Yet, at this moment, a look of helplessness adorned his face. Opposite him sat the reincarnated celestial being of the Yuling Xian sect, Ling Xuanzi. Dressed in a pristine white Taoist robe, untainted by dust, an array of magical artifacts surrounded him, exuding an aura of celestial splendor. His demeanor remained as impassive as ever. Your Highness, the pace of eradicating the demons is still far too slow, Ling Xuanzi remarked in a nonchalant tone, yet underscored with an air of undeniable authority. As I understand it, the 2nd Prince Ji Yuxuan, with the assistance of the spirit cloud celestial from Xinghua Xian sect, has already purged the entirety of Qingzhou from its demonic scourge, garnering immense goodwill for the great Jing dynasty. A wry smile flickered across Ji Jingming's face. The truth is, esteemed sage, it is not that I am remiss in my duties. Rather, the practitioners of the Yuling Xian sect prioritize a methodical approach, which naturally hinders the speed of progress. What he refrained from voicing was the fact that his fellow disciples of the Yuling Xian sect would retreat at the slightest hint of formidable demons, even summoning elders at the Yuan Tai realm for mere yellow sprout realm adversaries. Such caution was exasperating enough to test the patience of a prince. It was indeed miraculous if this pace could quicken. Moreover, the celestial officials under the auspices of the Qintian Monitor were scarce, making the extermination of demons largely reliant on the disciples of the Immortal sect. This had been a prearranged understanding from the outset. Ling Xuanzi offered no rebuttal, neither defending his sect nor comforting Ji Jingming. His sole focus lay in the effective establishment of temples and the gathering of faith. At that moment, an overwhelming and unparalleled fluctuation of heaven and earth swept in from the direction of Yongzhou, instantaneously enveloping the entirety of Liangzhou. Subsequently, a plethora of bizarre phenomena began to manifest. For the first time, a trace of emotion broke through Ling Xuanzi's eternally placid demeanor. He abruptly raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the barriers of the pavilion, directed towards the sky of Yongzhou. Ji Jingming, too, felt a tremor within his heart, sensing the disquieting wave and the intense transformation of the surrounding spiritual energies, and could not help but inquire, Ling Xuanzi, what is happening? Ling Xuanzi's eyes flickered with intrigue. After a moment, he slowly began to speak, his voice laced with a hint of astonishment that he himself had not yet fully recognized. Such a disturbance, spanning across multiple states, with spiritual energies surging back, and auspicious signs filling the sky. This is unprecedented, unseen before. This is neither a breakthrough by cultivator nor a mere emergence of extraordinary treasures. He paused, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, within the confines of Yongzhou, there is likely a transcendent celestial treasure or a miraculous artifact manifesting. Your Highness, the matters concerning Liangzhou shall be postponed. I must hasten to Yongzhou to ascertain the truth. With that said, without waiting for Ji Jingming's response, Ling Xuanzi transformed into a streak of radiant light, vanishing into the horizon. At that moment, he had received a message from the Yuling Xuanzong. Within the borders of Yongzhou, countless cultivators were engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. They were elated by the sudden surge of dense spiritual energy in the world. In such an environment, a single day of cultivation could equate to several days of effort. Yet, they were also deeply gripped by fear and unease due to the earth-shattering phenomena and the formidable powers that might accompany it. When deities clash, mortals suffer. If those great figures were to engage in conflict, these scattered cultivators would hardly be more than cannon fodder. It was reminiscent of the terrifying Purple Mansion battle from days past. Nevertheless, many cultivators were intrigued by the extraordinary occurrences, their covetous desires igniting. They began to cautiously venture toward the direction from which the phenomena emanated most intensely. Hey, look, the center of this phenomenon it appears to be the area of Bema Mountain. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? Bema Mountain? That cursed place again? A sharp-featured cultivator gasped, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just days prior, an unparalleled demon had emerged from there. Moreover, the fearsome Purple Mansion battle had reportedly caused the heavens to shatter and the sun and moon to lose their light. Now, the vast phenomenon that shook 3 provinces originated from Bema Mountain. Countless gazes converged, shock, confusion, and greed spreading rapidly among the throng. Could it be that? An older, seasoned cultivator inhaled sharply, his voice trembling. The so-called unparalleled treasure was never taken away last time. It had been hidden deep within Bema Mountain all along. Hiss! As those words were spoken, it was as if a powder keg had been ignited. In that instant, the eyes of all cultivators turned crimson and feverish, filled with insatiable greed. Let's go. Quickly. We must hasten to Bema Mountain. This time, we cannot afford to miss the opportunity. A tremendous chance awaits. Countless cultivators surged madly toward Bema Mountain, disregarding all else. However, they soon sensed something amiss. The closer they approached the periphery of Bema Mountain, the more terrifying the invisible pressure became. The spiritual energy in the air raged like boiling water, akin to countless fine steel needles, ruthlessly slicing through their protective spiritual light. Poof! A cultivator of weaker prowess, having barely dashed 100 paces, was struck as if by a heavy blow, spewing blood and tumbling back in disarray. What in the world is this oppressive force? He was aghast, feeling as though his very organs were about to shatter. The spiritual energy was too violent. It felt like a knife scraping against bone, utterly unbearable. Damn it, my magic power is being drained. More and more cultivators found themselves thwarted outside by the terrifying pressure and the frenzied spiritual energy. Their faces were ashen, breathless, and their eyes brimmed with reluctance and fear. Nearby, some disciples and elders from smaller sects, having heard the news, had also arrived at the scene. Each of them gritted their teeth, channeling their magical energy to the utmost, their faces turning a shade resembling that of liver. Yet, no matter how hard they tried, they could not advance a single step further. That force loomed like an invisible chasm, obstructing their path to what could be an extraordinary opportunity. This is impossible. It's too powerful. One elder from a sect shook his head gravely, a flicker of despair flashing in his eyes. If they ventured any closer, they would surely be torn to shreds by the tempest of spiritual energy. They could only watch helplessly at the center of the phenomenon, pounding their chests in frustration, utterly powerless. But at that moment, amidst the crowd, a few figures emerged, their presence exceptionally solid and profound. They were practitioners who had reached the late stage of the Yuan realm. Their bodies shimmered with spiritual light, and their magical energy surged like a tide, bravely resisting the terrifying pressure. Each step they took seemed to make the ground beneath them sink slightly. Veins bulged on their foreheads, and beads of sweat rolled down like pearls, clearly bearing a tremendous burden. Yet their steps remained resolute as they trudged, painstakingly moving toward the heart of the spiritual storm. In stark contrast to the pallid and immobile practitioners behind them, these Yuan masters radiated an unmistakable excitement and pride. They understood that being able to withstand such immense pressure signified their greater chance of accessing the potential monumental opportunity that lay ahead. Among them, a burly man with a face full of flesh could scarcely contain his elation. He suddenly turned around, his gaze sweeping across the densely packed crowd that was barred from entry. A look of utter disdain etched upon his face. With a wide grin, he let out a cacophonous laugh, his voice booming like thunder, resonating in the ears of everyone present. Ha ha ha! A bunch of worthless fools. Look at your cowardly selves. You can't even withstand a mere hint of pressure, and yet you dare to dream of acquiring a peerless treasure? His voice dripped with scorn and mockery. Stay back and watch closely. Witness how I seize the opportunity and ascend to greatness. Once I obtain the treasure and elevate my cultivation, you worthless ones won't even be worthy enough to carry my shoes. You want to even catch a whiff of it. For now, all you can do is gaze at my back. As he laughed uproariously, he even twisted his body, his arrogant demeanor radiating a blatant challenge, as if silently proclaiming the privileges of strong. The practitioners behind him, humiliated by such derision, turned pale with rage, their fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking under the pressure. Some, with fiery tempers, yearned to charge forth and rend him to pieces. Yet, they were powerless to fight back or gain entry. Ultimately, they could only suppress their fury, seething in silence. The disparity in strength was indeed ruthlessly evident. They could only watch helplessly as the burly man, along with several other practitioners of the Yuan-Tai realm, gradually advanced deeper. Chapter 54. The Divine Infant emerges, law manifesting in majestic splendor. Atop the summit of Bema Mountain, the winds and clouds roiled, and the spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave. Within Lu Changqing, the intricate divine patterns adorning the surface of the divine embryo, 108 in total, were currently descending into its depths, each following an enigmatic trajectory. With each divine pattern's integration, the embryo's aura grew increasingly refined and profound. Its radiance, once dazzling and resplendent, gradually transformed into a more subdued and profound glow. It continuously diminished in size, becoming more solid and compact. Ultimately, all brilliance converged, and the divine embryo transformed into a diminutive figure of approximately 3 inches. Its form suffused with a shimmering, glass-like light. This miniature figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Changqing, appearing vividly lifelike. At its brow, a luminous golden rune shaped like a lightning bolt was imprinted, seemingly harboring the annihilating force of the utmost rigidity and positivity in the universe. This was Lu Changqing's inaugural divine ability: dispel illusions and exterminate evil. This was his primordial infant, also referred to as the divine infant. It flawlessly embodied Lu Changqing's essence, spirit, and his comprehension of the great Tao along with all its resonances. The moment the divine infant took shape, a thunderous sound erupted. Lu Changqing's consciousness seemed to break free from invisible shackles, suddenly ascending into an unprecedented realm of grandiosity and clarity within the laws of heaven and earth. The divine ability runes once inscribed upon the embryo now appeared distinctly in his perception. The secrets and intricacies contained within were comprehended with unprecedented swiftness. He had officially entered the fifth realm of cultivation, the Purple Mansion realm. Simultaneously, a wave of enlightenment surged within him. The divine abilities inscribed upon the embryo would receive the blessings of the heavenly path upon the cultivator's breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm, evolving and amplifying their power. His dispel illusions and exterminate evil had now metamorphosed into a more exquisite insight of barriers. With a slight shift in thought, Lu Changqing's gaze seemed to pierce through the myriad of existence, discerning illusions, disregarding ordinary obstacles, and gazing directly into the truth. The previously overwhelming true fire of devastation had transcended into the more fearsome red lotus inferno, incinerating all, invoking karmic forces. A wisp of the red lotus shadow flickered at his fingertips, distorting the surrounding air. The five elements spirit escape evolved into the five elements great escape, allowing him to embody the elements, rendering his transformations more unpredictable. He felt his affinity with the five elemental forces surge dramatically, ready to merge at any moment. Meanwhile, the sixth divine technique leaped into the realm of summoning soldiers from beings, enabling him to conjure protective Taoist warriors with a mere gesture. A mysterious power of summoning flowed at his fingertips. The 3-inch divine infant quivered slightly within Lu Changqing's Purple Mansion. It seemed to possess an independent will, eagerly yearning to experience this brand new world. In the next moment, the divine infant transformed into a streak of flowing light, swiftly bursting forth from Lu Changqing's brow. It hovered above his head, surrounded by shimmering, glass-like radiance, resembling an independent divine being. It was intimately linked to Lu Changqing's physical essence, yet exuded an aura of transcendence and mystery. And just as the divine infant emerged from his being, the external world had long since converged into an extreme vortex of violent spiritual energy, almost materializing as it sought an outlet. With a thunderous roar, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth transformed into a visible torrent, surging madly towards the diminutive divine infant perched above Lu Changqing's head. The flora surrounding Bema Mountain swiftly lost its luster, its vitality and spiritual essence forcibly stripped away, merging into that overwhelming stream of spiritual energy. In the face of such colossal power, the divine infant exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, it opened its small mouth and began to greedily devour the purest essence of heaven and earth that flowed unceasingly into its being. The divine infant grew in stature, expanding at a visibly frantic pace. The resplendent, glass-like radiance intensified, threatening to transform the very realm into a sacred crystal paradise. 100 feet, 1,000 feet. Across Yongzhou and the surrounding states, countless gazes, some distant, some near, some potent, some feeble, were fixated on the towering pillar of spiritual light emanating from Bema Mountain. They watched, wide-eyed, as a figure that had initially appeared minuscule at the pinnacle of the light began to grow at an astonishing rate. Finally, as the devouring force of the spiritual energy reached its zenith, and the brilliance of that figure became blindingly radiant, a roar reminiscent of an ancient dragon's cry reverberated through the heavens, shaking the universe. Lu Changqing's divine infant had wholly transformed into a colossal figure that towered above. a magnificent embodiment of the celestial laws. This majestic manifestation, standing firm and imposing, radiated an overwhelming divine pressure akin to that of a deity descending upon the mortal realm. Its initial height astonishingly reached an incredible 1,000 feet. This towering form bore an unmistakable resemblance to Lu Changqing, yet exuded a greater majesty and sanctity. At its brow, a golden rune shaped like a lightning bolt shimmered with a mysterious luminescence, piercing through the ages and unraveling illusions. Gulp! In Yongzhou, Liangzhou, Yuzhou, and even farther regions, all who beheld this 1,000-foot manifestation, both cultivators and mortals alike, were left dumbfounded, their minds shattered as they stood frozen in place. 1,000. A 1,000-foot manifestation. How could this be possible? Some cultivators gasped in disbelief, trembling uncontrollably, their legs giving way as they nearly collapsed. In their understanding, the initial manifestation of a purple mansion cultivator was merely around 100 feet. Even those prodigious talents, meticulously nurtured by their sex, would only reach 300 to 500 feet at their inception. Ancient texts vaguely referenced certain rare beings or those favored by fortune, whose limits were merely 999 feet, a legendary existence. Yet this towering manifestation of 1,000 feet emerged from where? However, as they sensed the manifestation of that form, the surrounding spiritual energies were ravenously consumed, and the unique rhythm of the breakthrough of a purple mansion cultivator permeated the air. They confirmed it. This was undoubtedly the manifestation of a purple mansion cultivator during their moment of breakthrough. However, the foundation of this newly ascended figure in the purple mansion is remarkably solid, and their potential is immense, far surpassing the limits of their imagination. Those cultivators who previously harbored lucky thoughts of seeking treasures in the 100 Veins Mountain now feel not a trace of greed. They flee in terror, panic-stricken, scrambling away in every direction. Among the crowd, the once arrogant and boisterous burly man at the Yuan stage, who had taunted others, now finds his legs turned to jelly, collapsing to the ground, pallid as death. He had boasted of seizing treasures, yet now, this treasure turns out to be an individual of such terrifying prowess breaking through. A wave of icy dread surges from his tailbone to the crown of his head, enveloping him in an abyss of fear, leaving him nearly devoid of the strength to run. Meanwhile, the exploration team, dispatched by the Yuling Xian sect, consisting of elders and core disciples, has just arrived at the outskirts of the area where the anomaly manifests. Upon raising their eyes to behold the towering colossal figure that pierces the clouds and exudes a terrifying might, they are struck as if by lightning, their hearts shattering. Stop! Halt immediately! Do not approach! The leading elder cries out, his voice strained and tremulous. They come to a sudden halt, too terrified to advance even a step, and swiftly relay this astonishing discovery back to their sect, using a specially crafted communication device. At this moment, at the border of Yongzhou, Ling Xuanzi and the Seventh Prince, Ji Jingming, have also been halted in their tracks by the soaring, colossal figure. Ji Jingming instinctively glances at Ling Xuanzi beside him. The latter's usually indifferent expression now reveals a flicker of subtle disturbance. He squints slightly, scrutinizing the imposing figure before him, an unusual glimmer flashing in his eyes. How intriguing! He muses silently. It appears I have underestimated this individual. What kind of prodigy is breaking through here? Though he is a reincarnated celestial being, he is presently only at the Purple Mansion stage. Yet his formidable foundation and methods from his past life grant him combat prowess comparable to an ordinary Ascension stage cultivator. To rival the Ascension stage while still in the Purple Mansion is indeed a rare marvel. This towering figure, while astonishing, does not instill fear in him. This person is certainly worth observing. Meanwhile, Ji Jingming's heart is stirred by tumultuous waves. A towering figure, beginning at a height of 1,000 zhang. He murmurs, unable to quell his astonishment. Ancient texts mention that only those possessing a celestial heritage or immense fortune might manifest such anomalies upon entering the Purple Mansion. Who could this unparalleled prodigy concealed by a sect be? Or perhaps a reclusive ancient being reincarnated. Such a foundation, such potential. Truly remarkable. He senses that the balance of power in Yongzhou, and even the surrounding regions, is poised to be shaken by this individual, though he wonders if he can recruit them to his side. Ji Jingming gazes deeply towards the direction of the Hundred Veins Mountain, his eyes reflecting profound contemplation. Chapter 55. An unexpected guest in the fleeting moment. The resplendent figure towering 1,000 feet tall stood amidst the heavens and earth, absorbing the gazes of countless onlookers and the boundless essence of spiritual energy. The radiance emanating from its body, once dazzling, began to gradually retract. Its colossal form, in tandem with the diminishing glow, slowly shrank 1,000 feet, 900 feet, 800 feet. With each contraction, it seemed to further refine and condense the infinite might of the universe. Ultimately, that majestic form, which once supported the heavens, transformed back into a divine infant of approximately 3 inches in size, radiating with the brilliance of glazed jewels. The surface of the divine infant shimmered, as if containing a miniature world within. It paused briefly in the void before morphing into an exquisitely condensed stream of light. Whoosh! The stream pierced through the air, directly targeting the center of Lu Changqing's brow. Without any hindrance, the divine infant melded seamlessly into him, settling firmly 3 inches inward at the center of his brow, precisely where the purple palace of a cultivator resides. From that moment forth, the divine infant no longer resided in the middle Dantian, but relocated to the upper Dantian's purple palace, becoming the essence of a practitioner at the purple palace stage. Lu Changqing's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. A bolt of nearly tangible golden lightning flickered deep within his gaze, as if capable of piercing through all worldly illusions. As he turned his awareness inward, he distinctly sensed an unprecedented, vast, and overwhelming power coursing through him. Within the purple palace, the 3-inch divine infant sat cross-legged, its aura solemn, with the brilliant light of glazed jewels and golden divine patterns intermingling, radiating an essence of immortality. The stability of the divine infant signified that his foundation in the purple palace realm was now unshakable. Even more astonishing was his divine consciousness. With a mere thought, his intangible awareness surged outward like a tidal wave. 1,000 feet, 3,000 feet, 5,000 feet. Wherever his consciousness reached, even the subtlest sounds of secretive demon mouse, concealed deep underground and attempting to siphon off the dissipated spiritual energy, were distinctly audible. Ultimately, the range of his divine consciousness astonishingly expanded to an incredible extent, an entire 10,000 feet. What a concept 10,000 feet of divine consciousness is. For an ordinary practitioner at the initial stage of the Purple Palace, possessing a consciousness of 1,000 feet is already remarkable. His 10,000 feet of divine awareness was simply unheard of. If spoken of, it would likely be dismissed as madness or boastful exaggeration. Lu Changqing perceived the expanse of his Purple Palace space. It was boundless, akin to a nascent chaos, yet at present felt somewhat desolate. A wave of clarity washed over him. Cultivation at the Purple Palace realm transcends merely augmenting the divine infant. It also necessitates that the practitioner, through their understanding of the profound principles of heaven and earth, engrave their insights into the Purple Palace space, constructing their own divine palace. These insights into the wonders of heaven and earth could be considered a domain that mirrors the celestial. Only a robust and stable divine palace could harbor the power of faith. An ordinary practitioner's divine infant, upon growing from 3 inches to 9 inches and engraving the wonders of the universe, could then attempt to establish a temple, harnessing the power of faith to ascend to the transcendence realm. However, Lu Changqing felt that his divine infant could surpass 9 inches, reaching the ultimate 10 inches. With another thought, the space above his head rippled slightly, and the 3-inch divine infant reappeared. Indeed, it stands tall and majestic, exuding a formidable aura. The initial manifestation of the law is merely the beginning. Lu Changqing harbors an intense premonition that once he perfects this manifestation, he may truly transform into a colossal giant reaching towards the heavens, with every movement wielding the power to obliterate the world. As his breakthrough concludes, the swirling vortex of spiritual energy above Bema Mountain, which had stirred the three states, gradually begins to calm. The five-colored auspicious clouds and the ethereal images of auspicious beasts in the sky slowly fade away, ultimately vanishing without a trace. The dense spiritual energy that permeates the air, though no longer surging violently as before, remains several times more potent than usual. The lingering resonance of Tao and spiritual insight silently attest to the extraordinary phenomenon that just unfolded, dispelling any notion of it being an illusion. Lu Changqing rises from his meditative posture and casually stretches his limbs. Crackling sounds resonate from within his body, akin to the popping of beans. He feels as though he has undergone a complete metamorphosis. With every gesture, there lies an indescribable, immense power, as if a mere punch could shatter a small mountain. This is the strength of a cultivator in the Purple Mansion realm. His lifespan has surged to 1,000 years. Truly, the power is overwhelmingly formidable. A subtle smile graces Lu Changqing's lips. He scans the surrounding area of Bema Mountain, which now appears desolate. The cultivators who had been drawn by the phenomenon have long fled, leaving not even a shadow behind. It is understandable. Who would remain in the presence of such a towering manifestation unless they wish to invite disaster upon themselves? However, at that moment, Lu Changqing's brow furrows slightly. Within his consciousness, a figure nearly indistinguishable from the environment is leisurely approaching the mountain summit where he stands. Had it not been for his breaking illusions and exorcising evil divine ability having evolved into perception beyond barriers, granting him enhanced clarity to pierce through deception and discern hidden forms, he might have struggled to detect this presence at all. The individual, clad in a pristine white Taoist robe, untainted by dust, has their hands clasped behind their back, moving with an air of tranquility. While they seem to amble leisurely, each flicker of their form covers a distance of 100 feet. Their demeanor is relaxed, as if they were strolling in a private garden rather than approaching the epicenter of a cataclysmic phenomenon. More strikingly, an array of ethereal lights subtly dances around them, as if they are adorned with the world's rarest treasures, concealed by some arcane method that renders them undetectable to ordinary cultivators. Lu Changqing's eyes narrow slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing within. This person, shrouded in secrecy, stealthily approaches him, exuding an aura that suggests ill intentions. It is the perfect opportunity to test the extent of his newfound strength. Lu Changqing instinctively glanced at his panel. Host, Lu Changqing, Destiny, Eastern Emperor Bell, Spiritual Treasure, Source, Remnant, 19100000. Cultivation, Initial Stage of Purple Mansion, can be enhanced. Spiritual Essence, 449 points. Spiritual Root, Tai Sui, Eye of Deception, can be traced back 615 times. Divine Abilities, Barrier Insight. 5 Elements, Great Escape, Bean Soldiers, Red Lotus Karma Fire, Shadowless Upright, Rain Summoning and Wind Calling, Star Shifting, Mountain Shaking. Enhanced Cultivation, Lu Changqing silently urged within. In an instant, 249 points of spiritual essence were consumed. Within his Purple Mansion's Nirvana Palace, the 3-inch divine infant began to undergo astonishing transformations. 4 inches, 5 inches, 9 inches, 10 inches. In the blink of an eye, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. This enhancement, however, did not evoke any earth-shattering phenomena. Merely the lingering spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him surged back, completely merging into his being. Meanwhile, the cultivator clad in a plain white robe had just reached the foot of the mountain, entirely oblivious to the remarkable transformation that had occurred atop the peak in the blink of an eye. Chapter 56. The recruitment of the reincarnated Immortal. The figure clad in a white Taoist robe was none other than Ling Xuanzai. He ascended to the mountain peak, casting a cursory glance around him. The chaotic aftermath of the rampant spiritual energy was met with indifference, and an ancient Taoist temple, cleverly concealed, caught his eye. Even though it was a unique, small, blessed land, he paid it little heed. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the entrance of the temple, where a figure in blue stood, Lu Changqing. Ling Xuanzai's expression remained aloof, yet there was a subtle hint of scrutiny in his demeanor. He had assumed that his concealment was unparalleled, rendering him undetectable to mere mortal cultivators. However, as he directed his gaze, he found the other party gazing back at him with calm composure. Intriguing. A faint smile graced the corners of Ling Xuanzai's lips, his tone laced with a touch of amusement. To discern my concealment is an impressive feat indeed. It seems the peculiar phenomena of by my mountain have arisen because of you. His voice was unremarkable, yet it bore an air of haughty superiority, characteristic of one who once held the status of an immortal in a previous life. What brings you here, my silent visitor? Lu Changqing responded with an unperturbed demeanor. Speaking softly, he had just attained the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm, with his 10-inch spirit infant securely nestled within, providing him with a newfound confidence. Regardless of the visitor's origin, should their intentions be malevolent, he would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. Ling Xuanzai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, chin slightly raised, adopting a tone as if bestowing a favor. Your talents are commendable. This recent breakthrough has indeed caught my attention. I am Ling Xuanzai, the supreme elder of the Yu Ling Xian sect, a reincarnated immortal sent to the mortal realm by the decree of our celestial ancestors. He paused, allowing Lu Changqing a moment to absorb this astounding revelation. Today, I offer you a tremendous opportunity. Join my Yu Ling Xian sect, and I shall grant you a position among our elders. Should you later ascend to the celestial realm, I can further recommend you to study under our esteemed Han Ming ancestor. This ancestor is a formidable presence in the celestial world. Earning his favor as a registered disciple could lead to unimaginable achievements. Having delivered his proposition, Ling Xuanzai fell silent, anticipating Lu Changqing's overwhelming gratitude and willingness to bow in reverence. In his view, such an unexpected windfall would leave any mortal cultivator in ecstatic disbelief. He had even envisioned that once Lu Changqing acquiesced, he would require him to swear a soul oath to assist in gathering the power of faith across Yongzhou and its neighboring regions. This power of faith was crucial to the grand schemes he and the other 4 descended immortals were orchestrating, as well as to the Han Ming ancestors' plans within the celestial realm. For a mortal cultivator to serve the ancestor was a fortune accumulated over several lifetimes. Listening intently, Lu Changqing raised an eyebrow slightly. Igreku Ling Xian sect, reincarnated immortal, Hamingan Sestur. It all sounded rather impressive. If he were an ordinary cultivator, he might have already been overwhelmed with reverence. However, Lu Changqing, with the assistance of the Eastern Emperor Bell, had his own direction in cultivation, guided by innate understanding. The notion of an immortal master held little allure for him. Moreover, the condescending tone of Ling Xuanzai stirred a hint of displeasure within him. Thank you for your kind offer, my friend. Lu Changqing maintained his usual calm demeanor, yet having grown accustomed to a life of freedom, he found himself unwilling to be constrained by the sect's demands. This grand opportunity, he decided, was better left for others. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere became instantly tense. Ling Xuanzi's indifference quickly evaporated, replaced by a brooding darkness. His eyes narrowed, glinting with cold light, and the ethereal aura surrounding him sharpened menacingly. What'd you say? He could scarcely believe his ears. A mere mortal cultivator who had just breached the Purple Mansion stage, an existence as insignificant as an ant, dared to reject his benevolence. In his eyes, those who had not ascended to immortality were all mere insects. He had lowered himself to extend an olive branch, a considerable favor indeed. Yet the other party failed to recognize the honor bestowed upon him. I shall not repeat myself, Lu Changqing stated, his expression unchanging, though his voice chilled slightly. Very well, Ling Xuanzi replied, his fury transforming into a mocking smirk, his aura swelling as his pristine white robe billowed without wind. It seems you have chosen to forego my generosity and embrace punishment instead. Do you comprehend the price we 5 immortals have paid to descend into this realm? Bound by the heavy burdens of our ancestors, We cannot allow any unforeseen variables to arise. The faith of this world must return to the 5 immortal sects. To our forebear, with your foundation and potential, if you cannot be of service to us, then you pose a threat. Since you refuse to submit, I shall have no choice but to extinguish this unexpected occurrence at its very inception. Before his words could fully settle, an overwhelming and frigid surge of spiritual power erupted from the center of Ling Xuanzi's brow. This force, imbued with the unique essence and pressure of a reincarnated immortal soul, descended upon Lu Changqing's purple mansion with the ferocity of an unseen hammer. Ling Xuanzi bore a cold smile. Although he too was at the purple mansion level, the essence of an immortal soul far surpassed that of mortals, and his spiritual prowess could rival that of an ordinary ascension realm cultivator. To crush a newly ascended purple mansion cultivator was, in his view, an effortless task. He intended to make this ignorant mortal experience the might of an immortal soul, to teach him the consequences of rejecting an immortal's favor. However, in the next moment, Ling Xuanzi's smile froze in disbelief. The anticipated scene of Lu Changqing screaming in agony, his spirit shattered, did not materialize. Instead, a torrent of spiritual energy, even more vast and terrifying, as if capable of devouring the heavens and the earth, erupted from Lu Changqing's brow like a volcanic eruption. Boom! The two forces of spiritual energy collided in the void. Ling Xuanzi's attack dissipated without a trace. Ling Xuanzi's expression shifted, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Your spiritual energy? How is this possible? This essence was robust, refined, and formidable, rivaling his own. Not only could a newly ascended purple mansion cultivator not possess such terrifying spiritual prowess, but even those in the ascension realm would be hard-pressed to match it. Lu Changqing, his expression impassive, shielded by his spiritual energy, regarded Ling Xuanzi coolly. A reincarnated immortal? Is this all you have? Ling Xuanzi, both astonished and enraged, found it intolerable that a being he regarded as a mere mortal ant could so shamelessly insult him. He conceded that to withstand his spiritual assault was no small feat. Yet the arrogance that emanated from the depths of the celestial soul was ignited in its entirety, transforming into an overwhelming fury. You seek death, he bellowed, forcefully suppressing the turmoil within his blood and unleashing his formidable powers. If he could not subdue this youth today, what face would he have left? Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, several brilliant beams of treasure light surged skyward from his being, illuminating the mountain peak. A 3-inch long azure blade expanded to 3 feet in the wind, radiating a chilling light, its sword aura sharp and piercing, tearing through the air. An ancient seal, no larger than a palm, shimmered with runes, instantly magnifying to the size of a mountain, descending with an immense oppressive force. Additionally, a small shield, intricately carved with mystical beast patterns, shimmered in dark hues, swirling and emanating an aura of indomitable strength. 3 exquisite spiritual artifacts, each exuding tremendous might, swiftly locked onto Lu Changqing, launching their relentless assault from various directions with a sound that split the air. Let us see how long you can withstand this. Ling Xuanzi's face contorted in rage as he roared. He could not fathom that, with his celestial prowess and an array of treasures, he could be bested by a mere mortal youth. Upon witnessing this, Lu Changqing's lips curled into a cold smile. 5 elements' great escape. With a mere thought, his form abruptly became ethereal. At times, he transformed into a wisp of greenwood energy, seamlessly merging with the stones and grass. At other times, he ignited into a blazing inferno, bursting with heat. He even morphed into a stream of water, formless and intangible. Gold would water, fire, earth. The 5 elements revolved in a ceaseless dance, unpredictable and elusive. The assaults of the artifacts appeared fierce, but failed to graze even the edge of his garments. All landing in vain. What? Ling Xuanzi's pupils constricted, his heart filled with astonishment. This escape technique was extraordinarily profound, surpassing any he had previously encountered, even unheard of in the celestial realm. Damn it! What kind of divine ability is this? He bellowed, nearly driven mad by successive failures. No longer holding back, a glint of ruthlessness and determination flashed in his eyes. Forcing me to resort to this, you have earned your pride. He abruptly struck his storage pouch, and a surge of blood light burst forth. In that instant, the heavens and earth changed color. An indescribable aura of terror, accompanied by a thick scent of blood, engulfed the surroundings. A uniquely shaped, dark red blade, seemingly soaked in endless blood, manifested in Ling Xuanzi's hand. The Azura blade. This had once been his destined celestial artifact in a past life. Though it had suffered damage during his reincarnation, its fearsome might remained unfathomable. Countless vengeful souls seemed to howl upon the blade, in an overwhelming intent to sever souls and slay beings instantly locked onto Lu Changqing. Ling Xuanzi's hair stood on end, his demeanor frenzied, as he raised the Azura blade to strike. The moment the blade appeared, Lu Changqing felt an unparalleled danger. The malevolence and the intent of the blade posed a significant threat to his divine infant. His expression grew solemn, yet he exhibited no trace of fear. With a mere thought, clang, a distant, ancient sound, reminiscent of the primordial chaos, resonated before him. A golden phantom of an ancient bell, inscribed with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and the adoration of all beings, suddenly materialized. The Eastern Emperor Bell. A brilliant golden light erupted, sacred and solemn, enveloping Lu Changqing completely. The terrifying malevolence and intent of the Shura blade crashed against the golden silhouette of the bell, yet it was utterly repelled, unable to advance an inch. Ling Xuanzi held the Shura blade aloft. Its descent abruptly halted midair. He fixed his gaze upon the golden bell's ethereal form, his initial astonishment swiftly transforming into insatiable greed and fervent murderous intent. A rare treasure. Undoubtedly a rare treasure. No wonder you possess such profound depth. It appears you rely upon this extraordinary artifact. Splendid. Truly splendid. Ling Xuanzi, rather than seething with rage, erupted into maniacal laughter. A cacophony filled with madness. Just right for your demise. With you gone, the threat dissipates, and the treasure shall be mine. He gripped the Shura blade tightly, channeling every ounce of his power into it without reservation. The aura of blood and malevolence intensified beyond what had come before. The blade hummed ominously, poised to rend the very fabric of space itself as it aimed for the golden bell. Chapter 57. The Reincarnation of an Immortal? I have not shied away from slaying immortals. He roared, as the Shura blade in his hand descended with ferocity. In an instant, a blood-red blade of light, spanning 100 feet, surged forth from the edge of the sword, enveloped in a devastating aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. This crimson blade twisted and coalesced in the air, transforming into a fearsome and grotesque blood-colored Shura apparition. The Shura apparition wielded a massive crimson blade, unleashing a soul-shattering roar, charged with an unparalleled murderous intent as it swung down upon Lu Changqing. Before the blade even reached him, the air within 100-foot radius distorted violently, as if scorched by a red-hot iron, emitting a hissing sound on the verge of collapse. Yet, in the face of this earth-shattering strike, Lu Changqing remained as tranquil as still water, though internally he dared not afford any semblance of negligence. With a flicker of thought, he activated Crimson Lotus Inferno and Barrier Insight simultaneously to their utmost potential. Under the influence of Barrier Insight, every trajectory of the Shura blade, every pulse of energy within the blood-colored Shura apparition, and even the most minute, lethal flaw were vividly reflected in his mind's lake. Simultaneously, boundless crimson flames, imbued with a sanctity that incinerated evil and an otherworldly allure, surged forth from his being. These flames rapidly coalesced into red lotuses the size of soup bowls, enveloping the space, transforming into an expansive sea of crimson lotus fire. The fiery ocean roared and churned, bearing the terrifying power to incinerate all, as it surged forth to confront the descending blood-colored Shura. Boom! The blood-colored Shura, clashed with the crimson lotus inferno in the void. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a sickening hissing sound resonating through the heavens. The dense, soul-corrupting malice intertwined with the searing, purifying inferno, fervently entangling, devouring, and nullifying one another. The interplay of bloodlight and firelight illuminated the mountaintop in flickering shades, at times macabre and terrifying, at others resplendent and enchanting, resembling a surreal painting of an impending apocalypse. Lu Chongqing's gaze remained composed, with the precise insight of barrier insight into the battle's dynamics. The meticulous control over Crimson Lotus Inferno and the ethereal agility of Five Elements' Great Escape. His figure flickered and shifted amidst the flashing blades and the roiling sea of flames. Though the blood-colored Shura's blade was sharp beyond compare, seemingly capable of severing fate itself, it could never truly reach his essence. He floated like a solitary leaf upon a tempestuous sea, seemingly on the brink of capsizing, yet as stable as a mountain. Each dodge was perfectly timed, and every manipulation of the Inferno was executed with precision, gradually eroding the Shura blade's power. The three divine abilities were more than adequate to contend with this so-called reincarnated immortal. Meanwhile, Ling Xuanzi, who had long been unable to gain an upper hand, felt the arrogance and composure of the reincarnated immortal dissipating, replaced by disbelief and an inferno of rage. This is impossible. How could this mere mortal withstand my Shura slash? He watched as Lu Chongqing sauntered leisurely amidst his attacks, the tranquility on his face piercing his eyes with a blinding intensity. Damn it! Is he nothing but a coward who can only evade? He let out a furious roar, his voice saturated with the humiliation of being offended and an uncontrollable frenzy. Reveal yourself. Ling Xuanzi suddenly howled towards the heavens, unleashing his immense power like a flood that had burst its banks, without the slightest reservation. Boom! A formidable, as if it could tear the very fabric of the universe, erupted from within him. The space behind him twisted violently, collapsing, a towering manifestation, 6,000 zhang high, with 2 arms and bathed in myriad hues of blood-red radiance, tore through the void and rose from the earth. This formidable figure was the Shura manifestation, a culmination of Ling Xuanzi's insights from his past life and his cultivation in this life as a reincarnated immortal. It wielded an equally gigantic shadow of a Shura blade, its visage fierce, with blood-red eyes emanating an unsettling aura of endless slaughter and devastation. A celestial phenomenon befitting a reincarnated immortal. Buzz! As the 6,000 zhang Shura manifestation emerged, it seemed to stain the very heavens crimson. A cold, bloody, and brutal realm began to take shape, centered around the manifestation, expanding wildly in all directions like a tidal wave. This was the Shura killing domain that I had refined upon breaking through the Purple Palace, gaining enlightenment from the heavens and the earth. Ling Xuanzi stood at the center of the manifestation's brow, his voice cold and arrogant, resonating with a sense of controlling life and death throughout the cosmos. Within this Shura killing domain, all was slaughter, vitality extinguished. No matter how formidable your powers, there would be no escape. He looked down from his lofty position at Lu Chongqing, his eyes filled with cruelty and disdain. With a mere 1,000 zhang manifestation, what did you possibly contend with me? Today, let me show you what true immortal might is. At this moment, far away in Yongzhou, countless cultivators were startled by the sudden appearance of the manifestation. Heaven above, what is that? Assiste aux une manifestation. Another terrifying existence beyond comprehension. Moreover, it was larger and more substantial than the previous 1,000 zhang one. That direction, is it not where the earlier celestial phenomenon occurred? How could there be such a fearsome manifestation again? This must signify a great event unfolding. Run. At Bema Mountain, Ling Xuanzi's 6,000 zhang Shura manifestation exuded a suffocating pressure, as though a blood-red mountain of doom bore down upon Lu Chongqing's heart. He looked down, as if a deity gazing upon an inconsequential ant, observing Lu Chongqing below. The Shura manifestation raised its colossal right foot, casting an immense shadow that enveloped the entire mountain peak where Lu Changqing stood. With the endless killing intent of the Shura killing domain and an overwhelming force, it ruthlessly descended upon Lu Changqing's very being. This foot seemed poised to crush Bema Mountain and Lu Changqing into mere dust. In the face of this terrifying blow, as if it could shatter the stars, Lu Changqing remained rooted in place, his expression astonishingly calm. A barely perceptible smirk creased the corner of his mouth. Reincarnated immortal? He whispered softly, a note of amusement and disdain lacing his tone. Such a demeanor, such a presence, devoid of any celestial grace, when provoked, resorts to ruthless measures. Indeed, in this bizarre world, even the so-called immortals lack decorum. At the very moment the words fell, Lu Changqing ceased to conceal himself. With a mere flicker of thought, the 10-inch glass divine infant, seated majestically in the center of the Purple Palace's mud ball, suddenly opened its eyes, unleashing a dazzling torrent of golden divine light. This radiance, far from blinding, was imbued with an ineffable sanctity and authority. A resounding boom, reminiscent of the primordial chaos where heaven and earth were first forged, reverberated through the 9 heavens, echoing through the void. An indescribable, terrifying aura erupted from within Lu Changqing. The colossal foot of Ling Xuanzi's 6,000 zhang Azura form, poised 100 zhang above Lu Changqing's head, abruptly froze in midair. It was as though it had collided with an invisible yet indestructible barrier, immovable and unyielding. An unfathomable, insurmountable force surged from below, instantly nullifying all the power of his form. What? Ling Xuanzi's countenance shifted dramatically, his pupils constricting. In horror, he cast his gaze downward. Beneath the foot of his Azura form, a towering figure, bathed in endless golden divine light, began to ascend slowly. It tore through the heavens. Soaring skyward, its head vanished into the clouds, feet planted firmly on the earth, as if a deity from the primordial wilderness had emerged. The figure radiated an eternal golden brilliance, its surface etched with countless intricate patterns, seemingly chronicling the grand spectacle of celestial bodies' movements and the flourishing of mountains and flora. Even more astonishing was the fact that this colossal form possessed 8 arms, each as robust as mountain ranges. Each arm was encircled by exquisitely condensed divine symbols, emanating a terrifying resonance of power, distinct yet harmonious, as if embodying the most primordial forces of the universe. Glimpsed through the partition, 5 elements great escape, beings turn soldiers. Crimson lotus hellfire, upright and shadowless, summon rain and call wind, shift stars and change constellations, shake mountains and quake the earth. The 8 divine abilities, self-realized by Lu Changqing, manifested entirely upon his form. This towering giant exuded a sacred and majestic aura, gazing down with golden eyes that seemed to contain the entirety of the cosmos' creation and destruction. Cold and indifferent. 10,000 zhang form? Ling Xuanzi felt as though struck by lightning, his very soul trembling uncontrollably. His mouth agape, his voice hoarse. Filled with incredulity and terror, he screamed, "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible. How could you possess a 10,000 zhang form? How could such a thing exist in this world?" He sensed his own insignificance before the opponent's form, feeling smaller than an ant, akin to a child just learning to stand, confronting a colossal creator deity. The pride and dignity rooted deep within his immortal soul were, in that moment, utterly crushed by this 10,000 zhang form. What responded to him was not words, but Lu Changqing's actions. Lu Changqing's towering Dharma manifestation radiated with a golden divine light. Its 8 arms, each imbued with distinct powers, resembled golden mountain ranges piercing through the heavens and the earth, extending outward simultaneously. With a resounding whoosh, 8 colossal golden hands, capable of obliterating all existence and subduing the cosmos, lunged directly toward the 6,000 zhang Azura avatar. Before this magnificent Dharma form, Ling Xuanzi's 6,000 zhang Azura avatar appeared diminutive. akin to a delicate yet fragile porcelain artifact confronted by a titanic hammer. Small, fragile, incapable of withstanding a single blow. The so-called realm of the Asura slaughter. Under the illumination of the sacred golden light from the towering Dharma, instantaneously twisted, collapsed, and dissolved into the void. The Asura avatar let out a roar of defiance, thrashing wildly in an attempt to escape the clutches of those 8 golden hands. However, all efforts proved futile. The 8 golden hands firmly grasped its head, arms, body, and legs, completely binding it, rendering it immobile. The disparity in power was akin to a chasm of unfathomable depths. Reincarnated celestial? Lu Changqing's voice, cold and filled with murderous intent, reverberated through the heavens and the earth via the towering Dharma, akin to a judgment descending from the gods of the 9 heavens. I have not shied away from slaying celestial beings. As the words fell, the 8 arms of the towering Dharma suddenly surged with power. Crack, rumble, crack, crack, crack. Ling Xuan's eyes, 6,000 Zhang Asura avatar, could no longer endure the terrifying force, emitting a series of spine-chilling, shattering sounds. Sinister and horrific fissures, resembling blood-red lightning, rapidly spread across its surface. From within the avatar, Ling Xuanzai's screams of sheer terror, filled with despair and indignation, echoed hauntingly throughout the valley. Chapter 58. The Hand-Torn Reincarnated Immortal. The initial battle of the Purple Mansion shocking the world with a sudden tearing sound, the fabric of reality was rent asunder, reverberating like a thunderous explosion. In the gaze of countless onlookers, the once invincible Asura manifestation of Ling Xuanzi was ruthlessly torn apart by Lu Changqing's towering form. This colossal body, from its head to its feet, fractured inch by inch, dismembered by unparalleled divine strength. Blood light shattered, and the Asura manifestation crumbled, ultimately transforming into a rain of light, dissipating into the void. With a splatter, as the manifestation shattered, Ling Xuanzi's true self was struck as though by the weight of 1,000 thunderbolts, blood gushing forth and his breath escaping in a tumultuous rush, leaving him utterly despondent. His divine infant wailed in sorrow, its brilliance dimmed, fissures spreading across its form, on the brink of collapse. No, this is impossible. Ling Xuanzi's eyes widened in disbelief, veins bulging with rage and horror intertwined. The towering manifestation. How could you possess such a form? His voice was hoarse, suffused with despair, trembling as he shouted. Were it not for the constraints of this realm, my true self would descend, and you, mere ants, would not dare to act so brazenly. The pride of the so-called reincarnated immortal lay in tatters at this moment, utterly obliterated. Lu Changqing remained impassive, his towering form unyielding, 8 arms overshadowing the heavens, akin to a divine being administering justice, intent on capturing Ling Xuanzi's true self. Ling Xuanzi gazed at the immense hand descending upon him, the shadow of death looming over his heart. Gritting his teeth, a fissure suddenly appeared in the center of his brow. Buzz! A dazzling jade talisman erupted forth from within. The jade talisman unfurled in the wind, instantly radiating brilliant celestial light, enveloping Ling Xuanzi's severely injured form. A terrifying wave of spatial energy rippled outward. A celestial talisman? Lu Changqing's eyes narrowed, the insight beyond the wall, activating to its utmost. He not only perceived the intricate and profound patterns within the talisman, but also faintly sensed a remote and terrifying will connected to the end of its power. Now stirred with a hint of anger. Was that the aura of the Coldming ancestor? The jade talisman, bearing Ling Xuanzi, instantaneously tore through the void before it, poised to vanish into the dark rift of space. Attempting to flee, one of Lu Changqing's massive hands shot out like lightning, striking with unparalleled swiftness towards that flickering light. However, the speed at which the talisman activated was simply too rapid. The dense spatial power contained within was enigmatic beyond comprehension. As the giant hand grasped downward, it met only emptiness. The flickering light, carrying Ling Xuanzi, had already disappeared into the spatial rift, vanishing from sight. The dark rift closed swiftly thereafter. What a pity. Lu Changqing's brow furrowed slightly. This enmity had been sealed irrevocably, failing to eradicate the threat in one fell swoop. Should the opportunity arise in the future, he would undoubtedly seek to revisit their encounter. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that Ling Xuanzi was gravely injured. Even with elixirs, he would require at least 100 or 80 years of arduous cultivation to hope for restoration. More critically, under the scrutiny of insight beyond the wall, the malevolent spirit within Ling Xuanzi that had transformed into a spiritual root was now stirring restlessly due to the severe injury. Lu Changqing dispersed his towering form, the golden light retracting, and remained clad in his azure robe, standing silently at the peak of the mountain. As I gaze upon the once ethereal Bema Mountain, I am met with a scene of utter devastation. Landslides and fissures have rendered it nearly a wasteland. Although he emerged victorious in this battle, he has inadvertently revealed some of his cards. The wrath of the Yuling Xuanzong and the unknown methods of the enigmatic Haining ancestor loom like a sword over him. Nevertheless, Lu Changqing remains composed, unperturbed by the turmoil surrounding him. From the words of Ling Xuandi, it can be inferred that the celestial beings from the upper realm incur great costs to descend to this world, and their true forms are seldom present, as they are often reincarnated. This grants him a moment of respite. As long as he possesses sufficient strength, all else is mere illusion. In the distance, the surviving cultivators, who were fortunate enough to witness the battle from afar, are already paralyzed with shock, their spirits trembling in fear. From the moment Lu Changqing first manifested his towering Dharma form of 1,000 feet, to Ling Xuandi's 6,000-foot azure body descending, and culminating in Lu Changqing's 10,000-foot divine, demonic figure tearing apart the celestial being's form, the astonishing reversal of fortunes has shattered their comprehension. The events of today, each a revelation, will surely be recounted in their lifetimes. Moreover, this was a battle of terrifying proportions, with the mysterious powers of Bema Mountain clashing against the reincarnated celestial being. The colossal Dharma form shook the world, rending the celestial form asunder. The reincarnated Ling Xuandi's body was obliterated, suffering grievous injuries as he fled, his life hanging in the balance. Such explosive news swiftly spread throughout the entire Xianxian realm of the dying dynasty. Outside of Yongzhou City, on a concealed hillside, the seventh prince, Ji Jingming, witnessed this battle unfold, his heart tumultuous with an overwhelming shock. He had once believed that, even though Lu Changqing possessed exceptional talent, he would at best be able to protect himself against a reincarnated celestial being, perhaps even falter. Little did he know the outcome would be so earth-shattering. Ling Xuandi has been defeated in such a tragic manner, retreating in disarray. The awe-inspiring and terrifying visage of that 10,000-foot Dharma form is now deeply etched in his mind. Such a prodigy, such combat prowess, transcends ordinary measures of understanding. Ji Jingming's heart quaked, and he forced himself to regain composure. With Ling Xuandi severely injured and retreating, the Yuling Xuanzong would likely be unreliable for the foreseeable future. His gaze sharpened, decisively extinguishing any thought of recruiting Lu Changqing. Such a person, he immediately dispatched a secret order to his trusted confidant. Spare no effort in uncovering the details of the cultivators from Bema Mountain. He issued a stern command. No one is to engage with him. Violators shall face merciless consequences. Meanwhile, within the Yuling Xuanzong, a figure bathed in blood stumbled in, the wretched and barely alive Ling Xuandi emerging, causing an immediate silence among the sect's upper echelons, followed by an overwhelming wave of shock and panic. The sect leader and several esteemed elders gazed at the nearly shattered divine infant, still struggling to suppress the vengeful spirit's backlash, their faces pale with terror, their scalps prickling. They promptly communicated with the other four great sects regarding the unexpected turn of events. At that moment, Ling Xuandi gritted his teeth and spoke each word with effort. Hurry to the treasury and fetch the celestial elixirs. The sect leader, acting swiftly, replied with a trembling voice, summoned the ascendant elder from seclusion. The defeat of Ling Xuandi was akin to the collapse of heaven and earth for the Yuling Xuanzong. In an instant, Lu Changqing's 10,000-foot Dharma form became a notorious legend throughout the Xianxian realm of the dying dynasty. Some referred to it as the taboo of Bema Mountain, while others marveled at it as a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Even more claimed Bema Mountain as the sacred ground of the Bema Mountain respect. Thus, Bema Mountain became a temporary forbidden zone. Ordinary cultivators dared not approach, lest they incur the wrath of that mysterious powerhouse. Lu Changqing returned to the Taoist temple, perceiving the spiritual energy surrounding the Hundred Veins Mountain. Following this recent battle, it had been subtly refined by an invisible force, resulting in a purity and concentration far surpassing the chaotic surge experienced during his earlier breakthroughs, almost resembling the nascent form of a blessed land. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the imperial capital, within the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, 5-star officials clad in robes adorned with celestial patterns were observing the movements of the stars. Suddenly, they all felt a shared sense of foreboding and raised their gazes towards Yongzhou, their faces reflecting astonishment. Reporting to the bureau chief, in the direction of Yongzhou, the stars are in upheaval, divine lights are clashing, and then, a celestial star is dimming, on the verge of falling, while another nameless star suddenly radiates an extraordinary brilliance that illuminates several provinces. The 5 hurried into the depths of the palace to respectfully report to a middle-aged man with black hair, who was none other than Lu Sheng, the chief of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau. He wore a dark robe and a high crown, his visage lean and his eyes deep as the starry sea. Upon hearing the report, Lu Sheng calculated with his fingers, displaying a hint of surprise, but soon returned to his usual calm demeanor, stating nonchalantly, "It matters not. Whether it be an immortal sect or a monstrous being, they are ultimately but fleeting shadows. Once the 5 princes contest for succession concludes, the one destined by the heavenly mandate will ascend the throne, acknowledged by the divine platform. At that time, the great Jing dynasty shall remain invincible in the mortal realm." His words exuded absolute confidence in the dynasty and the divine platform. Back at the Hundred Veins Mountain within the Taoist temple, Lu Changqing understood that this battle had thrust him into the spotlight. However, he felt little fear in his heart. The nature of this temple dictated that he would not linger in one place for long. In just over 2 months, he would embark on a journey to another region. Moreover, as long as his strength remained formidable, he would fear no adversary. He glanced at the golden panel, a knowing smile curving his lips. Chapter 59. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. Back to the source. Lu Changqing did not hesitate, silently contemplating. He felt an urgent need for the essence of Tao to comprehend the Qingping sword technique, sensing that it would become his most formidable weapon. Buzz! Everything around him instantly froze, as if the pause button had been pressed. Back to the source. Tai Sui's enigmatic eye, at the end of the Shang dynasty. With the rise of the gods, the 3 teachings contended for supremacy. Task. This night, the saint will expound the great Tao at the Bo Palace. One must listen attentively. Identity. Water and fire child. Note, 10 essence points can be consumed to choose the true form to descend. All consequences are self-born. Lu Changqing gazed at the task, his expression filled with bewilderment. This lecture by the saint is an extraordinary opportunity that ordinary people cannot hope to obtain. How could I not listen till the end? With such confusion, a whirlwind of sensations engulfed him. As Lu Changqing regained his senses, he found himself seated upon a yellow mat. This was indeed the cave abode befitting his identity as the water and fire child. At that moment, a voice, cool yet familiar, resonated from outside the cave. Water and fire child, the saint is about to expound the great Tao tonight, and the time is drawing near. You must not be late. It was the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. However, her voice, under the moonlight, lacked the warmth and approachability of the daytime. Lu Changqing felt a stir within, responding softly before rising to open the cave door. He quickly made his way outside, following closely behind the Golden Spirit Holy Mother as they proceeded towards the main hall of the Bo Palace. As they walked, Lu Changqing casually glanced up at the night sky. A radiant full moon hung high above, casting its luminous glow. Upon seeing this moon, A fleeting image flashed through his mind, an eerie visage that was akin to a half-face of the moon in the present world. Curiosity surged within him, compelling him to explore whether this primordial moon harbored any peculiarities. After all, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother was right beside him, a genuine celestial being. Moreover, the master of the celestial teachings was also stationed within the Bio Palace at this moment. Even if something unusual were to occur, it was likely that there were formidable beings to support them. With this thought, Lu Changqing quietly activated insight beyond barriers. A faint, barely perceptible divine light flickered at his brow, as his gaze pierced through layers of void, directly observing the moon in the heavens. He scrutinized it meticulously, leaving no potential anomaly overlooked. After a moment, Lu Changqing withdrew his gaze. Whether he felt a sigh of relief or a hint of disappointment, he could not discern. The moon appeared entirely ordinary, devoid of the spine-chilling oddities he had feared. Just as Lu Changqing retracted his gaze, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, who was leading the way, suddenly turned around. Her cool, clear eyes regarded him silently as she inquired, "Water and fire, child, what do you see?" At her words, Lu Changqing maintained his composure and casually replied, "In response to the Holy Mother, I was gazing at the moon." He paused briefly before adding, "The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight." Upon hearing this, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother did not say much more, merely casting a deep glance at him before turning away. Continuing to guide him towards the main hall of the Bio Palace, the cool, silvery moonlight fell silently, illuminating her already breathtakingly flawless visage, yet revealing an unsettling pallor. It was a shade bordering on the ill, adding an inexplicable eeriness to her enchanting beauty. Before long, the two arrived before the grand main hall of the Bio Palace. Shrouded in the night's embrace, the magnificent palace appeared far less resplendent than in the light of day, lacking its usual brilliance and auspicious aura. At this moment, only faint glimmers akin to distant stars emanated from the depths of the hall. The entire edifice seemed enveloped in a profound and tranquil atmosphere. The Golden Spirit Mother stepped forward and gently pushed open the hall's door. A chilling breath of air rushed forth from within, causing Lu Changqing to instinctively straighten. The scene inside surpassed his expectations. 12 cushions were meticulously arranged within the hall. However, the atmosphere was far from the serene gathering of celestial beings he had envisioned. Apart from the 4 esteemed disciples, the Daobao Taoist, the Golden Spirit Mother, the Turtle Spirit Mother, and the Wudong Mother, there were also 7 other figures seated upon the cushions. Each of these 7 figures was distinct in form, emanating an ineffable peculiar aura. Some bore the heads of dragons and bodies of fish. Others had the heads of elephants with human forms, and one sported rabbit ears and prominent tusks. Lu Changqing's heart stirred as he surmised that these must be the legendary 7 celestial attendants. What astonished him, however, was the state of all present in the hall. Regardless of whether they were the 4 esteemed disciples or the 7 celestial attendants, all bore expressions devoid of emotion, their eyes tightly closed. They sat there in tranquil silence. Within the vast hall, not a sound could be heard, not even the fall of a pin. Only the faint sound of their footsteps echoed as he and the Golden Spirit Mother moved, resonating with unusual clarity in the emptiness. Following the Golden Spirit Mother, Lu Changqing approached his designated cushion. As he took a few steps forward, his gaze inadvertently swept across the main seat. In the next instant, his pupils constricted sharply, and his steps faltered. The exalted throne, which should have belonged to the celestial teacher, was now devoid of any presence. In its place stood a life-sized, white, faceless stone sculpture. The form, contours, and every intricate detail of the sculpture sent a chilling familiarity deep into Lu Changqing's bones. It was the very statue he had carved with his own hands during the water and fireboy examination on Fire Dragon Island. The moment he beheld the statue, his heart raced uncontrollably. The bizarre figure of the celestial teacher that had manifested during the examination resurfaced unbidden in his mind. Coupled with the task issued by the system to attentively listen to the sermon, a dreadful thought took shape in his mind. Lu Changqing realized that this so-called sermon from the celestial teacher was indeed shrouded in mystery. He forcefully suppressed the turmoil within his heart and settled onto his designated cushion, maintaining a facade of calm while discreetly observing those around him through his peripheral vision. In the dim light of the hall, he could not discern whether it was merely his imagination at play. The more he observed, the more he sensed something amiss. The once warm and smiling Taoist Dubao now bore an expression tinged with shadow and resentment. The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit appeared utterly lifeless, devoid of any semblance of vitality. The Holy Mother of No Self emanated an aura of chilling gloom, as if the mat beneath her was subtly writhing. Even the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, who had previously guided him, wore a disturbingly pallid countenance that evoked unease. As for the 7 accompanying celestial beings, each radiated an unsettling and grotesque distortion, an otherworldly aura. Just as Lu Chongqing felt a surge of trepidation, the air within the hall suddenly plummeted in temperature, becoming increasingly frigid and piercing. Subsequently, the scant remnants of starlight seemed to be extinguished by an unseen hand, vanishing instantaneously. A bone-chilling cold and an impenetrable darkness enveloped him, shrouding everything in an eerie silence, an absolute silence. Lu Chongqing could even hear the thunderous rhythm of his own heartbeat. In the next moment, a harmonious yet chilling voice resonated from the darkness. All figures within the hall, including the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, simultaneously spoke in unison. Their voices, cold to the extreme, devoid of any fluctuation or emotional resonance, echoed eerily. We humbly welcome the arrival of the saint. Chapter 60. The Sage's Sermon on the Method of Severing the Good Corpse. The resonant call of welcome for the sage's arrival echoed through the solemn hall like an invisible decree. In an instant, the sage manifested upon the cold, white, faceless stone sculpture that adorned the throne. The stony aura of lifelessness swiftly dissipated, replaced by an indescribable vitality that coursed through it. In the blink of an eye, the stone had transformed into the familiar silhouette of the celestial master. Lu Chongqing, having learned from others, closed his eyes tightly and lowered his head slightly. The bone-chilling familiarity surged once more, overwhelming him. In the darkness, it felt as though countless cold, emotionless gazes were silently scrutinizing him from all directions. In his ears, the peculiar, intricate whispers, akin to millions of insects crawling, invaded his consciousness, stirring his very spirit. To open his eyes would mean death, and a most dreadful demise at that. This thought was the deepest imprint, indelibly etched into the depths of his soul. At that moment, from the direction of the throne, the celestial master's voice, cold and detached as though carved from the frost of the nether realms, resonated within the hearts of all present. You have all attained the golden immortal status. Tonight, I shall expound upon the most profound and perilous method of severing the good corpse within the triad of corpse severance. The celestial master paused slightly, and Lu Chongqing immediately felt that invisible, chilling scrutiny sharpen and intensify upon him. Water and fire youth, although you have yet to reach the path of immortality, your foundation is commendable, and you too may partake in this supreme doctrine. With that pronouncement, without waiting for Lu Chongqing to respond, the master began his sermon. In the realms of azure skies and yellow springs, I beheld the multitude of primordial earth. Each word seemed to encapsulate a truth born from the very chaos of creation. Good is but the flower of evil. The way is the root of sin. The path of good and evil is inextricably intertwined. Yet each syllable morphed into twisted, writhing black runes, shimmering with ominous light. To sever the good is to sever the sin. To sever the self is to sanctify the self. As these runes emerged, they emitted a piercing shriek that sent shivers through the very core of existence. Like a ravenous swarm of locusts, they gnawed and devoured. Burrowing deep into Lu Chongqing's mind, they writhed within his consciousness, assembling a complete yet disturbingly aberrant and frenzied theoretical framework. This force brought forth indescribable agony, yet it was accompanied by a strangely compelling allure, akin to the gaze of the abyss, drawing him inexorably into its depths. This method, upon first hearing, seemed to contain some celestial truth. However, upon deeper contemplation, These so-called principles all pointed towards the ultimate ruthlessness and selflessness, viewing goodness as a superfluous appendage to all cultivation, a karmic burden that must be eradicated. It was as if lost in a grand illusion of the way. As the eerie tones of the doctrine delved ever deeper, Lu Changqing's consciousness began to blur. He genuinely perceived that he had grasped the supreme and exalted truth of the origin, especially when a master spoke of how to awaken one's inherent benevolence, only to sever it with a ruthless precision akin to carving flesh from bone. A powerful, irresistible impulse surged forth from the deepest recesses of Lu Changqing's heart, an immediate urge to sever himself, the very essence of that so-called goodness, himself, the greatest obstacle to attaining enlightenment. To sever the karma is not to harm the self. Only by relinquishing the self can one break free from shackles and attain the great way. At that moment, the inner demon surged forth, the palm blade poised to strike. Lu Changqing raised his right hand, fingers together, transforming into a sharp blade of the palm, descending fiercely towards his own neck. He seemed to envision that with a single stroke, he could instantly transcend. The palm blade, imbued with a resolute intent, descended upon his neck, yet did not strike. Again, still it did not move. Suddenly, Lu Changqing felt a jolt throughout his body. His consciousness began to clarify. No, this method requires the acquisition of a suitable spiritual treasure for self-immolation, to entrust the soul's essence. Without a fitting spiritual weapon, how could he sever himself in one blow? And why must he harm himself? After the so-called sanctification, would he still be himself? It was in this fleeting moment of contemplation and doubt that he managed to extricate himself from the thrall of madness. Grasping a sliver of clarity, an intense chill erupted from his tailbone, surging wildly along his spine, rushing upwards to the crown of his head. Lu Changqing was so startled by his earlier suicidal impulse that his soul nearly fled his body. How close he had come! Had he possessed a weapon, he might have already severed himself. Instinctively, he abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes. However, what greeted him was the stone sculpture of the saint, the master of the heavenly path. Unbeknownst to him, the master had approached Lu Changqing. The previously indistinct features of the sculpture now revealed an ancient and imposing visage. Yet, the eyes that should have held the mysteries of the Great Way were now filled with boundless malice, ferocity, and resentment. Those eyes seemed poised to drag all of existence, the sun, the moon, and the stars, into an eternal abyss of destruction and despair. Boldness. A thunderous roar erupted from the statue's mouth. You dare to gaze upon me. This voice no longer resonated through the heart's lake, but exploded directly within Lu Changqing's soul. Each word transformed into an invisible colossal hammer, striking fiercely upon his spirit. Infused with an undeniable supreme authority and a chilling murderous intent, Lu Changqing felt as though his soul had been cast into a millennium of icy depths, pierced by countless steel needles, the agony nearly freezing his thoughts. An irresistible force of terror crashed upon him like a landslide or a tsunami. Lu Changqing felt the world spinning chaotically before him, the surroundings rapidly distorting, collapsing, and dissipating. His consciousness plummeted into an endless abyss of darkness, like a kite severed from its string. In a daze, a line of cold golden text flashed before his eyes. Mission failed. When Lu Changqing regained his senses, he found himself back in his own Taoist temple. He gasped for breath, his forehead and back drenched in cold sweat. The vengeful gaze of the stone statue lingered in his mind, evoking a terror that threatened to shatter his very soul. And the image of his own spinning head remained vividly etched in his memory, leaving him shaken, his limbs slightly trembling. He forced his chaotic thoughts to calm, attempting to recall the method of severing the benevolent corpse. However, to his horror, he discovered that his mind was, in fact, a blank slate, not entirely devoid of content. Though, he faintly remembered a few distorted phrases: benevolence, tumor, sever me, sanctify me. It seemed as if most of that experience had never truly existed in his memory. Only that chilling sensation of temptation and the terrifying brush with self-destruction remained. How bizarre was this saint's sermon? He compelled his tumultuous thoughts to settle, beginning to analyze the reasons for his failure. One must never open their eyes during the sermon. The moment one gazes directly at the saint's statue, an attack is inevitable. This time, I shall close all my senses, neither hearing nor seeing. Let us see how you fare. Lu Chongqing clenched his teeth, a resolute glimmer flashing in his eyes. He settled into a cross-legged position, adjusting his mind, dispelling distractions, and silently communicated with the Eastern Emperor Bell once more. Back to the source. Chapter 61. The Failure of Origin. Falsehoods, all falsehoods. Lu Chongqing, once more accompanied by the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, stepped into the heart of the dread-inspiring Bo Palace. The familiar tide of darkness surged forth, enveloping him completely. The oppressive sensation, penetrating to the marrow, descended upon him once again. He found a cushion and sat cross-legged. The emotionless chorus of voices within the hall coalesced once more. We welcome the arrival of the sage. As the words echoed, the sage materialized. The eerily distorted sermon commenced, as anticipated, with a tone that remained warped, infused with an insidious power capable of beguiling hearts and leading souls astray. Lu Chongqing tightly shut his eyes, severing his five senses, and silently recited the adage in his heart. Falsehoods, all falsehoods. He endeavored not to heed each word, each twisted syllable. He could even sense that within this extreme enclosure, his spirit teetered on the brink of utter silence, as if his very existence had become tenuous. The stillness intermingled with the devilish chants, while time dragged on laboriously. Each breath felt like torture, prolonged and agonizing. Yet, Lu Chongqing dared not relent. A moment's carelessness could plunge him back into the abyss of self-destructive madness. Fortunately, this time, the overwhelming urge for self-harm did not resurface, providing him with a modicum of solace. Uncertain how long had elapsed, the heart-stopping sermon abruptly ceased without forewarning. Instantly, the grand hall was plunged into a silence even more suffocating than before. An intangible yet oppressive weight pervaded the air, almost shattering bones. Though his eyes remained shut, Lu Chongqing remained acutely aware that the statue of the celestial master above seemed to stir once more. A chilling, indescribable pressure, heavy as a mountain, began to radiate toward his position. In that very instant, among the 11 other cushions surrounding him, the already uncanny figures suddenly exuded an aura of extreme peril. 10 chilling, piercing gazes, as if imbued with substance, pierced through the boundless darkness. They transformed into 11 poison blades, ruthlessly impaling Lu Chongqing. In that fleeting moment, a chill coursed down his spine, and his scalp prickled as though countless fine needles were piercing his skin. The water and fire youth. The remaining 11 within the hall intoned in unison, their voices icy and resonant. The chilling echoes converged from all directions, reverberating directly within his heart. You dare not listen attentively to the sage's sermon? How profoundly disrespectful. You have invited death upon yourself. Each word felt as though it emerged from the depths of the underworld, sending a shiver down Lu Chongqing's spine. His heart plummeted, an intense premonition of doom flooding his being. Not listening attentively, in his efforts to shield himself from seduction, he had indeed exerted every effort to block out the sermon, failing to comprehend its essence. And now, he had been caught in the act. Just as he attempted to voice a defense, he was struck with horror, realizing that his throat was ensnared by an invisible hand, rendering him utterly voiceless, unable to utter a single word. Immediately, an irresistible and overwhelming force, akin to a cataclysmic avalanche, surged forth once more. Before his eyes, the world spun violently. The cold, merciless words task failed appeared once again in the fading recesses of his consciousness. Within the temple, Lu Chongqing abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, as if he had just been pulled from the depths of water. With a thud, he collapsed onto the ground, his complexion as pale as parchment. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, striking the hard stone floor beside him with a fierce punch, creating a shallow dent in the solid surface. A tumult of frustration, unwillingness, and profound confusion filled his heart. For the first time, he gazed directly at the enigmatic sage, realizing his task had failed. This time, he had learned his lesson and kept his eyes closed throughout the ordeal, striving to block out the sermon's content. Yet, the outcome remained the same: failure. He forced his chaotic mind to calm down, repeatedly mulling over the 6 words of the system's task. Listen attentively to the sermon. This was not difficult to comprehend, implying that he must endure until the sermon concluded without any interruptions. For instance, awakening prematurely like the first time, or avoiding listening altogether as he had in the second instance. However, he needed to listen while ensuring that he remained unperturbed and untempted by the sermon's influence. Moreover, he absolutely could not open his eyes. He had to immerse himself completely, avoiding any faults that could be pointed out. Lu Changqing furrowed his brow tightly. This bizarre task was riddled with perilous traps. How was he to proceed? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. The Eastern Emperor Bell. If he could summon the ethereal projection of the Eastern Emperor Bell to shield himself, would it not be possible to isolate himself from the seductive power of the sermon while remaining alert enough to truly listen? He reasoned that since the Eastern Emperor Bell was a primordial treasure, its projection possessed unfathomable capabilities, making it worth a try. Let us give it a go. A glimmer of determination sparked in Lu Changqing's eyes. Having faced 2 failures already, what harm could one more attempt bring? At worst, he would simply die again. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly quelled the turmoil and unease within him, once again settling into a meditative position, aligning his spirit and dismissing all distractions. Moments later, he silently communicated with the ethereal projection of the Eastern Emperor Bell within his dantian. Tracing back to the source, within the main hall of the Azure Palace, Lu Changqing sat cross-legged upon his mat. Just as the call echoed, a second before the sage descended, his mind suddenly stirred. Deep within his consciousness, the ancient and mysterious projection of the Eastern Emperor Bell trembled slightly. With a resonating sound, reminiscent of ancient times, a bell toll reverberated quietly within him. Following that, a resplendent yet gentle golden radiance, imbued with grandeur and vastness, surged forth from his being. The golden light swiftly coalesced, transforming into the ethereal image of a golden bell. The walls of the bell bore faint patterns of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and flora, exuding an unparalleled majesty capable of suppressing all evils throughout eternity. This ethereal golden bell enveloped Lu Changqing entirely, providing him with a formidable shield. The sacred golden light emanated softly, dispelling the dense darkness that enveloped Lu Changqing within a radius of several feet. He could even faintly glimpse the figures shrouded in ink-like shadows on the nearby mats. Their faces, illuminated by the golden glow, appeared increasingly somber and distorted, evoking an unsettling chill. Yet, even the Taoist master seemed oblivious to the emergence of this golden bell shadow, showing no sign of disturbance, maintaining an unchanging demeanor as if it were eternal. From the exalted seat, the cold and indifferent voice of the Taoist master resonated directly within the hearts of the assembly. In the realms of Bailuo and Huangquan, amidst the vast azure skies, I witnessed the multitude of the floating Li Tuesday. Each word exuded an indescribable air of malevolence and distortion. Every syllable sought to transform into writhing, dark runes, burrowing into the minds of the listeners. However, this time, Lu Changqing was shielded by the golden bell. He felt that although those utterances remained bizarre and carried a chilling essence emanating from the marrow, they could no longer seep into his consciousness or taint his spirit as before, let alone incite any frenzied thoughts of self-harm. The golden bell resonated, cascading myriad rays of golden light, forming an indomitable, invisible barrier. As the sinister sounds of the teachings touched the golden light, they dissipated like snow before the blazing sun. Their insidious temptations, malevolence, and twisted power swiftly vanquished and purified. Only a relatively pure doctrine remained, reaching Lu Changqing's ears. Pure benevolence, also a form of obsession, must be severed with a sharp instrument, transforming the ethereal into the tangible, entrusting it to the spiritual treasure. By entrusting benevolence to the innate spiritual treasure, one can evoke the manifestation of compassion. The phrases filtered through the golden bell entered his ears, and Lu Chongqing felt a jolt. The teachings were still the same, yet devoid of their seductive flavor. Resolutely, Lu Chongqing focused intently, cautiously absorbing the doctrine refined by the Golden Bell. There were no other disturbances in the surroundings. This should be stable. He silently rejoiced, yet dared not let down his guard, remaining utterly vigilant. Time flowed quietly as Lu Chongqing immersed himself in this extraordinary state of listening. Unbeknownst to him, the heavy, ink-like darkness outside the hall began to gradually lighten. A faint glimmer of light seemed to pierce through endless barriers, striving to illuminate this enigmatic chamber. Above, the Tongtian masters' indifferent discourse grew sparse and muted, seemingly approaching its conclusion. At last, the teachings for the night drew to a close. The detached voice delivered its final word. You should ponder deeply, swiftly sever the benevolent corpses, lest you fail to honor my teachings. As the words faded, the imposing yet peculiar figure of the sage on the exalted seat dissipated like smoke scattered by the wind. Along with it vanished the faceless white stone statue. Simultaneously, a segment of profound, intricate, yet somewhat chilling information regarding the doctrine emerged, like a tide surging forth. The complete method of slaying benevolent corpses was indelibly etched in Lu Chongqing's mind. It encompassed everything from how to evoke and nurture one's own benevolent thoughts to how to seek the spiritual treasures that serve as their vessels. Furthermore, it detailed the intricate process of meticulously severing each layer and refining them into the spiritual treasures, transforming them into embodiments of compassion. The process was extraordinarily detailed and profoundly intricate. A prompt appeared before him. Lu Chongqing's gaze flickered as he noticed the additional option to remain here. Memories of the time he had saved Prince Yinjiao during the source retrieval mission in the ancient temple flooded back to him. It seemed that if a task had been failed more than once, an option like this would present itself upon completion. That time, he had sought the teachings of the celestial master, and now he felt no hesitation as he silently resolved to remain here. Having encountered the enigmatic sage who preached during the night, his curiosity was truly piqued. Chapter 62. Is it real? Is it fake? A dream of yellow millet? At this moment, the clear morning light had already penetrated through the palace doors and window frames. The warm rays of dawn pierced through the thin mist, dispelling the lingering darkness and chill within the hall. The Taoist Master Duo Bao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, the Holy Mother of Wudong, and the 7 celestial attendants of various forms appeared to awaken languidly from an immensely profound meditation. They slowly opened their eyes, their depths seemingly still imbued with a hint of the fatigue and satisfaction that follows a deep understanding of the Tao. Lu Chongqing gazed intently. At that moment, Taoist Master Duo Bao wore a gentle smile, embodying the benevolence of a compassionate elder, a stark contrast to his demeanor from the previous night. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, with her hair elegantly styled and adorned with gleaming gold hairpins, radiated grace and grandeur, her presence strikingly regal. The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit also appeared vibrant, her eyes clear as if reflecting a serene autumn lake, shimmering with life. Even the previously somewhat eerie Holy Mother of Wudong now exuded an ethereal aura, no trace of darkness lingering about her. As for the 7 celestial attendants, they each bore a dignified countenance, their unusual forms now emanating an air of majesty. Where was the slightest hint of the strangeness they exhibited during last night's teachings? This dramatic transformation left Lu Chongqing feeling as though he were in a different world. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, her bright eyes sparkling, happened to catch Lu Chongqing's gaze. She nodded slightly, her voice gentle and melodious, reminiscent of a bright day's first light, devoid of the pallor and chilling aura from the previous night. Young one of water and fire, have you gleaned some insight from the teachings of the sage? Lu Chongqing forcibly suppressed the tumultuous doubts and emotions swirling within him. After a moment's contemplation, he could not help but inquire, "Esteemed Holy Mother, I find myself perplexed. Last night, during the sage's discourse, the state of the hall and the demeanor of the Holy Mothers and my esteemed seniors, Why was there such a stark contrast? He chose his words with care, striving to avoid sounding abrupt. Upon hearing this, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit slightly furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of appropriate surprise and confusion gracing her exquisite features. Contrast, she murmured. The sage commenced the teachings of the Supreme Tao, an unparalleled opportunity. We basked in the celestial sound, hearkening to the sacred instructions. Everything was as it should be. Wherefore the notion of contrast? Could it be that, as you encountered the Tao for the first time, your mind was unsettled, leading you to perceive some illusion? At this moment, not far away on the meditation mat, Taoist Master Donghuang Bell, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, and the Holy Mother of Wudong had also overheard the conversation and turned their gazes towards them. Their expressions, which had initially been calm, gradually shifted to one of perplexity towards Lu Chongqing, as if he had uttered something utterly absurd. Taoist Master Donghuang Bell even rose, approaching with measured steps, still wearing that signature gentle smile. Young disciple of water and fire, could it be that in your first encounter with the sage's profound teachings, your spirit was stirred, leading to some misunderstanding, blurring the line between dream and reality? The sage's teachings are profound and intricate, even for us. Considerable time is required to truly comprehend and digest them. Your experience, dear disciple, is not entirely beyond understanding. The remaining disciples and the 7 attendants of the 7 immortals nodded in agreement, expressing their understanding and consolation regarding Lu Chongqing's less than favorable state. Observing their uniformly typical reactions and listening to their reasonable explanations, Lu Chongqing felt an indescribable chill surge from the depths of his heart, coursing up his spine and striking his mind. They had all completely forgotten the events of the previous night, or rather, in their memories, the sermon from last night was merely a tranquil and normal preaching by the sage. Indeed, on that night at Fire Dragon Island, the sage's descent was also remarkably peculiar, occurring once again in the night. Was there some hidden connection within this? A tempest of thoughts swirled within Lu Chongqing, yet he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. Following the words of the treasure master, he spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Perhaps it is indeed the disciple's shallow cultivation, startled by the supreme Tao, leading to a moment of daze under the sage's words. The sage's words are indeed deafening, and the disciple must ponder them carefully. As he spoke, his gaze seemingly casually swept over the Golden Spirit Mother once more. He keenly discerned a faint trace in the depths of her eyes, reminiscent of the sickly pallor from the previous night, lingering like an unresolved dream, quietly dormant. Had he not been deeply impressed last night, focusing intently now might have rendered it imperceptible. Seeing him return to normal, the others ceased to dwell on the matter. They exchanged casual remarks about their insights from the sermon and then rose, bowing to each other in farewell, preparing to return to their respective caves for seclusion to digest the knowledge gained that night. Lu Chongqing also respectfully bowed to everyone and then quietly exited the main hall of the Bo Palace, returning to his own water and fire-child cave. Upon returning to the cave, the restrictions lifted. Lu Chongqing seated himself cross-legged and could not help but recall the heavenly master from the previous night and the method of slaying the benevolent corpses. If the heavenly master of the night represented evil, then all benevolent thoughts must be eradicated. What did the heavenly master during the day signify? Goodness? Or merely a conventional sage? A sage should align with the heavenly Tao. Could it be that this world's heavenly Tao is anomalous, to the extent that even the sage has become enigmatic? With too little information, even after pondering for a long time, Lu Chongqing could not untangle any coherent thread. Ultimately, he exhaled softly, temporarily suppressing these chaotic thoughts. Engaging in such concerns would yield little benefit in his current situation. He should now delve into the Qingping sword technique. As for the sage's peculiarities and the world's strangeness, there would be ample opportunity to explore once his strength was sufficient. However, he wondered whether succeeding in comprehending the Qingping sword technique within the Bo Palace would provoke any changes. Chapter 63. The ultimate realization of the Qingping sword technique. The sword moves the Emerald Palace. Lu Changqing's gaze was profound as he fixed his eyes on the four ancient characters of the Qingping sword technique that resided in his mind. He purged his thoughts, allowing his spirit to descend into tranquility. With the consumption of a modicum of Tao rhythm, a subtle shift in his mind dissipated a fragment of the profound essence. In an instant, he found himself immersed in the scene. The figure of the green-clad Taoist wielded a 3-foot azure blade, the sword dancing freely with an effortless grace, yet imbued with the utmost principles of truth. His spirit was tugged by the radiant sword lights, reshaped by the enigmatic rhythms. His comprehension of the sword path surged like a roaring tide, ascending relentlessly. Not enough. He infused a second measure of Tao rhythm. The Taoist's sword moves became increasingly vivid in his eyes, transforming from mere whimsical motions into the embodiment of the utmost simplicity of the Great Way. Be it slashing, hacking, thrusting, or dotting. Each move stirred the energies of heaven and earth, subtly invoking the circulation of laws. He was entranced, witnessing countless sword shadows intertwining in his sea of consciousness, evolving, collapsing, and then being reborn. He felt himself breaking through the layers of mist surrounding the sword technique at a terrifying speed, reaching the very core of its essence. Once more, gritting his teeth, he continued to expend his energy. 1 point, 2 points. Upon the disappearance of the 5th point of Tao rhythm, boom, in the depths of Lu Changqing's mind, it was as if the heavens and earth were being forged anew. The figure of the green-clad Taoist suddenly solidified, the azure blade trembling in his grasp, and myriad sword shadows converged into one. An overwhelming sword, intense sword into the heavens. At this moment, enlightenment dawned upon him, and he comprehended the quintessence of the Qingping sword technique entirely. He beheld that beneath that radiant sword light, whether it be the divine weapons of the 9 heavens or supreme supernatural powers, with but a single sword, everything was utterly shattered. Those ancient deities, towering like mountains and swallowing the galaxies, could only emit a lament of unwillingness as they were swept away by the azure blade, turning to ash and vanishing without a trace. One sword, shattering myriad laws. One sword, severing gods and demons. Qingping, I, once a mere floating reed, dare to wield a sword and contend with the heavens. This, indeed, is the Qingping sword technique. Just as Lu Changqing achieved complete understanding, boom, thunderous roars erupted above the Emerald Palace as the wind and clouds were drawn into a vortex, a formidable and unparalleled sword aura tearing through the cosmos, surged skyward from the direction of the Water and Fireboy's cave. It forcefully rent a vast fissure in the firmament, stretching for billions of miles, never to be healed. The sword aura spanned countless miles. Wherever it passed, the void trembled and wailed, the laws of nature crumbled and retreated. Golden Turtle Island quaked, mountains bowed low, and lakes surged with towering waves. A sharp, cutting presence permeated the air, as if it could cleave through all things in existence. The heavens showered down immeasurable celestial light, transforming into a cascade of colorful blossoms falling from the sky. The earth erupted with golden lotus flowers, blanketing both the interior and exterior of the Emerald Palace. Celestial flowers rained down, and golden lotuses surged forth from the earth. This astonishing phenomenon instantaneously enveloped Golden Turtle Island, shaking all the celestial beings of the Emerald Palace. In the company of the 7 Immortals' cave, the black cloud Immortal abruptly shook his whisk, causing several strands to snap. His eyes widened, divine light flashing. As he gazed at the center of the anomaly, astonishment and confusion flooding his visage. What kind of aura is this? The dragon-headed Immortal stepped out of the cave and gazed up at the terrifying scar in the sky, exclaiming in shock. Such a formidable sword intent. Such pure and overwhelming power. Is it the Qingping sword technique of the master? The expression of the golden light Immortal grew grave as he calculated with his fingers, his countenance shifting abruptly. The source of the anomaly is actually the cave of the Water and Fire Boy, the long-eared Immortal of steadfast light, the spirit tooth Immortal, the PL Immortal. and the golden hoop Immortal also rushed out. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting disbelief and astonishment. This newcomer, the boy, can actually evoke such a phenomenon. Within the caverns of the four esteemed disciples, the Taoist of many treasures froze, his fingers suspended in midair, a glimmer of profound astonishment crossing his eyes. This aura is indeed the Qingping sword technique, and yet it is so pure, reaching straight to the essence. Has it been thoroughly comprehended? His voice resonated with incredulity. The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit suddenly rose, her aura surging. Known for her forthright nature, she spoke directly. Qingping sword technique? Impossible. This technique is obscure and difficult to grasp. Even we golden immortals have only skimmed the surface after a century, unable to enter its true path. How could anyone invoke such a phenomenon? Her tone was laced with skepticism. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit's clear eyes were filled with shock. Gazing at the celestial flowers raining down and the earth surging with golden lotuses, she murmured, celestial flowers cascading, the earth surging with golden lotuses. This is a sign of comprehending the supreme, mystical method. Who is it in the Bo Palace who has fathomed the Master's Qingping sword technique? Her voice carried a hint of bewilderment. The Holy Mother of Wudong also felt her mind stirred, her gaze drawn to the epicenter of the anomaly. Soon, the source of the phenomenon was pinpointed, the cave of the water and fire boy. Upon realizing that this astonishing anomaly was caused by the newly arrived water and fire boy, the entire Bo Palace fell into an eerie silence. The 7 attendants exchanged glances, their astonishment immeasurable. Is it the water and fire boy? What is his true origin? His cultivation level is so profound that even we golden immortals cannot see through it, as if he were an ordinary mortal. Moreover, the voice of the cloudy sky Immortal was dry, tinged with a barely perceptible trepidation. Did he not just arrive a few days ago? The dragon-headed Immortal raised his voice, clearly unable to accept it. In just a short span of days, he comprehended the Qingping sword technique. Who exactly is this child? Golden light Immortal furrowed his brow, for the matter was far from simple as it appeared. The Taoist of many treasures, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, and other esteemed disciples wore expressions that were complex and unspeakable. Shock, surprise, and a hint of indescribable bitterness and envy. They understood all too well the difficulty of grasping the Qingping sword technique. This sword technique is unrelated to cultivation level. It solely depends on one's comprehension and affinity. To comprehend it is to comprehend it. Within the vast Bo Palace, with countless disciples, everyone knows of the Qingping sword technique, yet no one can truly fathom it. Within the main hall, the master of the celestial teachings, seated upon the 9-colored cloud bed, opened his eyes. Those eyes were as profound as the starry sky, containing the cosmic truths of life and death. A slight smile played upon his lips, revealing a look of satisfaction. Indeed, just 2 words, yet they bore unmatched authority. His gaze shifted slightly towards the direction of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. In the next moment, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit felt a stirring in her heart as the Master's voice resonated in her ears. Her expression tightened with seriousness. She dared not delay. Immediately rising, her lotus steps gracefully moving towards the cave of the water and fire boy. The voice of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits was gentle, imbued with a touch of complexity. The Master summoned. Within the cave dwelling, Lu Changqing reigned in his surging sword intent, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. His heart was tranquil, devoid of surprise. To cause such a commotion while comprehending the Qingping sword technique at the Bo Palace was precisely for this moment, was it not? He suppressed his thoughts, adjusted his robe, activated the restrictions, and stepped outside. I appreciate your guidance, Holy Mother, Lu Changqing said, bowing slightly to the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits. She regarded him with a deep gaze, filled with curiosity and a subtle hint of admiration. Since the establishment of someone finally grasped the Master's Qingping sword technique. Surely the Master would be exceedingly pleased. She nodded, refraining from further words, and turned toward the main hall. Lu Changqing followed her at a leisurely pace. Upon re-entering the main hall of the Biao Palace, Lu Changqing's gaze immediately fell upon the seat of honor. The master of the celestial teachings sat upon a bed of 9 colored clouds, surrounded by celestial light, with countless auspicious omens swirling around him. His demeanor was imposing, his visage ancient, with mysterious patterns of the heavenly Tao flickering on his forehead. This was a stark contrast to the Master's appearance last night, when he was shrouded in a chilling aura, exuding an eerie presence, as if he had emerged from the depths of the abyss. Were it not for his personal experience, Lu Changqing might have believed that all of last night's events were merely a nightmare. Disciple of water and fire, pays respects to the sage. Lu Changqing bowed with reverence. The master of the celestial teachings gazed upon him with warmth, his voice grand yet serene. In such a brief span, you have comprehended my Qingping sword technique. Your talent and insight are indeed extraordinary. Lu Changqing's heart stirred slightly, yet he maintained an air of humility. The disciple is dull-witted, fortunate to have comprehended it, all thanks to the sage's profound methods. I dare not claim credit. His words were impeccably crafted, neither boastful nor dismissive of the sage's skill. Upon hearing this, a hint of approval graced the master's lips. Well spoken. He paused before continuing. Since you have grasped the Qingping sword technique, it is evident that you are fated to the sword path, and your aptitude is commendable. Here, I possess a supreme divine ability, unparalleled in the primordial realm. Would you care to learn it? Lu Changqing's heart raced. A divine ability, a supreme one, personally imparted by the master of the celestial teachings. He immediately bowed and responded, "The disciple wishes to learn. I beseech the sage to impart the teachings." It would be foolish not to seek the sage's divine abilities. The master of the celestial teachings slightly inclined his head. This divine ability is not to be taken lightly. You must first cultivate your immortal path to establish a foundation to bear it. At that time, I shall teach you. For now, do not neglect your practice of the Qingping sword technique. The disciple shall obey. Lu Changqing replied. Curiosity bubbled within him about what divine ability required the attainment of immortality for its learning. Could it be the legendary extermination of Immortal's sword array that shook the primordial realm? As this thought crossed his mind, his heart skipped a beat, and an indescribable excitement surged within him. Amidst the ebb and flow of his emotions, the master of the celestial teachings shifted his tone, his voice resonating with a timeless depth as if it spanned countless ages. Water and fire youth. Do you know that since the great Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, and the primordial chaos has evolved under the operation of the heavenly Tao, this realm has already endured the initial calamity of the dragon and Han eras and the calamity of the witch and demon. Now, amidst the myriad of worldly matters, the entanglement of cause and effect among all sentient beings has rekindled the flames of slaughter, and the third great calamity, the catastrophe of the canonization, has already commenced. At this juncture, the master of the heavenly teachings cast a meaningful glance at Lu Changqing. You possess profound fortune and extraordinary destiny. You are not among those destined to face this calamity. There is no need for you, unlike the other disciples, to shut yourself away in a cave, reciting the 2 volumes of the Huangting scripture to avert disaster. You may choose to venture into the mundane world at your leisure. And as my water and fire youth of the Biao Palace, others shall not dare to easily insult you. Perhaps you may even discover a fortuitous opportunity that belongs uniquely to you. The master's words, seemingly light as clouds, reverberated like thunder in Lu Changqing's heart. His heart raced suddenly, and his blood felt as if it had momentarily frozen. What did the sage mean? Am I not one destined to face calamity? Does this refer to the identity of the water and fire youth, or to me, Lu Changqing, as an individual? He forcefully suppressed the tumult of confusion and astonishment within, burying it deep. The heart of a sage is inscrutable. The more one speaks, the more one errs. The master of the heavenly teachings continued. Before you depart from the Biao Palace, you may return here once more. For now, you may go. With these words, the sage fell silent, clearly signaling the end of the conversation. Disciple takes his leave. Lu Changqing bowed respectfully and exited the grand hall. Chapter 64. The sage bestows the sword. The immortal emerges from Bo. The sword slays the dragon's corpse. 10 days have passed within the water and Firechild's cave. Lu Chongqing sat cross-legged, a thread of inexpressible doubt etched upon his brow. Why had the return notification of the Eastern Emperor Bell not yet arrived? He pondered within. Throughout these 10 days, he had traversed the Bo Palace both inside and out, fully familiarizing himself with this legendary sacred ground of the. As for the knights, each evening, the Tongtian consistently delivered sermons in the main hall of Bo Palace, expounding upon the eerie and chilling method of slaying the. Lu Chongqing had grown so accustomed to it that he could almost predict the next words to escape the speaker's lips. Yet, the likes of Duo Bao and other golden immortals remained entranced by the discourse. His gaze sharpened. No longer would he wait. It was time to elevate his cultivation. Once he attained the path of the immortals, he would heed his words and venture into the mundane world. Lu Chongqing mused. In this perilous and treacherous primordial world, stepping out without attaining immortality was akin to wandering exposed through a brothel, utterly devoid of security. Furthermore, the calamity of that had already unfurled its curtain, presenting an opportune moment to accrue. With a stroke of fortune, he might even seize the chance to restore the essence of the Eastern Emperor Bell. With this thought, Lu Chongqing's mind stirred, and he connected with the panel in his consciousness. Destiny, Eastern Emperor Bell. Spirit Treasure, Essence. Fragment, 19.10000. Cultivation, complete perfection of the purple, enhancement possible. Spirit, 169 points, 10 points. Spirit Root, Tai Shui I, Source traceable 715 times. Divine Powers, Insight Beyond Walls. Great Escape of the 5 Elements. Beings Turn Soldiers. Red Lotus of Karmic Fire. True Stand Without Shadow. Summon Rain and Wind. Shift Stars and Change Constellations. Shake Mountains and Tremble the Earth. His gaze fell upon the cultivation section, transitioning from the purple to, and subsequently ascending to the realm of the immortals. Require the consumption of 2 points of. After achieving immortality, one would then navigate through the realms of, and each realm further divided into early, mid, late, and complete perfection stages. Enhancement. Lu Chongqing hesitated not for an instant, affirming his intent. In a fleeting moment, the characters upon the panel flickered subtly. Cultivation, early stage of immortal realm. A surge of power, far surpassing that of the purple, spontaneously blossomed within him, coursing through his limbs and bones. His underwent a refinement, becoming more solid and translucent. As Lu Chongqing meticulously savored this newfound strength, he keenly sensed a trace of insubstantiality within it. He paid it little heed. This was merely a fragment of the Eastern Emperor Bell's recounted history, and his cultivation was but an ephemeral illusion. His elevation in realm was solely to facilitate the acquisition of, and that was sufficient. The sky was clear, adorned with clouds, devoid of any celestial phenomena, heralding a breakthrough in a cultivator. Everything remained tranquil and unremarkable. His advancement was a trivial matter, far less grand than the tumultuous waves experienced during his comprehension of the Qingping sword technique. Rising to his feet, Lu Chongqing adjusted his water and fire Taoist robe and strode directly toward the main hall of Bo Palace. He intended to articulate to the Tongtian his desire to venture out for practical experience. By the way, I wish to inquire about the profound abilities that the master spoke of, which would be imparted upon achieving immortality. Within the main hall, the master of the celestial sect remained seated upon his 9-colored cloud bed. Upon noticing Lu Chongqing's arrival, whose aura had evidently ascended to the realm of the immortals, his tranquil gaze betrayed no sign of disturbance. In the eyes of this sage, the cultivators of the Purple Mansion and the immortals were fundamentally indistinguishable, both mere ants. Disciple Shui Hua pays homage to the sage. Lu Chongqing bowed respectfully. Having entered the realm of immortality, I dare to implore the sage to permit me to exit the Bayou Palace and engage in worldly cultivation. Furthermore, the sage has previously mentioned that upon attaining immortality, I would inherit a great divine ability. Before he could finish his sentence, the master of the celestial sect nodded slightly. With a casual gesture, the sage unsheathed an ancient longsword that hung at his waist. As the blade emerged from its scabbard, the air within the grand hall became suddenly crisp, infused with a chilling sword aura. The sword, entirely a deep azure, bore the innate patterns of tranquility and non-action inscribed upon it, exuding the essence of simplicity in the Tao. At the hilt, formless grass entwined around it, shimmering with light, revealing the ethereal image of rippling waters. "This is my treasured sword," Qingping, the master of the celestial sect, stated with a tone devoid of embellishment, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Since you wish to step into the world, take this sword with you. The true essence of the divine ability I intend to pass on to you lies within this blade. You may comprehend it at your leisure. This sword can pierce through all protective divine lights beneath the sage and sever certain bindings of fate and destiny. Now you may go." With that, the figure of the master of the celestial sect vanished from a cloudbed, clutching the Qingping sword, still warm with the sage's lingering presence. Lu Changqing felt a surge of exhilaration. This was the master's personal sword, a primordial spiritual treasure. Although he understood that this sword, like his current cultivation, was but a fleeting shadow in this historical fragment, the divine ability he could glean from it was a tangible boon. Lu Changqing sensed that this divine ability might be the Zhurong sword array. For in legend, the foremost killing formation of the heavenly Tao, the Zhurong sword array, was anchored by the 4 Zhurong swords positioned at the 4 corners, with the Qingping sword serving as the ultimate treasure at the heart of the formation. Moreover, wielding the Qingping sword while traversing the perilous lands of the Fengshen was undoubtedly akin to possessing a powerful trump card capable of overturning the table. At this moment, Lu Changqing felt he had acquired a weapon of divine nature. A faint smile graced his lips as he solemnly hung the Qingping sword at his waist. He bid farewell to no one, whether it be Duo Bao or Jin Ling. To him, they were merely fleeting shadows in the river of history. His goal remained steadfast, to gather sufficient Tao rhythms, enhance his strength, and restore the Eastern Emperor's bell. With this thought in mind, Lu Changqing turned and strode purposefully towards the exit of the Bayou Palace. Outside, the winds and clouds shifted ominously. The prologue to the great calamity of the Fengshen had already begun. With the Qingping sword in hand, Lu Changqing's figure vanished beyond the mountain gates. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the eastern sea. The bright moon hung high above, and the sea's surface was shrouded in swirling mist, creating an enchanting haze. The moonlight cascades through the crevices of the clouds, casting shimmering silver reflections upon the surging waves. In the distance, one can faintly discern the silhouettes of numerous colossal dragons frolicking in the water. At first glance, this scene appears breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a celestial realm. However, a surge of acute vigilance suddenly welled up in Lu Changqing's heart. He remained composed, discreetly activating his insightful vision. A subtle glimmer of divine light flickered in his eyes. In an instant, the unfolding spectacle transformed dramatically. Those so-called dragon figures were, in fact, decaying dragon corpses. Their dragon souls, unvanquished, were shrouded in boundless resentment, transmuted into terrifying apparitions. The air around these dragon carcasses was thick with the stench of death, their malevolence almost tangible, rising into the heavens. They continued to engage in their former playful pursuits in the sea, yet this tableau emanated an eerie and chilling aura. At that moment, an exceptionally large, rotting dragon corpse seemed to sense the presence of the living. Its hollow eye sockets abruptly turned towards Lu Changqing, emitting a piercing, ghastly roar that carried the foul odor of decay, charging fiercely towards him. Lu Changqing's gaze turned icy. With a clang, the Qingping sword at his waist was unsheathed, and a vibrant azure sword light, akin to a celestial swan, tore through the night sky. The sword aura was ferociously sharp, as if it could cleave through the void. The thick resentment enveloping the decaying dragon corpse was effortlessly shredded like thin paper before the might of the Qingping sword. With a decisive thrust, the dragon corpse, harder than refined iron, was cleanly severed in two. The noxious black blood, yet to spurt forth, was obliterated by the relentless sword energy. A chilling notification echoed in Lu Changqing's mind. This strike was not only swift and clean, but it also allowed him to palpably sense the terrifying edge of the Qingping sword. Almost simultaneously, the remaining scores of decaying dragon corpses were roused. They unleashed a cacophony of vengeful roars, their hollow eye sockets glinting with a bloodthirsty red glow, surging towards Lu Chongqing from all directions. Observing this, Lu Chongqing displayed no hint of fear. Instead, a barely perceptible joy flickered in his eyes. After all, these were embodiments of the Tao. With a thought, he gracefully advanced to meet them. The Qingping sword dance flowed with his intentions, the sword light weaving intricately through the fray. Each thrust of the sword resonated with the profound principles of the Tao, both succinct and effective. Although these dragon corpses were extraordinarily fierce and imbued with formidable resentment, they crumbled effortlessly before the unparalleled sharpness of the Qingping sword. As the sword light passed, the dragon corpses shattered, reduced to mere dust. Notifications of Tao resonance echoed continuously. In the blink of an eye, he had amassed numerous points of Tao resonance, the values on his panel surging upward. With the Qingping sword in hand, Lu Chongqing resembled a tiger amidst a flock of sheep, reveling in the slaughter. Just as he prepared to thoroughly mine this rich source of Tao resonance, a thunderous voice erupted from the distant sea. Who dares to act recklessly in my eastern sea, not even sparing the corpses of my dragon kin? A furious roar reverberated, sending forth towering waves. Following this, an elder with hair as white as snow and adorned with twin horns strode across the waves. He was enveloped in an overwhelming and magnificent aura, unmistakably a powerful being of the golden immortal rank. Lu Chongqing's gaze sharpened as he discerned the identity of this individual, the Dragon King of the East Sea, Guang. This was due to the fact that the Dragon Clan, having shattered the primordial continent during the Dragon Han's initial calamity, had become entwined with countless causal karmas, making the path to cultivation exceedingly arduous. To this day, among the East Sea Dragon Clan, this dragon remains the sole being of the golden immortal realm. The others include Ao Bing, who had his skin flayed and tendons pulled by Neza, a being once endowed with the potential of a golden immortal. Chapter 65. Old Dragon King. Do you not wish for your dragon sons and grandsons? Lu Chongqing retracted his sword intent, yet the Qingping sword remained firmly in his grasp. Ao Guang and his companions, having flashed forward, now stood close at hand. His countenance was darkened, eyes ablaze with fury, as he fixed an unyielding gaze upon Lu Chongqing and the scattered dragon corpses, lamenting in a voice filled with rage. Cursed Neza, relying on the support of the Chan religion, has slain my dragon sons and massacred my aquatic kin. You, disciple of the Jie sect, have come here to sever the lingering souls of my dragon clan. Do you truly believe that my Eastern Sea Dragon clan is devoid of defenders? That you would dare to trample upon us so egregiously? A cold, disdainful smile curled upon Lu Chongqing's lips. The Dragon King's words were fundamentally flawed. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Were it not for the meager strength I still possess, I would have surely been torn to shreds by these mindless dragon corpses buried amongst them. Where then was the Dragon King? Why did you not emerge to intervene? Ao Guang found himself momentarily speechless, his expression growing even darker. As Lu Chongqing caressed the icy blade of the Qingping sword, the four innate Tao patterns inscribed upon it shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow. Suddenly his tone sharpened, carrying a hint of menace. I am a disciple of the esteemed master of Bo Palace, the Water and Fire Youth. This sword was bestowed upon me by the master himself. Should you insist on defending these already transformed corpses and complicating matters with me, I fear that today we must engage in a contest to determine our fates. I wonder, can the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace withstand the aftermath of our clash? Upon hearing the titles of the Master of Tong Tian and the Qingping sword, Ao Guang's pupils constricted sharply. He stared intently at the verdant long sword in Lu Chongqing's hand, feeling the unsettling aura of an innate spiritual treasure, as well as the profound Tao rhythm emanating from the blade. This sword could not be a counterfeit. The fury that had once clouded his features dissipated, replaced by a deep-seated wariness and resignation. It turned out that he was in the presence of a disciple of the Tongtian sage. The old dragon had just lost his composure. Alguns de menor, softenid, noticiably, laced with a touch of bitterness. Since you are a disciple of the sage, why should you bother to quarrel with this aging dragon over such matters? Seeing him relent, Lu Chongqing chose not to press further. His purpose in this endeavor was to garner Tao rhythm and glean insights into the unfolding calamity of the investiture of gods. He was not one to contend with the Dragon King. Feigning curiosity, he inquired, "Dragon King, the general of Chuntang Pass, Li Jing's son Neza, has slain your dragonkin. As the ruler of the Eastern Sea, why do you not summon clouds and rain, flooding Chuntang Pass to avenge your fallen brethren?" Upon hearing this, the previously softened expression on A.O. Guang's face was instantly replaced by a torrent of sorrow and resentment. "Who says this king has not acted?" His voice was hoarse, resonating with a mournful wail. "It is precisely because I could not bear the humiliation that I summoned my brethren from all corners of the seas, intending to flood Chuntang Pass and seek justice for my deceased children, that I ultimately invited this catastrophic downfall upon myself." Though Neza was compelled by his father to meet a tragic end, carving flesh for his mother and stripping bones for his father, his master, the illustrious Tai Zhenren, was incensed beyond measure. He allied with the esteemed Jade Emperor of Yuling Mountain, the eminent Guang Chengzi of Jushin Mountain, and the venerable Chijingzi of Taiwan Mountain, all of whom are exalted beings of the Chan teaching, to launch an assault upon my eastern sea. The voice of the Dragon King trembled violently, each word seemingly steeped in sorrow and blood. They wield their might to oppress the weak, and yet they dare to accuse us, mere beings adorned with scales and horns, of defying the celestial order and humiliating the disciples of the Chan teaching. Ah! 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 A.O. Guang emitted a heart-wrenching laugh, brimming with boundless despair and resentment. The Chan teaching wields immense power, and even the Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court regards them with trepidation, refraining from provoking them lightly. Were it not for my royal duty to manage the water vapor of the Eastern Sea, constrained by the edicts of heaven, they would not hesitate to slay me. Alas! I fear I would have long since met my demise, my spirit scattered. As Lu Chongqing listened to the Dragon King's blood-soaked lament, his thoughts raced. The tale of Neza's sacrifice of flesh for his father and bones for his mother, followed by his rebirth into a golden form through the grace of Tai Zhenren, was all too familiar to him. Additionally, he had first-hand experience in constructing a palace for Neza. It appeared that the prologue to the calamity of the gods had indeed begun, advancing to a critical juncture. A.O. Guang, oblivious to Lu Chongqing's contemplations, remained engulfed in profound sorrow and animosity. His voice hoarse, he continued to lament, "Alas, my countless dragon offspring have perished at their hands. Now, the dragon palace of the Eastern Sea is nearly reduced to but a solitary existence." Tears streamed down the old Dragon King's face. A once proud, golden Immortal, now resembling a madman, revealing the depths of his anguish and fury. Observing A.O. Guang on the brink of collapse, Lu Chongqing's gaze flickered momentarily. He lowered his voice, laced with a hint of persuasion. "My dear Dragon King, you would not wish for your progeny to perish in vain, would you? I may be able to assist you." Ao Guang's lament abruptly ceased. He suddenly lifted his head, his bloodshot dragon eyes fixated on Lu Chongqing, as though attempting to peer into his very soul. What did you say?" A surge of excitement and joy washed over his features, only to be swiftly replaced by a profound skepticism. "Do you truly wish to stand for my Eastern Sea Dragon clan?" His tone was rife with uncertainty, tinged with the desperate hope of a drowning man grasping at the last straw. A knowing smile graced Lu Chongqing's lips. Naturally, his voice was calm, yet imbued with a compelling authority. "I am a disciple of a servant of the Bo Palace under the esteemed Tong Tian, a child of water and fire. The Chan teaching and my are, at present, irreconcilable foes, akin to fire and water. Their enemies are my potential allies. To champion your dragon clan would not only be a matter of convenience, but also a means to bolster my in the future." He shifted his gaze, sweeping over the sea where the resentful dragon corpses lay. "However, I have one condition. I require these dragon corpses. Upon hearing this, the flicker of hope ignited in A.O. Guang's eyes dimmed once more. He narrowed his dragon-like eyes, coldly regarding Lu Changqing. What purpose do you have for the remains of these clan members? I warn you, do not presume that the decline of my dragon lineage allows you to disrespect their remains at will. Unfazed, Lu Changqing calmly explained, Your Majesty, there has been a misunderstanding. The corpses of these dragons are steeped in resentment and malevolence. If left to linger in the East Sea, over time, they will undoubtedly become a source of calamity, potentially giving rise to even more fearsome creatures that threaten the innocent lives around them. My sect possesses arcane methods to cleanse their grievances, granting their souls peace and facilitating their transcendence to the afterlife. He paused, his tone imbued with sincerity. Moreover, through this noble endeavor, I may also elevate my own cultivation. The Dragon King must consider, if my powers are insufficient, how shall I genuinely seek justice for the dragon souls from the formidable teachings in the future? Chapter 66. News of Jiangxia arriving at Chaoga, Lu Changqing spoke with such reason and precision that not a single drop of doubt could seep through. A.O. Guang fell into contemplation, his gaze drifting between Lu Changqing and the floating corpses of his kin upon the sea, his expression a tempest of conflicting thoughts. After a prolonged silence, he seemed to have made a resolute decision and spoke with a heavy voice. If you truly wish to avenge my dragon clan, then these remains shall be entrusted to you. However, his tone turned grave, you must swear an oath to the heavenly Tao here. Should you betray it, you will face divine retribution, suffering eternal damnation. Upon hearing this, Lu Changqing could not suppress a smirk within. An oath to the heavenly Tao? The Battle of Fengshan had long established a mortal enmity between the Jie sect and the Chan sect. To him, this oath was merely a convenient embellishment, a mere formality. Without a hint of hesitation, he raised his right hand and proclaimed to the heavens, I, Lu Changqing, the water and fire boy of Bo Palace, hereby swear, today, entrusted by the East Sea Dragon, King A.O. Guang, I shall spare no effort in aiding the vengeful souls of the Dragon Clan in reclaiming their blood debts from the Chan sect. Should I violate this oath, I willingly accept the punishment of the heavenly Tao to be annihilated in body and spirit. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, formless thunder flickered in response to this solemn oath. A.O. Guang, witnessing this, felt the weight of his solemnity lessen, replaced by a newfound determination. He nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, with a sweep of his dragon claw, a tremendous shadow emerged from the depths of the East Sea. One by one, the corpses of the Dragon Clan broke the surface of the water, silently floating upon the sea. Each dragon's body radiated a palpable aura of resentment and lifelessness, transforming this expanse of water into a realm of ghostly despair. A fleeting glimmer of joy flashed in Lu Changqing's eyes. These were the very essences of Tao. He hesitated no longer, gripping the Qingping sword tightly. With a clang, the emerald blade illuminated once more. The Qingping sword technique flowed with his will, the sword light as elusive as a deer's antlers. Seemingly without trace, yet striking with unparalleled precision, aimed directly at the vital points of each dragon corpse. As the sword energy passed, the resentment dissipated, and the deathly aura was purified. As time trickled by, when the last dragon corpse was reduced to ashes beneath the Qingping sword, Lu Changqing's thoughts stirred, and he summoned his panel. Spirit Rhythm, 169 points, Tao Rhythm 71 points, a remarkable 63 points of Tao Rhythm gained. This was a significant profit. Sheathing his sword, Lu Changqing revealed a contented smile. He turned to A.O. Guang, clasping his hands in respect, and said, Rest assured, Dragon King, the Water and Fire Boy will honor his word. In the future, I shall reclaim this blood debt for the East Sea Dragon Clan from the Chan sect. His voice resonated like gold and stone, firm and unwavering. A.O. Guang gazed at the youthful yet profound visage of Lu Changqing, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Slowly he nodded, his voice tinged with fatigue and desolation. I entrust everything to you, my friend. He understood well, that in this grand upheaval of the three realms, his EC Dragon clan was but a mere pawn on the chessboard. Placing their hopes for revenge upon the shoulders of a GS sect youth was indeed a desperate measure. Yet what other choice did they have? Lu Chongqing ceased his words, once more bowing in reverence, before turning away and summoning his ethereal light to hasten towards the heartland. His figure swiftly vanished amidst the vast expanse of sea and sky. Beneath the radiant moonlight, Ao Guang stood solitary upon the ocean's surface, gazing long after Lu Chongqing's departing silhouette, silent for an extended moment. The sea breeze tousled his pale hair, adding a touch of desolation to his demeanor. In the next instant, with a flick of his sleeve, the surrounding debris was reduced to ashes, dissipating without a trace. The water and fire youth is indeed intriguing. The Chan sect. Such a faction deserves nothing less than utter annihilation. At that moment, the old Dragon King spoke with a tone heavy with resentment. His aura as dark and turbulent as the depths of a dungeon, devoid of any trace of the previous sorrow. Lu Chongqing, employing the technique of the five elements' great escape, journeyed towards the most prosperous gathering place of the human race, the grand city of Deshang, Chaoga. Firstly, as Chaoga would become the epicenter of the future calamity of the consecration of gods, countless fates intertwined here, with opportunities aplenty and profound Tao rhythms in abundance. Secondly, he yearned to meet the esteemed Jiangxia, who, despite being decreed by the primordial heavenly venerable to possess a meager fortune and a challenging path in the celestial realm, wielded the authority of the God Confirmant list. Naturally, he also wished to encounter the exquisite jade Pipa spirit with whom he had previously crossed paths. In just a few days, the magnificent city towering over the eastern continent came into view. The towering city walls resembled a black dragon coiled in repose, stretching endlessly with a formidable presence. Within the city, pavilions and palaces stood in splendid array. Streets were broad and bustling, filled with the ceaseless flow of vehicles and throngs of people, a scene of prosperous times. However, upon truly stepping into Chaoga, Lu Chongqing perceptibly sensed the undercurrents of turmoil lurking beneath this fade of grandeur, a palpable oppression and restlessness that lingered unshakably. The air was tinged with a mingled sense of blood and resentment, starkly contrasting the celebratory atmosphere. Seeking refuge in a relatively tranquil tavern, he ordered a few mundane dishes, though his true intent was to listen intently. The murmurs of the patrons around him soon corroborated his instincts. Have you heard? The deer platform constructed by the king is nearing completion. One whispered. They say it is to welcome the descent of true immortals from the heavens to bless our Deshang. True immortals? I suspect they are merely demon immortals. How many lives have been lost in the construction of that deer platform? The mass burial grounds outside the city can scarcely accommodate them. Hush! Lower your voice. If those supervising soldiers hear you, you might as well forfeit your life. Poor Dr. Jiangxia. I heard he was originally in charge of overseeing the deer platform's construction. But upon opposing the king's extravagant expenditure, he was burned alive. A loyal minister receives no reward. One individual lowered his voice conspiratorially. You should have seen it a few months back when Dr. Jiang displayed his might outside the noon gate, incinerating a beautiful demoness with his true fire. Apparently, that demoness' true form was a jade Pipa, and she revealed her true nature on the spot, her aura overwhelming enough to terrify anyone. Indeed, the flames were visible from several streets away. Truly a divine being. What a pity to meet such a tragic end. The crowd chattered animatedly, embellishing Jiangxia's deeds, each retelling growing increasingly fantastical. Lu Chongqing listened to these tales circulating in the marketplace, lightly tapping his fingertips upon the table, his gaze shimmering with intrigue. Regrettably, such a beguiling enchantress, yet I could not bring myself to slay her with my own hands. Had I arrived here sooner, I might have garnered some semblance of Taoist essence. He mused inwardly. Jiangxia incinerating the jade Pipa spirit, constructing the deer terrace to feign death and escape. The narrative has progressed to this juncture. According to the celestial lore he was privy to, Jiangxia had now achieved his ambitions and retreated to the banks of the Wei River, engaging in the ruse of luring the willing. As for this dear terrace, Lu Chongqing cast his gaze towards a certain direction in the heart of the city, where the silhouette of a towering edifice became discernible. That was indeed the deer terrace. To the mundane eye, it appeared as a celestial pillar, a 7-story pavilion soaring skyward, piercing the clouds. Built upon ethereal palaces and adorned with intricately carved railings of agate, embellished with luminous pearls. Especially at night, the entire deer terrace radiated brilliance, exuding a precious aura. To ordinary onlookers, it was truly a fairyland, resplendent and extraordinary. Yet, Lu Chongqing sensed an anomaly. He maintained his composure, subtly harnessing his hidden powers of perception. A flicker of ethereal light glimmered in his eyes. In an instant, the scene before him transformed dramatically. The originally ethereal and magnificent deer terrace was now engulfed by an impenetrable shroud of ashen mist. A bone-chilling wind swept through, and resentful spirits surged like a tide. As countless distorted shadows floated and swirled within the fog, emitting silent yet haunting wails. These shadows were fragments of countless tormented souls, malevolent spirits, all forcibly confined here. The sinister aura emanating from this place rivaled that of the Bayou Palace on a moonless night. Lu Chongqing's brow furrowed instantly. This deer terrace was far from a mere palace built for pleasure. Such overwhelming malice and resentment, if it were indeed to welcome a true immortal. Then this so-called immortal is indeed a subject of intrigue. How fascinating. A cold, sharp curve graced the corners of Lu Chongqing's lips. What hidden mysteries lay concealed within this deer terrace? His curiosity was piqued. This night, he would venture forth to uncover its secrets. Chapter 67. A midnight exploration of Deer Terrace. The appearance of Daji the Night was as dark as ink, enveloping the entire city of Chaoga. With the moon obscured and the wind howling, it was a night for murder. Lu Chongqing was in complete agreement with this notion. However, this evening, his purpose was not to take a life, but to uncover a mystery. As he activated his stealth technique, he rendered himself entirely invisible, effortlessly bypassing the patrolling soldiers, and strolled into the imposing and eerie 7-story pavilion. The resplendence observed in daylight, with its gilded splendor and ethereal ambience, had vanished without a trace. The intricately carved beams and painted rafters twisted into grotesque shadows, their flickering candlelight casting claw-like figures. A cold, decaying aura seeped into every pore, reminiscent of maggots burrowing into flesh. Tendrils of dark mist slithered through the cracks in the floor tiles like serpents. The eyes of the celestial beings and auspicious beasts depicted in the murals seemed to follow his movements, exuding a chilling and lifeless gaze. Countless whispers filled with resentment and wails of sorrow permeated from all directions, invading his mind without respite. These were the tormented spirits confined to this place. Lu Chongqing furrowed his brow slightly. With a cold snort, he unleashed the essence of his Qingping sword. An intangible sword energy swept through the area, and the surrounding apparitions dissipated silently like snow before the blazing sun, vanishing without a trace, their cries for help stifled before they could escape their lips. While these spirits were of shallow cultivation, their numbers were indeed considerable. Just as he was about to ascend the staircase to the 2nd floor, a fragrant scent wafted into his nostrils, imbued with an intoxicating allure that penetrated to the marrow of his bones. He glanced sideways, and the moonlight filtered through the intricately carved window, illuminating a graceful figure. Dressed in resplendent palace attire, her form was enchanting and unparalleled, her curves exquisite, each step seeming to tread upon the strings of desire. Her snow-white skin glimmered under the moonlight, and her fox-like eyes sparkled with an enchanting depth, capable of ensnaring souls. With a gaze that bore both teasing and delight, enough to leave all creation spellbound, the peculiar fragrance emanating from her presence heightened her allure to its zenith. The 1,000-year-old fox demon, Su Daji. At this moment, Daji's delicate brows knit in slight perplexity, and her face, capable of captivating the world, bore an expression of perfect curiosity. Her crimson lips parted slightly, her voice a sultry whisper. How strange! Why are there fewer spirits here? Lu Changqing's heart stirred, and he restrained his breath to the utmost, merging his form with the shadows of the corridor pillars through his stealth technique. Daji glided gracefully to the corner of the grand hall, raising her delicate hand to unveil a palm-sized white jade box. As she opened the lid, a purer essence of energy wafted forth in wispy tendrils. Daji began to chant an ancient incantation in a low murmur. In an instant, the remaining spirits in the hall seemed to have caught a whiff of an exquisite delicacy, rushing frantically towards the jade box, only to be consumed entirely. After completing this ritual, Daji led the spirits from the jade box toward the upper levels of Deer Terrace. Lu Changqing, bold and adept, relied on the support of the Donghuang Bell, and his profound abilities quietly followed her. He was eager to discover what scheme Daji was concocting in the dead of night. As he ascended, each level of Deer Terrace exuded its own peculiar and ominous aura. The walls of the second floor oozed thick blood, a nauseating sweetness permeating the air. On the third floor, beneath the tiles, Lu Changqing glimpsed a sight through the gaps, a stacked accumulation of white bones, the silent resentment threatening to burst through the surface. The fourth layer is desolate, yet an intangible sorrow lingers, ebbing and flowing, piercing the very soul. The fifth layer experiences a sudden drop in temperature, akin to plummeting into an icy abyss, where each breath crystallizes instantly. The sixth layer is filled with frenzied whispers, howls, curses, pleas, and temptations, all striving to tear apart the intruder's sanity. Lu Changqing remains unperturbed. His mind is tranquil as an ancient well, untouched by external malevolence. At long last, Daji leads the final batch of specters up the staircase toward the seventh layer of Lutai. Lu Changqing follows closely behind. In the grand hall of the seventh layer, the lights flicker, casting dancing shadows. At the center of the hall, a colossal formation, composed of countless intricate crimson runes, slowly rotates, suffocating in its oppressive aura. At the heart of the formation sits Emperor Exen, clad in a dark royal robe, his visage still commanding yet pallid as parchment, devoid of any hue of vitality. His eyes are tightly shut, brows furrowed in a tight knot, as the dense malevolence clashes violently with the vast, benevolent dragon energy within him, engaging in a silent battle. Daji hastens forward, kneeling before Emperor Exen, presenting a jade box. Her voice, sultry yet tinged with urgency and concern, conveys, "My lord, the number of spirits tonight appears somewhat diminished compared to previous nights. However, you need not worry. In no more than 3 days, this Lutai demon summoning formation will achieve its purpose. At that time, we shall surely suppress that thing within you completely." Emperor Xian's eyes snap open, dark as the abyss, devoid of any signs of life, only exuding coldness, silence, and madness. His voice, hoarse and labored, struggles forth, "My beloved Exen suffers, you." Before he can finish, his towering figure suddenly trembles. His face contorts, veins bulging, clearly enduring excruciating pain. Ha! Ha! The atmosphere around him grows increasingly ominous. Done? My lord. Upon witnessing this, Daji's expression shifts drastically, genuine panic surfacing on her enchanting features for the first time. With no time for contemplation, she swiftly sits beside Emperor Exen. Her delicate white hands open the jade box, extracting a pill radiating with multicolored mystical light, placing it into Emperor Exion's mouth. Instantly, her demonic power flows into him, aiding in his refinement. At this moment, both are utterly absorbed in their task. Meanwhile, Lu Changqing, piecing together what he has seen and heard, experiences a profound shock. This Lutai is not constructed to welcome immortals. It is a colossal sealing artifact, a sacrificial offering of countless living beings' blood, flesh, and vengeful souls. Within the body of the human king, Emperor Exen, resides an indescribable horror. Daji's construction of Lutai, the arrangement of the gathering of energy, the nurturing of specters, was all to siphon the malevolent energy, to consume the overflow emanating from that entity within Emperor Exion, delaying its complete eruption. just as Lu Chongqing grapples with his astonishment. A sudden clamor of soldiers and a clash of weapons erupt outside Lutai. In mere moments, a thunderous roar reverberates as the heavy hall doors are violently burst open. "My lord, I have urgent matters to report." Amidst the swirling wood shavings and smoke, a figure strides in, and even before his arrival is announced, his furious words precede him. Clad in a deep crimson court attire, his hair and beard tousled, yet his expression is as solemn as water. None other than the royal uncle. Begin. Chapter 68. The Eerie King of Men, the heart of 1,000 holes, as Baigan stepped into the 7th Grand Hall. The scene before him was indeed as anticipated. DXIN sat cross-legged at the center, his eyes tightly shut. Beside him, the stunningly beautiful Su Daji exhibited an odd demeanor, seemingly engrossed in a peculiar ritual. An indescribable, eerie aura permeated the air. Witnessing this, Baigan's hair stood on end, and a fierce anger blazed within him. "O king, Wolfolish monarch," he thundered, his voice resonating throughout the hall. "You have succumbed to the charms of a woman, heedless of the words of this demoness. Here you are, engaging in sorcery and squandering the wealth of the great Shang to construct this place of calamity. How can you face the ancestral spirits of the Yin and Shang?" Ultimately, Baigan was but a mortal. His flesh and blood could not perceive the almost tangible, ominous black mist enveloping DXN, nor could he sense the vast, overwhelming demonic power emanating from Su Daji at that moment. In his eyes, everything before him was merely the Fade of DXN being bewitched by the demoness Daji, lost in absurd sacrifices. At that moment, DXN was exerting all his strength to suppress the chaotic, malevolent energy surging within him. Meanwhile, Su Daji was equally devoted, assisting him in refining a pill that emitted a radiant 5-colored light. Both were intensely focused, with little time to spare for anything else. They could neither explain themselves to Baigan, nor could they deter the wrathful uncle of the king. Yet, both were filled with uncertainty. How had Baigan managed to breach this place? The Lutai, from the 3rd layer upward, was riddled with various intricate mazes and guardians, without a guide. No mortal could hope to ascend. Seeing DXN's tense expression, yet hearing no response, Baigan assumed the king was rendered speechless by his inquiries. Observing Daji's meditative pose, he believed she was merely putting on an act, disregarding his words. His sorrow and fury reached a fever pitch. He surveyed the opulent yet sinister hall and roared. "What use is a place that harbors filth and disturbs the state?" Before his words had fully faded, Baigan abruptly raised his hand and forcefully knocked over a massive copper crane oil lamp beside him. The oil cascaded forth, igniting upon contact with the flames. In an instant, a blazing fire erupted throughout the hall. Who could have imagined that this mundane fire would truly ignite the Grand Hall? Boom! The grand magic array laid out within Lutai faltered under the unexpected flames, abruptly stalling. The long-suppressed malevolent energy within DXIN found a release. Like a flood breaching its dam, the ghostly energy surged uncontrollably. This terrifying backlash struck first at Su Daji, who was connected to the array and had been aiding DXIN. Taken completely off guard, her demonic power instantly dissipated. The overwhelming force sent her crashing to the ground. Coughing up a mouthful of enchanting blood, Daji appeared strikingly tragic in the flickering shadows of the flames. Her breath waned rapidly, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. The suppression had failed. DXIN's eyes snapped open. No longer were they the ordinary pupils of a man. They had transformed into an unfathomable abyss of blackness, slowly being consumed by endless resentment, fury, and madness. A hoarse and inhuman roar erupted from his throat. "Baigan, you old wretch, you have thwarted my grand ambitions. You are the true eternal sinner of Midas Shang." As Emperor Xian ranted, he suddenly erupted into a fit of neurotic laughter. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The laughter was sharp and eerie, reminiscent of countless vengeful spirits wailing, sending chills down the spine. Emperor Xian slowly rose to his feet, a dense black mist swirling around him, twisting as if it were transforming into ghastly tendrils. The regal stance that once belonged to the sovereign had dissipated, replaced by an utterly sinister and soul-chilling aura. It was as though he had morphed into a different entity altogether. His abyssal, inky eyes turned slowly towards Bygone, who was still furiously cursing and oblivious to the impending doom. A sinister smile crept across his lips, his voice hoarse and laced with unsettling seduction. "Dear uncle, I have long heard that you possess the Seven Apertures' exquisite heart, a rare treasure of the world, an unparalleled elixir that nourishes the body. My beloved is gravely injured and in need of sustenance. Why not? Aid me in relieving her distress, just this once." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Emperor Exin vanished in an instant, as swift as a specter. In the next heartbeat, he stood before Bygone. A sudden chill enveloped Bygone's chest, followed by a searing agony that engulfed his entire being. He struggled to lower his head, only to see Emperor Exine's hand, shrouded in black mist, with sharp, obsidian nails, had pierced through his chest. Bygone's eyes were filled with disbelief and horror as he trembled, pointing a quivering finger at his once familiar, yet now alien nephew. "Oh, you." Before he could finish his words, he collapsed with a thud, eyes wide open, lifeless. Emperor Exine slowly retracted his hand. What he held was not a bloodied mortal heart, but a translucent object akin to a crystal or celestial jade, radiating a faint, multicolored glow. It was indeed the fabled Seven Apertures' exquisite heart, a rarity of millennia. As this heart manifested, a fragrant aroma wafted throughout the hall, invigorating the spirit, as if even the soul became clearer. Cradling this heart, comparable to a divine elixir, Emperor Exine approached the gravely wounded Sudaji. He leaned down, gradually feeding her the heart that shimmered with seven-colored radiance. With each morsel, he let out a satisfied yet sinister chuckle, the sound amplified against the crackling backdrop of the flames. As Sudaji swallowed the Seven Apertures' exquisite heart, her previously pallid complexion visibly flushed with color, and her injuries appeared to heal at an astonishing rate. However, the enchanting aura that lingered between her brows did not dissipate. Rather, it intensified, taking on an even more enigmatic and chilling quality. Having completed this act, Emperor Exine carefully lifted the regaining consciousness of Sudaji into his arms. He turned his gaze, sharp as two icy bolts of lightning, towards the shadowy corner of the column where Lu Chongqing was concealed. A disquieting smile graced his lips. "Esteemed Immortal, having observed this spectacle for so long, it is time for you to reveal yourself." He paused momentarily, seemingly confirming the presence he sensed. "The aura surrounding you bears a striking resemblance to that of the esteemed Grandmaster Wenzhong of the Deshang. Could it be that you are of the same sect as he?" Lu Chongqing's heart quaked violently, filled with astonishment. His unparalleled, shadowless divine art, a supreme technique of concealment, had become increasingly imperceptible even to ordinary golden immortals as his cultivation deepened. Yet, this enigmatic DXIN was able to see through his disguise at a mere glance. This DXIN is most peculiar. Indeed, something is amiss. Noticing that Lu Chongqing did not reveal himself immediately, DXIN's hoarse voice resounded once more. "With your profound celestial arts, why not remain in Chaoga to assist me? You may indulge in wealth and glory, and enjoy beautiful wives and concubines. What say you?" Suppressing the tempest of emotions within, Lu Chongqing stepped slowly from the shadows. His expression was stern, his voice steady and calm. "Your Deshang is already besieged on all sides, with nearly half of the 800 lords of the realm in rebellion. To enter Chaoga at this moment would be akin to courting death, no different from a moth drawn to the flame." His piercing gaze locked onto DXIN's dark eyes, each word deliberate. "Moreover, are you not aware that the saints of the Chan sect are sharpening their blades, intent on aiding the Western Qi to extinguish your Tang dynasty?" Chapter 69. Farewell. In search of Jiangshang above the Weishui River, Lu Chongqing's voice dissipated over the blazing deer terrace, failing to stir even a ripple. Dixin, Kradling Sudaji, sat serenely upon the smoldering mat, his countenance betraying no emotion. It was as if he had not heard Lu Chongqing's words at all. He merely spoke softly. his voice reminiscent of echoes from the depths of the abyss. Expounding the teachings? Jifa, a light laugh escaped him, laced with endless mockery and insight. His gaze, profound and penetrating, pierced through the roaring flames, reaching towards the distant heavens. Sages, and what of them? Sages too have moments of fear. This phrase, though uttered lightly, struck like thunder from the heavens, exploding within Lu Changqing's heart. He felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his blood turning to ice in an instant. They, after all, bore the character for human, did they not? DXN murmured to himself, the dark mist enveloping him no longer merely swirling. It twisted around him like countless serpents, hissing and thickening like ink. The aura was chilling, ancient, steeped in desolation, and carried an unfathomable malevolence that sent shivers down even Lu Changqing's spine. This was no ordinary malevolence. It felt as if a primordial evil, ancient and indescribable, was awakening. Lu Changqing's pupils constricted, his heart momentarily halting. He acutely sensed that the person before him, the King DXN, housed within him a cold, ancient terror. Utterly alien to the mortal realm, DXN was merely its temporary vessel. He could no longer remain in this place. The state of DXN was bizarre beyond comprehension, completely defying all reason. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Changqing clasped his hands in reverence and spoke with a grave urgency that was barely perceptible. My lord, I am the water and fire youth under the teachings of the Tongtian sect. I have mistakenly wandered here and thus take my leave. Before his words had fully escaped, he hastily formed a hand seal, activating the divine ability of 5 Elements Great Escape. In an instant, his form transformed into a blur of light, darting swiftly towards the exit of the Deer Terrace. Strangely, DXIN did not impede him, nor did he even spare him a glance. He remained absorbed in his own world, cradling Su Daji, murmuring unintelligibly and chuckling softly as the Deer Terrace crumbled amidst the flames. Yet the fire could not harm him or Daji in the slightest. Without a backward glance, Lu Changqing fled from Chaoga City with all haste. He did not pause, resembling a startled bird in flight, racing westward for miles until he was 100 li away. Only when the suffocating, heart-pounding aura had completely dissipated did he come to a sudden halt, gasping for breath. Looking back toward Chaoga, he beheld the towering flames of the Deer Terrace illuminating half the sky, thick smoke rising like columns, piercing the clouds. It was the wailing of human destiny ablaze, a celebration of the most sinister and malevolent forces. He exhaled deeply, his lungs burning as if he had inhaled the ashes of the burning Deer Terrace. Leaning against an ancient tree, his fingers trembled slightly, recalling DXN's final words, those pitch-black, lifeless eyes, and the terrifying aura emanating from the primordial depths, sent a chill racing down his spine. The secrets that lie within the individual known as Wang Dixin are far more profound and terrifying than he could ever fathom. What is that entity residing within him, so ominously peculiar? Even the sage, endowed with the fortune of humanity's path, finds himself vulnerable to such a dreadful malevolence. The power of this malign force seems to instill fear even in the hearts of sages. Currently, the prospect of venturing to Chaoga is fraught with peril. Given the precarious state of Dixin, Lu Changqing suppressed the tumult of curiosity and trepidation within him, yearning to uncover more information. Perhaps insights could be gleaned from the one destined to stir the tides of fate, Jiangxia. He resolved to journey to the banks of the Weishui River. Days later, Lu Changqing arrived at the banks of the Weishui. The Weishui, a crucial river in the heart of Shiqi, boasts a broad surface and gentle currents. In the distance, the mountains appeared hazy, while nearby, willows swayed gently, creating a serene and harmonious scene that starkly contrasted with the infernal chaos of Chaoga. As he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze abruptly fixed upon a solitary figure. An elderly man clad in a raincoat, wearing a bamboo hat, sat by the riverbank, a yellowed parcel beside him, fishing alone. His demeanor exuded tranquility, as if he were completely at one with the world around him, existing in splendid isolation. Lu Changqing's attention was drawn to the fishing rod held by the old man. It was extraordinarily peculiar, a perfectly straight hook. There was no bait, no barbs, and not even the slightest curve. It simply hung straight above the water's surface. A thought struck Lu Changqing. This man must indeed be Jiang Ziya, considering his own possession of the Qingping sword and his status as a second-generation disciple of the Jie sect. He recognized that Jiang Ziya was also a second-generation disciple of the Chan sect. However, in the realm of learning, there are no hierarchies. The accomplished are esteemed above all. He had already attained immortality, while Jiang Ziya struggled on the path of the immortal. Hence, he ought to refer to himself as a senior brother. As Lu Changqing pondered these thoughts, he approached Jiang Ziya. Chapter 70. Jiang Shang. You are destined for misfortune, and the path of immortality is elusive. Jiang Ziya sat cross-legged upon a massive, rugged azure stone. The aquatic plants by his side swayed gently, and the waters flowed smoothly, creating a tranquil haven for fishing. Lu Changqing stood silently behind him, observing his angling endeavor. After a while, he could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. Jiang Shang, he called, his voice low yet distinctly reaching Jiang Ziya's ears. Your fishing technique is indeed unique. However, I fear your hook might not even catch the water plants, let alone any fish. A faint smile played on Lu Changqing's lips as he added, as a mere spectator, I find myself weary on your behalf. Best to change your hook. Jiang Ziya started at the unexpected interruption, startled like a frightened weasel, nearly dropping his rudimentary fishing rod into the flowing Wei River below. Turning to see the newcomer, he beheld a figure clad in an ancient water and fire Taoist robe, intricate patterns swirling mystically across the fabric. A sort of restrained aura hung from his waist, and a jade hairpin held his hair, revealing a handsome visage with profound eyes, unlike that of a mere mortal. Who are you? Jiang Ziya inquired, a hint of wariness lacing his tone. Lu Changqing smiled placidly and bowed slightly. I am the water and fire boy, a disciple under the celestial teacher. He paused, observing Jiang Ziya as evident astonishment before continuing. According to our hierarchy, Jiang Shang, you should address me as Shi Xiang, elder brother. At this moment, the conflict between the Chan and Jie sects had yet to reach a definitive breaking point, so it was not entirely unusual for disciples to interact. However, the title of Shi Xiang left Jiang Ziya in a state of perplexity. Unperturbed, Lu Changqing casually found a clean stone to sit upon, his gaze returning to the unadorned hook. His tone held a blend of curiosity and insight as he remarked, I have heard that the primordial saint once stated you are fated to suffer misfortune and that the path of immortality is beyond your reach, destined only to enjoy the fleeting riches of the mortal realm. Do you truly resign yourself to this ephemeral grandeur of mere decades? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziya tightened his grip on the fishing rod, a mixture of unwillingness and helplessness etched upon his face. He seemed transported back to that fateful day when the primordial venerable sat upon the 8-treasure cloud throne, his gaze indifferent as he looked down upon Jiang Ziya. Jiang Shang, you were born with a frail fate, and the path of immortality is unattainable. You are destined to partake only in the blessings of the mortal world. After a moment of silence, Jiang Ziya finally spoke, albeit with a dry voice. Such is my fate. I must heed the will of heaven. How could I dare to defy the decree of the saint? He added, moreover, there's a place for me on the investiture of the gods. Lu Changqing raised an eyebrow slightly. The investiture of the gods? A place for you? He recalled clearly that among the 365 deities listed, Jiang Ziya's name was conspicuously absent. Conversely, his rival, Donghuang Bell, who was invited to stay, met a humiliating end as a mortal body filling the North Sea, ultimately attaining a position as the general of dividing waters, laden with disgrace. Lu Changqing's gaze grew contemplative, laden with significance. He gazed at Jiang Ziya, slowly opening his mouth, his voice soft yet distinctly clear. What if your name does not appear on the investiture of the gods? Jiang Ziya's figure suddenly stiffened. The color drained from his face in an instant, and a fleeting hint of panic flickered in his eyes. He turned slowly, opening the weathered burlap pouch beside him. Lu Changqing observed closely, noticing that the pouch contained only 2 items. One was a whip-like weapon, gleaming with golden radiance. However, Jiang Ziya delicately retrieved the other item, which was a well-preserved yellow list. This list, neither gold nor jade, neither paper nor silk, was crafted from an extraordinary beast's hide, its surface shimmering with a ghostly light and exuding an aura of the Tao. Lu Changqing's gaze froze. Could this be the investiture of the gods? How could it be? Shouldn't the names be sealed within the Zixiao Palace by now? And this beast's hide? It felt strangely familiar, as if he had encountered a similar texture and essence before, yet he struggled to recall it precisely. Jiang Ziya extended his hand, gently caressing the edge of the yellow list. His voice held a fleeting uncertainty, unbeknownst to him. The sage. How could the sage deceive me? Though he uttered these words, deep within his murky eyes surged a tumult of complex emotions. Just as Lu Changqing intended to inquire further, a sudden commotion erupted from afar. On the banks of the Weishui River, a cloud of dust rose as a grand procession approached Jiang Ziya. Leading the group was an elderly man, his hair white, yet his stature still tall and imposing, exuding the nobility of one accustomed to high rank, adorned in the ceremonial attire of the Western Qi royal family. Flanking him were civil and military officials, scholars in the east, their flowing robes exuding dignity, and warriors in the west, clad in armor, emanating an air of authority. Further back were 500 elite soldiers, their ranks impeccably aligned, each carrying colorful boxes, revealing glimpses of overflowing gold, silver, and silk. If any common folk from Western Qi were present, they would instantly recognize this as the Duke of the West, Ji Chong, accompanied by his esteemed officials. Before the man arrived, his voice resonated, already booming with laughter, rich and jubilant, filled with anticipation. Ha ha! I am Ji Chong. Having heard of a great sage residing here, in seclusion for fishing, I have long admired your illustrious name. I have fasted for 3 days, bathed, and burned incense. And today I dare to visit. To behold the esteemed visage of the great sage is indeed my fortune in 3 lifetimes, and a blessing for the people of Western Qi. As Ji Chang's words fell, those accompanying him, including civil and military officials and his adopted sons, could no longer contain their excitement, calling out in unison, "We pay our respects to the great sage. We humbly invite the great sage to emerge from the mountains, to assist our Lord, and to bring prosperity to the people." The resounding voices echoed across the banks of the Weishui River. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ziya's face instantly transformed into one of astonished delight. He hurriedly set down his fishing rod, adjusted his attire, and bowed repeatedly towards the approaching figures, exclaiming in trepidation, "Oh dear! Old Jiang Shang, unaware of the esteemed arrival of the virtuous king, laments his failure to offer a proper welcome. Truly a grave misstep." Lu Changqing leisurely perched upon a stone, observing the classic scene unfold before him. Jiang Taigong fishing, inviting those willing to take the bait, a splendid performance that has only just begun. He watched with keen interest as Jiang Ziya and Ji Chong commenced the elaborate yet essential rituals. Following this, a heartfelt exchange of mutual flattery was inevitable, accompanied by the time-honored spectacle of the 3 invitations and 3 refusals. A subtle smile played at the corners of Lu Changqing's mouth, as an inexplicable mirth flickered in his eyes. Chapter 71. The Prince Ji Bo's Cannibalism? Lu Changqing furiously presents his adopted son with meat pies. Yi Cheng, a figure revered by the world as a wise and virtuous ruler, holds a notorious secret in Lu Changqing's memory. It was during the time when Bo Yikao was gruesomely minced in a meat paste to create venison pies that Ji Chong, through divination, had foreseen the impending tragedy. With feigned anguish, he lamented, "If I do not consume the flesh of my own son today, I cannot escape the doom of death. Yet, how can I bear to eat my child?" Yet when the meat pie was presented before him, he not only indulged but devoured 3 pieces. Were this to occur in modern commentary sections, one could only exclaim, "Delicious." How absurd that he is still hailed as a wise and virtuous ruler. The saying goes that even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. Even the tyrant king Xin believed that Ji Chong could never bring himself to consume the flesh of his own offspring. Ironically, it was the vile minions, such as Fei Zhong and Yu Han, who insisted that Ji Chong would resort to cannibalism for the sake of survival. What a grand irony! As Lu Chongqing's thoughts surged, his expression remained as calm as a tranquil pond. At that moment, Ji Chong had engaged in a fervent discussion with Jiang Ziya, having successfully negotiated terms for his assistance. The atmosphere was vibrant. Ji Chong then turned his gaze upon Lu Chongqing, his earlier warmth toward Jiang Ziya dissipating to reveal a scrutinizing demeanor, tinged with a subtle air of superiority. "Sir," he began, his tone polite, yet lacking the fervor he had displayed toward Jiang Ziya. "Observing your remarkable demeanor, you must surely be a man of talent in this era. Why not join me in the West Qi to assist the state and aid the king in saving the people from calamity?" Ji Chong had his own calculations. Since this man traveled with his flying bear, he presumed he possessed some genuine skills. An additional ally would not be unwelcome, especially in deference to the flying bear. Nevertheless, his primary focus remained on the fated Jiangshang. Lu Chongqing, with a hint of amusement gracing his lips, did not hesitate to shake his head in refusal. "Our paths diverge. We cannot conspire together." His voice was calm, yet it conveyed an unmistakable finality. "Furthermore, I fear I may not be accustomed to the comforts of your esteemed chariot." With that, he turned away, indifferent to Ji Chang's suddenly grim countenance, and sought an opportune moment to confer further with Jiang Ziya. Ji Chang's expression darkened instantly, his displeasure evident. What an ungrateful Taoist! As the Lord of the West, a future sovereign, he had personally extended an invitation, bestowing upon this man a remarkable honor. He, destined to be the ruler of the world, would not tolerate such disdain. Beside him, several newly adopted sons had already noted the changing demeanor of their adoptive father. Witnessing Lu Chongqing's audacity and disrespect, they recognized the perfect opportunity to demonstrate their loyalty and capabilities. Among them, a man named Ji Wu, robust and imposing, glared with fierce eyes and bellowed, "Bold and reckless intruder, my adoptive father graciously invites you, and yet you dare to treat him with such contempt and rudeness, courting your own demise." Another of the adopted sons, Ji Mao, was equally furious, unwilling to be overshadowed. What audacity for a mere mountain hermit, clad in a Taoist robe, to act so pretentious here. Shouldn't you hastily bow and apologize to your adoptive father? The eldest among them, Ji, wore an expression of arrogance as he drew his sword, pointing it at Lu Chongqing. It seems you are tired of living. If you do not provide my adoptive father with an explanation today, you shall not leave easily." They regarded Lu Chongqing, dressed in a Taoist robe and exuding an aura of restraint, as nothing more than an ordinary wandering sorcerer with a handsome exterior. To them, it was already a tremendous favor that their adoptive father, Ji Chong, had personally extended an invitation, and this was entirely due to Jiang Ziya's influence. After all, who in the realm of Shiqi was unaware of the incident involving the flying bear? This Taoist, aside from his good looks, possessed no qualities worthy of admiration. How dare he be so ungrateful? They were precisely in need of an opportunity to showcase themselves. With over 100 adopted sons under their father's wing, it was not easy for them to stand out. "Soldiers, seize this sorcerer!" Ji and the other adopted sons shouted, preparing to advance and subdue Lu Chongqing to present him to Ji Chong for punishment. The surrounding soldiers of Shiqi also sprang into action at the command. The situation unfolded so suddenly that Jiang Ziya had no time to intervene, while Ji Chong merely observed quietly, lost in his thoughts. Lu Chongqing slowly turned to face the most vociferous of the adopted sons. A faint smile graced his lips, both enigmatic and devoid of mirth. "Apologize?" he murmured, his eyes lacking any trace of amusement. "Seize me?" He did not even bother to draw the Qingping sword at his waist. To use a treasured blade against such insignificant insects was a desecration. In the next moment, a formless yet weighty pressure, as heavy as the eternal sky, erupted from Lu Chongqing. Instantly, the wind ceased. The once rippling surface of the Wei River became as tranquil as a mirror. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, heavy enough to suffocate. The faces of the most arrogant adopted sons and their followers transformed from pride and fury to a profound terror. Their bodies felt as if crushed by an invisible mountain. The sound of bones cracking echoed like a barrage of popping beans, relentless and jarring. They could not even muster a scream. The once haughty sons and their subordinates were reduced to mere pulp. Blood and flesh splattered, bones shattered. In an instant, the ground was marred with pools of indistinct blood and flesh. The crimson liquid staining the blue stones a shocking red. A foul wind swept through the area. The officers and soldiers of Shichi stood aghast, their faces pale and hearts shattered. They were rooted to the spot, with some collapsing to the ground in shock. Never had they witnessed such a thunderous display of celestial power. Jiang Ziya's pupils constricted, gasping in fright as he regarded Lu Chongqing with eyes filled with dread. Lu Chongqing did not even glance at the pools of flesh on the ground. His gaze turned to Ji Chong, whose face was ashen and lips quivering. A wicked smile crept onto his face as he casually remarked, "Lord Ji, I have heard that your greatest delight in life is meat pies. Here, I present to you these freshly baked offerings as a token of our first encounter." He paused, his smile deepening with a blend of mockery and coldness. "It is well known that the wife cake contains no wife. Yet, I can assure you, within your esteemed Ji Boha's cake, there is certainly Ji Zi." Although Ji Chong did not fully comprehend the meaning behind the wife cake, he grasped the blatant sarcasm in Lu Chongqing's words. This was a mockery of his past, a reference to the harrowing choice he made to survive by sacrificing his own child. In this moment, Lu Chongqing laid bare that painful truth, publicly lacerating him. Ji Chong felt a surge of blood rush to his head. You. He pointed a trembling finger at Lu Chongqing, his lips quivering, his chest heaving violently. His aged face transformed into a hue reminiscent of liver, shifting from pale to red, then to purple, a vivid display of emotions. Yet, Lu Chongqing was disinterested in the spectacle of his expression, reminiscent of one mourning a deceased father. Oh no, it was a deceased adopted son. With a flourish of his long sleeves, he turned and strode away. His toes lightly touched the surface of the Wei River, gliding as if walking upon solid ground, his figure ethereal as he trod upon the waves, leaving behind a fleeting silhouette. Just as his figure was about to vanish into the misty distance, the surrounding scenery, Ji Chong, Jiangxia, the Wei River, the verdant mountains began to twist and fade like a mirage. Lu Chongqing understood in his heart. He knew that after such a long time, he was finally poised to return. Chapter 72. The 18th Layer of Hell, the Emperor of the Land. Fishing in the eternal abyss, Lu Chongqing's consciousness returned. The Eastern Emperor Bell continued to stand silently behind him, emanating an ancient and distant aura. With a mere thought, he summoned the golden interface. Destiny, Eastern Emperor Bell. Spiritual treasure, source. Fragment, 19100000. Cultivation level, perfected purple mansion, not yet broken through. Spiritual rhythm, 353 points. Tao, rhythm, 61 points. Spiritual root, Tai Sui I, traceable 15 times. Divine abilities, insight through barriers. Great escape of the 5 elements, transforming beings into soldiers. Red Lotus Karma Fire, shadowless stand, summoning rain and wind, shifting stars and changing constellations. Shaking mountains and quaking the earth, gazing at the dwindling Tao rhythm displayed on the panel. A trace of imperceptible regret flitted across Lu Chongqing's brow. Previously, he had expended 10 points of Tao rhythm to unravel the mysteries of the Qingping sword. In the end, only a faint, unusual fluctuation was received, and he had not caught even a glimpse of its divine abilities. His comprehension still fell short. Lu Chongqing murmured softly, yet he did not allow this setback to linger in his heart. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Minor obstacles are but commonplace occurrences. Once he accumulates sufficient Tao rhythm, enlightenment will surely follow. At present, the restoration of the Eastern Emperor Bell's fragmented source is of utmost urgency. He sensed that with the repair of the bell's source, its power would become even more unfathomable. The current Eastern Emperor Bell, merely an innate spiritual treasure in its incomplete state, possesses power equivalent to that of a celestial artifact in this realm. Not to mention its true rank upon full restoration, chaotic supreme treasure. In this world, artifacts are generally categorized into 6 major tiers: Dharma instruments, spiritual instruments, celestial artifacts, acquired treasures. Innate spiritual treasures, innate supreme treasures, and chaotic supreme treasures. As night deepened and the chirping of insects outside gradually ceased, Lu Changqing felt a subtle call from the unknown. He put away the panel, already formulating a plan in his mind. His 6th Jia divine technique had been elevated to the heavenly gang's great divine ability of transforming beings into soldiers, yet he had not yet forged new divine weapons. It was fortuitous to venture into hell to procure a batch of goods and test whether this transforming beings into soldiers truly possessed the formidable strength as recorded. Could the crafted being soldiers rival the celestial soldiers and generals? Lu Changqing rose from his meditation mat. He pushed open the door of the side hall, and moonlight, like flowing water, cascaded down, illuminating the Taoist temple. If not for the need to employ divine abilities to perceive, it would have been a breathtaking sight. With a slight shift in thought, he responded to the call, and his form gradually vanished, only to reappear in the abyss of the netherworld. The Blood Sea Pass, corresponding to the 13th layer of hell, the Blood Pool Hell. As Lu Changqing stepped in, a dense and overwhelming stench of blood assailed his nostrils, hitting him like a hammer, nearly provoking nausea. Before him lay an endless expanse of crimson mist, swirling incessantly, staining both heaven and earth with an ominous scarlet hue. The palpable malevolence coalesced in the air, chilling to the bone, mercilessly corroding the flesh and souls of any living beings that dared to tread here. Activating his insight through Barrier's divine ability, Lu Changqing's gaze pierced through the blood mist, causing his brow to furrow imperceptibly. He discerned clearly that within this blood fog lurked countless blood-red specters. Their forms were erratic, gathering and dispersing without shape, stealthily wandering amidst the mist, silently drifting about. These specters harbored an almost instinctive, greedy desire for the lifeblood of living beings. Once a living being steps into this realm, they will become ensnared like maggots clinging to bone, frantically entwining themselves and draining the very essence of life. Should one fail to escape this sea of blood, their fate will mirror that of the desiccated bones beneath, entirely drained of vitality, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell. Indeed, as far as the eye can see, there are no signs of life. However, the ground beneath one's feet is not solid earth, but rather a thick layer of accumulated bones. Treading upon them produces no crisp sound. Instead, it resembles stepping upon a dense carpet of decaying leaves in a late autumn forest. The eerie softness sends chills down one's spine, raising the hairs in alarm. These bones take on a myriad of grotesque forms, each exhibiting extreme distortion and ferocity, as if they had all endured unimaginable suffering and ultimate despair in life. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a name that fits perfectly. What astonishes Lu Changqing is that within these skeletal remains, the roots of their spiritual essence have vanished without a trace. In this realm, while practitioners of immortality face no heavenly tribulations, the path to ascension traverses through this 18-layered hell, which has buried countless proud cultivators. Lu Changqing takes a deep breath. The mingled scent of blood and malevolence is far from pleasant. Although traversing this bizarre blood mist is essential to reach the next stage, it poses little challenge for him. The true difficulty lies in how to capture the spectral entities lurking within the blood fog. These spirits are elusive and intangible, only emerging from the void when lured by the pulsations of living blood. Moreover, they seem to possess a formidable immunity against ordinary magical attacks. Conventional techniques cannot inflict even the slightest harm upon them. With this in mind, Lu Changqing ponders briefly, formulating a plan in his mind. He raises an eyebrow, seemingly reluctant, and then, from the tips of his fingers, he forces forth a strand of pure crimson essence. This essence is a distillation of his own cultivation. Upon its emergence, it exudes a peculiar sweetness, forming a stark contrast to the surrounding oppressive stench of blood, rich with allure. Truly, a boon for these specters. Lu Changqing murmurs softly. He cautiously releases this precious strand of his own blood essence, akin to an experienced fisherman lowering meticulously crafted bait into the water. Simultaneously, his immense spiritual consciousness unfurls quietly, transforming into an invisible, intangible net that envelopes an expanse of several dozen yards around him. This consciousness serves as his unseeable hook and resilient net. As the blood bait drifts, the silent temptation spreads through the blood mist. Within mere moments, a shadowy figure, tinted with blood, suddenly lunges ferociously from the thick fog. Its form bears resemblance to a leech, yet it is armed with a mouth full of fine, ghastly fangs. It lunges towards the strand of blood essence, radiating an enticing sweetness. Upon touching the essence, the originally ethereal silhouette visibly solidifies with remarkable speed. It greedily devours the pure blood essence. The trap is set. Lu Changqing's lips curled into a subtle arc, and a thought flickered in his mind. The intangible web of consciousness suddenly tightened. The blood-sucking specter emitted a silent shriek. The malevolent energy surrounding it abruptly coalesced into sharp, bony spikes, fiercely thrusting towards the invisible net of consciousness, attempting to tear it apart. However, Lu Changqing's consciousness was extraordinarily refined. The web remained motionless, tightening even further in response to its struggles, causing the creature's sanguine glow to dim. The quality was commendable. He nodded slightly. A concentrated spell of restraint was flawlessly embedded within the specter's body, allowing him to completely subdue and seal it away. In an instant, several blood shadows were drawn to the thread of sanguine energy. They rushed from all directions within the blood mist. Some of these entities were more grotesque and terrifying, their spiny forms glimmering with a cold light as they crashed against the web of consciousness, attempting to break through with brute force. Others were as small as gnats, but carried a more insidious and cunning aura. Rather than directly lunging at the blood bait, they skulked along the edges of the web, seeking a flaw to infiltrate. A few faint blood shadows even silently maneuvered beyond the range of consciousness, writhing towards Lu Changqing's true form. Lu Changqing remained unhurried, discerning each one with his consciousness. The lower-tier entities that crashed against the net, attempting to find a way around, were of inferior quality, and he had no interest in sparing them even a glance. With a subtle shift of his consciousness, he unleashed a silent force of annihilation that reduced them to ashes, dissipating into the blood mist. Only those with solid forms, pure malevolent energy, and stronger struggles caught his discerning eye. These superior quality prey were tightly ensnared by the web of consciousness. No matter how they silently roared, transformed, or unleashed their malevolent energy in an attempt to break free, they could not disturb a single thread. Thus, Lu Changqing used a thread of his own sanguine energy as bait and his consciousness as the hook. In this sea of blood, he took on the role of a joyous fisherman. Oh no, rather, the solitary angler of the eternal netherworld, Emperor Lu. As Emperor Lu ventured deeper into the sea of blood, the number of specters in his grasp grew, and they were all of higher quality. Compared to a certain junior brother who could only return empty-handed with a straight fishing hook, his harvest was nothing short of abundant. With a hint of an elusive smile lingering on his lips, Lu Changqing pressed onward. Time passed unmeasured, and the blood mist ahead gradually thinned. A vast, bottomless chasm loomed before him, exuding a more terrifying aura. The abyss of the broken path. This place might also be called the hell of untimely death. Should a cultivator become ensnared in this domain, their soul would be imprisoned for eternity within this ancient and perpetual night, forever sinking into despair, unable to attain rebirth. Chapter 73. The Shadows in the Abyss of the Broken Path. With a benevolent heart, Lu Changqing stepped forward, and the world abruptly plunged into an unfathomable darkness. Below the precipice lay an abyss that devoured all light. The 5 senses and 6 perceptions became dissonantly chaotic. The cultivator could only rely on the strength of his primordial spirit to cautiously navigate through this inky void. Even with Lu Changqing's current prowess, he could merely discern the indistinct contours within 100 feet around him. The only sound that echoed was the rhythm of his own footsteps, As his consciousness extended outward, he distinctly sensed a subtle yet incessant gnawing sensation, as if countless invisible minuscule mandibles were ravenously tearing at his spirit. The barrier insight technique operated silently. With a flash of golden light, he finally perceived the true nature of these gnawers. They were grotesquely deformed specters, their pallid faces devoid of color, their mouths twisted into exaggerated grins, revealing a multitude of fine, sharp, white teeth. Some of these apparitions were born naturally from the extreme environment of this place, while others were the remnants of fallen cultivators, their lingering resentment and souls transformed. They not only consumed the consciousness of cultivators, but also devoured each other to strengthen themselves. Yet, Lu Chongqing's spirit was immensely vast and powerful, far surpassing the imagination of ordinary cultivators. They lunged greedily towards him, only to collide with an impenetrable barrier. Their proud fangs shattered against his expansive consciousness, akin to countless insignificant ants attempting to shake the eternal mountain of the ancients. Desperation set in among them. They emitted a series of soundless yet piercing shrieks, which formed a cacophonous noise at the level of consciousness, echoing relentlessly in the suffocating darkness. Hearing this, Lu Chongqing's brow furrowed ever so slightly, a hint of annoyance creeping in. He slowly raised his hand, his slender fingers coming together as he casually formed a sword seal. In an instant, his vast consciousness transformed directly into myriad 3-inch golden swords. A resonant hum filled the air as thousands of golden blades sang in unison. A brilliant golden light erupted, illuminating the long untouched darkness of the ancient abyss. Go! The swords moved with intent. The golden rain of blades, cascading like the Milky Way, enveloped an area of 100 feet in all directions. The ferocious specters that had been frantically gnawing at the consciousness let out shrill, mournful wails beneath the onslaught of the sharp swords. One by one, they disintegrated as if ice and snow were scorched by the blazing sun, vanishing into nothingness. Only a few particularly powerful specters managed to withstand the impact of the sword